Chapter 1. Unlocking the ASA template. Ding 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 ding. Clang. A clock with a robust form was deftly grasped by a large hand. Just 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 1 more minute more. Zzz. Ruea Parker closed his weary eyes. Evidently, the 3 alarms he had set failed to rouse him from slumber. At that moment, a series of thud, thud, thud footsteps approached from outside, and the door swung open. Darling Ruea, why are you still in bed? The school bus is nearly departing. Although May was of an older age, she could still sprint up the stairs in one breath. Observing Ruea Parker, still lost in dreams, May felt a mix of exasperation and tenderness in her gaze. Understood, they'll get up right away. Ruea lethargically extended a hand, forcing himself into an upright position. Upon reaching the washroom, Ruea gazed at his tall reflection in the mirror, still finding it hard to believe that so many years had passed since his arrival in this world. Since learning of his brother, Peter Parker, and his adoptive parents, Ben and May, Ruea understood he had crossed over into the Marvel Universe. His towering physique was distinctly different from Peter's. This was only natural, as Ruea was indeed a child adopted by Ben at a young age. For Uncle Ben and Aunt May, however, Ruea Parker was their own child, just as much as their nephew, Peter Parker. In the washroom, Ruea brushed his teeth while examining his reflection. Then, he activated the panel within his mind. Indeed, as a traveler, Ruea possessed his own system. Yet for the first several years, the system had been loading, and today, it was finally set to unlock. This was also the reason for Ruea's fatigue. He had stayed up all night, counting down to the system's activation. System loading successful. Commencing random template extraction. As Ruea observed the rapidly flashing images on the system panel, he fervently wished for a powerful template to be bestowed upon him. Please, dear system, template extraction successful. Congratulations, host has acquired the ASA template. ASA template unlock progress. 10. The unlock progress will increase when the host performs actions in alignment with the ASA persona. A surge of formidable power materialized within Ruea, augmenting his already impressive physique even further. The ASA template. Ruea was both astonished and elated. Though the ASA had often been referred to as a little Superman, one could not deny his immense strength. However, perform actions befitting the ASA persona? Does this mean I must venture to the Crescent Moon Bay? Alas, when it came to the ASA persona, this particular scene was the most vivid in Ruea's memory. Could it be that the system intended for him to become a great villain? Yet in this Marvel universe, there were numerous superheroes. Not far off, his brother Peter Parker might soon ascend to become Spider-Man. Do not find yourself in a predicament before fully unlocking the capabilities of ASA. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Descending the stairs, Ruea discovered a breakfast of a sandwich and a glass of milk awaiting him on the table. Youth, I firmly believe that rising early and retiring early is a commendable virtue. What do you think? Uncle Ben, with his head crowned in silver hair, sat in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper. I shall pay more heed next time, father. Ruea nodded, seizing the cup and downing the milk in one swift motion. Oh, Ruea, do take your time. The school bus does not depart for another 2 minutes. We wouldn't want you to choke. Ruea nodded once more, this time picking up the sandwich. Then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Ruea opened the door and closed it behind him. Bang! Oh no! Outside, Ruea stared in shock at the splintered doorframe resulting from his forceful closure, as well as the doorknob in his hand. Curse it! I completely forgot that I have unlocked 10% of ASA's abilities. Though 10% may seem trivial, it greatly depends on the nature of the ability. For a native of the homeland, even a mere 10% of power could be deemed formidable. I hope my parents do not become too upset. With the clock ticking and the risk of tardiness looming, Ruea reluctantly set the doorknob aside and sprinted towards the street. It was not fear of confronting his father's wrath that propelled him, but rather the urgency of reaching school on time. Indeed, that was the case within the house. Following Ruea's powerful door slam, a cloud of dust cascaded down like delicate snowflakes. Ben Parker stared incredulously at the damaged door. He expressing discontent towards me. He assumed Ruea was angered by his previous admonition. Yet May smiled reassuringly, saying that is unlikely. Ruea has never lost his temper with us, has he? This was indeed true. In the presence of those who had adopted him and nurtured him since childhood, Ben and May, Ruea genuinely regarded them as his own family. Moreover, Ben and May were both individuals of high moral character, making it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards them. Perhaps, but who could discern the thoughts of a young man at that age? Perhaps I should have a word with him when he returns tonight, Ben mused, rising to assess the extent of the door's damage. On the street, a slender yet refined young man anxiously awaited by the roadside. This young man was none other than Peter Parker, and the school bus behind him was poised to depart. As he spotted a figure approaching from the distance. Peter exhaled in relief. At last. Ruea, why did you wake up later than I today? Typically, it was Ruea who rose early, while Peter lingered in bed. Today, however, the roles were reversed, piquing Peter's curiosity. I had a bit of insomnia last night, Ruea offered casually, and as he passed Peter, he swiftly pulled him onto the bus just as it was about to start. Huh. Peter looked utterly bewildered, utterly a loss as to how he had suddenly found himself propelled into the vehicle. Fortunately, at this juncture, Peter was somewhat dazed and did not dwell on the earlier incident. Observing the crowded vehicle, his social anxiety began to resurface. With each double seat already occupied, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Liao was unfazed by such considerations after all. The seats were not private, and one could simply take a seat if they wished, spotting the nearest vacant spot. Liao promptly settled into it. What was the name of the girl with the chestnut hair sitting next to him? Was it Liz or Neezy? Never mind. It was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Neezy suddenly sensed the presence of a boy radiating an aura of intensity beside her, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Does he have feelings for me? Surely, given the multitude of available seats, he chose to sit beside me. In reality, the choice was merely due to the proximity of the seat to Ruea. It was as simple as that. Chapter 2. The oppressive presence of Ruea. At this moment, Peter was still struggling to find his place. He was quite reclusive at school, speaking to virtually no one other than Ruea. Consequently, no one wished to sit with Peter. In fact, Ruea himself was perceived as solitary. Yet his robust physique and handsome appearance, coupled with his past triumph of single-handedly confronting 3 delinquents, afforded him a significantly better image. Upon boarding the school bus, Peter, who wore glasses, suddenly spotted his idealized goddess, Mary Jane, affectionately known as MJ. However, at that moment, she was nestled in the arms of another boy. It seemed she had just concluded an amusing conversation, her laughter still lingering on her face. This scene shattered Peter's heart completely. The boy embracing MJ was named Thompson, who had previously ridiculed Peter at school with the moniker Insignificant Peter. In truth, Peter excelled academically, yet the label of weakness had relegated him to his current plight. Observing Peter's bewildered and helpless expression, Thompson tightened his grip around Mary Jane and uttered, "What a truly insignificant Peter." The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere inside the bus erupted with laughter, regardless of whether it was genuinely amusing or not. Thompson's popularity as a star player on the school's football team ensured that no one dared to offend him. Just as Peter was at a loss for what to do, a voice echoed, "I say." Thompson suddenly felt the light around him dim, and upon looking up, he encountered a tall, blond boy standing before him. "Thompson, you ought to mind your words. Otherwise, I fear I may not know if your mouth will be able to make another sound." The one standing up for Peter was Ruea, who, being Peter's brother, could not simply stand by while his sibling was bullied. Is there such a wonderful occurrence? Ruea was astonished. Having merely threatened Thompson verbally had unexpectedly increased the unlock percentage of his Patriot template by 1%. It seems that achieving a complete unlock to 100% may not be as difficult as I had presumed. This revelation greatly surprised Ruea. In his seat, Thompson's forehead pulsed with a vein, and he chose not to endure any longer. "Hey you." Ignoring the protests from Jane beside him, he stood up forcefully. "Do you even know who I am, to speak to me like that?" With that, he lunged for Ruea's collar. Seeing that a fight was imminent, the other students became restless. After all, this was a school bus. If the vehicle went out of control, it would not be a trivial matter. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Thompson's hand was seized by a stronger grip. "You." Thompson gazed incredulously at Ruea, the immense force emanating from his wrist incessantly stimulating his nerves. "That damn fellow." Thompson, as if afflicted by a syndrome of superhuman strength, contorted his face and swung his other hand directly towards Ruea's face. Frankly speaking, if an ordinary person were to receive such a direct blow from Thompson, they would either be rendered lifeless or at the very least suffer a concussion. One must never underestimate the power of a football player. Their physique is unmatched by the average individual. Beside him, Jane had begun to scream, unable to believe that her newly acquainted boyfriend might soon send a classmate to the hospital. Behind them, Peter clumsily sought to intervene, understanding that his brother Ruea was provoking Thompson solely for his sake. In the front row of the school bus, a girl watched the unfolding scene with great concern. Crack, crack, crack. A series of excruciating sounds erupted, accompanied by Thompson's anguished screams. What on earth is he doing? The crowd stared in bewilderment at Thompson, whose face had twisted in agony. Why was his body suddenly convulsing? Only a few individuals nearby, including Thompson himself, understood the truth. The faint cracking sound had emanated from Thompson's wrist, which Ruea had firmly grasped. At that moment, Thompson felt that if Ruea exerted even a slight bit more force, his wrist would surely be rendered completely useless. Next time, pay attention. If you continue to speak without restraint, it won't be so simple today. With that, Ruea released his grip. Thud. Thompson, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed back onto his seat. At this juncture, those around began to comprehend the situation. In the earlier confrontation, it was evident that Ruea had gained the upper hand. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. How could this be? This is Lightning, after all. How could he so easily submit? Lightning was Thompson's nickname, symbolizing his swift prowess on the football field. Typically, football players epitomize the strongest students in the entire school, and Thompson was undoubtedly one of the most sought-after star athletes. Yet, the reality stood. Before the eyes of all, Thompson had been subdued by Ruea with just one hand. Wow, how did you manage that? Peter stared at his brother in astonishment, bewildered at how his sibling had become so remarkably powerful. Although Ruea had always been robust and taller than his peers, it was unimaginable that he could so effortlessly overpower Lightning Thompson. TSK, Ruea glanced at his younger brother. There is an ancient Eastern proverb. Oh, I know. It speaks of the virtue of recognizing one's talents. Foolishness is akin to the saying that one should not judge a person until they have spent 3 days with them. Alas, due to the translation into the mundane English language, Peter could not grasp the profound meaning of the phrase. He merely scratched his head in confusion, watching Ruea's back, which towered over him by a considerable height. If I possessed such a physique, perhaps I could capture the attention of the fairer sex. Peter is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite perceptive. Upon entering the vehicle, he could distinctly feel the glances directed at him and his brother were markedly different. Particularly, the girl sitting beside his brother, whose infatuation was evident as she leaned towards him with unabashed admiration. Peter glanced at Jane, who appeared flustered by Thompson's anger. In truth, although Jane occupies a cherished place in Peter's heart, she harbors her own insecurities. Her parents have treated her poorly, often resorting to harsh reprimands, which have fostered a sensitive disposition within her. Agreeing to be Thompson's girlfriend was merely a means to assimilate into the group, as she wished to avoid isolation. Casting a glance at Peter, Jane then turned her gaze towards Ruea. How I wish I had a brother like that, she thought, believing that such a brother would surely shield her from further bullying. Chapter 3, Amateur Boxing. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind as Ruea felt an undeniable surge of strength coursing through his body, even though his physique had not visibly changed. His vision, previously clouded by a slight myopia, now became astonishingly clear. He pondered when he might unlock laser vision. While it may not possess the formidable power of Superman's heat vision, laser eyes remained a highly destructive ability, capable of effortlessly penetrating ordinary steel. Soon enough, the school bus arrived at its destination, and students began to file into the school. For Ruea, the time spent in class was often monotonous, and today was no exception, as he nearly dozed off throughout the lessons. After a day filled with tension and excitement, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As Ruea gathered his belongings, he noted with satisfaction that Thompson had indeed refrained from troubling Peter again. Hey! Suddenly, a blonde girl greeted Ruea. Ruea, I'm having a party at my house tonight. Would you like to come? Oh, Gwen. Glancing at the strikingly attractive blonde before him, Ruea nodded. I'll try to make it. He could not guarantee his timely arrival, as he had other plans for the evening. Initially, Ruea was taken aback by Gwen's unexpected presence. Their acquaintance had been serendipitous. In the cinematic universe of Spider-Man, no version featured both MJ and Gwen Stacy simultaneously. Furthermore, Gwen should not have appeared in high school. However, in the Marvel universe, where countless parallel worlds exist, such occurrences are not particularly surprising. Nevertheless, Ruea did not decline Gwen's invitation. After all, who could resist an alluring blonde? Is this even possible? Ruea stared, bewildered, at the system's template. That night, Peter arrived at Gwen's house alone. In truth, Gwen was sociable and had invited many classmates from Ruea's class, despite not being in the same one herself. This version of Gwen resembled her comic counterpart, spirited and bold. By the time Peter arrived at her home, the party was about to commence, with many guests bustling about inside. Suddenly, a red-haired figure caught his attention. Hey, Jane? It seemed Peter had finally found his footing. Instead of standing awkwardly, he took the fruit platter from Jane's hands. Good evening, Peter. As Jane laid eyes on him, a glimmer of recognition sparked in her gaze, for she sensed Peter's feelings for her. Yet, Peter remained too timid to express his affections. Hey, Peter. Isn't your brother coming tonight? Just then, Gwen approached, exuding a fiery charisma in her short shorts. She had assumed that Ruea would arrive together with Peter, but after a thorough glance around, she could only spot Peter's figure. My brother, he said. He would arrive later. Gwen's attire had indeed delivered a tremendous impact on Peter's youthful psyche, rendering him momentarily speechless. Is that so? Then I shall prepare the party supplies. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Gwen winked before turning to leave. Witnessing her departure, Peter wiped the sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead with his sleeve. His brother certainly attracted the admiration of young women. He wasn't foolish. He knew that his minimal connection with Gwen was insufficient to warrant an invitation to her party, which he owed solely to his brother Ruea. At that moment, Ruea was strolling down the street, clutching a newspaper. This must be the place. Gazing at a door adorned with graffiti, Ruea compared it to the address on the paper, finally confirming he had arrived at his destination. Amateur boxing. In the original film, Peter had come here to earn money by boxing after becoming Spider-Man. The registration fee was $50, as long as one lasted 3 minutes in the ring. Even in defeat, they could still earn $3,000. At the bar, the manager glanced at Ruea's physique and nodded in approval. The previous contenders had been too frail. They would struggle to last even 10 seconds, let alone 3 minutes. And if I win? Ruea placed a handful of change on the table. His entire savings accumulated over a long time. After all, he had been impoverished. However, now he found this underground boxing arena to be an excellent opportunity to earn his first pot of gold. Win? The middle-aged manager cast a dismissive glance at Ruea. If you win, you'll receive $5,000. In truth, whether won or lost, the payout was $3,000, but the manager didn't believe Ruea could triumph. So he casually quoted a figure. Very well. Ruea nodded in satisfaction. As he entered the arena, the middle-aged manager shook his head. Today's youth have no idea what kind of opponent they are up against. Upon entering the arena, Ruea happened to see the previous amateur boxer being carried past him. He lay on a stretcher, battered and bruised, and was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground by 2 men in black suits like a discarded rag doll. Turning his gaze to the center of the arena, or rather, the cage, he beheld an enormous figure roaring and pounding its chest. The mass of flesh stood over 2 meters tall and weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. The audience was fervently cheering, "Fat Hammer, I adore you. When's the next match? Let us get it started." The spotlight shifted to the host. "Let us welcome our next challenger to the stage. May I ask, what is your name?" The spotlight then turned to Ruea, revealing him to the crowd. Fortunately, he had casually purchased a Stars and Stripes mask before arriving, so no one could discern his identity. "I am." As Ruea contemplated briefly, the host, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth is this absurd title?" However, it was his duty to ensure the atmosphere remained lively. "Ahem, fellow compatriots. Our new competitor shall bear the title of Patriot." Upon utterance of the words Patriot, an almost mystical aura enveloped the venue, sending a shiver through the gathered crowd. How peculiar. Why does the air suddenly feel so frigid? They pondered. Patriot? Why does it evoke such a chilling sensation? Ah, Ruea smirked slightly. It appeared that this title was destined to flourish in another realm. "Hey, I say, hurry up." Ruea seamlessly immersed himself into the role, directing a gaze at the host infused with 3 parts impatience, 5 parts coldness, and 2 parts menace. Harnessing 15% of the power of a patriot, his expression turned fierce. All right." The host, inexplicably alarmed, felt a rush of unease. "Let us welcome our Patriot competitor to the stage." Patriot template unlock progress increased by 1. Patriot template unlock progress. 16. Chapter 4. The Patriot as Ruea stepped into the center of the arena. His heart surged with unexpected excitement at the sight of the iron chains that encircled the platform. Could the spirit of the homeland truly influence me? Ruea pondered, donning his mask, which in a way was akin to shedding his true self. On the stage, a man known as Fat Hammer had already dispatched 5 opponents that night, each left either dead or grievously injured. He was also one of the champions of this underground boxing ring. Upon witnessing the robust Ruea enter the cage, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Fat Hammer's eyes. True to his name, Fat Hammer was as corpulent as a pig, his fists resembling 2 massive mallets, clearly honed through rigorous training. "Are you ready to die, kid?" he sneered, brimming with arrogance. Ruea raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. If that was the case, he would not hold back. In the world of underground fighters, few possessed noble intentions, especially not this Fat Hammer, who treated life with utter disregard. "Fat pig, await your demise," Ruea declared, extending his thumb upward before thrusting it downward. The provocative gesture sent Fat Hammer into a frenzy. With Ruea now on the stage, the match had officially commenced. "I will crush you." The crowd erupted in cheers. What drew the audience to Fat Hammer? Undoubtedly, it was his prowess in delivering blows. With a thunderous crash, Fat Hammer's bulky form surged forward with surprising speed, his fist the size of a cauldron raised high before crashing down towards Ruea's head. A typical person struck by such a blow would surely meet their end. This was precisely why such exorbitant prizes were offered in the ring. A mere $3,000 for 3 minutes, regardless of victory or defeat, was not easily attained. However, these considerations were merely for ordinary individuals. Ruea now possessed 16% of the capabilities of the homeland and harbored no fear of Fat Hammer. "Taste my punch," Ruea declared, standing his ground as the massive fist descended, countering with a forceful strike of his own. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed through the arena. Fat Hammer stared in disbelief at his limp hand. It took a moment for the pain to register. A scream erupted, louder than before. resembling the wail of a slaughtered pig. A fracture was no mere scrape. It could be said that Fat Hammer had never sustained such a severe injury in his reign over the underground boxing circuit. Outside the ring, the audience was left speechless. They could hardly believe that someone, despite the stark difference in stature, could withstand a direct confrontation with Fat Hammer and emerge victorious. Patriot. Go, Patriot. Smash that fat pig. The crowd did not care who would ultimately win. They simply rallied behind the strongest. As Ruea absorbed the growing cheers around him, he spread his arms wide, reveling in a sensation that felt truly exquisite. A surge of formidable energy manifested within Ruea, and his eyes began to shimmer with a faint red glow. Soon, perhaps with a minimum of 30%, he could unlock the laser eyes. Meanwhile, Fat Hammer observed the former supporters who had turned against him, now rallying behind Ruea, his own eyes beginning to redden. No, I am the strongest. With a deafening roar, Fat Hammer launched himself into the air after a brief sprint. I will crush you. The very platform creaked under the weight of his descent. Ruea looked up at the darkened sky above, unfazed by the gasps of the spectators. Standing resolute. Had he lost his mind? No, Fat Hammer must weigh at least 400 pounds, he isn't dodging. Initially, Ruea had thought he faced a formidable newcomer, only to discover otherwise. Boom. Fat Hammer crashed down, yet contrary to his expectations of crushing Ruea with his sheer weight, he found himself suspended in midair. Fat pig, you're quite heavy. Ruea's voice resonated from below. At that moment, Fat Hammer was finally gripped by fear. He couldn't fathom how such weight, combined with the force of gravity, could be withstood by a mere human being. Alas, that was his final thought. In Ruea's grasp, despite Fat Hammer's imposing size, he was merely a larger plaything. With a swift bend of his back, Ruea unleashed a thunderous crash. Fat Hammer was forcefully slammed onto the stage. In an instant, he lost consciousness and fell into a stupor. As he hit the ground, the entire platform could no longer bear the strain and began to collapse to one side. The crowd gazed at the dust-laden arena, their hearts brimming with astonishment. One could only say the ticket was worth every penny. As the dust settled, Ruea emerged, having unshackled the iron chains. As if the battle he had just fought was but an inconsequential warm-up, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow. Of course, while Ruea's prowess astonished the onlookers, a few astute individuals took note of him. Amidst the excited crowd, a man clad in black received a voice from a middle-aged man through his earpiece. Investigate his background. See if he can be of use to us. Yes, boss. Unbeknownst to Ruea, his performance that night had attracted the attention of some, marking him as a target. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. His physical strength, while not invincible, was at least impervious to blades and bullets. Ruea estimated that his body could withstand ordinary firearms. Casting a glance at the collapsed platform, he shook his head in resignation. He had originally hoped to participate in a few more matches, as the official at the entrance had mentioned that each victory would earn him 5,000. Yet, it was evidently impossible now. Nevertheless, 5,000 was still a considerable sum. In this era, 5,000 yuan can even procure a fairly decent second-hand luxury vehicle. Approaching the dozing manager, one cannot help but wonder how he remains oblivious to the commotion within. Awaken, it is time to settle the bill. Huh? It's over? The middle-aged manager stared in astonishment at the unscathed Ruea standing before him. This fellow has actually survived? Could it be that Fat Hammer has had a change of heart? He was well aware that since Fat Hammer's debut, no challenger had ever walked through that door upright. As a result, he had amassed considerable wealth. After all, when one's life hangs by a thread, who would come here to settle their account? Gazing at Ruea's muscles straining against his attire and casting a glance at the security personnel present, the middle-aged manager muttered reluctantly as he extracted 10 green bills. Here, this is your reward for the evening. With a cold smirk, Ruea replied, life has returned once more. Chapter 5, A Surprising Windfall. The middle-aged manager wore an expression of palpable distress, as though he had suffered a significant loss. I recall that we had agreed upon a prize of 5,000 for winning the match, Ruea's voice laced with a hint of coldness. However, the manager was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding before him, unaware of the formidable presence he had inadvertently provoked. In his eyes, offering a mere 1,000 was already a concession, given Ruea's imposing physique. If it had been someone else, 100 would have sufficed. He dismissed the situation, stating whether Ruea accepted the offer was inconsequential. With that, the manager attempted to retract his hand, as if to reclaim the 1,000 entirely. Having spent considerable time in this boxing arena, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Observing this young man, he surmised that the total value of his attire could not exceed 200. Bang! Ruea would not tolerate such indignity, attempting to cheat him out of his money. With a thunderous crash, he struck the counter before him, shattering it into splinters. Gulp! The manager stared at the horrifying scene, swallowing hard. You are a mutant. Though affiliated with the behind-the-scenes owner of the boxing venue, he possessed limited knowledge of the extraordinary powers that existed in this world. Yet, Luya was indifferent to his thoughts. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. I say, Luya raised his stars and stripes mask slightly. You have soured my mood considerably. Haven't you? Perhaps you should compensate me for my emotional distress. He emphasized the word with vigor. At this moment, the manager dared not utter a refusal. His legs trembled in fear. I understand. He thought it prudent to dismiss this menace as swiftly as possible before reporting to his boss. Snapping his fingers, Luya grinned. I enjoy dealing with straightforward individuals. So, how about a sum of 80 to 100,000? He had noticed a box brimming with money beside the manager. What? How much? The manager glanced at the box, which contained 100,000 that was originally intended for Fat Hammer. He could hardly fathom the consequences of losing Fat Hammer's money. Yet, before he could dwell on it further, a large hand had already reached over him, seizing the money box. Consider this your apology, Luya declared, opening the box to reveal the 100,000 inside. Not bad. This exceeds my expectations. Unlocking the national template increased by 3. National template unlock level 23. Luya observed the system's notification. How does this count? Am I not merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me? You cannot take that money. The middle-aged manager was genuinely alarmed now, his corpulent form lunging toward the money box in Luya's grasp. Return it quickly. If Fat Hammer finds out, we will face dire consequences. The manager was unconcerned about whether Fat Hammer would harm this young man, but losing the money was an entirely different matter, and he knew he would suffer greatly. Clang. The door to the boxing arena suddenly swung open, and several bodyguards clad in black emerged. Witnessing this scene, the manager realized that the match would likely conclude prematurely that night. Fat Hammer was about to make his entrance. Consequently, he felt an escalating urgency to reclaim the money box from Luya. Unfortunately, as an ordinary individual, he appeared as fragile as an infant in the presence of Luya, who possessed 23% of Azu's power. Faced with the futility of his efforts, the manager decided to abandon the pursuit. Kid, do you realize the trouble you're in? Just wait. He shouted towards the inner arena. Hammer. Hammer. H. His call abruptly ceased as an unforgettable sight unfolded before him. The seemingly invincible Fat Hammer, who had long been etched in his memory, was now being dragged like a lifeless pig by several bodyguards. To his dismay, they were heading towards the backyard of the arena, where the manager knew all severely injured and incapacitated fighters would be taken. Straining to turn his head, he was met only by a masked figure adorned with the stars and stripes and a smirk that hinted at arrogance. No wonder he was so brazen. No wonder he had ended the match so swiftly. The manager comprehended the grim truth. Fat Hammer had been utterly vanquished by this very individual. Hadn't he noticed the sheer terror on the faces of the bodyguards upon seeing him? He chuckled dryly, quietly stepping aside to allow for the exit. This boxing arena is quite impressive. I shall return. Luya secured the money box at his waist and exited the arena with a flourish. As the saying goes, a wealthy man is a man indeed, while a poor man struggles. Even the system cannot conjure money from thin air. One must rely on their own efforts. Luya's gaze wandered deep into the arena. If I could acquire this boxing venue, wouldn't I be able to lounge at home while money flows in? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Luya shook his head. I am no thief. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. How could I possibly steal from others? As he strolled down the street, the night had already deepened. Suddenly, Luya recalled that he seemed to have forgotten about a gathering. Regrettably, at this late hour, the Gwyn family's party had likely concluded. In truth, high school differs from university. Even when students host parties, they rarely extend into the late hours unless there is a different purpose behind the celebration. Upon returning home, Luya gazed at the brand-new doorknob and the recently repaired door frame, letting out a sigh. Alas, I wonder what my father will say about me. I broke the door today and returned home so late. Luya was already contemplating how to explain the situation. Creak. The door swung open, and his mother, May, stood there. Oh, Luya, you're finally back. It's quite late. Oh yes, Luya was still pondering what excuse to concoct. However, the conflicted expression on Luya's face was interpreted by May in an entirely different light. Oh, don't be embarrassed, my child. What? What is there to be embarrassed about? Luya queried, bewildered. At this age, harboring feelings for a girl is hardly a matter of shame. Yet, something feels amiss. Leaving Luya somewhat perplexed, he surmises that Peter must have said something to his mother on his behalf. Your father is already asleep. Please be quiet as you head upstairs, lest you disturb him. May gazed affectionately at her robust son, her heart swelling with pride. Although her husband intended to have a serious discussion with Luya that evening, she was well aware that her son had always been quite obedient. Today's behavior was merely a trivial episode that any typical adolescent might experience. Good night, Mom. Luya sighed in relief, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of deception. Chapter 6. Gwyn's invitation as he ascended the stairs. Ruea entered his bedroom and gently closed the door behind him. The substantial sum of $100,000 he had won at the underground fighting arena could not be utilized openly. Being a person of utmost integrity, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sorrow if he were to discover that his son's earnings stemmed from such illicit activities. Ruea concealed the money beneath his bed, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. The following day at Midtown High School, Ruea was strolling through the campus when a golden figure suddenly blocked his path. "Ruea, why didn't you attend my party last night?" Gwen, with her flowing blonde hair, stood before him, her expression reflecting her displeasure at his absence. It was hardly surprising. Gwen was unlike any other girl. With her fiery allure and generous spirit, she was a standout, as evidenced by the opulence of her home that had captivated their classmates the previous evening. Ruea, however, found himself somewhat perplexed, as this Marvel universe appeared to differ significantly from the cinematic realm he had previously encountered. Something came up last night, Ruea replied after a moment's contemplation, offering a simple explanation. After all, the pursuit of strength far outweighed any trivial matters concerning women. Gwen, clearly dissatisfied with this response, retorted, "Is that all?" Although Ruea was attempting to clarify, her expression remained indifferent, a charming smile curving at the corners of her lips. Was this reason insufficient? Ruea cast a surprised glance at Gwen. What else could it be? All right, she nodded, yet the spark of excitement in her eyes only intensified. Within the school, Gwen had many admirers, a diverse array of suitors, but none had captured her interest. To her, those who pursued her were either insufferably arrogant or mindlessly brutish. There had been attempts by some to approach her with a facade of aloofness, only to reveal their true natures under her playful teasing. However, Ruea was different. Gwen observed him closely. His confidence and ease were authentic, ingrained within him, rather than a mere act to attract her attention. This intrigued Gwen deeply. She could not fathom why there was such a stark contrast in character between Ruea and his brother Peter, despite their shared upbringing. With a smile, she responded, "Very well. Ruea, might you be free this evening to accompany me for a stroll?" Finding no reason to decline Gwen's invitation, Ruea agreed. He, too, wished to learn more about this seemingly doomed character from the original narrative. At that moment, Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man and Ruea's younger brother, ambled by, looking utterly dejected. His sorrowful expression resembled that of a defeated dog. In fact, earlier that morning, while seated on the school bus, Peter had been lamenting the absence of Mary Jane, wondering why she was not present. However, halfway through the journey, he spotted Mary Jane, sitting in Thompson's new car. At this moment, Peter's feelings of heartbreak reached their zenith, despite never having been in a romantic relationship with Jane. He naively believed that perhaps owning a car would win Jane's affection. Unfortunately, his family was not affluent, especially since Uncle Ben had informed everyone this morning of his unemployment. Even a second-hand sports car would require several $1,000s in this era, a price that was beyond the means of an ordinary household. Moreover, at this stage, Peter had not yet been bitten by that fateful spider. And although he wished to take on part-time work to earn money, he lacked the capability to do so. "Isn't that your brother?" Gwen inquired of Ruea, glancing at the despondent Peter as he walked by. This was, of course, a rhetorical question. Ruea looked at his younger brother's sorrowful expression and felt somewhat at a loss for words. He could surmise that Peter's demeanor was due to Mary Jane. Yet, despite Mary Jane living next door, Peter seldom spoke to her, missing the opportunity that proximity offered. Furthermore, Ruea did not think highly of Mary Jane as a person. Peter's infatuation with her was merely a byproduct of her status as an unattainable ideal in his heart. In reality, Mary Jane's acceptance of being Thompson's girlfriend was quite simple. She merely sought to avoid exclusion from Thompson's social circle. Additionally, due to the circumstances of domestic violence, being with Thompson, a wealthy and popular football star, provided Mary Jane with a greater sense of security. Ruea shook his head in frustration, realizing that if it weren't for Peter's future as Spider-Man, their connection with Jane might never have existed. "But you're slender. You could always work out," Ruea pointed out. Like himself, Ruea was naturally tall, but not particularly strong at first. It was the prevailing atmosphere in Marvel America that instilled a sense of urgency in him, prompting years of dedication to fitness, which resulted in his robust physique. In fact, the school's football team had even extended an invitation to him. In a normal world, he might have truly considered becoming a football player. Regrettably, the Marvel universe is replete with superhuman abilities, rendering ordinary individuals almost insignificant, just as during the Avengers' confrontation with Thanos, where a mere snap of his fingers caused half of the world's population to vanish. Returning to his thoughts, Ruea noticed Thompson driving Mary Jane into the school. This confirmed the specific cause of Peter's sorrow. As he had suspected, it was indeed related to Mary Jane. In class, Ruea perused the data on his system panel. Homeland template unlock progress, 23, TSK. This progress is rather slow. Ruea mused about where he might swiftly enhance this progress. However, until school was dismissed, he could not conceive of any effective strategy. The timing was quite awkward. As the adage goes, light and darkness coexist, black and white, are interwoven. Before Peter became Spider-Man, New York's supervillains had yet to emerge. Never mind. Today in class the teacher announced that we would visit the General Electronics Laboratory tomorrow. If my memory serves me right, that is the very place where the fateful spider that bit Peter resides. Currently, Ruea's only concern is whether her mere presence might set off a chain reaction, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, preventing the chosen spider from biting Peter. However, Ruea believes this to be a minor issue, as she has not significantly interfered with Peter's life over the years. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from her classmates. Wow, she is incredibly stunning. How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend. Dream on, my friend. It is rumored that no one at our school has yet succeeded in winning Gwen Stacy's heart. Today, Gwen donned a lovely spaghetti strap dress for her evening date, and with her golden locks, she radiates an aura of brilliance. Chapter 7. Conflict in the classroom. At the rear of the classroom, Lightning Thompson paused momentarily before heading to the rugby field for practice. Thompson, what's the matter? Mary Jane inquired, also halting her steps, as she had been invited by her new boyfriend to watch his rugby training match. Following Thompson's gaze, she spotted Gwen. In that instant, Mary Jane's expression soured. No one wishes for their partner to harbor affection for another. Although Mary Jane often indulged Thompson, fearing exclusion should she lose him, she could not tolerate the sight of her boyfriend ogling another girl right before her eyes. Without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Thompson, angrily blocking his view. Thompson snapped back to reality, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face before disappearing. He smiled nonchalantly and gently wrapped his arm around Mary Jane. Hey, Jane, you know. His lips bore a smile, yet his tone was frigid. You cannot interfere with my affairs. We had an agreement, remember? Thompson's feelings for Jane were superficial, akin to an appreciation for a Cinderella, a beautiful girl from a disadvantaged background. Did she truly think she was a swan? Unaware of the hurt his words inflicted, Thompson continued. Mary Jane, upon hearing his statement, was momentarily stunned. Soon, her eyes began to well with tears as doubts crept into her mind. Was choosing to be Thompson's girlfriend truly the right decision? Such humiliation was impossible to ignore, no matter how much she tried to deceive herself. Consequently, she broke free from Thompson's embrace. You jerk, she exclaimed. However, Thompson merely spat in disdain and pulled her back into his arms. Have you forgotten the gifts I bought you these past few days? You can't just take advantage and walk away. Life doesn't work that way. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane, who had been struggling, ceased her resistance and painfully shut her eyes. Wasn't she already mentally prepared for this? This scene did not go unnoticed by Peter, who observed from a distance. Witnessing the girl of his dreams being mistreated, her eyes now reddened, he suddenly found an unexpected surge of courage and stood up. Thompson, do not bully Jane. Peter strode towards Thompson, glaring fiercely. Instantly, the entire class turned their attention to him, including Gwen. Caught off guard by the unexpected shout, Thompson was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon realizing it was the inconsequential Parker confronting him, his ire flared. How could he be threatened by such a worthless individual? Thompson regarded Peter, who was noticeably shorter than him, with a glint of menace in his eyes. Meanwhile, Mary Jane felt a flicker of gratitude. In her moment of distress, Peter had chosen to stand up for her, stirring deep emotions within her heart. However, she soon beheld in horror as her boyfriend seized Peter by the collar. With a resounding crash, Thompson thrust Peter against the door. A smile adorned his face. Oh, look at our pitiable little Peter. With a display of brute force, Thompson lifted Peter a few inches off the ground. Remember this, Peter. Mary Jane is my girlfriend. If you dare to interfere again, I shall show you what true cruelty is. Bang. Once more, Thompson slammed Peter against the door with force. Aren't you going to help your brother? At that moment, Gwen approached Ruea's side. This was an essential part of his journey toward growth, Ruea remarked coolly. Peter's strength stemmed from the trials he faced along his path. Once he became Spider-Man, he would undoubtedly repay Thompson for today's transgressions, provided Thompson did not go too far. Ruea intended to remain uninvolved. After all, he harbored a certain disdain for Peter's excessive kindness, which bordered on cowardice. Well, you two brothers are quite peculiar, Gwen remarked, noncommittally regarding Ruea's observations. However, Thompson's subsequent words ignited Ruea's fury. I suppose only your pathetic Uncle Ben could raise such a spineless wretch like you, ha ha ha. In his rage, Thompson lost his composure, uttering those words. Yet, Uncle Ben's stature, whether in the eyes of others or in Ruea's heart, remained irreplaceable, especially for Ruea, a former orphan. His feelings for his father, Ben Parker, were profound in this life. Ben and May's selfless love and meticulous care for him rendered Ruea intolerant of any insults towards them. How dare he? How dare he? Closer to Thompson, Peter, now consumed by anger, lunged at him. You shall not insult Uncle Ben. Bam! Thompson, witnessing Peter charge at him, smirked disdainfully before shoving him aside. Peter's frail form was sent crashing through the classroom door, tumbling out into the hallway. Mary Jane, unable to bear the scene any longer, wrestled with her inner turmoil, yearning to help Peter. However, upon seeing her boyfriend Thompson's domineering expression, she reluctantly abandoned the thought. She could no longer endure the violence. Offending Thompson would invite a form of torment more painful than physical assault, namely, the cold indifference of most classmates. Thompson laughed heartily, flaunting his strength, seeking more attention. He cast a sidelong glance at Gwen, eager to gauge her reaction. Yet, what met his gaze was a fist rapidly approaching. Boom. Crash. With a single punch, Thompson lost control of his balance, staggering sideways and toppling several desks in the process. Thompson scrambled to his feet, glaring viciously at his assailant. At that moment, his left cheek was swollen significantly, a testament to Ruea's restraint. Otherwise, given Ruea's current strength, a single punch could very well obliterate Thompson's skull. Before Thompson could utter any harsh words, Ruea, with a chilling tone, interjected. I recall having cautioned you to be mindful of your words, yet it seems my warning has not been heeded. In the classroom, all eyes turned once more towards them. Could it be that Lightning is about to engage Ruea in a confrontation? Lightning is Thompson's nickname, a tribute to his swiftness on the football field. However, it appears that Thompson is at a disadvantage this time. Surely not. Isn't Thompson the strongest male student in our school? Did he not suffer a setback on the school bus last time? I had assumed that was merely an accident, although Ruea has triumphed over 3 delinquents outside of school. No one believed Thompson would be incapable of achieving the same. Gwen observed Ruea's frostbitten expression and licked her lips. She had never encountered Ruea in such a manner. Each time she encountered him outside the classroom, he bore an expression devoid of emotion. This only heightened her curiosity about Ruea. Chapter 8. An obstructive encounter. Thompson recalled the scene from the school bus yesterday, and he felt a lingering ache in his wrist. Am I wrong? Thompson provocatively glanced at Ruea, convinced that he had only been defeated due to an unexpected attack. In a fair confrontation, he was confident he would not lose to anyone at the school. As Thompson continued to stubbornly refuse to admit his mistake, Ruea's expression grew increasingly frigid. In his eyes, a red glimmer seemed to flicker, and a surge of heat began to accumulate. Remarkably, without the system being unlocked, he had automatically activated his laser eyes. An overwhelming intent to kill swelled within him, and he felt an impulsive urge to obliterate Thompson with his newfound power. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 2. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 2. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 3 as Ruea's murderous intent surged. The unlocking progress of the Patriot template continued to rise, ultimately halting at 30. Patriot template unlock skill. Laser eyes. The system provided a clear notification. The laser eyes had been successfully unlocked. In truth, a 30 unlock progress was insufficient to activate the laser eyes, but due to Ruea's intense murderous intent, they had been prematurely unlocked. At that moment, Thompson suddenly sensed an immense aura of malice directed towards him. Strangely enough, he had never believed in such a thing as murderous intent before. Yet at this instant, he unmistakably felt it emanating from Ruea's gaze. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, plunging both into an eerie silence. Thompson was unaware that his life now hinged solely on Ruea's whims. What are you doing? The commotion in the classroom finally prompted a student to fetch a teacher. Ruea cast one last penetrating look at Thompson, dissipating the intense heat swirling in his eyes. He was reluctant to resort to violence in front of everyone unless absolutely necessary. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, this farcical scene seemed to reach its conclusion. Thompson exited the classroom, drenched in cold sweat, making his way to the football field. Behind him, Mary Jane followed quietly, glancing back at Ruea with an inscrutable expression before leaving the classroom. At that moment, Gwen stood beside Ruea, even linking her arm with his, their intimacy resembling that of a couple. Feeling the softness and warmth of her arm, Ruea couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. I thought you were truly an ice block, uninterested in women. Gwen noticed the peculiar change in Ruea's expression, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She had intentionally acted this way to observe his reaction, and judging by Ruea's response, it seemed her charm had not waned. Ruea cleared his throat. He was not indifferent to affection. How could he genuinely feel nothing towards all women? Yet, his expression remained unchanged. I never said that. What? Are you disappointed? Gwen was astonished by Ruea's candor, and her interest in him deepened considerably. Of course not. Do you recall our agreement from this morning? She asked. Certainly. I am free this evening. Where would you like to wander? The two linked arms, their affectionate demeanor quickly capturing the attention of the entire class. Gwen was actually looking for Ruea? My heavens! Is it possible that Gwen is about to be won over by Ruea? This was hardly surprising, as a nearby girl remarked. With a guy as strong and handsome as Ruea, he is bound to be popular. In truth, although Ruea seldom engaged in conversation with others, his popularity among the girls had always remained high. He was so strikingly handsome that he effortlessly attracted the gaze of admirers without even trying. At the edge of the classroom, a girl with red hair gazed at the sweet interaction between Ruea and Gwen, her heart filled with unspoken resentment. Ruea is clearly mine. Liz Allen, or rather, Neezy, mused as she watched Ruea and Gwen's retreating figures. Brother. Peter returned to the classroom just in time to see Ruea send Thompson flying with a punch, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. However, growing up in the same environment, Peter also felt a twinge of inferiority in the face of his brother Ruea's formidable strength. If only I could be as strong as my brother, Peter wished again. Though alas, no genie emerged to grant his desire. Ruea glanced at his younger brother with a sigh. Peter, when Dad asks me where I'm going tonight, please help me cover for it. With that, Ruea turned and departed with Gwen. Peter opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words instead. That evening, on the streets, Gwen's notion of shopping was far from what Ruea had envisioned. In fact, it was a deliberate choice on Gwen's part. She was aware of Ruea's family circumstances. Unlike her father, who was the police chief, Ruea's father was merely an ordinary worker. Therefore, she thoughtfully refrained from asking Ruea to purchase anything for her. In reality, Ruea was not lacking in money at this moment, though he would not volunteer that information. Gwen's approach to shopping was quite unique. She deliberately chose to walk through dimly lit alleys. Observing Gwen in high spirits, Ruea cautioned her. I believe your family would advise you that places like these might harbor certain dangers. Gwen was certainly aware of this, especially since they were in the Nigo community, and her father had specifically warned her against coming here. However, after witnessing Ruea's strength today, she felt less apprehensive about it. In this world, although Gwen had a police chief for a father, she had developed a rebellious nature. She sought thrills and yearned for the scenes of superheroes punishing evil that she had seen on television. Thus, with Ruea's company today, she felt emboldened to explore these darker corners of the city. All right, as long as you are happy, Ruea acquiesced, thinking that if they did encounter a robbery or something of the sort, they could treat it as an adventure for the night. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a figure almost indistinguishable from the shadows suddenly appeared. A young woman stands here, her skin a deep ebony, the only contrast being the gleaming whiteness of her teeth illuminated by the dim streetlight. From the shadows emerges a man clad in seemingly luxurious yet tattered and ill-fitting garments. A knife clutched in his hand. Hand over your money. After that, you can leave. This man possesses a certain innate prowess, towering in stature, nearly on par with Ruea. Has a robbery truly unfolded? Ruea arched an eyebrow, glancing toward Gwen, who appeared somewhat unnerved. In truth, her bravado was merely superficial. When confronted with actual danger, fear gripped her heart. This tendency is common among the youth, aware of their misdeeds yet still compelled to act. Gently patting Gwen's hand, Ruea reassured her, do not worry. Chapter 9. The Laser-Eyed Display of Power. Amused by the sight of Nigo brandishing a small knife, Ruea couldn't help but feel a sense of humor in the situation. Releasing Gwen's hand, he stepped forward to confront Nigo. To Ruea, Nigo exhibited no trace of panic, and it was now Ruea who found himself unsettled. Hand over the money, Nigo reiterated, but faced with Ruea's unyielding demeanor, his words lacked conviction. When one cannot be easily deciphered, it naturally incites trepidation in others. Nigo was currently gripped by this very anxiety, worried that Ruea might suddenly produce a weapon from his pockets. Thus, he acted first. Die. A fierce expression crossed Nigo's face. Be careful, Gwen exclaimed in alarm, noticing that Ruea still had not removed his hands from his pockets. In her panic, she regretted her decision to take this route. If only she hadn't insisted on this path, Ruea would not be. As the knife drew closer to his abdomen, Ruea remained leisurely, unperturbed. Such a sluggish attack posed no threat to him at this moment. With a deft sidestep, he easily evaded Nigo's thrust, then retaliated with a swift kick. Thud. For someone so utterly inept, Ruea couldn't be bothered to exchange words. Even a casual kick from him was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Nigo was sent sprawling like a projectile, crumpling under the tremendous force, and flew several meters before crashing into a nearby dumpster, gasping intermittently from within the refuse. Nigo found himself utterly incapacitated from a single blow. Observing Nigo's futile attempts to rise, Ruea shook his head in disinterest. He couldn't be bothered to search the filthy Nigo for valuables. Rummaging through his belongings would be akin to sifting through a trash bin. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 2. Patriot Template Unlock Progress 32. The system notification chimed again, indicating a 2% increase in unlock progress. Turning back, Gwen had just emerged from her shock, and in light of Ruea's extraordinary prowess, she was once again taken aback. It had already astonished her when Ruea effortlessly knocked Thompson across the classroom, but now, witnessing him launch a man weighing dozens of kilograms a great distance with a single kick, she questioned the limits of human capability. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Gwen's mind. Superheroes, vigilantes like Batman, all surged forth. While Marvel had its DC counterparts, she had seen tales of Superman and Batman before. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a deep voice resonated from around the corner. No wonder he could so easily defeat Fat Hammer. The boss did not misjudge you. As soon as the words left his lips, a brooding white man appeared, flanked by 2 African-American bodyguards. Come with me. My boss wishes to meet you, the sinister man stated, as if his employer were an extraordinary figure. Fat Hammer? In an instant. Ruea recalled that the newcomer was likely connected to the previous underground boxing ring. Were they seeking vengeance for the grievous injury he inflicted upon Fat Hammer? Or was it retaliation for the money he had taken from them? In truth, Ruea recognized that his actions had indeed been somewhat extreme. Yet, who truly cared? Observing the ominous man and his 2 companions, Ruea let out a light chuckle. What if I refused to accompany you? He found it curious where their confidence stemmed from. Especially after witnessing him effortlessly kick the previous assailant away, yet they dared to speak to him in such a tone. However, the brooding man swiftly revealed the source of his assurance. Ruea, Gwen's voice echoed from behind. At that moment, a bodyguard brandishing a handgun was pointing it directly at her. Damn. Ruea's expression darkened. He had been exceedingly careless. Ever since acquiring the template of his homeland, he had felt a sense of control over everything. Gradually, he had lowered his guard against these ordinary individuals. After all, with his enhanced physique, the attacks from regular people felt akin to mere tickles. Even firearms posed little threat, as long as they did not strike vital spots like the eyes. In fact, with the unlocking of the homeland template, even his eyes were no longer a weak point. Yet, he had forgotten that in many films and novels, it is often not the protagonists themselves who become vulnerable, but rather their loved ones and friends. I can't believe I made such a foolish mistake. Ruea chuckled self-deprecatingly. Seeing Ruea's expression, the brooding man displayed a triumphant grin. So, how about it? As long as you come to meet my boss, I assure you the girl will be unharmed. Gwen, realizing that she had become a pawn to threaten Ruea, felt an unexpected surge of courage. She aimed a kick at the groin of the nearby bodyguard, hoping to escape. However, unlike the previous assailant, this suited and tie-clad bodyguard was clearly a seasoned fighter. He dodged Gwen's kick and swung the butt of his gun toward her head. Fortunately, Gwen's agility spared her from significant harm. Heh, what is this? Do you still intend to struggle? The brooding man, feeling he had in an instant, everything transpired. The African-American bodyguard had not yet had the chance to contemplate further when 2 crimson beams of light erupted from Ruea's eyes. Zing! In the throes of rage, the laser beams swiftly swept across the bodyguard's hands and then his entire form. Thud! 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 Like raindrops, the bodyguard's figure collapsed to the ground. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 5. Patriot template unlock progress at 37. Ahem. This scene was equally witnessed by Gwen and a few others, particularly Gwen, who stood close to the bodyguard and could acutely sense the formidable power of Ruea's laser. Could he truly be a superhuman? Gwen's eyes were filled with an inexplicable mix of surprise, curiosity, shock, and obsession. Chapter 10. Confusion. Killing you is the same. Here. After dispatching the black bodyguard with a swift laser gaze, Ruea felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps I truly possess a hint of the potential to be a patriot? At that moment, witnessing Ruea's formidable display, the sinister man had long since lost his earlier bravado. Could his eyes truly emit laser beams? Was he a demon? Although the sinister man was aware of the existence of mutants in this world, his knowledge was superficial at best. In his understanding, mutant abilities typically revolved around immense strength. The notion of shooting lasers from one's eyes seemed to transcend the bounds of humanity. As Ruea fixed his gaze upon him, the sinister man noticed the ominous red glow beginning to flicker in his eyes and quickly forced a smile. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing that Ruea remained unresponsive, he hastily continued to plead for mercy. If you spare us, we can pretend today never happened. What do you say? They had already discovered that Ruea was a student at Zhongxing High School, and perhaps he could be deceived. The sinister man thought to himself that once he returned, he would report all of Ruea's information to his boss. However, Ruea showed no sign of acquiescence to his pleas, as heat gathered in his eyes. 2 red laser beams shot forth. The beams swept across the sinister man and the 2 black bodyguards beside him. Confusion. Killing you is simply a means to ensure that today remains a secret. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 3. Patriot template unlock progress 40. Exhilarating. Ruea had to admit, no wonder patriots resorted to sweeping away all obstacles with their laser gaze at the slightest provocation. It was indeed thrilling. The sinister man had foolishly believed that Ruea would show mercy. How could he? Such evidently nefarious individuals posed no moral burden for Ruea when it came to executing them. Wow, how cool. At that moment, Gwen seemed to have completely recovered from her earlier fright. She approached Ruea and gently leaned against his shoulder. Ruea raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? He recalled that in the original film, after Peter became Spider-Man, he had merely showcased his extraordinary power in front of his classmates by tormenting Thompson, and was instantly labeled a monster. Why should I be afraid? Gwen retorted with a smile. After all, you saved me today, my Hero. By the way, Gwen curiously gazed into Ruea's eyes. Are you one of those legendary vigilantes lurking in the shadows, or perhaps a superhero quietly fighting against crime? If so, what is your superhero title? Laser eyes? A flurry of questions poured from Gwen, reflecting her current excitement. Growing up in a strict household with a police chief for a father had fostered a rebellious spirit in Gwen, at least in her father's eyes. Upon hearing Ruea state that he had no intentions of becoming a superhero and possessed no title to speak of, Gwen's eyes momentarily dimmed. However, she soon exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Even if you don't wish to become a superhero, you must bestow upon yourself a title. Your eyes emit lasers. Why not call yourself Laser Eyes?" Observing Gwen's exuberance, Ruea realized that if he failed to provide a moniker, she would relentlessly pursue him for one. Naturally, Ruea had no intention of adopting the name Laser Eyes, as that title was already claimed by someone else, Homelander. Ruea uttered the readily available name. Homelander? Gwen echoed. And you say you don't want to be a superhero? Your name sounds like that of a quintessentially virtuous hero. Ruea internally scoffed, knowing that the true Homelander appeared righteous but was, in reality, a dark and ruthless individual. Of course, he would refrain from elucidating this to Gwen. Just as they were conversing, Ruea's ears perked up. It seems someone is approaching. The unlocked 40 Homelander template was now manifesting its full power, super hearing. Ruea could discern every sound within a kilometer's radius with clarity, and even beyond. He could hear many sounds that eluded the average person, albeit with less detail. For instance, he could detect two individuals approaching from 100 meters away. What's wrong? Gwen inquired, noticing Ruea's sudden focus. Someone is coming, he replied succinctly. Gwen glanced around, but saw nothing amiss. Just then, a boy and a girl, unmistakably of Asian descent, peered down from a rusty staircase nearby. Ruea was somewhat taken aback. Having lived for so long, he had seldom encountered Asians. The pair appeared to be siblings, dressed in worn but clean clothing. From this, Ruea deduced, you hail from Huaxia? The siblings were evidently startled by Ruea's sudden voice, and the older sister stepped forward, shielding her brother protectively. Quite vigilant, indeed. The sister surveyed the corpses strewn about but displayed no sign of surprise, as if she were accustomed to such sights. Instead, upon noticing the two newcomers, she queried, "Who are you? I've never seen you in Hell's Kitchen." Hell's Kitchen? Ruea was taken aback. Could it be that they were in the fabled darkest part of New York from Marvel lore? It was no wonder the sinister man had brazenly brandished a firearm against them. The chaos of Hell's Kitchen likely emboldened such behavior. This is Hell's Kitchen? Gwen seemed to recall something her father had told her, that Hell's Kitchen was the most perilous area in all of New York, rife with violence, bloodshed, and various dark undercurrents. However, Ruea is aware that in the Marvel universe, Hell's Kitchen cannot be considered the most perilous place. Certainly, the actual underground Kingpin, wields considerable influence. In the original narrative, Spider-Man has engaged in a prolonged rivalry with Kingpin. You all should leave. Hell's Kitchen is not a place for you. The boy behind them cautioned. I understand that those from outside the neighborhood are always seeking thrills, but here. His words were abruptly halted as his sister covered his mouth, fully aware of the adage that misfortune often stems from careless speech. Tap, tap, tap. Ruea caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. More individuals were approaching, and judging by the sounds, there seemed to be quite a number of them. Chapter 11. The Iron Rod Gang. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the air, and soon, the intruders made their appearance. You little brats, at last, we've found you. 5 African-American men emerged, each wielding a long stick, seemingly intent on the siblings hidden behind the staircase. It appeared that the duo had stirred up some trouble. Yet, in Hell's Kitchen, such occurrences were hardly surprising, for it was a veritable haven for crime. Bray, I see those 2 rascals, exclaimed a fierce-looking young man named Bray. I'm not blind. Grab them. With that, the 5 men brandished their sticks and charged at the siblings, the weapons swinging ominously, leaving no doubt about their potential for harm. Run, the sister shouted, seizing her brother's hand in a desperate attempt to flee. However, years of inadequate nourishment had left them malnourished, and they barely made it a few steps before the pursuers were upon them. Strange, why isn't she running towards the street? Gwen pondered, observing the girl as she dragged her brother along. The 5 men had effectively blocked the path leading deeper into Hell's Kitchen. Yet, the girl did not venture outside the confines of Hell's Kitchen, nor did she seem inclined to. Even if she could escape, she would return almost immediately, as if something lurking outside instilled a profound fear within her. Many within Hell's Kitchen lacked proper identification. It was likely that the siblings were among them, as Ruea explained. Despite the dangers that lurked within, the area allowed all manner of individuals to reside. However, once outside, the best outcome for those without identification could very well be repatriation. Hey, one of the men noticed Ruea and Gwen, their presence lingering at the periphery. Bray threatened, you two, get the hell out of here. In the face of Bray's intimidation, Ruea shrugged nonchalantly, then bent down to pick up a stone the size of his fist. He weighed it in his hand, finding it suitably hefty. The next moment, just as one of the men was about to seize the girl, a sudden rush of air surged forth. Crack! The man's face contorted in shock as he had successfully grasped the edge of the girl's garment, only to witness her pushing her brother aside. A sharp pain radiated from his leg, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Glaring down at his twisted leg, he howled in agony. Ruea's action had successfully drawn the attention of everyone present, while the remaining 4 men turned their gaze toward him. The siblings, having narrowly escaped, finally found a moment to breathe, yet the path to safety remained obstructed. They could only remain in place, waiting for another opportunity to flee. The girl cast a look of astonishment, gratitude, and wariness toward Ruea, the one who had come to her aid. Hell's Kitchen was a den of vice. While neighbors might assist one another, strangers were met with the utmost suspicion. Gwen glanced at Ruea, fiddling with her hair, and asked, "What do you plan to do about them, superhero?" Gwen's handling of the situation was evidently influenced by her encounter with the laser-eyed Ruea. She did not believe the remaining few would pose a challenge to him. Simultaneously, her voice carried to the remaining black individuals, provoking a profound sense of indignation among them. Ruea's intervention stemmed not only from their provocative actions but also significantly from the fact that the siblings hailed from Huaxia. After all, they were compatriots from a different world. And Ruea felt compelled to offer assistance if possible. Handling? Gwen's voice did not shy away from the 4 remaining black men, who heard her words clearly. "You've stirred up trouble. Daring to meddle in the affairs of our Iron Rod gang, you shall not escape Hell's Kitchen." Ray was incensed by Ruea's disdain towards him and his companions. Although the Iron Rod gang was relatively obscure in Hell's Kitchen, it was still a gang. Moreover, one of the subordinates had been ambushed and now lay on the ground, moaning in agony. "Boss." At that moment, a trembling subordinate tugged at Bray's sleeve, his voice quaking with fear. "Boss, look over there." Following the direction indicated by his subordinate, Bray beheld the corpses of the first wave of victims slain by Ruea and his companions. This revelation filled Bray with dread, not due to the gruesome sight itself, after all. As a member of Hell's Kitchen, he had witnessed countless gang conflicts and bloodshed, and this scene was far from the most horrific he had encountered. However, as he gazed upon the bloodied visage of the deceased, he vaguely recalled that this man was the head of the South Street in Hell's Kitchen. Bray felt a shiver run down his spine. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. That man was a subordinate of Jean Bing. Finally, the memory clicked into place, just days prior. He had seen Mayline Toynbee, the very man now lifeless before him, collecting dues in the South District. He had even trailed behind his boss to meet him. Who would have imagined that such a formidable figure, one who wielded considerable power in Hell's Kitchen, would meet his demise here today? And from the looks of it, Mayline Toynbee had perished in a most wretched manner. Bray swallowed hard, his gaze shifting back to Ruea. He found himself disinterested in confronting the few youngsters before him. The death of Mayline Toynbee was now his primary concern. Jean Bing was the underground emperor of all New York, and Hell's Kitchen could almost be considered his garden. Having encountered Mayline Toynbee's corpse essentially tied him to this affair. Should any misunderstandings arise, not only would his life be forfeit, but even his boss's life could be at stake. "Hey, kid, did any of you see who killed those men? If you have any leads, I might be inclined to show you mercy tonight." Ray furrowed his brow as he looked at Ruea, genuinely lacking the desire to engage with anyone else at that moment. The body of Mayline Toynbee still exuded warmth, indicating that the assailant had not yet departed. Perhaps if he could provide some information, he might secure a favorable outcome for himself. As for Ruea and Gwen, Bray did not feel contempt for the two. If Mayline Toynbee was indeed slain by these youngsters, he would willingly perform a handstand to acquire free goods from the convenience store. Ruea, with keen interest, observed Bray's dramatically altered expression. "Well, if those fellows are dead, then so be it. They were nothing but scum anyway," he remarked. Bray, noticing Ruea's reluctance to speak, grew increasingly sullen. "Do you even know who they were?" "Mayline Toynbee is associated with the illustrious King Bing," he exclaimed. "Oh, perhaps you are unaware of who King Bing is." Bray believed Ruea was oblivious to the gravity of the situation and proceeded to elaborate. "King Bing is the notorious leader of the New York mob, the underground emperor of the city. He could extinguish your lives as easily as one crushes an ant. Do you comprehend the peril?" In truth, Bray's knowledge of King Bing was limited, as he himself was merely a lowly henchman. King Bing had now fully consolidated the New York mob and was poised to extend his influence across the entire nation. At that juncture, he would truly become the sovereign of the underworld. Chapter 12, The Liu Family Siblings and the Cruelty of Hell's Kitchen. Ruea found himself reminiscing about his encounters with Jean Bing. In his recollections, Jean Bing was a quintessential villain, lacking any supernatural abilities yet possessing immense strength and intellect. Connecting this with recent events, it seemed likely that his performance in the boxing ring had captured the attention of this underground emperor. Nevertheless, Ruea was not overly concerned. He was confident that once he unlocked further abilities from his homeland's templates, he would be more than capable of confronting any adversary at this stage. With this in mind, Luo Yu felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue with the few individuals present. Amidst the astonished gazes of Brui and his companions, he casually hooked a nearby streetlight. With a slight exertion, the nearly 3-meter-tall lamp post was uprooted, and as the power was severed, the light flickered twice before extinguishing. Brui found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the overwhelming realization that the individual before him was indeed human. He was merely a low-ranking gang leader, unaware of the existence of extraordinary powers in this world. Luo Yu refrained from resorting to his laser vision to eliminate them, for he had his own considerations. Primarily, he was not a cold-blooded killer. Displaying extraordinary strength to intimidate was sufficient, after all. These so-called Iron Rod gang members were not the sharpest tools in the shed and appeared rather gullible. Simultaneously, showcasing his physical prowess served to obfuscate his other extraordinary abilities. The laser vision was an exceedingly distinctive power, easily categorized, whereas immense strength was a more common attribute among individuals. For instance, he recalled that Jean Bing was also a formidable powerhouse. The two siblings, observing from a distance, were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. They had heard tales of superhumans and had assumed them to be mere fables, never anticipating they would witness one in the flesh today. Sister, is he a superhero? The sister shook her head, equally bewildered, for she was just a young girl herself, grappling with her own astonishment. Conversely, Brui, having processed the initial shock, quickly regained his composure. His years of survival in Hell's Kitchen allowed him to make a swift decision. With a resounding thud, he knelt, adopting a posture of submission. My lord, I was blind to your grandeur and have offended you. I beseech your mercy, spare me. Brui humbly knelt before the ground, his forehead kissing the earth. Boss? The remaining 3 lackeys were taken aback by their leader's sudden capitulation. What was happening? Why had the boss suddenly knelt? They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to remain standing or join their leader in submission. Luo Yu, one hand still gripping the streetlight, was momentarily stunned by Brui's shameless yet decisive surrender. It must be said, such audacity was characteristic of someone from Hell's Kitchen. However, this unexpected turn of events left Luo Yu in a bit of a quandary. If he were to insist on a confrontation, he would have to eliminate him outright. Yet, as he knelt so promptly and so completely, Ruea found himself inexplicably engulfed by a sense of embarrassment. Yes, it was indeed embarrassment, an awkwardness that almost compelled him to strike the other down. However, Ruea was not one to waver. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a resolution. With a resounding clang, he thrust the streetlight he had been holding back into place and approached Bree, with Gwen trailing closely behind him to guard against any sudden ambush. I ask you answer, he stated. Of course, my lord. Please proceed, Bree replied, a servile smile plastered on his face, fearful that any displeasure from Ruea might lead to his demise. The earlier concern regarding the missing gold had now drifted far from his mind. Survival was paramount, after all. At this juncture, Ruea could have demanded Bree to call him father, and Bree would likely have acquiesced. Ruea scrutinized Bree's physique with a discerning gaze. What was the story behind the chase involving the 2 siblings? He directed his attention towards the brother and sister who remained squatting nearby, cautiously inching toward the inner streets. Ever ready to flee? Lu Xian, initially attempting to escape with her brother Lu Hao, found herself compelled to halt as Ruea shifted the focus onto them. Bree hesitated momentarily before continuing. They stole our belongings. In Hell's Kitchen, theft was a common occurrence. If caught, those with connections would merely endure a beating and repay what was taken. However, for the less fortunate, it often meant a fatal end. And for siblings like the Liu family, the consequences could be far more dire. What did they steal from you? Ruea inquired. 2 pizzas, Bree answered. 2 pizzas. Gwen echoed incredulously. Was it truly for the sake of 2 pizzas that they would mobilize such force against 2 children? Ruea cast a glance at Gwen but remained silent. He could empathize to some extent. Despite Bree's claims of belonging to some gang called the Iron Rods, their attire indicated a lack of wealth. Hell's Kitchen exemplified the brutal law of the jungle. Ruea nodded. And what are your names? I am Lu Xian, and this is my brother Lu Hao. She replied without hesitation, recognizing that their fates might very well rest in the hands of the tall, blonde youth before them. Yet, unlike Bree, she did not fall to her knees in supplication. Instead, she took a step back toward her brother, whispering, if you can't hold on, just run outside. As she spoke, Lu Xian discreetly tucked the crumpled pizzas into her brother's pocket. It was these 2 slices of pizza that led her and her brother to their current predicament. Nonetheless, she harbored no intention of returning them. This was primarily because today marked her brother Lu Hao's birthday. It was precisely for this reason that she dared to pilfer pizza from gang members, intending to present it as a gift for her brother's special day. Lu Xian recalled how her brother had been enviously eyeing the pizzas in the hands of others just days prior. Yet he had shown remarkable maturity by never uttering a word to her about it. At this moment, Lu Xian had made up her mind. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, she would bravely step in to obstruct them, allowing her brother to escape. Although Hell's Kitchen was notoriously unwelcoming to individuals like them without any standing, there remained a glimmer of hope. Luea fell into a contemplative silence, finding the world of Marvel eerily reminiscent of her previous life. She had been raised by her adoptive father, Ben Parker, while they were not of affluent means. They at least lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance and clothing. However, in places like Hell's Kitchen, many struggled to secure even a single meal. Luea reached into her pocket, retrieving a $100 bill and placing it before Bray. Take this $100 and consider your dealings with them settled. Chapter 13. Who agrees? Who disagrees? A green bill fluttered gently before Bray, swaying with the breeze. Yet, upon gazing at the $100 note, Bray trembled as if he had encountered a ghost. What does this mean? Has everything with those siblings been settled? What about the debt between him and Bray? Is it time for reckoning? Bray stole a glance at the impassive Luea, wishing he could bury his head in the ground like an ostrich. Sir, it's merely 2 pizzas. Is it truly worth such a sum? He chuckled nervously. You certainly didn't express such sentiments when you appeared so fearsome at the outset. Lu Xian and her brother gazed at Bray with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, for the man who had nearly taken their lives now appeared so humble. Noticing Bray's reluctance to accept the money, Luea did not press the matter further. About what transpired tonight. Before Luea could finish, Bray interjected hastily. Nothing happened tonight. In that moment, an idea struck him. If you have any further commands, I can assist. Bray's face transformed with obsequiousness, naturally referring to himself as a subordinate. Indeed, individuals like Luea, capable of uprooting streetlights, were rare in Hell's Kitchen. To serve under Luea could offer him greater prospects than his current affiliation with the Iron Rod Gang. Though they fancied themselves a gang, they were merely a collection of impoverished thugs who could not afford firearms, relying only on iron rods for protection. The so-called protection fees they collected were simply the meager earnings of the destitute residents of Hell's Kitchen, many of whom struggled to afford a meal. Just as Luea contemplated a refusal, she reconsidered, pondering whether she could use her time in Hell's Kitchen to cultivate her own nationalistic ideals. After all, in the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen was a place of utter chaos, where the law scarcely existed. This represented an opportunity for Luea to act with abandon, or rather, to unleash her potential. With Bray, a local, by her side, perhaps she could spare herself some trouble. Take me to your base of operations. Luea found it difficult to articulate. Calling it a lair felt peculiar. Yes, boss. Bray's eyes widened in excitement as he eagerly responded. Luea, uninterested in correcting his title, turned to Lu Xian and her brother. You should come with me. Out of concern that Bray might feign compliance and later turn against the siblings, Luea resolved to include them. Lu Xian glanced at her brother and then at Luea, understanding that she had little choice. Following this young man might be her best option. When circumstances are stronger than individuals, having any choice at all is fortunate. More often than not, one is simply pushed forward, even towards the abyss. Growing up in Hell's Kitchen, Lu Xian had long grasped this truth, while Lu Hao, though still somewhat naive, listened closely to his sister. Thus, Bray and his 3 companions led the way, one of them carrying the previously injured comrade on his back. Next to Luea was Gwen, while the siblings, Lu Xian and his sister, closely followed behind. Along the route, instances of robbery and gang skirmishes occasionally unfolded. However, Luea, possessing enhanced sight and hearing, consistently provided early warnings, allowing them to evade such conflicts. This further solidified Bray's conviction that choosing Luea as his leader was an astutely wise decision. As for the injured comrade, his misfortune could only be attributed to bad luck. Boss, we have arrived. After traversing various dilapidated residential areas, Bray halted the group in front of a modest establishment. It was referred to as a shop due to the multitude of various stores surrounding it: repair shops, restaurants, clothing stores, bars, and more. While all types of establishments were represented, they were all small and worn. As a minor leader of the Iron Rod Gang, Bray had his own designated haven, which was this nameless restaurant before them. The bar to the right and the vegetable shop to the left also belonged to their gang. Bray proudly introduced it to Luea, a hint of pride gracing his features. After all, he considered himself to possess his own territory, unlike those homeless stray dogs. However, Luea paid little heed to Bray's pride. He was instead observing the layout around him. They were currently situated in the South District of Hell's Kitchen. As he walked, Luea noted that the entire South District appeared to comprise 5 or 6 streets. Of course, he had no time to delve deeper into his observations. The hour was already late. Even if Luea was unconcerned, Gwen was an ordinary person and could not linger too long in such a place. Upon entering Bray's restaurant, they found a few tables occupied by patrons enjoying their meals. Upon seeing Luea and Gwen enter, the diners exhibited malicious expressions. Particularly, Gwen was a rare sight in Hell's Kitchen, drawing unwanted attention. A balding, rotund man discreetly lowered his head, retrieving his phone to secretly snap a photograph of Gwen, then prepared to make a call. In the next moment, boom, A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the street, and a multitude of figures emerged from houses, shops, and corners, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Soon, they witnessed a plump figure being hurled from Bray's restaurant. He appeared in a pitiful state, his already sparse hair completely torn away, revealing a bloodied scalp. Struggling to rise, he attempted several times but ultimately failed, instead gasping blood, accompanied by the loss of several teeth. Wow, it seems another tough character has arrived on our street. Every street had its own powerful figure, but few could toss out such a hefty individual and leave him in such a wretched condition. It was Matt, the leader of the Iron Rod Gang, previously mentioned. Every street had its own boss, and Matt was the one in charge here, concurrently serving as the leader of the Iron Rod Gang. Inside the restaurant, Bray stared in shock at the writhing figure of the unfortunate man outside, bewildered at how his boss had been flung away so carelessly. Oh wait. Bray cast a glance at Ruea, recognizing that this youthful figure before him was indeed his superior, while the corpulent individual outside held no relevance to him. Who was this man? Ruea's voice bore an icy tone. Anyone daring to cast their eyes upon those close to him had crossed an irrevocable line. In the incredulous gaze of several underlings, Bray, with a demeanor unflinching and heart steady, remarked, I know not who he is, perhaps merely an inebriated old fool. Upon utterance of these words, astonishment spread across the faces of all present, including Matt's followers who were merely spectating. Was Bray contemplating insurrection? Yet, Ruea remained unfazed by the unfolding drama. He casually seized an iron rod from a nearby rack and approached the portly Matt. You see, Matt attempted to interject, but Ruea offered him no opportunity. Bang. From this moment forth, I shall be the arbiter here. Who is in favor, and who stands opposed? Chapter 14, Encountering the Parents. As Ruea's voice echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Who would dare to voice opposition now? Did they not witness the esteemed Matt sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered? In a moment, the crowd gradually returned to their respective positions. Those selling goods resumed their trade. Those drinking continued to indulge, and even the thief in the corner, upon witnessing the new leader's formidable presence, trembled and ceased his robbery. Ruea turned his gaze towards Bray. Did you not mention your boss was here as well? Bray discreetly glanced at the lifeless body of the former leader on the ground, shuddering slightly. Boss, you jest. He replied with an ingratiating tone. I have but one leader. After all, heh. Ruea's observational skills were remarkably acute. He had clearly noted Bray's furtive glance at the corpulent figure on the floor during his earlier inquiry. Moreover, with his enhanced auditory perception, he had overheard the murmurs of the onlookers. Matt. Ruea shook his head. If he had to be eliminated, so be it. After all, who initiated hostility against Gwen first? At that moment, Gwen stood beneath the eaves of the restaurant, her gaze fixed on Ruea, the silvery moonlight illuminating his face, leaving her momentarily entranced. Upon returning to the restaurant, Ruea turned to the siblings, Lu Xian and Lu Hao. His venture into Hell's Kitchen was not solely to survey the internal dynamics, but also to establish his authority. This was a realm governed by strength. Having dispatched the previous leader, the remaining individuals would think twice before acting recklessly. After all, the Lu siblings could not and would not follow him away from this place. And with his imposing presence, they might find a better existence here. Bray. Boss, at your command. Bray seemed to have fully embraced his role as Ruea's subordinate, responding with remarkable smoothness. Ruea regarded him calmly, stating, after I depart, you must keep an eye on Lu Xian and Lu Hao. Understood? He resolved to extend some assistance to these two compatriots and thus offered Bray a few instructions. He trusted that as long as Bray was not foolish, having witnessed his capabilities twice, he would harbor no ulterior motives. Furthermore, he anticipated that he would frequent Hell's Kitchen in the future. Upon hearing Ruea's instructions to Bray, Lu Xian realized he was looking out for her and her brother. After a prolonged existence akin to that of a mouse, such warmth was a rarity for her. She gazed at Ruea and, in a hoarse whisper, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Her voice was faint, as if she seldom spoke. You're welcome. Yet. Ruea heard her and turned to offer her a smile. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, Ruea first escorted Gwen back to her home. Before parting, Gwen once again linked her arm with his and asked, So, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Ruea understood the implication of Gwen's invitation. At her age in America, she could already be considered quite mature. However, Ruea merely shook his head, not out of any sense of moral superiority, but rather, I had mentioned to you that you were not allowed to return home later than midnight, Gwen. A middle-aged man appeared behind Gwen, his expression tinged with anger. Ruea sensed that this anger was directed at him. After all, what father would be at ease witnessing his daughter willingly embrace another young man? Gwen's father, George, was a man of integrity, serving as the police chief, his heart brimming with a sense of justice. In the original narrative, whether in the comics or the film, he perished due to his unwavering sense of righteousness, resembling his adoptive father, Ben Parker, in many ways. Although Lua did not aspire to embody such a figure, he held great respect for Gwen's father, George. Gwen was taken aback that her father was still awake at such a late hour, evidently waiting for her. "Dad, are you still awake?" George's expression softened as he regarded his daughter with a hint of indulgence. "Honestly, if you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to go look for you." The thought of his daughter out late with a young man he knew nothing about left George understandably uneasy. Gwen pouted and lowered her gaze, acknowledging that she had indeed returned rather late. However, she had no regrets about her decision that evening. After all, it was how she discovered Lua was a superhero, a citizen of the homeland. Yes, regardless of Lua's thoughts, Gwen had already labeled him a superhero. "All right, sweetheart. You should head to bed now. You have school tomorrow," George urged his beloved daughter before his expression turned cold again as he directed his gaze at Lua. "Young man, I hear you are Ben Parker's son?" Oh dear, what a coincidence that the other party knew his parents. Lua felt a headache coming on. He hoped the man wouldn't report back to his father, Ben. At the doorway, just before entering, Gwen glanced back at Lua, giving him a look that seemed to wish him well, before gently closing the door. George paid no heed to Lua's reaction. He did not find Lua's appearance unappealing. Tall and handsome, he exuded a sense of security. Yet, this was hardly a justification for running off with his daughter. Indeed, George believed that it was Lua's handsome exterior that had captivated his daughter. "I've known Ben for many years. I do not wish for you to stray from the right path. Do you understand?" In truth, George harbored no ill will toward Lua. As he was familiar with Ben's character and had met Peter on 2 occasions, Peter struck him as a clever and well-behaved junior, leading George to believe that Lua would likely not be too different. However, when it came to his daughter, he felt compelled to be more discerning. Thus, George's tone softened, losing its initial firmness. "It's getting late, young man. You should head home. And I appreciate you ensuring Gwen's safe return. Also, please extend my regards to your father." Upon hearing this, Lua exhaled in relief. He bore no ill will towards George. However, the elder's pedagogical approach was undeniably exasperating. Thus, Lua promptly replied, "I will, Uncle George." At Lua's form of address, George's lips curled slightly, yet Lua had already distanced himself. That little rascal, hardly resembling his father. On the deserted street, Lua sprinted, the surroundings rapidly blurring past him. Within a matter of mere minutes, he arrived at his doorstep. "Oh, father, you are still awake?" Lua looked up, only to find Ben, his father, standing before him with an expression of ire. "What is going on with Peter? Wasn't he supposed to provide me with an excuse?" This thought lingered in Lua's mind just before he faced his impending reprimand. Chapter 15, The Chosen Spider. Ben Parker has recently become somewhat concerned about the changes in his son. His son, Luke, and his nephew, Peter, have always been well-behaved, a source of pride for Ben. However, in recent days, Luke has been returning home quite late, raising Ben's worries about whether his son might be influenced by unsavory characters. After all, the shadows of society are plentiful, and the chaos of the Marvel Universe is particularly pronounced. Thus, Ben's concerns are entirely justified. Of course, if Ben were to discover that the son he thought was so virtuous had been wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen, one can only imagine his reaction. Fortunately, Luke has other explanations. "So, you're saying you've been out shopping with your classmate Gwen until now? Is it George's Gwen?" Ben looks at his son, incredulous. What kind of shopping could lead one to return home at such an hour? "Are you certain you were merely shopping?" Luke's excuse is quite convincing. At least enough for Ben to cease his inquiries. "Uncle George also asked me to send his regards to you." Luke conveys George's greetings, conveniently omitting other details he had shared. Ben nods, advising, "Son, while I understand that young people often feel restless at your age, you have yet to witness the darker sides of this world." Ben gazes earnestly at his son, aware that Luke is likely concealing something, yet he chooses to trust him. "Stay away from places you shouldn't go, promise me." "I will take care of myself, Dad," Luke replies, rephrasing but unable to give a definitive promise. Fortunately, Ben does not detect the subtlety in Luke's words. The following morning at the General Technology Laboratory Company. Today marks the school's organized visitation day, and as Luke observes the raucous environment around him, an unsettling sense of unreality washes over him. The events of the previous night in Hell's Kitchen feel like a distant dream, starkly contrasting with the current commotion of the students. Laboratory personnel are explaining the latest biological research achievements within their facility. The silk produced by these spiders possesses a tensile strength comparable to that of a 1 mm iron wire, yet its thickness is akin to that of silk. Luke gazes at the row of incubation chambers behind him, each housing spiders of various forms. Knowing that the fateful spider that bit his brother, Peter, is among them. But which one is it? Just as Luke is lost in thought, Mary Jane approaches from behind. "Hey, Luke, good morning." "Good morning," Luke replies, noticing Mary Jane's awkward demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed, as he seems to have no significant connection with her. Although his younger brother Peter is quite fond of her, Luke remains indifferent to Mary Jane, to fit in and avoid exclusion. He struggles to understand the dynamics surrounding Thompson's girlfriend. Yet, he refrains from passing judgment, acknowledging that everyone has their own unseen struggles. Mary Jane often endured domestic violence from her parents, which contributed to her development of a pleasing personality. I wish to extend my apologies for Thompson's rudeness that day. I had no idea he would behave so domineeringly, and I have since ended our relationship. Does your breakup have anything to do with me? Leah queried softly, still somewhat perplexed. You need not apologize. Thompson's actions were not your fault, especially now that you have parted ways with him. He truly felt no remorse. His confrontation with Thompson was merely a response to the insult directed at his father, Ben Parker. Very well, Mary Jane nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Peter spotted Leah and Mary Jane. Morning, Jane, he greeted, holding up a camera, an acquisition he made with his earnings from a summer job, a second-hand treasure he cherished. May I take your picture? Peter shyly inquired, shaking the camera in his hand. It was his first time making such a request to the girl of his dreams, and he feared rejection. However, Mary Jane, still grappling with guilt over Peter being assaulted by her ex-boyfriend, smiled and acquiesced. Sure, she said, striking a pose for the photograph. Leah quietly stepped aside. Through his enhanced vision, he noticed a spider had vanished from its nurturing chamber. Where did it go? Leah concentrated, as if time itself had slowed, entering a realm of deliberate contemplation. As he scanned the surroundings, he finally spotted a red and blue spider on the ceiling above. This spider appeared to move with remarkable agility, its patterned back dazzling in hue. Found you, chosen spider. Leah's lips curled slightly. He had previously contemplated whether to allow this chosen spider to bite him, for despite the formidable human template of his homeland, he had yet to fully unlock his potential. The powers of Spider-Man were considerable and could serve as an advantage in the early stages. However, after contemplating, Leah ultimately dismissed the idea. Firstly, he could not guarantee that a bite from this spider would truly grant him Spider-Man's abilities. Secondly, he did not lack strength, and the so-called spider sense had limited utility now that he had awakened his super sight and hearing. More importantly, Leah did not wish to grow barbed spines. That would be quite unappealing. In truth, if it were an ordinary person, they might not hesitate to be bitten by the chosen spider, even if it meant sprouting spider legs, as long as they could gain extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Peter was busily adjusting his camera to capture images of Mary Jane, his smile unwavering, unaware that a liberated spider had landed on his hand. Startled, Mary Jane jumped at Peter's sudden exclamation. What's wrong, Peter? Nothing, just some bug. I suppose. Peter said little, casting his gaze downward. His severe myopia, exacerbated by a recent failure to replace his lenses, rendered him unable to discern clearly. It appeared to be some sort of colorful spider. However, he paid it no mind. When he lifted his head again, Mary Jane had vanished. The sight of his beloved goddess departing left Peter's spirits dampened. Leah, unable to bear the scene any longer, shook his head and turned away. Content as long as his presence did not trigger any repercussions, Peter remained Spider-Man. After all, cherish your final moments of normalcy, dear brother. In the afternoon, as visiting hours concluded, students began to prepare for their return home. Leah, by the way, did my father trouble you last night? Gwen inquired, her demeanor somewhat lackluster, revealing signs of fatigue. Not at all, Leah replied, regarding her with a hint of concern. Are you all right? She stifled a yawn. I'm a bit tired. Perhaps a nap will suffice. Chapter 16. Return to Hell's Kitchen. Peter felt an overwhelming discomfort, dizziness washing over him, his body alternating between chills and warmth. He remained unaware that the cause of his ailment was the spider from the laboratory. Within him, the genes of the chosen spider were undergoing a transformation, his genetic strands fracturing and then reconfiguring. Oh, Peter, are you all right? Leah, do you know what has happened to Peter? He was perfectly fine this morning when he left for school. May looked at her nephew with concern, having always regarded Peter and Leah as her own sons. And now Peter appeared to be ill. It's all right, Aunt May. I'm just a bit tired. A nap will do me good. Without waiting for Leah to respond, Peter interjected. He felt overwhelmingly fatigued, yearning only to lie down in bed and succumb to sleep. All right, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell me, May nodded. Peter had always been in good health, and she suspected he might merely be suffering from a cold. Leah smiled silently, anticipating that after tonight, their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man would soon emerge. Watching Peter sway as he ascended the staircase, Leah turned her gaze out the window, where the moon had already risen. Mom, I'll head back to my room now. After bidding goodnight, Leah retreated to her room and closed the door. With a whoosh, the window in the room swung open, and Leah observed that the lights below had dimmed, prompting him to leap down without further delay. With a soft thud, his powerful muscle control allowed him to land quietly. After surveying his surroundings, he began sprinting toward Hell's Kitchen. Before long, a disheveled neighborhood came into view. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, Ruea could discern the cacophony of revelry mingled with cries of distress from hundreds of meters around him. Ruea pressed on without hesitation, heading straight for Bree's restaurant. Bree was outside, enjoying a late-night snack, and upon spotting the tall shadow approaching, he immediately rose to greet Ruea. Ruea glanced into the restaurant. Alongside a few familiar faces from the previous night, two young individuals were busily working inside. At Rue's suggestion, Bree had offered Lu Xian and Lu Hao part-time positions at the restaurant. Their tasks primarily involved tidying up tables and serving dishes, with their remuneration consisting of food. Resources were scarce in Hell's Kitchen, and Bree struggled to sustain two youngsters. Lu Xian, ever considerate, upon seeing Ruea, promptly brought a piece of pie from a plate before him, which was meant to be her earnings for the evening. "Thank you." Ruea accepted graciously, appreciating the arrangement. Having a job felt like a step towards self-sufficiency. The adage of earning one's keep through honest labor never loses its relevance. At that moment, shrouded in the night, a cloaked figure stepped into the street. After surveying the area, she entered the restaurant. "Boss, I'd like an apple pie, a steak, and a bottle of juice." A youthful and alluring voice emerged from beneath the cloak. As the newcomer removed her cloak, she revealed a striking physique, with her red attire accentuating her sun-kissed skin. Ruea raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the woman. His intention was not to ogle her, although he had to admit that her figure was indeed captivating. From Luya's observations, this woman clad in red appeared to be highly trained, her body both athletic and powerfully toned. Most notably, she bore a steel trident at her waist, suggesting she was not one to be trifled with. In the presence of such a formidable woman, the patrons of the restaurant unusually refrained from making lewd remarks. It is noteworthy that in this Hell's Kitchen, particularly in the more chaotic streets, any two-legged female was often subject to some form of teasing. Yet, this woman's aura was undeniably potent, reminiscent of an assassin. Ruea could not fathom why these words suddenly sprang to mind. But he felt the red-clad woman embodied his perception of a female killer. Regrettably, Luya's knowledge of the Marvel universe from his previous life was not exhaustive. Otherwise, he might have deduced her identity from her crimson attire and the distinctive trident at her side. Erica did not pay much heed to the gaze of the numerous men in the establishment, except for Ruea, who caught her attention a bit longer. Having just dealt with a few scoundrels that evening, her mood was relatively buoyant. Erica could be described as a rather unconventional superhero, known as the Black Angel. The moniker stemmed from her morally ambiguous approach to handling situations. The atmosphere in the restaurant seemed to quiet down as Ruea propped his head on one hand, contemplating how to swiftly enhance the unlocking degree of the native template in Hell's Kitchen. At the current rate of 45%, he felt it was still insufficient. Fortunately, he sensed that as the unlocking degree increased, his overall power was multiplying. In terms of strength, Ruea estimated he possessed an arm strength of several hundred tons, possibly more. Though he had not meticulously calculated it, his other abilities were formidable as well, yet still inadequate, especially his capacity for flight, a power of immense potential. Regrettably, despite the unlocking degree reaching 45%, Ruea felt he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving the ability to fly. Just as Ruea was deep in thought, a commotion erupted outside. What was happening? It was the collection of gang dues. A man dressed in a white suit and wearing a newsboy cap entered. Having succeeded the notorious Malin Toynbee after his demise, Ruea found it curious. In his recollection, figures like Jean Bing, the underground kingpin, would not typically send someone specifically for the collection of such dues, especially from an inconsequential gang like the Iron Rods. "Bray, I hear your boss has passed away?" "No matter, you're still accountable. The dues for this month are due," the man in the white suit remarked, seemingly familiar with Bray. "Hey, Jeremy, listen," Bray, initially trembling, regained his composure after casting a glance at Ruea. Indeed, with a leader like this, what is there to fear? Thus, Bray asserted confidently that Matt had already paid the gang dues a couple of days ago. Jeremy shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging this but expressing his awareness that the fellow had mysteriously vanished just days prior. Consequently, what significance did his collected fees hold for me? As he spoke, Jeremy's gaze wandered towards the patrons within the restaurant, and his attention was immediately captivated by Erica. Her alluring figure instantly drew his eye. Yet the formidable aura she exuded instilled a profound sense of caution within him. Reluctantly diverting his gaze, he turned to Lu Xian, who was packing up to leave. "Oh, I never anticipated that Bray would have such exquisite treasures in his establishment." A grin spread across Jeremy's face, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a prize. "Very well, I shall consider her as compensation for this month's gang dues," he declared. Chapter 17, Fury. In a manner befitting the notorious Hell's Kitchen, Jamie set his sights on Lu Xian and demanded that Brel relinquish her immediately. Naturally, Brel could not acquiesce to such a request, casting a glance towards Ruea. Realizing that he was ill-equipped to handle Jamie, and that he would require the intervention of their leader. However, before Ruea could act, A steel fork was hurled from Erica's hand without warning, aiming directly at Jamie's eyes. Clang. In a moment of desperation, Jamie swiftly drew his gun from his bag and, at the critical juncture, managed to deflect the fork. Remarkably, as if endowed with a life of its own. The fork rebounded and flew back into Erica's grasp. Splendid. This display garnered Luya's admiration. Madam, may I inquire your name? The question slipped from Luya's lips with an ease that surprised even him. I must be influenced by the archetypes of my homeland. I am still pure at heart. Surely. Erica hesitated for a moment, but then revealed her name. Erica. Ah, I am from my homeland, no. I am Luea. Luea stammered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He had to admit, he found himself somewhat drawn to this wild-spirited woman. Erica chose not to elaborate further. She possessed her own set of moral judgments regarding criminal acts. As for Jamie, she mentally decreed his fate, tongue severed, eyes blinded. Erica sprang from her position and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Jeremy, thrusting the steel fork once more towards his eyes. Damn it! Jamie, incensed by the relentless assault, realized that despite his greater strength and decent reflexes, Erica was clearly his superior. Recognizing he was outmatched and unable to aim his gun effectively at her, Jamie resorted to a ruthless tactic. At the cost of one of his eyes being punctured, he finally seized a fleeting opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the small restaurant. Several patrons, seasoned by experience, immediately took cover behind nearby barriers. Only little Lucien, due to Jamie's particular attentions, found herself the primary target of most bullets. With no table to shield her, she was utterly exposed to the hail of gunfire. Sister! Luhao shouted desperately, wishing to shield his sister, but how could he outrun a bullet? Moreover, even if he succeeded, with his frail frame, he would merely become another casualty. In the midst of Lu Hao's despairing gaze, Lu Xian remained remarkably calm. She closed her eyes, and in that instant, time seemed to slow. With that man as protection, even if she perished, her brother would surely survive. Ft, ft, ft. A series of muffled sounds echoed, reminiscent of bullets piercing flesh, yet not quite. Lu Xian opened her eyes to discover that a towering figure stood before her. She had no comprehension of how Luya had moved to her side in an instant. She simply felt two warm tears slide down her cheeks. Even though Lu Xian had just faced death without fear, her eyes were now red. And she frantically groped at Luya's chest, as if her touch could erase the bullet wound and save the man before her from death. Although Lu Xian struggled to articulate her feelings, her heart was brimming with gratitude towards Luya for rescuing both herself and her brother. With a swift motion, Luya grasped Lu Xian's flailing hands. It's merely a few bullets, he reassured her. While his body could not yet be deemed as resilient as steel, it was certainly not vulnerable to mere handgun rounds. Lu Xian, momentarily taken aback by Luya's nonchalant demeanor, found herself puzzled. How could a man with several bullet holes in his shirt appear completely unharmed? Should I tell you I practice hard Qigong? Luya teased, but to his surprise, Lu Xian seemed to believe him. She recalled her mother's tales from their faraway homeland, where magical powers existed. Hard Qigong was one of those powers, once mastered. One could become impervious to blades and bullets. The only thing that bewildered her was how Luya, an American, could have mastered such a skill. Yet, it mattered little. As long as he was safe, that was all that counted. She lightly punched Luya's arm before darting back to the counter, pulling her brother to hide. Jeremy's frenzy was far from over. Having exhausted his ammunition, he brandished a laser sword, swinging it wildly. This laser sword was one of the latest weapons developed by Jean Bing's subordinates, although it had yet to see combat. The way Erica continuously evaded it indicated its formidable power. Luya stood, suddenly aware of a faint pain at the side of the gunshot, akin to the sting of a mosquito bite. Meanwhile, Erica was contemplating how to eliminate the troublesome adversary before her. The laser sword was indeed a significant threat. Her steel fork had been inadvertently severed into 3 pieces and was now useless. At that moment, she felt a hand rest on her shoulder. Let me handle this. Luya's tone was icy, clearly angered by Jeremy. For the first time since acquiring the persona of his homeland, he felt pain, and he was determined to regain his dignity. Erica was taken aback by how silently Luya had approached her, despite her focus on evading Jeremy's attacks. She had also been vigilant of her surroundings. In truth, it was simple. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Luya had merely moved to Erica's side with a swiftness that surpassed the ordinary. Jeremy, now blinded in one eye and fueled by the flow of his own blood, became increasingly frenzied. Ignoring who stood before him, he bellowed, "I'll kill you. Watch out for his laser sword." Erica cautioned, concerned that Luya might underestimate its power. Luya did not turn around. The blade aimed at him moved as if in slow motion. It's too slow, too slow, too slow. With each utterance, Luya delivered a powerful blow to Jeremy's body. After 3 strikes, Jeremy was already bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices, his body limp and unable to maintain his grip on the laser sword, which clattered to the ground. However, It was evident that Ruea had no intention of sparing him. The fury within him was ablaze, seeking an outlet for its release. He grasped Jeremy's head firmly, preventing him from collapsing, and locked his gaze onto his eyes. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open and refrain from provoking those you ought not to. In that moment, Jeremy finally emerged from his frenzy, yearning for mercy, but it was far too late. In the fleeting moments of his life, the only eye still functioning beheld two spheres of crimson light converging, followed by two beams of red shooting forth. Zap. Chapter 18. The Peculiar Unlocking Degree. Patriot Template Unlocking Degree increased by 1. Patriot Template Unlocking Degree 46. The voice of the system reverberated once more in his mind. Though this time the increase in unlocking degree seemed rather minimal. A sense of perplexity enveloped Ruea. Yet he reasoned it might merely be a normal fluctuation during the system's calculations. However, the laser-like gleam that had erupted from his eyes left the patrons of the restaurant momentarily spellbound. What was that? His eyes could emit lasers. For ordinary individuals, such an extraordinary ability was difficult to fathom. Bray, however, quickly regained his composure, feeling a surge of gratitude. The boss must be a messenger sent by the heavens, destined to transform Hell's Kitchen. My earlier decision to submit was, without a doubt, exceedingly wise. Previously, when Bray had knelt before Ruea and pledged his allegiance, some of his subordinates had scoffed, believing that cowardice had no place among men of honor. Yet now, witnessing Ruea's godlike power, they all found themselves in complete submission, filled with profound admiration for their leader's foresight. As the imminent danger dissipated, Lu Xian emerged from behind the counter with her brother, positioned directly behind Ruea moments ago. She had only vaguely perceived that lasers seemed to emanate from his eyes. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she lowered her gaze. A man of such caliber must surely be surrounded by formidable allies, Lu Xian mused, speculating that perhaps if Ruea sought to dominate Hell's Kitchen, she might be able to lend her assistance. Yet now, she felt woefully inadequate. If he fears no bullets and can shoot lasers from his eyes, what could possibly stand in his way? Just as Lu Xian succumbed to her disheartenment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Erica nearby. Instantly, a glimmer of hope ignited within her eyes. At that moment, Erica, having shaken off her initial shock, was the first to regain her senses. As a member of a notorious assassin organization, she had witnessed numerous abilities that transcended human limitations. The emergence of such bizarre powers in this world, even those akin to comic book superheroes, would not faze her. Indeed, he was impervious to blades and bullets, and could emit lasers from his eyes, quite reminiscent of a superhero, although whether he could fly remained uncertain. Erica gazed at Ruea's towering silhouette, lost in thought. Although her combat prowess had yet to reach its zenith, she had already attained the pinnacle of ordinary human capabilities in terms of practical combat skills. Her strength, speed, and reflexes were at the very limits of human potential. Having recently liberated herself from the clutches of the organization, she found refuge in Hell's Kitchen. According to her original trajectory, she would have become an assassin under Jean Bing. Yet, due to Ruea's transformative presence, she had already dealt severe injuries to Jean Bing's subordinates. Moreover, her burgeoning sense of justice would likely preclude her from joining Jean Bing's faction, dragging individuals outside and cleansing the space. What a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps due to dissatisfaction with the unlocking degree of the Homeland template, Luca's mood was not particularly bright at that moment. It would be acceptable if the increments were gradual, but he feared that the future increases in unlocking degree would continue to diminish. Were the actions of the Homelanders limited to murder, or was there something more? Shaking his head, Luca decided to temporarily set aside his thoughts. Regardless, it seemed he would have to play the role of a superhero in Hell's Kitchen for a while. As he surveyed the restaurant, he noticed that the few patrons present regarded him with a mix of fear and, naturally, admiration. Homeland Template Unlocked Degree increased by 1. Homeland Template Unlocked Degree 47. The sudden voice resonating in his mind left Luca momentarily stunned. How could it be that, despite having done nothing, his unlocking degree had increased? Oh well, it was a good thing after all. Luca shrugged off further contemplation, wondering what when the system was on. Turning his gaze to Erica, he saw her meticulously polishing another intact steel fork, having seemingly concealed it from his view moments earlier. From her earlier display of skill, it was evident that she was no ordinary person. Her decisive strikes aimed directly at her opponent's vulnerabilities spoke volumes of her extraordinary identity. Have you seen enough? What? Luca blinked, noticing Erica's cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. She huffed softly, turning her head away. Who would dare to stare so intently? It was only because Luca was handsome and strong that Erica restrained herself from acting out. Luca felt perplexed by Erica's question, having been lost in thought while gazing at her. Even Lu Xian, standing nearby, huffed and turned to pull her brother home. A sudden shift in the atmosphere left Luca feeling unsettled. Erica, having composed herself, approached Luca directly. By the way, are you the owner here? Of course. Luca replied with a wave of his hand. What can I do for you? since Bray had already acknowledged him as the leader. It seemed reasonable for him to claim ownership of the place. Erica nodded. I would like to stay here for a while. Do you have any available rooms? Staying here. Luca could tell that, like himself, Erica had just arrived in Hell's Kitchen, but this could work to my advantage. With such a skilled ally. At least if I manage to establish a territory, there will be someone to help keep an eye on things. As a student, Luca couldn't possibly remain in Hell's Kitchen indefinitely. Having Erica around would provide him with some reassurance. He then looked at Bray, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. Bray, understanding the unspoken request, replied, yes, indeed. There is an available room behind the restaurant. It's just been vacant for quite some time and is a bit messy. Erica had no particular demands regarding the room. After all, she had faced countless hardships while being pursued by the Hand. What sort of environment had she not endured? At last, I have liberated myself from that group of individuals. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to find a temporary refuge in Hell's Kitchen. Thank you. Erica sheathed her steel fork, having damaged one in today's skirmish. She now must devise a means to forge a new one. As Lua surveyed the restaurant, ensuring all was in order, he noted the late hour and prepared to depart. Overall, the bounty of the night was satisfactory. I did not need to venture out in search, as someone like Jeremy generously provided me with experience. The only lament is that the progress towards unlocking was rather minimal this evening. However, it matters little, for there remains ample time before the true peril from Marvel descends, allowing me sufficient opportunity to develop my skills. Chapter 19. The Renown of the Patriotic Man, the Establishment of Peace Street. In the ensuing days, Ruea attended classes during the day and ventured into Hell's Kitchen at night to hunt. It was in Hell's Kitchen that the name Patriotic Man began to circulate. Some hailed him as a righteous superhero, for he invariably appeared at crime scenes, thwarting criminal acts. However, others labeled him a butcher for, according to the calculations of some observant individuals, more than 100 souls had perished at the hands of the Patriotic Man in just a few short days. Many concurred with this viewpoint, asserting that true superheroes would not exhibit such brutality. In truth, Ruea's impressive achievements within this brief span were attributable to a particular night when a gang war erupted in the civilian district, spiraling out of control and adversely affecting the local residents. The bloodthirsty gangs, consumed by rage, disregarded the lives of innocents, with some even seizing the opportunity to loot. Thus, in response to these inhumane individuals, Ruea dispatched them to meet their maker, perhaps to meet Satan. Consequently, a new street named Peace Street emerged in Hell's Kitchen. It was said that as long as one refrained from wrongdoing, they could seek assistance on Peace Street, particularly when beset by gang extortion and feeling utterly helpless. There were also those misguided gangs who, emboldened by their firearms, attempted to wreak havoc on Peace Street, only to find themselves consistently entering upright and exiting horizontal. It was rumored that a woman, known as the Black Angel, was responsible for their demise. Those unfortunate enough to encounter the Patriotic Man when he was present would find themselves reduced to mere fragments. Since the inception of Peace Street, many small gangs reportedly enjoyed improved fortunes, often finding themselves well-fed. Within the confines of a lavish mansion, a fierce commotion erupted. Bang, bang, bang. 8 diminutive yet agile figures surrounded a colossal, rotund man, relentlessly assaulting him. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that this so-called fat man towered over 2 meters in height, his body a veritable mass of muscle, an authentic devilishly strong figure. As he moved, the very floor beneath him trembled, with floorboards occasionally shattering under his immense weight. This man was none other than the current emperor of the New York underworld, poised to dominate the entire American criminal realm, the illustrious King Bing. At that moment, he was engaged in his daily warm-up routine, diligently maintaining his combat skills. The 8 assailants, having made little headway, exchanged glances and, as if telepathically synchronized, simultaneously struck at his vital points from 8 different directions. Observing the imminent threat to his defenses, King Bing exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With his right arm clenched into a fist, he struck the ground with the force of a hydraulic press. Boom. The tremendous impact of King Bing's fist against the floor erupted, sending all 8 assailants flying. It is sufficient for today. Let us conclude here. Gene turned his wrist, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. The quality of the ninjas he had summoned was rather lacking. However, there was little he could do, for Gene had completely transcended the limits of ordinary humanity, his body weighing nearly 400 pounds, comprised of approximately 98% muscle. Such an extraordinary muscularity rendered his strength easily quantifiable in tons. Boss. At that moment, one of his subordinates handed him a series of meticulously prepared documents. These documents detailed the various enterprises under Jin's command and recent occurrences. As the most formidable crime lord in America, Gene had yet to unify all factions, but was already recognized as the uncrowned king of the underworld. Consequently, Few matters could capture his attention until he encountered one particular document. Patriot? Gene remained impassive. His memory was remarkable. This patriot was a young prodigy who had recently emerged in one of his boxing arenas, someone he had even sent emissaries to contact. Indeed, Gene referred to him as a young prodigy. At present, he was in the midst of rapid territorial expansion and was keen to incorporate some skilled individuals into his fold to prepare for future challenges. Nevertheless, the intelligence regarding the patriot in recent days made him furrow his brow. Had he planted his flag in my Hell's Kitchen? As in no man's land. Hell's Kitchen served an immensely significant purpose for Gene, as the various transactions conducted there could evade official scrutiny. Therefore, Gene would not permit the emergence of individuals and events beyond his control in this territory. Boss, I will send someone to take care of him. One of Gene's subordinates made a slashing gesture. However, Gene shook his head. He noted that the document mentioned the adversary's combat capability was unknown, with preliminary estimates suggesting he had reached the pinnacle of human potential, and he was suspected to possess laser weaponry of formidable power. Gene himself wielded a cane capable of emitting lasers, fully aware of the strength such weaponry possessed. Should the adversary truly possess the combat capabilities described in the document, perhaps he could seek an opportunity to meet him. If he could recruit him, well and good. If not, he could promptly extinguish such a threat in its infancy. At Midtown High School, the bell rang to signal the end of classes. Peter was conversing with Mary Jane in the hallway. Having successfully acquired his spider-like abilities, he had finally begun to embrace the changes in his body. The only drawback was that, due to the immense enhancement of his strength, he often struggled to control his limbs, resulting in unnecessary destruction. Of course, his extraordinary powers had also imbued Peter with newfound confidence, to the extent that he had begun to approach Mary Jane with greater audacity. Alas, poor Peter, despite possessing such remarkable abilities, still found himself behaving like an infatuated admirer, eagerly gravitating towards Mary Jane, incessantly sharing jokes that were, in truth, rather lackluster. At that moment, a towering figure appeared at the end of the corridor, cradling a football at his waist. It was none other than Thompson, renowned for his lightning-like speed. With his significantly enhanced vision, Peter naturally caught sight of Thompson and had an unsettling premonition that the latter was approaching him with intent. At this juncture, Mary Jane also spotted her ex-boyfriend. Peter, we should leave, she urged, her concern for Peter's safety palpable, given Thompson's formidable strength. It's all right, Jane, just watch me, Peter declared boldly, having transformed from the boy he once was. Creak. As Peter observed Thompson incessantly squeezing the football, a sudden shiver coursed through his entire being. What? Chapter 20. 3 Spider-Men? Once brimming with confidence, Peter suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Based on the experiences of the past couple of days, danger was approaching. Yet, he was surrounded by his classmates. Where could the threat possibly originate? Surely, it couldn't be Thompson. Peter dismissed the notion that Thompson could pose any danger to him now. His strength was sufficient to shatter iron, far beyond what could be described as mere brute force. Before Peter could ponder further, Thompson had raised the football in his hand. Chaos erupted in the corridor as students hurriedly dispersed, clearing a path for the menacing Thompson. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air signaled the impending impact as Peter instinctively pushed Mary Jane aside and effortlessly reached for the football. Wait! In the instant he made contact with the ball, Peter's expression shifted dramatically. The kinetic energy it carried was astonishingly immense. Bang! Despite Peter's timely attempt to catch the ball with both hands, the colossal force sent him crashing against a nearby locker, creating a significant dent in the metal structure. Peter, are you all right? Mary Jane asked, her brow furrowed as she rushed to his side, helping him up. Coughing, Peter rose to his feet, took a deep breath, and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yet, the concern in Mary Jane's eyes lingered. She yearned for a peaceful existence. But why was even such a modest wish unattainable? Peter glanced down at the now completely deflated football in his hands, a testament to the extraordinary force Thompson had exerted when throwing it. Peter was astonished. However, Thompson's surprise was equally significant. He had believed that throw would severely injure Peter. Yet the latter had caught it. It was important to note that Thompson now possessed extraordinary strength, capable of penetrating steel. It turned out that, upon returning from the laboratory that day, Thompson had also been bitten by the chosen spider, alongside Peter. Consequently, after undergoing genetic reformation, Thompson had successfully acquired the powers of the chosen spider. As Thompson advanced menacingly, Mary Jane could no longer contain herself. Summoning her courage, she stepped in front of Peter. With arms outstretched protectively, she declared, "Enough, Thompson." However, her actions only ignited Thompson's rage further. Damn it! In response to the gasps of onlookers, Thompson raised his hand and struck Mary Jane. Given Thompson's current strength, such a blow could very well lead to a severe concussion for her. Watch out! Peter reacted swiftly, instinctively shielding Mary Jane behind him. The price of his bravery was that he was once again sent sprawling by Thompson's forceful strike. The enhancement granted by the chosen spider varied. Thompson's genetic mutation had already endowed him with superior strength, and thus, after enhancement, his power far surpassed Peter's. Delightful. Absolutely exhilarating. Thompson's face twisted into a maniacal grin. The sensation of wielding such power was utterly intoxicating, as Peter struggled to rise from the ground. The reason behind his resilience to Thompson's repeated assaults remained a mystery, yet it seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things, just as before his own ascendance in strength. Regardless of Thompson's newfound power, he would still be subjected to Peter's torment. Thompson lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he murmured, "Found you." There, amidst the distant crowd, stood Ruea, watching him with an icy demeanor. For Thompson, tormenting Peter Parker had merely been a source of amusement, but Ruea was the true source of his ire, having humiliated him twice, rendering him a fool in front of his peers. Now, endowed with extraordinary power, he was determined to make Ruea pay for it. A smirk crept onto Thompson's lips as he clenched his fists once more. Ruea had been present at the scene for some time, intending to witness the spectacle of Thompson mercilessly bullying his younger brother. To his surprise, despite gaining spider-like abilities, Peter was still being overpowered by Thompson. Was it the butterfly effect of my presence? Ruea quickly deduced that Thompson had acquired the same spider abilities as others, clearly having been bitten by the fateful spider in the lab as well. However, he refrained from intervening immediately. After all, with Peter's current strength, even if he couldn't defeat Thompson, he wouldn't be easily harmed. This was an opportune moment for Ruea to analyze the extent of their power enhancements and the disparity between them. Now, observing Thompson approach him, Ruea shook his head in resignation. Did this fool truly wish to collide with death? Meanwhile, Peter, having regained his footing, noticed Thompson striding towards his brother. Unaware of Ruea's true strength, Peter merely perceived him as someone who was considerably stronger. No, with Thompson's current power, his brother would surely be unable to withstand it. Panic surged through Peter. Although Ruea often displayed indifference towards him, he had always been there to protect him when he faced bullying. Now, it was his turn to protect his brother. Ignoring the lingering pain in his arms, Peter sprinted toward Thompson, exclaiming, "Big dumb bear. Take this punch." Even in such dire circumstances, Peter's insults remained childishly benign, as he refrained from uttering anything more vulgar. Thompson, sensing movement behind him, paid little heed to Peter, casually swiping his arm and sending Peter crashing to the ground. As Peter gazed up at the arrogant Thompson, he realized he could not impede him for long and shouted toward Ruea, "Brother, run." Observing Peter's anxious demeanor only fueled Thompson's excitement. "Ha! Your brother has fallen victim to me again. What's the matter? Aren't you going to defend him this time?" Ruea maintained his smile, though his expression had grown noticeably frigid. Sensing the shift in Ruea's mood, Thompson became even more brazen. "Are you angry?" "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a shoe print appeared on Thompson's face. Who dared to ambush me?" As he gazed at the sudden appearance of Gwen, Ruea's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? 3 Spider-Men?" He found Thompson's provocation not sufficiently infuriating. After all, a mere insect could acquire 100-fold or 1,000-fold strength, and was it not still an insect? However, Gwen's display piqued Ruea's interest even further. This indicated that, due to a chain reaction, the chosen spider had simultaneously bitten 3 individuals. Through Ruea's enhanced vision, he observed that Gwen's physique had become even more sculpted, her already alluring form transformed into something even more striking. Ruea was aware that in the original Marvel comics, there existed a version where Gwen became Spider-Woman. In that realm, Gwen and Peter's roles were reversed. It was Peter who failed to save Gwen, rather than the other way around. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Ruea could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue in New York with 3 Spider-Men roaming the streets. How delighted the criminals must be. Oh, perhaps it would only be 2, contingent upon Thompson's subsequent disposition. Chapter 21. The Torment of Vegetables. Observing Gwen standing defiantly before him and Peter rising once more, Thompson let out a cold chuckle. "Oh, Ruea, aren't you fond of stepping into the limelight? Are you now hiding behind your brother and a girl?" His tone dripped with mockery, embodying the essence of a petty triumph. In contrast to Thompson's taunts, Ruea felt little agitation. As long as family was not involved, he regarded the provocations of mere insects with indifference. However, Thompson's words ignited a spark of anger in both Gwen and Peter. Empowered with extraordinary strength, the inherently righteous Peter could not stand by while innocents were bullied, let alone his own brother. In Gwen's eyes, Ruea epitomized the very essence of a superhero. Having witnessed Ruea's formidable prowess in the Hell's Kitchen, she understood that even with her newfound abilities, she could never surpass him. For a fleeting moment, the surroundings seemed to hush, as if the murmurs of the crowd were drawn into the distance. Then, as if in unison, Peter and Gwen charged at Thompson. Undaunted, Thompson turned to face them. Prepared to confront the two, Ruea scrutinized the movements of the trio, swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. It was evident that Thompson possessed the greatest strength, far surpassing both Peter and Gwen. Next in line was Peter, with Gwen holding the weakest position, though weak was a relative term. In truth, despite the lack of flamboyance in their actions, even Gwen, the least powerful among them, undoubtedly exceeded a ton of strength. This was merely due to the fact that the three had only just awakened their powers. As time progressed, their abilities would continue to grow. As Ruea pondered, the three had already engaged in combat. Peter lunged at Thompson, aiming to restrain his movements. Although Gwen had recently kicked Thompson, his focus remained solely on Ruea, oblivious to Gwen's transformation, believing her success to be a mere stroke of luck. Thus, as he grappled with Thompson, Peter shouted, "He's not someone you can handle. You need to get away." One was his brother, and the other, whom he regarded as a sister-in-law. Peter discerned the unusual bond between Gwen and Ruea, automatically considering her to be Ruea's girlfriend. Therefore, he could not allow either to be harmed. However, Gwen was less concerned with such matters. She wished to show Ruea that she, too, possessed extraordinary abilities. She aspired to become a superhero like him. Yet, the enhancements bestowed upon Thompson by the chosen spider exceeded their imaginations. With almost effortless ease, Thompson ensnared Peter's shoulder with one hand while effortlessly grasping Gwen's fist with the other. With a resounding thud, Thompson planted his feet firmly and exerted his strength. The force surged forth, sending both Peter and Gwen careening through the air, unable to maintain their balance. As they landed, Peter cast a reluctant glance at his brother Ruea before turning his gaze towards Mary Jane. As Mary Jane gazed at him with concern, Peter's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. Was she really worried about me? Surely, she must be. A flicker of delight ignited within Peter's heart. Meanwhile, the students around them buzzed with chatter. Goodness. Is Thompson truly that strong? It is no wonder he is the star of our school's football team. But is this really the time for such discussions? We should hurry and find a teacher. While others failed to notice the shift among the three, they could certainly see Thompson's aggression towards his classmates. Consequently, a few students discreetly slipped away from the crowd, hastening toward the office. Ruea observed the changes in the crowd, fully aware that it wouldn't be long before a teacher arrived to put an end to this farce. Thus, Ruea decided not to wait any longer. What now, insignificant Peter? Thompson, at that moment, had grasped Peter by the collar, taunting him with the nickname he had previously bestowed upon him. Gwen steadied herself, lifting her leg, ready to advance. However, Thompson's strength far surpassed hers. This was not a confrontation she could handle. It was time for this farce to come to a close. Gently patting Gwen's head, Ruea moved with agility, swiftly reaching Thompson's rear and seizing his raised fist. What just happened? Am I seeing things? The surrounding students rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How did Ruea manage to appear behind Thompson in an instant? At that moment, Thompson was poised to strike Peter in the face, but as he raised his fist, he felt someone gripping his wrist. Thompson turned abruptly, only to find Ruea, who had unwittingly walked into his trap. His muscle-bound brain failed to process the situation, and instead, he grinned innocently. Ruea, you have come to deliver yourself? Then I cannot be blamed. With that, and under Peter's horrified gaze, Thompson released Peter with one hand while the other swung towards Ruea's face. No, Peter was acutely aware of Thompson's strength. Even he, with his extraordinary abilities, found it challenging to endure. What danger would his ordinary brother face? Yet, Thompson's punch was delivered with such swiftness that all Peter could do was stare in despair. However, Thompson was not completely unhinged. Midway through his punch, he begrudgingly reined in some of his force. He merely intended to teach Ruea a lesson, not to cause any real harm. Little did he know that this very action would allow Ruea to spare him a reprieve. Just as his fist was about to collide with Ruea's face, a resounding thud echoed through the air, contrary to everyone's expectations of Ruea being struck. It was Thompson who found both of his wrists firmly grasped by Ruea. What is happening? Thompson stared in disbelief at his restrained hands, straining to free himself, but it was utterly futile. Ruea's grip was like iron, securely locking his wrists in place. How could this be possible? Even Peter was left speechless. He understood Thompson's strength better than anyone else. It was no exaggeration to say that Thompson, in his current state, resembled an immensely destructive bear. Yet, in this very condition, he found his hands effortlessly restrained by his own brother. Observing Thompson's ongoing disbelief and futile struggles, Ruea smiled subtly while channeling his strength. Crack. Thompson gazed at Ruea in terror and agony, feeling as though his wrist had shattered. What manner of monster is this? His physique was undeniably as resilient as steel. However, Ruea skillfully moderated his power. As a reward for Thompson's earlier attempt to resist, he merely fractured Thompson's wrist rather than reducing it to mere dust. Chapter 22. Thompson's loss of confidence and diminished abilities. Thompson felt acutely as if his wrist were ensnared in a vice. No, with his current strength and physical prowess, a vice could not possibly restrain him. Just this morning, the newly empowered Thompson had brimmed with confidence, believing the world lay at his feet. He had always been a flamboyant individual, and upon acquiring such abilities, he became somewhat arrogant. However, upon facing Ruea, his self-assurance was once again shattered, like a malevolent curse. Although Thompson glared defiantly at Ruea, fear had begun to seep into the depths of his heart. As time progressed and the murmurs of his classmates intensified, his internal trepidation swelled. Peter observed with relief as Thompson was thoroughly subdued by his brother Ruea. He could not fathom why Thompson, much like himself, had suddenly become so formidable. Perhaps he too had been bitten by a spider? If that were the case, could it mean that his brother had also encountered a spider in the laboratory that day? Nonetheless, Peter felt a sense of joy at Thompson's misfortune. After enduring Thompson's bullying for so long, even becoming a laughingstock among their peers, he was well aware of the disdain that lingered in the hearts of many. Even if they did not openly mock him in the presence of Ruea, Peter glanced at his brother Ruea, vowing to himself that one day he would become as powerful as he was. At that moment, Peter remained oblivious to the absurdity of his aspiration. Ruea's might was far beyond mere appearances. "Thompson, do you have anything to say about today's events?" Ruea released Thompson's injured hand, and, daunted by Ruea's prowess, Thompson refrained from any further actions. Though he wished to retort with a few harsh words, when he met Ruea's gaze, he faltered. The overwhelming force exuded by Ruea instilled a psychological shadow over him. Individuals like Thompson were easily cowed by strength. He was afraid, truly afraid. Thus, with great difficulty, Thompson managed to utter, "I'm sorry." The admission of those two words signified the abandonment of his pride and defiance. Whispers filled the air as classmates exchanged glances. The school's football star, long known for his domineering demeanor, had bowed his head. Yet, he had no choice but to do so. Thompson stared into Ruea's eyes, which radiated a terrifying intensity, as if murderous intent had materialized before him. Were it not for Ruea's punctual attendance at school, Thompson might have suspected him to be a remorseless supervillain. In response to Thompson's capitulation, Ruea's face broke into a smile as he gently patted Thompson's shoulder. "If you can acknowledge your mistakes, then you can still be a good child." A few days ago, after a prolonged hunt in Hell's Kitchen, the system unexpectedly issued a report. Ruea seemed to grasp something. Perhaps the nameless underlings could no longer provide him with the unlocking degree? This was the only plausible explanation, for Thompson was, after all, a notable figure within the Marvel Universe. As the unlocking degree of the Captain America template surged to 50, Ruea immediately sensed a profound transformation. Unlike the gradual increase in strength he had experienced previously, this time he could distinctly feel that his power had seemingly doubled. Even his body felt considerably lighter. A discomfort stemming from the rapid amplification of his strength, but Ruea was confident that he would soon acclimate to it. Meanwhile, Thompson, half collapsed on the ground, could only perceive an overwhelming aura emanating from Ruea. Was he about to strike? Did this aura signify a lethal intent? Peter and Gwen also sensed the anomaly in Ruea's presence through their spider sense. Peter thought little of it, merely assuming that his brother was applying pressure on Thompson. However, Gwen was aware that Ruea possessed the extraordinary ability to emit laser beams from his eyes. Had Ruea's power indeed intensified? If this continued, might he one day ascend to a godlike status? Gwen did not know, but she eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. At this moment, under immense pressure, Thompson was drenched in sweat, too frightened to wipe the beads from his forehead, fearing that such a gesture might draw Ruea's attention. Unbeknownst to him, as his mindset shifted, his fear of the strong and profound self-doubt began to manifest physically. The minute spider-like hairs on his body were gradually retracting, and his swollen muscles were slowly diminishing. Yet, he remained oblivious to these changes, his focus solely on Ruea. Conversely, Ruea's further unlocking of the Captain America template had significantly enhanced his vision, allowing him to notice Thompson's peculiar state. Was his ability deteriorating? Ruea recalled a similar situation from a movie in his past life, where Peter Parker experienced a decline in his powers due to emotional turmoil and wavering belief. Perhaps it was fortuitous that someone like Thompson acquired such abilities. He could very well become either Spider-Man or a spider monster. In the distance, the director was approaching. Ruea cast one last glance at Thompson, shook his head, and turned to leave. He could not afford to truly harm Thompson and expose his own abilities. The Marvel Universe was rife with formidable figures. While Ruea was largely unafraid of most, there were a few he needed to regard with caution, such as the Ancient One. This was an unavoidable obstacle. Should she turn her gaze upon him, his currently weak magical resistance would render him vulnerable. Thus, before the director arrived, Ruea exited the corridor. Gwen skipped along, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her. Peter glanced at the despondent Thompson, then turned his attention to Mary Jane. Just moments ago, Mary Jane had stood protectively in front of Peter, an act that touched him profoundly, solidifying his belief that she was the woman he would cherish for a lifetime. Yet, when Peter looked at Mary Jane, he found her staring blankly at the departing duo of Ruea and Gwen. The sense of loss in her eyes was unmistakable. It was indeed a tragic situation. Becoming Thompson's girlfriend meant enduring the whims of a lout throughout high school. Moreover, Thompson had repeatedly found himself bested by Ruea, suffering injuries in the process. Although Peter harbored feelings for her, he often appeared weak. Despite showing a moment of bravery today, he was still left reeling from Thompson's beating. Mary Jane longed for a sense of security, but who could provide her with that assurance? Peter, Mary, are you all right? Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism echoed behind them. Chapter 23, The Arrival of Venom. On a desolate night, Thompson returned home in a daze, his spirit shattered. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him as the haunting glow of Ruea's crimson eyes flickered incessantly before him. Gradually, Ruea's handsome visage materialized in Thompson's mind. You are worthless, merely a jester. Ha ha ha. No, go away. Thompson's heart raced with terror as he bellowed, wildly gesturing at the void before him. Thud. In a moment of distraction, his hand struck the corner of a nearby cabinet. The sharp edge immediately sliced into his arm, crimson blood cascading down in steady droplets. Drip, drip, drip. Staring at his bleeding arm, Thompson found himself entranced, utterly motionless. How could this be? My arm. How could a mere wooden cabinet inflict such injury? It dawned on him that something was amiss with his body. The fine hairs and barbs that once adorned his skin had vanished completely. His physique had shrunk significantly, reverting to its state before he acquired his powers. In other words, his abilities seemed to have vanished entirely. No, no, Thompson murmured despairingly. Had he never possessed such power? It might not have troubled him so deeply. Yet now, even the insignificant Peter had acquired such abilities, and if he were to lose his own, would it not mean descending into a life of torment at Peter's hands? As Thompson sat despondently on the edge of his bed, an ominous black liquid silently emerged outside his window, unnoticed. Sensing Thompson's extreme emotional turmoil, this shadowy entity appeared to have caught wind of something exhilarating, swiftly creeping toward him. Plop! The black substance slithered up Thompson's back, extending a delicate tendril, followed by a second, a third. Countless tendrils wove an intricate web behind him. In the next instant, all the tendrils lunged toward Thompson, merging seamlessly into his flesh upon contact. What is this abomination? Thompson finally perceived the black liquid, watching in horror as it continued to assimilate into his body. He struggled desperately. However, bereft of his spider-like strength, he stood no chance against Venom. Indeed, the black liquid was a symbiotic entity known as Venom. At that moment, it sought a suitable host for its symbiosis. It had arrived on Earth with a meteor, landing in the suburban expanse of New York, America. It had been meticulously scouting for the perfect host. Initially, its first choice had been Ruea, with his robust physique, immense strength, and decisive nature. He was the quintessential host, tailored perfectly for Venom's needs. If one could merge with such a formidable host to become a symbiote, it would undoubtedly possess the confidence to jointly dominate the world. However, while Venom recognized the formidable power of Ruea, it also sensed the overwhelming strength of Ruea's soul. This might explain Ruea's traversal, yet for Venom, this was far from advantageous. It was willing to become a symbiote with a human. But if the human soul was too potent, or their will too resolute, Venom risked losing dominance in the symbiotic relationship. Consequently, Venom shifted its focus to Peter, the second individual to enter its purview. Although Peter, after acquiring spider-like abilities, paled in comparison to Ruea, he was still significantly superior to an ordinary human. The sole drawback was that Venom could sense Peter's excessive benevolence and minimal desires. Indeed, in the film, after being possessed by Venom, Peter underwent a dramatic transformation, with his most pretentious thought being to purchase discounted designer clothing. He didn't even resort to theft. He simply bought it. Now, Venom had resolutely decided to choose Thompson, this scoundrel, as its symbiotic host. Get out of my body, Thompson exclaimed, watching as the black tendrils began to fully merge with him, fear gripping his heart. Yet, his struggles were utterly futile. With the last tendril vanishing, the Venom symbiote was born. Trembling, Thompson touched his body, seeking signs of abnormality. Suddenly, a torrent of black liquid surged from his entire being, and in a mere instant, Venom completed the possession. There was no discomfort in being possessed by Venom, allowing Thompson to temporarily regain his composure. Conversely, he felt the return of power. No, this power was far greater than my previous spider abilities. Enveloped by Venom, Thompson's face split into a grotesque grin. At that moment, the confidence he had once lost surged back into Thompson's being. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his reflection. His entire form had transformed into black muscle, his physique swelling significantly, as if boundless strength coursed within him. This sensation was exquisite. Thompson's eyes gradually glazed over, spiraling into madness. Those who cannot wield power will inevitably be consumed by it. Gurgle. I'm so hungry. Venom Thompson clutched his abdomen. Since arriving on Earth, this symbiote had yet to feed. Thus, after taking residence in Thompson's body, it was already quite weakened. Thompson stepped to the window, observing the scattered pedestrians outside, swallowing hard. Food, he chuckled. With a clang, the door swung open and shut as the now revitalized Thompson staggered out into the world. On the dimly lit street, Ben Parker walked briskly, scanning his surroundings intently. Tonight, his nephew Peter had suddenly expressed a desire to go out for a stroll, yet he had not returned home even now. I had intended to inquire about my son, Ruea, but upon entering the room, I discovered that he was not present. These two troublesome boys, want to locate them. I shall have a serious discussion with them. At that moment, Peter stood outside a boxing venue, clad in his self-tailored spider costume. Admittedly, the suit was rather rudimentary. It resembled more of a coat adorned with spider patterns than an actual costume. Glancing at the address on the newspaper in his hand, Peter lifted his gaze, filled with yearning, towards the entrance of the boxing arena. A single match earns $3,000. With just a few bouts, I too shall become wealthy. I yearn for riches. I yearn for wealth. If I attain prosperity, then Mary Jane will surely agree to be with me. All it takes is wealth. All it requires is affluence. Chapter 24, A Shift in History. Peter has finally embarked on the path to financial gain, a decision spurred by his dear friend Harry Osborn. This afternoon, as Peter intended to whisk Mary Jane away, she unexpectedly entered Harry's vehicle. Naively, Peter believed that once he amassed wealth, Mary Jane would surely choose to be with him, much like he envied his brother, Ruea, for his strength. The Marvel Universe seems to possess a convergence of timelines. Peter, akin to a character in a film, fought valiantly to win a match but only earned a meager $50. Simultaneously, the masked robber who had shot Ben Parker in the original narrative made his appearance. As he passed by Peter, Peter instinctively stepped aside, refraining from intervening. "Thank you, good brother," the masked man proclaimed as he pulled out a wad of cash from his bag and thrust it into Peter's hand. "Well," Peter gazed at the substantial sum. At least $1,000, a joyous grin spreading across his face. This was rightfully his, was it not? "Hey, why didn't you stop him?" questioned the middle-aged supervisor, who was fortunate that Fat Hammer remained in the ICU, leaving no one to demand the $100,000 taken by Ruea. Upon hearing the inquiry, Peter merely shrugged and uttered the classic retort, "What does it have to do with me?" With that, he grew disinterested in further conversation, humming a tune as he exited the boxing arena, leaving behind a disgruntled supervisor. After 2 consecutive failures, the supervisor's days in that role were surely numbered. On the street, Peter clutched a handful of cash in his pocket. Though it was merely 1,000, it represented a fortune he had never possessed throughout his life. Just as Peter reveled in his elation, a cacophony of urgent police sirens jolted him back to reality. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, and police began to clear the scene, causing Peter's heart to race. He swiftly maneuvered to the periphery of the crowd, leveraging his remarkable physical prowess to squeeze through. Upon witnessing a figure sprawled on the ground, Ruea's eyes widened. Wasn't he that the masked man from earlier? Now, the masked individual appeared utterly wretched. His body severed in two, with charred edges suggesting he had been sliced by some high-temperature weapon. A wave of guilt washed over Peter. If only he had intervened. Perhaps this tragic fate could have been averted. Just as Peter contemplated this, suddenly bam! A hand clasped his shoulder. Who? Distracted, Peter turned quickly, only to find the familiar figure behind him, Uncle Ben. Ben Parker had been scouring the street for any sign of his son and nephew. Finally, amidst the throng, he spotted his nephew Peter. "Peter, can you explain why you have yet to return home so late this evening?" Recently, Peter has undergone significant changes, which Ben has certainly noticed. After all, as family members who have lived together for over a decade, it would be impossible for Ben to overlook Peter's sudden transformation into a more robust figure. Uncle Ben, I was just out for a stroll," Peter stammered, repeating the word just thrice before concocting a rather feeble excuse. Ben was evidently skeptical of Peter's explanation, likely because Peter was not adept at fabricating lies. Casting a glance at the corpse of the masked robber that was about to be concealed, even Ben couldn't help but gasp in shock. He then fixed Peter with a stern gaze. "Peter, tell me you are not involved in this. Perhaps there exists some extraordinary power in this world." And Ben Parker was acutely aware of the immense calamity that could ensue if a young person were to suddenly acquire more strength than they could manage. He was deeply concerned that his nephew Peter, if endowed with such power, might stray down a perilous path. Peter's hand, clenched around a stack of bills in his pocket, was trembling with uncertainty as he deliberated whether or not to confide in Uncle Ben. However, the notion of participating in underground fights seemed far too rebellious, and after much hesitation, he chose to remain silent. "No, Uncle Ben, I was just out for a walk." Observing his nephew's anxious demeanor, Ben sensed that Peter was concealing something. Yet, He quickly reminded himself that Peter had always been a well-behaved and kind-hearted boy, giving him no reason to suspect that he would engage in such activities. Ben was undeniably a responsible and benevolent individual, willing to place his trust in his nephew. All right, Peter, do you know where your brother is? Peter, of course, had no idea, as he himself was unaware that Leah ventured out under the cover of night each evening. Dad. At that moment, Leah appeared across the street with his hands in his pockets, waving at Ben. In fact, to prevent the tragic events from unfolding as depicted in the original narrative, Leah had been vigilantly monitoring his father, Ben, using enhanced vision, ensuring he kept an eye on him before midnight. Especially at the fight club, he had indeed awaited the arrival of that masked robber. As Leah observed the masked man just a street away from his father, his mind rapidly calculated the trajectories of both parties' movements. Ultimately, Leah concluded that if he did not intervene, a tragedy would undoubtedly occur. Faced with someone who posed a threat to his family, particularly to his father, Ben, Leah found it impossible to remain composed. Without much deliberation, he unleashed a laser beam that swiftly dispatched the masked robber. Unlike Peter, Leah never considered himself a good person. When confronting those who might endanger his family, he felt no remorse in taking lethal action. I just got back from shopping with Gwen. Did something happen? Leah's face remained unflustered, his heart steady as he spun a tale. His calm demeanor lent an unexpected credibility to his fabrication. Gwen, you say? Ben pondered, considering that it was quite normal for young individuals of that age to go on evening outings. After all, I too was quite the charming figure in my youth. Hence, I held no suspicions regarding my son. I merely placed a gentle hand on Leah's shoulder and said, "My child, your mother and I have no objections to your dating. But it would be courteous to inform us." "All right, Dad, I understand." Now, Leah could freely venture out in the evenings without any reservations. Peter cast a glance at his brother, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. Why is it that the disparity between individuals can be so vast? I am too shy to even exchange a word with Mary Jane, yet my brother effortlessly strolls with Gwen every night. Leah observed his younger brother Peter, who wore an envious expression and shook his head in resignation. Do you really believe that? Moreover, even if I were indeed dating Gwen, would we spend the entire evening shopping? Chapter 25, The Chaotic Beginning. The Universe of the Spider-Man. On the streets of New York, the Daily Bugle exclaims, "The Spider-Man has not been seen for an entire week." In Queens, the crime rate has surged by 300% due to the Spider-Man's disappearance. Spider-Man, where on earth are you? In today's latest edition of the Daily Bugle, an astonishing 3 segments are dedicated to the Spider-Man. As night falls upon a dilapidated street, the Spider-Man of this universe has finally been cornered. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, clad in a combat suit, his skin an unnatural dark green. Moreland, the totem killer, also known as the Spider Slayer. Across countless multiverses, Moreland hunts down the Spider-Men of their respective realms. In this universe, however, the Spider-Man is not named Peter, but Panson. After being bitten by the fateful spider, Panson grew 8 spider legs from his back, earning him the title of Spider Monster. Yet, at this moment, all 8 of his spider legs lay shattered, oozing a foul green liquid from their severed ends. Clearly, the reports of the Spider-Man's disappearance are a result of Moreland's sinister deeds. With his tracking abilities, Moreland has finally driven this universe's Spider-Man, or Spider Monster, to a dead end. At this juncture, Panson is rendered speechless. During his recent escape, the webbing stored in his navel has been entirely depleted. ZZZZ. Moreland's blood-red eyes fixate on Panson as he raises his hands. A tremendous force emanates from his palms. In response, the Spider Monster Panson contorts his face in agony. In mere seconds, as Moreland strides away from the street, the Spider Monster has vanished. All that remains are shards of hard shell, smeared with green liquid. Excellent. Let me see which universe to traverse next. Universe 741, locked in, Spider-Man. Just as Moreland is about to leap into Universe 741, a faint presence captures his attention. 3 Spider-Men. Which universe are they from? No matter. I shall investigate after I deal with Universe 7311. The dark green figure fades away, and the universe of the Spider Monster forever loses its champion. The Initiation Universe. After receiving special permission from his father, Leah is granted the privilege of venturing out each night. Over the course of a week, the reputation of the Patriot has grown resoundingly in Hell's Kitchen, surpassing even that of South Street, known by all in the neighborhoods. Simultaneously, throngs of ordinary people have flocked to Peace Street, akin to a surging tide. Initially, Bray had expressed to Leah his concerns about the overwhelming influx of visitors, which has rendered Peace Street somewhat crowded. However, Leah dismissed his proposal to limit ordinary people from entering Peace Street, for he seems to have uncovered another secret regarding the unlocking of the Patriot Template. Patriot Template unlocking progress, 71. Just a week prior, the unlocking progress stood at 50, yet now it has surged to a remarkable 71. The enigma behind this situation. As Ruea speculated, lies in the admiration of passers-by. The proclivities of his compatriots, apart from their penchant for violence, seem to revolve around displaying their prowess before the masses to gain renown. However, it is indeed a fact that P Street can no longer accommodate such a multitude. For it is merely a street. Not to be deterred, Ruea devoted an entire day to personally reclaiming 3 surrounding streets. Consequently, P Street now occupies nearly half of the territory in the South District of Hell's Kitchen. As for the once dominant gang leaders who resided here, they have essentially become the very foundations for the street's renovation. Thus, a month has elapsed. During this time, several notable events have transpired in the vicinity. Firstly, Ruea has achieved an 80 unlocking degree of his compatriot template. However, upon reaching this milestone, the rate of unlocking has noticeably slowed. In other developments, the crime rate in Queens, New York, has surged unexpectedly, accompanied by a mysterious string of disappearances. Yet, due to the area's dense population and prevailing social instability, the vanishing of a few individuals has garnered little attention. Subsequently, 2 Spider-Men emerged onto the scene, one clad in a crimson spider's suit, while the other donned a black and white ensemble. To differentiate between them, the populace has taken to referring to them as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. The presence of these 2 Spider-Men has significantly curtailed the crime rate throughout Queens. Nevertheless, disappearances continue to occur, with the age of the missing shifting from the elderly to the youth. At the police precinct, Chief George Stacy perused the reports from his subordinates, his head throbbing with frustration. Today marks the 5th individual to file a missing persons report. In Hell's Kitchen, at Peace Street, and the Peace Restaurant. What is happening? Was it not claimed that Peace Street could ensure safety? Why has my brother been missing for so long without any leads on the perpetrator? Outside the restaurant, a disheveled middle-aged African-American man sat on the doorframe, vocally berating the management of Peace Street for their inaction. The once revitalized restaurant now boasts at least 10 times its former size. Observing the ruckus caused by the unkempt man at the entrance, the restaurant's manager, Bray, stepped outside. I am actively investigating your brother's case, and I will inform you as soon as I have news. However, the disheveled man remained unconvinced, persisting in his unruly display. Enough. Suddenly, a girl dressed in training attire emerged from the restaurant's backyard, issuing a sharp reprimand. The girl was Lu Xian, who, following that fateful day, had sought to apprentice under Erica to learn her combat and assassination techniques. Over the past month, she has undergone significant transformation. Peace Street has come to be regarded as her true home, her demeanor considerably more cheerful than before, and she has become more inclined to engage in conversation. Furthermore, her brother, Lu Hao, has been sent to study under a teacher, preparing for future academic pursuits. At the entrance, witnessing Lu Xian, this young lady, daring to confront him publicly, the disheveled man felt a profound sense of indignation. What business is it of yours? The peaceful street, which assures everyone of their safety, is precisely why we have gathered here. Otherwise, what would draw us to this place? Isn't that right, everyone? A disheveled individual attempts to incite others to amplify his presence. A subtle unrest begins to stir within the crowd of onlookers. Lu Xian gazes at her opponent's triumphant smile, her desire to rush forward and teach him a lesson burning within her. Yet, she hesitates, concerned about tarnishing the image of Peaceful Street. Just consider, perhaps the recent string of disappearances is a scheme orchestrated by this so-called Peaceful Street. They might have lured us here for motives shrouded in secrecy. As these words escape her lips, the murmurs among the crowd swell, while the majority dismiss this notion. Believing that Peaceful Street is indeed a rare oasis in the hellish kitchen, a small faction begins to echo her sentiments. Just as the disheveled individual basks in his self-satisfaction, a figure descends from above. Boom. Peaceful Street welcomes you all. The only payment required is your respect. If you behave like him. With that, Leah firmly twists the foot of the disheveled man beneath her. Crack. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 26. Unlocking Flight. As Lua gazed down at the wretched figure of the disheveled man, writhing in agony, a surge of indignation swelled within him. Why are some individuals perpetually insatiable? Were it not for the safety of his Peace Street, they would still be enduring a precarious existence. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. A grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment. He realized he had been far too lenient. Addressing the hushed crowd, Lua declared with a solemn tone, "If you wish to continue residing on my Peace Street, you must abide by the rules. From this day forth, every resident is required to secure their own employment. You show me respect, and in return, I shall grant you my protection." As he spoke, he raised his arms high, and to the astonishment of all, his body began to levitate gently off the ground. This was the final ability bestowed upon him by his ancestry. Unlocked after surpassing the age of 80, the power of flight. Although Lua had merely begun to tap into this ability, unable to soar at great speed, his floating figure appeared divine to the onlookers. Hell's Kitchen revered strength. In this realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, only the formidable earned respect. Lua, undoubtedly, had etched an indelible mark in the hearts of all present. No one paid any heed to the earlier pitiful man. Their fervent gazes were fixed upon Ruea, suspended in the air, as if beholding a deity. "Mommy, is he a messenger of God?" A little girl, her eyes sparkling with wonder, asked her mother, who cradled her closely. In the tales she had heard, only a messenger of God possessed the power to fly. "Perhaps, darling. Perhaps he is indeed sent by God to protect us." The girl's mother, previously an unbeliever, was now overwhelmed with astonishment. Returning home, she found herself inexplicably embracing faith. Oh my heavens! Bray could scarcely contain his disbelief. His leader could fly? What was happening? Could it be that his leader was truly divine? By extension, did that mean he himself was a minion of God? In a roundabout sense, he was also divine. Of course, Bray was oblivious to the mathematical connotation. But the sentiment was clear. He glanced back at the Peace Restaurant, where two enormous red lanterns hung at the entrance, purchased by Luxian from Chinatown. He realized he was no longer the aimless drifter he once was. Tears glimmered in the corners of Bray's eyes as he pondered his past existence. Had he truly lived before? No, he had merely been a walking corpse. But now, he was the manager of the Peace Restaurant, a respectable individual. Thus, anyone who sought to destroy the Peace Restaurant or obliterate Peace Street was, in effect, seeking to annihilate him. Bray's gaze hardened with resolve as he fervently looked at Ruea, then shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Have you forgotten who bestowed upon you this sanctuary? Who rescued you from the shadows?" In response to Bray's impassioned outburst, murmurs of agreement began to ripple through the crowd. "It is the people of our homeland. The people of our homeland." As the crowd fervently shouted the name of their homeland, the residents of Hell's Kitchen, though living in squalor, possessed a keen sense of right and wrong. They were not blind to the distinction between good and evil. The resounding cries of hundreds, or even thousands, were profoundly stirring, causing the entirety of Peace Street to erupt with excitement at the sight of Ruea. With the overwhelming support of the people, Ruea's reputation soared to its zenith within the neighborhood. In Ruea's mind, the system's voice resonated, announcing a remarkable increase of 5% in the unlocking degree of the Homeland template. Observing the increasingly fervent gazes of the crowd, Ruea cast a surprised glance at Bray, astonished by the emotional fervor exhibited by this individual. Starving, utterly famished, Thompson drifted through Hell's Kitchen like a weakened specter. "My good brother, let us hasten to partake in a meal." Suddenly, a colossal head emerged from his shoulder. The sight of two heads on a single body would have caused a normal person to faint from fright. However, Thompson merely regarded the dark head with mild indifference before turning away. In truth, a fierce internal battle raged within him. The weakness of venom had also begun to affect him. The entity residing within him made his stomach feel as if it were ablaze with hunger. Yet, the sustenance that venom craved was none other than human brains. Of course, other living beings or even chocolate could sustain the symbiote to some extent. But the yearning for human brains was paramount. This notion was utterly unacceptable to Thompson, just before he was about to prey upon an innocent passerby. The spider powers that had seemingly vanished from within him suddenly reacted, causing him to halt abruptly. Though he recognized himself as a scoundrel, could he truly engage in cannibalism? An act reserved for the depraved? When he first acquired the powers of the symbiote, he was elated, believing that he could reclaim his former glory after losing his spider abilities. Yet now, all he desired was to free himself from Venom's grasp. Unbeknownst to him, Venom was equally frustrated. Having accompanied Thompson for so long, it had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Every time it sought to attack a passerby, Thompson would intervene. It is worth noting that while the symbiote could exert some control over its host's actions, the host could likewise impose limitations on the symbiote. Recently, Venom sensed the presence of its kin in Queens, New York, who had been brazenly hunting humans. To avoid being implicated, Venom had withdrawn from revealing itself to Thompson. Currently, Venom found itself in a predicament, viewing Thompson as both unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. It was tempted to abandon this seemingly villainous yet cowardly host. Yet the hidden spider powers within Thompson made it reluctant to let go. Suddenly, Venom's instinctual perception alerted it to an unusual presence nearby. It was there, lurking in close proximity. The symbiotes possessed the ability to devour one another, but the venom currently inhabiting Thompson desired nothing more than to distance itself from its robust counterpart. 1 kilometer away, a formidable man stood before an elderly couple, a grotesque grin etched upon his face. The husband shielded his wife behind him, retrieving a handful of crumpled bills and coins from his pocket. "This is all we have. Please take it and spare us," he implored. The survival rule of Hell's Kitchen dictated such sacrifices, yet the elderly couple remained oblivious to the fact that this encounter was unlike any they had faced before. Chapter 27. The Arrival. Unbeknownst to the two elderly individuals standing before him, they were in the presence of the notorious assassin known as the Target Eye. Infamous in Hell's Kitchen, what filled the two elders with even greater dread was the sudden transformation of the robust figure before them, in the blink of an eye. He was enveloped by a vast, crimson liquid, venom. This symbiote, having arrived on Earth alongside Thompson's own symbiote, had chosen the ruthless target I as its host. Many of the recent disappearances in Queens were the work of their sinister hands. At that moment, Venom's entire form glowed a deep red, suggesting something ominous had transpired. Gazing at the two elders, Venom's pale eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. Hey, weren't we supposed to feast on younger prey? The voice of Target I resonated within Venom. Let us settle for these. After all, there are plenty of humans around. Upon hearing their unsettling exchange, the elderly couple grasped the gravity of their situation. Run, the husband urged, taking a few steps forward, embodying his role as protector as he called back to his wife. Head to Safety Street, hurry. The elderly man was acutely aware that his frail body could only buy his wife a moment's respite. Yet it was the last act of love he could offer her. A massive, blood-red tongue slithered from Venom's ghastly, white teeth as it regarded the couple, one blocking its path, the other trembling in retreat, with a sneer of contempt. Grabbing hold of the elder, Venom was poised to strike when a sudden sensation from a kilometer away caused it to hesitate. It's here, my kind. The thrill of the hunt ignited within Venom. If I consume it, it will be worth countless humans. The symbiote quivered with excitement, casting a dismissive glance at the elderly man resigned to his fate. Venom flung him aside. With a thud, the old man landed amidst a pile of refuse. Edmund, are you all right? Suddenly, the man's wife emerged from the shadows, reaching out to support her husband. She had not fled far. Age had rendered her too weary, and Safety Street was at least a mile away. How could she possibly escape? Why haven't you run? Though reproaching his wife for her lack of flight, warmth surged within him at her unwavering devotion. Yet, as he observed the crimson monstrosity suddenly spare him, confusion clouded his mind. Why had it chosen to let him go? At that moment, the symbiote inhabiting Thompson also became acutely aware of its precarious predicament. The connection between symbiotes was mutual. If it could sense the other, then the other was surely aware of its presence as well. Oh no, I've barely had a proper meal since merging with Thompson. How could I possibly stand against it? Yet, escape was evidently no longer an option. Boom. With the sound of crumbling walls, a crimson liquid was now alarmingly close. My dear brother, at long last, I have found you. After a month of feeding, Venom's size had grown immensely, nearly double that of the typical symbiote. Goodness. Your brother is so much stronger than you. Thompson gazed in astonishment at Venom before glancing down at his own frail form. He couldn't help but ponder whether the symbiote species could also suffer from underdevelopment. Venom sensed Thompson's thoughts and exclaimed in exasperation, "Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't denied me sustenance, would I be this weak?" Thompson smirked and muttered, "But I've fed you plenty of chocolate. Can that stuff substitute for real food?" Venom was now even more incensed. All right, do we have any escape plans?" Thompson looked at Venom with hopeful anticipation. Despite his malevolence and incessant focus on human brains, this creature often devised clever solutions in perilous situations. However, this time, Venom responded weakly, "It's too late." With a swift motion, Venom's arms transformed into two enormous, pointed spikes. "My good friend, become my nourishment," he declared, eyeing the weakened Venom as if he had found the most delectable delicacy in the world. No sooner had he spoken than the massive spikes lunged toward Thompson's chest. Eliminating the host would significantly diminish Venom's power. Given their current frailty, there was no way Thompson and Venom could evade such an assault. Just as Thompson was about to be eviscerated, Venom rapidly completed the symbiotic bond. The spikes pierced through Venom, sending a cascade of black droplets flying. While this bond preserved Thompson's life, it rendered Venom even weaker. "What terrible luck I have," he lamented, his consciousness fading. "Am I destined to perish here?" Thompson murmured, having once contemplated how he would face death. Yet, when the specter of death loomed, he found himself unexpectedly calm. "Humph. With such a powerful body, and yet you failed to cherish it, no wonder you are so feeble." At that moment, Venom sensed something extraordinary within Thompson's body during the symbiotic bond. That power, if fully realized, would undoubtedly rival his own. To possess such a host and not consume to enhance oneself was, in Venom's eyes, utterly incomprehensible. "Hey, hurry up and consume him. What are you waiting for?" Inside, the target sensed Venom's ravenous desire for Thompson's body and could not help but urge him on. He understood that this creature possessed no humanity. If it decided to pursue another host, it would spell danger for him. "Be quiet," Venom roared, devoid of any respect for the target within him. "You are merely my vessel. Understand your position." With that, disregarding the target's darkening expression, he enticed Thompson. "Kid, why not join me? As long as you do, I shall spare your life." However, before Thompson could respond, a figure descended from the sky. Due to the unlocking of the template height in his homeland, Ruea had developed remarkably acute hearing. When the two elderly men mentioned Pingan Street, it just so happened that Ruea who had yet to master the art of listening to information, overheard them. Within a mere 2 seconds, he traversed a distance of over a kilometer and found himself before the two symbiotes. Only after he had finished speaking did the sound of a sonic boom resonate behind him. Supersonic. The two enormous white eyes of Venom narrowed sharply. Generally speaking, speed is closely linked to strength. The ability to move at such an astonishing supersonic speed indicated that this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Ruea gazed with keen interest at the black and red symbiotes. He was well aware of what symbiotes were, but he never anticipated encountering two at once. Moreover, with his enhanced vision, Ruea discerned that the individual within the black symbiote was none other than Thompson. A brief moment of contemplation allowed him to draw a conclusion. It was evident that although Thompson had become the host for Venom, he had not consumed anything. Otherwise, he would not appear so feeble. Conversely, addressing the red entity before him, Ruea's voice turned icy. What brings you to my territory? Chapter 28. The Reinforcing Elixir. Ruea observed the crimson creature before him. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the red symbiote from the Venom film, its physique surpassing that of the Venom that resided within Thompson by a staggering twofold. Wow. A flawless form. As Ruea descended from the heavens, Venom exhibited no fear. Instead, its eyes sparkled with an insatiable hunger. Compared to your steel-like body, mine is akin to that of an infant. After setting its sights on Thompson's form, Venom realized that humanity could continually surprise it. It was evident that Ruea's physique was far more formidable than ordinary tempered steel. Could this truly be a human's constitution? If fused with such a body as a symbiote, it would be beyond the confines of Earth. They could surely claim a place in the entire universe. Venom was filled with exhilaration, gazing at Ruea as if beholding a priceless treasure. The symbiote and its host could share thoughts, and thus, Target, I was acutely aware of Venom's desire to abandon him for a new host. No, you cannot do this. Target, I bellowed frantically. We promised to conquer the world together. Have you forgotten? After a month of cohabitation, Target, I knew Venom's nature all too well. Strictly speaking, Venom was a heartless, cold-blooded killing machine. Once it chose to switch hosts, it would undoubtedly discard him like prime prey. Target, I understood that when Venom forsook him, it would signify his own demise. He still harbored lofty dreams yet to be realized. How could he perish here? Ever since the fusion with Venom a month ago, his inner desires had been expanding relentlessly. His foremost dream was to usurp Kingpin and become the underground emperor of the entire America. To achieve this ambition, he had even acquiesced to Venom's demands, relentlessly hunting humans to grow stronger. How could you wish to discard me after using me? Target, I no longer hesitated. Seizing the moment while Venom still resided within him, he summoned all his muscular strength and unleashed Venom's full potential. As long as he eliminated these bothersome foes, no one could contest Venom's allegiance. In fact, Target, I was far more powerful than Venom had anticipated. As the chief assassin under the underground Emperor Kingpin of New York, Target, I possessed strength that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. A top-tier fighter, a master of multiple weapons, and a skilled thrower of hidden projectiles. These were but a few of his titles. Not to mention, parts of his skeleton had been infused with adamantium. Thus, when Target, I launched his unexpected assault, Venom was momentarily caught off guard, and his body was successfully manipulated by Target I. In a mere second, Venom's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a monstrous figure nearly 5 meters tall. The immense physique burst through the buildings lining the street, sending many screaming from the collapsing structures in a desperate bid for survival. Curse it! What do you intend to do? Venom's voice was tinged with frustration. It certainly cared little for the fate of humanity, but the usurpation of bodily control by its host was utterly intolerable. Get away from me! Just as Venom wrested control of the body and expelled the target, a vial filled with a green liquid appeared in the target's hand. This was a human enhancement serum, soon to be supplied by Oscorp to cooperating military forces. However, this serum was still in the developmental stage and carried significant side effects, including the potential for inducing schizophrenia in users. Logically, such a serum should never circulate among civilians, but with Kingpin as a backing, acquiring a sample from the military seemed hardly surprising. You have forced my hand. Before Venom could expel him completely, the target downed the green serum in one swift motion. Regardless of the serum's dire side effects, its effects were undeniably potent. As the liquid coursed down the target's throat, every muscle in his body began to swell. Veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, and upon closer inspection, one could see a shimmering, otherworldly liquid flowing within. The human enhancement serum could amplify bodily functions, with a minimum enhancement of 8-fold. Wretched cries erupted from both the target and Venom. In that moment, the target, now endowed with abilities far exceeding those of an ordinary human, finally seized control over the symbiote. This meant that Venom had become a subordinate to the target, unable to extricate itself from the host's body. Amidst Venom's anguished wails, its crimson skin began to change color, transforming it into a dark green monstrosity in the blink of an eye. It resembled raw muscle devoid of skin, with viscous liquid splattering across its surface, only to be absorbed back in. At this moment, venom truly embodied its name, appearing exceedingly venomous. Hiss! The target drew a sharp breath and opened his eyes. In that instant, the last vestiges of reason evaporated from his gaze, replaced by sheer madness. The target, no. Perhaps now he should be called Mad Eye, had completely lost his human persona after consuming the incomplete enhancement serum, morphing into a genuine monstrosity of the mind. Simultaneously, his flesh melded wholly with venom, rendering them inseparable. Hee, I've devoured you. Under the sweeping gaze of Mad Eye, Thompson felt an icy chill settle deep within him. Meanwhile, the weakened venom was utterly overwhelmed. After a startled exclamation, it recoiled back into Thompson's body in fear. Hey! Thompson stared in disbelief at the cowardly venom. Brother, hiding like a turtle now serves any purpose? Faced with a common enemy, Thompson and Venom seemed to have reached an uneasy truce. Yet, it appeared to be too late. Venom, dejected within Thompson's body, retorted, "Resign yourself? That creature could crush both of us with a mere pinky finger." As it spoke, Venom cast a regretful glance at the nearby lure. What a shame to waste such a fine host sample. Here, observing the entire transformation of the venom, the lure finally witnessed a reaction. It slowly elevated its body, reaching the same height as the colossal head of the Mad Eye. Truly fascinating. Akin to watching a blockbuster in a theater in a past life. No, the palpable sensation of facing it directly is far more authentic than any film. Indeed, the lure's fascination with Venom's mutation stemmed from a mere curiosity for spectacle. It has been said that immense strength can also breed solitude. Having unlocked 85% of the template of the native, the lure, aside from its vision, hearing, and flight abilities, has nearly no significant differences from a true native. Thus, it possesses the confidence to witness this grand spectacle. Chapter 29. Instant Refinement. Clap, clap, clap. Ruea gently applauded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a thrilling transformation." He exhibited no trace of tension or fear in the presence of the deranged creature before him. The creature, known as Crazy Eye, remained silent, merely repeating, "Eat, eat, eat." Its face then split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp, white teeth, akin to a blender, as it lunged towards Ruea with ferocious intent. How absurd. In the face of the creature's sluggish movements, Ruea chuckled softly and effortlessly retreated several meters, evading the assault. Nearby, the bewildered residents, who had yet to flee, turned back in shock at the sight of the enormous green monstrosity. My God, what is that thing? It must stand at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Could it be yet another failed experiment unleashed by our American government? The fleeing crowd silently vowed that this day would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating they had ever experienced in the depths of Hell's Kitchen. What should we do now? Someone exclaimed. Run. Let's south head to Peach Street. I've heard it's protected by some big shots known as the Patriotic People. Why don't you look up there at that flying figure? Who is it? Bored. And their essay master? A human who can fly. This guy is practically Superman. In truth, as the template for the Patriotic People was on the verge of complete activation, Ruea had ceased to conceal his abilities. In the air, he observed the frenzied massive green venom below, realizing that further communication was futile. Having had his fun, he decided to send it on its way. Ruea descended gracefully, and as his feet touched the ground, his leg muscles unleashed their power. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from the point of contact between Ruea's feet and the earth, sending dust soaring into the air. Following this, a sharp explosive sound resounded. On the roadside, Thompson watched in bewilderment as Ruea vanished from sight, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Where did he go? Idiot, look at Venom. The venomous entity scoffed, then urged Thompson to gaze at the head of the creature. At that moment, Ruea was suspended above the spine of Crazy Eye. The creature appeared utterly wretched, having lost a significant portion of its left shoulder and a large part of its head due to Ruea's impact, which had struck like a projectile. Did your brother just get taken down like that? A flicker of hope glimmered in Thompson's eyes. However, the venom within him swiftly doused that hope with cold reality. Think again. First, mere physical damage cannot so easily vanquish our symbiotic form. Second, though we are of the same kind, it does not share the brotherly bond you humans perceive. Symbiotic beings may differ in appearance, yet their capabilities are fundamentally similar. From the perspective of the venom within Thompson, Ruea's supersonic strike was indeed formidable. If such an attack were to be unleashed upon his weakened self, he might very well meet his end. But venom was a different story. After a full month of sustenance, it had grown immensely stronger. It can be said that once it devours its own kind, it will likely become immune to all simplistic physical assaults. Though it pains him to admit, Venom understands that in the eyes of Carnage, he is merely a delectable morsel. Come on, cheer up. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope? Thompson, who had long harbored a deep disdain for Carnage's relentless oppression at school, now fervently wished for Carnage to be even stronger. How could that be? Don't indulge in fantasies unless... Venom's words trailed off abruptly. Unless what? Thompson gasped as the question escaped his lips. In the air, Carnage observed as the gaping wound he had inflicted continued to mend at an astonishing pace. The green, liquid-like substance writhed, restoring its damaged form to perfection. Indeed, the regenerative capabilities of symbiotes when confronted with physical attacks are unparalleled. Once they bond with a host, they become almost liquid, exceedingly difficult to eliminate through conventional means. This revelation stirred a sense of interest within Carnage. Although he himself was formidable, his future adversaries would not be weak. Having an additional trump card could only be advantageous, right? Regrettably, this particular venom seemed to have fused entirely with the man. Moreover, the green hue was rather unattractive, prompting Carnage to shake his head in distaste. In fact, within the Marvel Universe, many individuals have transformed themselves into grotesque beings in their quest for strength. Whether willingly or unwillingly, figures such as Dr. Connors, Rhino, and the iconic pinnacle of earthly power, the Hulk, serve as prime examples. Meanwhile, with his body fully restored, a grin twisted upon the face of Carnage. No worries, let us eat. However, Carnage was disinclined to engage further. Go seek the Grim Reaper then. Oh, in America, I suppose that would be referred to as Satan. As his words faded, Carnage's eyes began to glow crimson. A tremendous surge of heat coalesced within his gaze, and upon unlocking 80% of his potential, Carnage unleashed his full might for the first time. Boom! 2 searing beams of laser light erupted from his eyes. The moment the rays contacted Carnage's surface, a violent reaction ensued. A copious amount of green liquid vaporized, releasing plumes of smoke. The formidable defenses of Carnage were utterly ineffective against the laser beams. In an instant, the rays pierced through his form. Carnage emitted a wretched cry of agony, yet Carnage pressed on. The laser beams descended relentlessly, offering Carnage no respite as his body underwent substantial evaporation. Enhanced by the human augmentation serum, Carnage had completely merged with Venom, rendering him immensely powerful yet irrevocably tethered to Venom's existence. In mere moments, Carnage's colossal figure was reduced to mere dust under the onslaught of Carnage's laser beams. As he ceased the output of the laser, Carnage felt no turbulence within, but rather a profound awareness of the changes within his own body. Not bad. Even after such an intense application of the laser, his body felt no discomfort whatsoever. Even for a patriot, one's strength is not perpetually boundless. Much like Leah, whose abilities and stamina are intricately linked. Once his vigor is depleted, he may find himself unable to wield flight or unleash his laser vision. Nevertheless, his fundamental strength and bodily defenses remain intact. On the ground, Venom gazed at the utterly obliterated Carnage, astonished by Luya's formidable power, yet simultaneously relieved. It appears we have survived? A diminutive black head cautiously emerged from Thompson's shoulder, surveying the surroundings before confirming that Carnage was indeed completely and utterly deceased, reduced to nothingness. Phew, I thought we were doomed today. Venom relaxed entirely, the elongated white eyes on his black head stretching in bliss. Thompson, however, was less optimistic. As memories of his conflict with Luya at school resurfaced, he glanced at Venom and chuckled dryly. It might not be entirely safe after all. Chapter 30. The plan to establish a school. Activate the universe, Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, this is the military's response. Happy Hogan placed the document before Tony Stark. Let me see how this bunch of incompetent politicians has replied. At this juncture, Tony Stark was still very much the quintessential playboy. There were always murmurs suggesting that he changed his model girlfriend every night. As he opened the document, he remained preoccupied with the media's relentless inquiries from that morning. Only one a night. Who do they think I am? He scoffed. These unscrupulous media, even their fabrications are so miserly. One day, I shall acquire them and have them perform for me daily. Happy chuckled awkwardly, sensing that Tony's humor was rather risque. As Stark's confidant and friend, he had often urged Tony to be more mindful of his personal life, but to no avail. Fortunately, Stark had inherited the brilliance of his family, and under his stewardship, Stark Industries was thriving. However, upon perusing the military's response in the document, Stark's demeanor shifted. The file revealed that the military intended to purchase a substantial quantity of weapons from Stark, approximately equivalent to 3 months' production of Stark Industries. While it might seem modest, the actual output of Stark Industries and weaponry was considerable. In the Marvel Universe, one could find weapons adorned with the Stark Industries logo in nearly any war-torn country, particularly munitions. Logically, receiving such a large order should have delighted Stark. Yet, his brow furrowed, and it appeared as though he might unleash a torrent of expletives at any moment. Hey, Tony, what's the matter? With no one else present in the office, Happy felt at liberty to address Stark more casually. See for yourself. Stark slammed the document onto the desk, seemingly uninterested in further examination. Happy scrutinized the file closely and, unsurprisingly, his brow knitted in concern. They're offering us a mere half of the profit. Are they robbing us? Happy gazed incredulously at the pricing set by the military, which had been driven to an almost extreme low. There must be another reason. The military has collaborated with our company for years. There's no way they would suddenly act this way. Stark's quick wit kicked in, and he immediately realized that perhaps they had found alternative suppliers. In the Marvel universe, due to the presence of extraordinary powers, many aspects of America diverged from reality. Yet one truth remained: capital governs power. Could it be the Osborn Group? Happy speculated. Not just that. While the Osborn Group indeed competes with Stark Industries, their scale is still rather diminutive compared to our global arms dealings. Happy, leverage our connections. I need to uncover the truth behind this immediately. Once Tony Stark recognized that other forces were at play, the situation became much more manageable, regardless of who the other party may be. It is certain that they cannot possess wealth surpassing one's own. Money, after all, can procure nearly all information. Fortuitously, I find myself in abundant possession of wealth. Stark Industries has operated for many years, forging an indelible bond with politicians. In fact, they themselves are akin to politicians. In less than half an hour, a confidential piece of information emerged before Stark. It was the notorious Kingpin. The truth has come to light. This entire affair was orchestrated by none other than New York's underground emperor, Kingpin. Within the Marvel universe, one might say that American politicians have been fragmented by various factions, and among them, the capital-rich Kingpin is a significant player. It turns out that Kingpin not only seeks to seize Stark Industries' arms market but also aims to acquire their weaponry at a bargain price, an attempt to profit on both ends. After a moment of contemplation, Stark turned to Happy and instructed, investigate Kingpin's enterprises. Hell's Kitchen, P Street. A week has passed since Venom's demise. Ruea was toying with several pieces of silvery gray metal, the adamantium alloy. These remnants were the sole vestiges left after the incineration of the Mad Eye, Venom. They had originally fused within Mad Eye's skeletal structure, yet survived the fiery obliteration brought on by Ruea's laser vision. Unfortunately, there was insufficient quantity. Otherwise, one could forge a weapon from adamantium alloy. While Ruea was lost in thought, Erica entered the room. Ruea, have you given any thought to the establishment of a school in Peace Academy? In the distance, Lu Xian, serving customers, suddenly perked up her ears to listen to their conversation. If a school could indeed be built in Hell's Kitchen, her brother would have the opportunity to receive an education. Hell's Kitchen was once a chaotic and hopeless place. The residents here often began their day with gratitude for merely being alive, followed by the urgent need to procure something to eat. No one had contemplated the issue of schooling, nor had anyone considered the future of the children. The safety of these children growing up was uncertain, and even if they did reach adulthood, it was highly probable they would join a gang. Recently, Ruea lamented the slow progress in unlocking templates from his homeland during a casual chat at the restaurant, expressing his desire to establish a school in Hell's Kitchen. Initially, he believed that such a noble endeavor would significantly enhance his unlocking progress. However, upon Erica's mention of the concrete details, Ruea found himself perplexed. Setting aside the myriad qualifications and procedures required to establish a school, even the funds to construct an educational building proved difficult for Ruea to accumulate. At present, Ruea possessed a mere 100,000, a sum acquired through boxing victories over a month ago. Yet, 100,000 was but a drop in the bucket when it came to constructing a school. Ruea understood his own strength. Yet this bore no relevance to quick financial gains. Lacking an acumen for business and with no advanced technology bestowed upon him by the system, how could he possibly generate income? Was he to resort to robbery? It seems there is a certain feasibility to the idea. Ruea pondered, stroking his head. Indeed, resorting to theft could be a swift means to acquire wealth. Even the front desk manager of a mere underground fighting arena can carry as much as 100,000 in cash. One can only imagine the immense fortune held by the masters of those gray and even darker enterprises. Well, let me contemplate. Who might I rob to alleviate poverty in a manner that feels more justifiable? Ruea understood that he could not simply target any wealthy individual for robbery. He might as well pursue a path to the presidency instead. With narrowed eyes, Ruea's keen vision discerned the other districts of Hell's Kitchen. How true it is that one can be so blinded by a singular perspective that they fail to recognize the greater expanse. The gangs within Hell's Kitchen present themselves as rather enticing targets for such acts of theft, do they not? Chapter 31. A visit to Hell's Kitchen with Stark. As Ruea pondered which gang to confront first in Hell's Kitchen, an unexpected guest arrived. I had never anticipated that the environment here would be so deplorable. Stark, accompanied by Happy and several bodyguards, stepped out of his Audi R8 coupe. The moment he set foot in Hell's Kitchen, he was taken aback by the squalor surrounding him. Honestly, Happy, Stark remarked, gesturing with his cigar, I had no idea our New York harbored such dismal places. Actually, this isn't even the worst of it. Happy thought to himself, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. In his view, this so-called Hell's Kitchen was indeed a chaotic mess. Were it not for the formidable bodyguards Stark had hired, each capable of taking on 10 foes, he would never have dared to step foot here. It was hard to believe that the so-called underground emperor, Kingpin, operated from such a place. According to Stark's understanding, even if Kingpin belonged to the shadowy underworld, his resources were indisputable. Should not the stronghold of such a figure be as opulent as Stark Industries? In fact, Stark was currently dissatisfied with his company's headquarters and was already contemplating the construction of a breathtaking iconic building. As the two conversed, a brawl erupted ahead between two gangs. This was no petty squabble. Due to a dispute over flower trade shares, both factions had brandished a considerable amount of firearms. When a gang member, stricken with fear, fled towards Stark, he was promptly shot dead by one of Stark's bodyguards. My heavens! Happy exclaimed, wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow from terror, as he observed the gang member just a few meters away. I say, Mr. Stark, should we consider retreating? Hell's Kitchen seems rather perilous. Of course, I am not afraid. I am primarily concerned for your safety. If it weren't for Happy's slightly trembling voice, Stark might have genuinely believed his excuse. Patting Happy's broad shoulder, which quivered slightly, Stark smiled. Buddy, you ought to lose some weight. With that, he strode forward. The men of the Stark family never shrink from danger. Moreover, Stark glanced back at his bodyguards. They were equipped with Stark Industries' latest technology. The mere gang members posed little threat. Thus, as they proceeded, Stark encountered much. Happy. Give each of them $100. He gestured towards two filthy children, and, unbeknownst to him, this was not the first time he had done so since entering Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Stark, I must say, today's expenses will need reimbursement when I return, Happy remarked. Yet he still produced a bill and handed it over. Two children gazed eagerly at the $200 bills in Happy's hand, gratefully accepting them. Thank you, handsome sir. The older boy, discerning that Stark was the leader among them, hastily showered him with compliments. This flattery brought a smile to Stark's face, as he had always been quite pleased with his appearance. He then turned to the boy who had spoken to him, inquiring, Might you tell me how you sustain yourselves in this place? As they walked, Stark was acutely aware of the crime scene surrounding them, hardly believing that children could survive in such an environment. In the past, Mrs. Deus would help out in various shops to procure some meager sustenance. The boy explained that Deus was their adoptive mother. Noticing the boy's use of was, Stark quickly pressed on, And what of the present? The boy lowered his gaze, his tone somber as he replied, Mrs. Deus is not well. She can no longer get out of bed. However, he quickly lifted his head, a bright smile illuminating his face. But things are much better now. We've grown up. Furthermore, the local benefactor on P Street provides us with easy work and fresh food. If it weren't for Mrs. Deus's condition, we would have planned to move to P Street. P Street? Benefactor? Stark exchanged a glance with Happy. The initial impression of something greatly influences a person's subsequent judgment of it. Stark found it difficult to believe that kindness could exist in such a nefarious place. Sensing Stark's skepticism, the boy hastily reassured him. It's true. The benefactor said he would offer us shelter in Hell's Kitchen. In return, we only need to show him respect. Many common folk like us have already moved to P Street. The benefactor believes that gang members are too deeply entrenched in sin to enter. This statement left Stark even more bewildered. How could a savior possibly emerge from Hell's Kitchen? With a strong sense of doubt, Stark bid farewell to the boy and headed in the direction he had indicated toward P Street. In the distance, Stark spotted an unusual street, one that seemed to starkly contrast with Hell's Kitchen. Clean streets adorned with eaves draped in red lanterns. Honestly, the area exuded a hint of Asian influence. Stark recognized the origins of the lanterns. This must be P Street. It should be, Stark replied. The boy just mentioned that we could easily discern its differences. Indeed, it was remarkably distinct. The atmosphere was tranquil and clean, with many faces adorned with smiles of happiness. Perhaps I should reconsider my perspective. Maybe the benefactor here is truly a savior of sorts? Stark shook his head. No. Before encountering the master of this place, he must retain his own opinions. At this point, Stark had entirely forgotten the purpose of his visit to Hell's Kitchen. What was initially intended as a reconnaissance mission had inexplicably transformed into a sightseeing excursion. However, at this stage, Tony Stark had not yet endured the trials that would come to shape him. He had not yet achieved the growth necessary to become the future hero known as Iron Man. Instead, he remained merely a playboy featured in the pages of numerous newspapers. Consequently, their actions did not seem particularly surprising. At the peaceful restaurant, Lewis suddenly heard Bray reporting, Boss, there are reports of several strangers seen entering Peaceful Street. Strangers? Referring to those individuals who clearly did not resemble the denizens of Hell's Kitchen. Under normal circumstances, Lua would ensure that such individuals found eternal rest. Understood. Chapter 32, The Stark Coin. Hell's Kitchen, Peaceful Street. As Stark and Happy engaged in conversation about the unique aspects of this place, they found their path obstructed by several individuals. Unlike previous encounters that had escalated into conflict, these individuals merely stood before them, blocking their way. Gentlemen, you are in the territory of Peaceful Street. Please state your identities. Ellis, observing the well-dressed Stark and his companions, felt a surge of caution within him. The residents of Hell's Kitchen were predominantly impoverished, appearing gaunt and weary, quite unlike the affluent individuals standing before him. Ellis was a member of the patrol team of Peaceful Street, responsible for monitoring the area daily to prevent gang members from other regions from entering. Although the reputation of the patriotic gang had spread, bolstered by the long-standing presence of the Black Angel, Erica, there were always reckless individuals willing to take risks. Thus, under Bray's suggestion, the patrol team of Peaceful Street was established. Ellis Buck served as the captain of this patrol team. Go notify the boss, Ellis whispered to a subordinate after halting Stark and his group. He then aimed his vintage Beretta pistol at Stark and his companions. As several bodyguards quickly positioned themselves in front of Stark, Ellis's conviction that they were not to be trifled with grew stronger. Stark, however, did not attempt to force his way through. Despite the vintage Beretta being merely an antiquated piece of artillery in his eyes, he chose to remain composed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the figure of Ruea appeared at the edge of the street. Ellis turned around and immediately spotted his idol, the patriotic leader. His reference to boss was not aimed at Ruea, but rather at Bray, who stood a step behind him. Ruea only ventured out during the day in Hell's Kitchen, which meant that many in Peaceful Street had only heard his name without ever having seen him. Today marked Ellis's first opportunity to witness Ruea up close. As a devoted fan of the patriotic gang, his excitement was palpable. Casting a glance of pity at Stark, he thought that if Stark was indeed seeking trouble, he had chosen the wrong moment. Boss. Ruea approached, and Ellis along with several other patrol members called out excitedly. Ruea nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards the unfamiliar individuals behind them. In an instant, Stark's strikingly handsome yet rebellious visage caught Ruea's attention. Is that Stark? Ruea quickly recognized him by his appearance. Not only was Stark a legendary figure in the past as Iron Man, but in this life. Many newspapers frequently featured sensational news about Tony Stark. On his side, Stark was equally taken aback upon seeing Ruea. Youthful, he appeared remarkably young. Stark had anticipated that the so-called ruler of Hell's Kitchen would be a cold, mature middle-aged man or elder, a figure that aligned with his preconceived notions of the underground world. Yet, Ruea's youthful visage, despite his robust physique, was undeniable. So, this young lad is the ruler of Peace Street, is he? As the saying goes, without hair on the lips, one's actions lack reliability. While Stark does have an affinity for youthful and beautiful women, he tends to regard young men as mere children. After all, despite his flirtatious nature, he has already reached the age of 30. However, his words ignited the ire of those surrounding Ruea. To Ruea, the residents of Peace Street are precisely what Stark initially envisioned, a savior. Indeed, a savior who rescues others from peril and champions justice. Is that not the essence of a savior? Now, to refer to their savior as a mere young lad was bound to incite anger. Observing the glares directed at him, Stark recognized his misstep. Moreover, as more individuals gathered, many armed, a sense of impending danger began to envelop him. Stark found himself regretting his impulsive remarks. Should a conflict arise, even his loyal subordinates might struggle to ensure his safety. After all, the crowd had swelled to over 100. Among them were not only armed young men, but also numerous elderly individuals and children. Though the elders and children bore no firearms, they wielded makeshift weapons such as basins, frying pans, and ladles. Stark exchanged a glance with Happy and quipped, if our employees exhibited even a fraction of the unity these folks display, our business would undoubtedly thrive. Yet, Happy remained less optimistic, noting the ever-increasing throng that had even blocked their path of retreat. Tony, I think we should consider how to extricate ourselves from this situation. Typically, rivals of their stature do not engage in outright violence upon first encounter, which is why Stark felt emboldened to venture into Hell's Kitchen. If Jean dared to make a move against him, Stark was prepared to retaliate with consequences Jean would not be able to bear. What he feared were the reckless youths, fearless and unrestrained, who might charge in without regard for repercussions. Clearly, Happy was concerned that the master of Peace Street belonged to the latter category. Do not worry, Stark reassured him, sensing Happy's trepidation. They do not appear to be the sort who would engage in senseless brutality. Stark's assessment was largely influenced by Ruea's striking appearance and the evident support of the residents of Peace Street. As a connoisseur of aesthetics, Stark found it difficult to harbor any disdain for Ruea's tall and handsome demeanor. He stepped forward, facing the hundreds of eyes fixated upon him, though his heart raced. His voice remained steady. Hey, we mean no harm. The crowd remained silent, encircling them not out of malice. Given the strength of their compatriots, They did not believe this group could inflict any damage upon Peace Street. They merely sought to draw closer to the prominent figures they seldom encountered. Tony Stark. I know you, Ruea declared, instantly revealing Stark's identity. The utterance of Stark's name elicited a gasp from those around them. Even the most destitute residents of Hell's Kitchen are well aware of Stark Industries. Their weapons are renowned worldwide. And it is no surprise that many products of theirs can be found even in Hell's Kitchen. Those who can wield Stark Industries armaments are considered to be among the successful denizens of this gritty locale. The majority, however, are still reliant on second-hand goods that are remnants of an unknown past. For instance, the Beretta in Ellis's hand has undoubtedly changed hands numerous times. Upon hearing Ruea recognize Stark's identity, Happy felt a pang of anxiety, his corpulent frame shifting forward, clearly intending to shield Stark in case of any impending danger. However, Ruea was preoccupied with another thought. Just moments ago, he was fretting over funds for establishing a school, and now, it seemed, a benefactor had unexpectedly emerged. Oh no, he should rather be termed a future sponsor. Ruea was already contemplating how to extract a fortune from Stark. Chapter 33, Negotiation. In the tranquil restaurant, Stark surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Compared to the rest of Hell's Kitchen, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Upon spotting Lu Xian, who was serving plates, and Lu Hao, returning from tutoring, Stark turned his inquisitive gaze towards Ruea. Do the children here not attend school? He pondered. Having noticed that none of the children he encountered along the way seemed to be enrolled in any educational institution. He had assumed that Ping and Street would present a different scenario, yet it appeared that the children here were also deprived of schooling. Ruea feigned helplessness and shook his head. There are simply no schools in Hell's Kitchen. Stark was taken aback by this revelation. Is it not possible to establish one? A good question indeed. The patrons of the restaurant turned their attention to this audacious individual. Unacquainted with Stark's identity, they were oblivious to the implications of his inquiry. Ruea was rendered somewhat speechless by Stark's naivety. Establish a school? Setting aside the myriad of bureaucratic hurdles and the darkness that pervades Hell's Kitchen, constructing a campus would require at least $1 million. Taken aback by Ruea's retort, Stark paused. $1 million? Is that a lot? It was not an act of bravado. He genuinely believed that $1 million was hardly significant. Well, Ruea rolled his eyes. How about you provide me with some funding? Just a few million will suffice. After all, such a trifling sum is inconsequential to you. This left Stark awkwardly chuckling. While he was indeed wealthy, it was implausible to simply hand over several million to someone he had just met. He contemplated for a moment before not entirely dismissing the idea, instead countering Ruea. What kind of return can you offer me? He remained mindful of his objective regarding the military contracts that had been compromised by Jean Bing, which could result in losses far exceeding millions. Given that this young man, Ruea, had managed to establish a presence in Jean Bing's territory, Stark speculated that he might possess some means of countering Jean Bing's influence. If Ruea could assist him, then the prospect of investing millions, even tens of millions, might warrant consideration. Ruea was taken aback that Stark did not immediately decline his proposal, especially since they had known each other for less than half an hour. Without much deliberation, Ruea replied straightforwardly, it's quite simple. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, regardless of your location, I vow to save your life. He recalled that Stark had previously been kidnapped by the Ten Rings before he had donned his Iron Man suit. It was during that harrowing experience that Stark had undergone a pivotal transformation, leading to the creation of the original Mark I armor. Observing Ruea's earnest declaration of future commitment to save him, Stark remained somewhat skeptical. I have bodyguards accompanying me wherever I go, equipped with the latest technology developed by my company. If they cannot protect me, then you. Stark did not continue. Yet the implication was unmistakable. He doubted that Ruea could save his life in a critical moment. Observing Stark's arrogant demeanor, Ruea offered a faint smile. Was he questioning his capabilities? Ruea rose to his feet. In an instant, a tempest swept through the restaurant, only to cease just as swiftly. By the time Stark regained his composure, all the weapons held by his bodyguards had been seized by Ruea. Clang, clang, clang. Various advanced firearms clattered to the ground. Stark was taken aback and quickly reached into his pocket. Where's my limited edition Desert Eagle? Glancing at Ruea, he saw him toying with his own Mark 7 Desert Eagle. The limited edition. Hey, this is no laughing matter. Stark was bewildered by how Ruea had managed to disarm him and his men in an instant. Yet, he was well aware of the power of his limited Desert Eagle. At such close range, even a large animal would be instantly incapacitated. Ruea examined the Desert Eagle he had retrieved from Stark's pocket, its entire body gleaming in gold, exuding an ostentatious aura. It perfectly suited the current persona of Tony Stark. Observing the tense expressions of Stark and his companions, Ruea smirked. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to demonstrate whether I possess the capability to save your life. However, Stark remained unconvinced, exclaiming, "I thought the dark forces of Peace Street were different from those of Hell's Kitchen, but now it appears there is no distinction." Ruea paid no heed to Stark's indignation. Instead, it was the other patrons in the restaurant who were incensed. Peace Street was their home. Anyone who tarnished its reputation, be it Tony Stark or even a deity, would receive their disdain. Nevertheless, Ruea raised his hand once more, pacifying the agitated crowd. He then disengaged the safety on the Desert Eagle. Click. The sound of the safety being released was not loud, yet it resonated deeply within Stark's heart. It was over. This thought consumed him. Being struck by a Desert Eagle at such close range would be unbearable, even for an elephant. Although he was currently clad in a bulletproof vest, it might as well be made of paper. Then, Stark's pupils dilated. He saw Ruea lift the Desert Eagle and aim it at his own head. This revelation left Stark utterly confounded. A place as orderly as Peace Street was governed by a madman? Yet, what astonished him even more was that the other patrons in the restaurant displayed no signs of shock, as if they were entirely unconcerned. "Aren't you going to intervene for your boss?" Then, boom, clang. The first sound was the tremendous sonic boom produced by the firing of the Desert Eagle, reverberating like an explosion throughout the restaurant. The second sound was Ruea catching the bullet with his bare hands. Yes, with his bare hands. Stark, happy, and their bodyguards gazed in astonishment at the incredible scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. They collectively marveled. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Clink. The crushed bullet in Ruea's hand fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. "I wonder," Ruea said softly, looking at the astonished Stark. "Do I possess the ability to save your life?" Although his fearless confrontation with firearms was merely a fragment of his overall prowess, it was sufficient to impart a valuable lesson to Stark. Indeed, Stark nodded in a daze. Witnessing such an extraordinary feat, where a human body could withstand the Desert Eagle, was undeniably real. In this moment, beneath his seemingly vacant expression, Stark contemplated deeply. Perhaps investing millions to cultivate a relationship with such an individual is indeed worthwhile. Chapter 34 Graduation Ceremony. Having witnessed Ruea's extraordinary resilience against the Sand Eagle, Stark found himself in a state of astonishment, prompting a shift in his perception. As one of America's foremost capitalists, Stark was acutely aware of the existence of extraordinary powers in the world. He was familiar with various abilities, such as Ruea's superhuman physiology. Notably, the Osborn Group, with its laboratories dedicated to the development of biological enhancement agents, came to mind. However, he had never encountered anyone like Ruea, whose appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, yet possessed the capability to withstand the Sand Eagle's might without a scratch. Stark conceded that he had never seen such a phenomenon before. Consequently, Stark promptly declared, "I agree to this transaction. However, I have one question. How should I seek your assistance if I find myself in danger?" This inquiry was not without merit, given the extent of his security detail. If Stark were to face peril, it would undoubtedly be in an exceedingly urgent situation, one where even the heavens would not answer his call. In such dire straits, the question would not merely be whether Ruea could rescue him, but rather, how could Ruea ascertain his location? In response to Stark's concerns, Ruea smiled and said, "It is quite simple. When you find yourself in a desperate situation, call my name, and I shall appear." This was not mere bravado on Ruea's part. He was aware that Stark would soon be kidnapped by the Ten Rings, providing him with the critical information necessary for precise intervention. Moreover, with the enhancement of his own abilities, Ruea was confident that he might very well hear Stark's plea for help in a moment of crisis. Very well. Surprisingly, Stark accepted Ruea's seemingly unreliable promise. Meanwhile, Happy, anxious beside him, tugged at Stark's clothing, whispering urgently, "Tony, are you out of your mind? Several million is no trifling sum. Even if you have wealth, you shouldn't be so reckless." Given their friendship, Happy felt compelled to intervene directly. Stark, however, waved off Happy's concerns, asserting, "Happy, I believe that investing a few million to befriend someone with such capabilities is entirely worthwhile." Stark remained resolute in his opinion, leaving Happy with no choice but to relent. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months elapsed since Stark had finalized the details for establishing the school in Hell's Kitchen. Midtown High School was abuzz with excitement today. Although it was still morning class time, the atmosphere throughout the campus had transformed from its usual somberness. From classrooms to the playground, a jubilant spirit pervaded the air. The source of this exuberance was none other than the graduation day for the senior students of Midtown High School. The students' excitement was largely attributable to the fact that upon graduating from high school, they would officially be considered adults. Countless new experiences awaited them, and a wealth of novel opportunities lay in store for their exploration. "Peter, my father expresses great admiration for your talents." Harry Osborn found his friend Peter, who was lost in thought. "Are you free to come over for dinner at my house tonight?" Harry's father, Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborn Corporation, is also an exceptionally brilliant scientist. After meeting Peter some time ago, he had shown an unusual appreciation for him. This was not surprising, as Peter was an academic prodigy. And after becoming Spider-Man, his intellect had further flourished. Consequently, Norman Osborn had long contemplated recruiting Peter to join his company's laboratory as a researcher. Additionally, Norman was acquainted with Peter's father, the biologist Ruea Parker, which further fueled his desire to bring Peter into his lab. After all, a tiger's cub does not stray far from its mother. However, Peter had been indecisive about his future with the Osborn Corporation. On one hand, he had just graduated high school. On the other hand, although he had been secretly doing justice as Spider-Man, he remained in a state of confusion regarding his future. In truth, since Ben Parker was saved by Ruea, Peter had not solidified his convictions as he did in the original narrative. Just as Peter was grappling with his uncertainty, Harry preemptively helped him make a decision. It's settled then. Oh, remember to bring your brother along. In a daze, Peter found his evening plans unexpectedly arranged. Bring my brother? Peter recalled Ruea's odd behavior over the past 2 months. With his spider abilities, he easily noticed that every night, Ruea would leave the house. This could not simply be explained away as a date with Gwen. Peter might occasionally be a bit slow on the uptake, but he was not foolish. He knew his brother Ruea was hiding something from him. Yet, despite having become Spider-Man and being able to traverse the city, he was puzzled. Every time he attempted to chase after Ruea at night to uncover his secrets, he inexplicably lost track of him. Either Ruea would vanish around a corner or slip away into the shadows. Even his spider sense proved futile, as Ruea always seemed to disappear into thin air, his presence abruptly vanishing. What Peter did not realize was that Ruea's method of evading him was quite simple. He was merely fast. Harry, Peter? A girl's voice called from a distance, bringing Peter back to reality. Hi, MJ. Peter instinctively smiled and waved at Mary Jane. However, his smile faltered when he saw Mary Jane link her arm with Harry's. Despite having become Spider-Man, a figure of justice and a good neighbor in the eyes of many, what Peter yearned for most was still the affection of Mary Jane. Regrettably, Mary Jane has now become the girlfriend of his close friend Harry, leaving Peter to temporarily conceal his feelings deep within his heart. Yet, both Harry and Mary Jane are acutely aware of Peter's affections. However, one chooses to preserve their friendship while the other seeks personal security, and thus, they silently agree to avoid addressing the matter. Peter forced a smile upon his lips and, looking at Harry, said, I understand. I will come over for dinner tonight, and as for my brother, I will speak with him as well. Peter was uncertain whether Ruea would be available that evening, hence he refrained from providing a definitive answer. Harry nodded with a smile, replying, Then I shall wait for your arrival at home. Chapter 35, The Birth of the Green Goblin. Osborn Group, Laboratory. What? Are they really pulling out their investments? As he listened to his assistant's report, Norman Osborn's expression visibly contorted with distress. Just moments ago, his human enhancement serum had once again failed. Although the serum had successfully augmented several spiders, its application on mammals, such as the laboratory's white mice, resulted in either madness leading to death or exhaustion culminating in demise. To make matters worse, the military investors behind him had just issued an ultimatum. If the serum was not perfected soon, they would withdraw their funding. The collapse of the Osborn Group loomed imminent without the military's substantial financial backing. Thus, Norman Osborn found himself in a state of urgency. Was there truly no way to improve it? Even a semi-finished product with fewer side effects would suffice. He grasped his assistant's collar, erupting in a frantic roar. The assistant could not respond. In the research and development of the serum, Norman Osborn was the primary investigator. He understood the potential of the serum better than anyone else. Observing the helpless expression on his assistant's face, Norman gradually regained his composure, gazing at the bloodshot eyes of the white mouse that had succumbed to insanity. A flicker of madness crossed his own. Immediately arranged for me to receive an injection of the serum. The assistant was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Boss, did you say? Norman Osborn's demeanor had grown icy, as he coldly reiterated, administer the enhancement serum to me. I must conduct the experiment personally. Perhaps the serum had indeed succeeded, and the failures with the white mice were merely due to their diminutive size, rendering them incapable of withstanding its effects. Norman continuously reassured himself, overcoming his fears regarding the serum's side effects. He had no path of retreat remaining. It was either success, propelling the Osborn Group to the pinnacle of success, or his own destruction alongside the enhancement serum. Failure meant obliteration. With such conviction, Norman Osborn injected the serum into his own body. The rest unfolded like a cinematic spectacle. After intense struggles, he triumphed. The assistant, witnessing his boss neither succumb to exhaustion nor descend into madness, was filled with overwhelming excitement. Boss, we have succeeded. Unbeknownst to him, this proclamation would become his final utterance in life. Indeed, we have succeeded. Norman Osborn opened his eyes, and under the serum's influence, his pupils had transformed into a vivid green. He then approached his exhilarated assistant, coldly stating, "Remember to keep this a secret." Upon hearing his boss's command, the assistant felt a twinge of confusion. Why the need for secrecy? Wasn't the serum intended for sale to the military? Before he could voice his thoughts, Norman Osborn moved with even greater speed. His hands shot out with remarkable speed, grasping the assistant's head, followed by a swift twist. Crack! The light faded from the assistant's eyes. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why the experiment had succeeded, yet his employer sought to eliminate him. Gazing at the lifeless form on the ground, Norman Osborn muttered to himself, Cooperation? Now that the human enhancement serum has proven successful, why should I continue to collaborate with the military?" The coldness in Osborn's gaze intensified as he looked at the fallen assistant. This individual had been dispatched by the military to surveil his research progress. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their intentions? By eliminating this military observer, he could extinguish all dissenting voices within the ranks. With his newfound enhanced strength, perhaps he could even infiltrate the military itself. At this moment, Norman Osborn was no longer satisfied with mere collaboration. He sought to seize the opportunity to penetrate the military's inner sanctum. He chuckled to himself, thinking that before that, he would stir up some trouble for the politicians in New York. With ambitions spanning both military and political spectrums, Norman Osborn's aspirations were beginning to unveil themselves. Or perhaps, due to the unstable human enhancement serum, the Green Goblin persona was already taking root within him, though he remained unaware of this transformation. Meanwhile, at Midtown High School, the graduation ceremony had commenced. The principal was passionately addressing the audience from the stage, while students and parents stood together below. Numerous prominent figures from New York had gathered for this momentous occasion. George watched with displeasure as his daughter, Gwen, flirted with Ruea nearby. For the past 2 months, Gwen had been frequently absent from home at night. When George caught her in the act, Gwen explained that she was out on a date with Ruea. In truth, Gwen had merely donned the mantle of Spider-Woman, dispensing justice under the cover of darkness. Ignoring her father's resentful gaze, Gwen animatedly shared her recent experiences with Ruea. "Did you know that night, that guy even tried to rob an elderly woman's purse? He was simply despicable." Gwen recounted an incident where she had punished a robber. She did not conceal her identity as Spider-Woman from Ruea, who was currently the only one aware of her true self. As she spoke, Gwen revealed that against the ruthless robber, she had shown no mercy, incapacitating him with a decisive blow to his legs. It was difficult to ascertain whether Gwen's approach had been influenced by Ruea. Proudly, she boasted about her accomplishments. Unlike Peter, the Spider-Man, she tended to be far more merciless towards those criminals devoid of moral boundaries. "Well done," Ruea acknowledged Gwen's actions, having developed her own set of judgment principles during their months in Hell's Kitchen. For those truly heinous offenders, Ruea would send them to meet their maker, while for less egregious criminals, she typically offered them an alternative. As long as they are willing to admit their mistakes and voluntarily labor in Hell's Kitchen as free workers, Ruea remains open to granting them a chance. He believes that, at times, when the number of criminals is overwhelming and formidable, the methods of his homeland may not be without merit. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Ruea's ears suddenly perked up, catching an unusual sound of slicing wind from afar. What could it be? Thanks to the construction of the Peace School in Hell's Kitchen, his reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the unlocking degree of his homeland template has reached an impressive 95. With his extraordinary vision, he swiftly spotted a figure clad in green attire, standing atop a green flying apparatus, heading towards the school. How intriguing. It seems the Green Goblin has made his appearance. Chapter 36. Kidnapping. With a 95 unlocking rate, this signifies that Ruea's prowess nearly parallels that of a complete native. In other words, the conventional weaponry currently existing in the world has become almost ineffective against Ruea. Indeed, during his time in the Hell's Kitchen, Ruea had faced assaults from assassins dispatched by Jean Bing. These assassins either possessed physiques far exceeding those of ordinary humans or wielded advanced weaponry. However, regardless of their methods of ambush, none succeeded in inflicting even the slightest harm upon Ruea. This is precisely why Jean Bing has yet to resolve to eliminate this foreign entity from his homeland. To put it plainly, Jean Bing fears that if he fails to eliminate Ruea, he may instead fall victim to Ruea himself. Thus, it is evident that at this juncture, Ruea has attained an almost invincible status among mortals. Apart from weapons of immense destructive capacity, such as hydrogen bombs, it has become increasingly challenging for any weapon to breach Ruea's defenses. As he observed the Green Goblin soaring towards the school, Ruea contemplated his course of action. Of course, he could effortlessly dispatch the figure with a single strike. Such a feat would be trivial. Yet, it appeared that sparing him might yield greater rewards. The Osborn Group is not a trivial enterprise. While it may not rival Stark Industries in the future, it undoubtedly stands as a colossal entity in the present. The vast resources it possesses are precisely what Ruea desperately requires. Thus, in an instant, Ruea reached a decisive conclusion. At that moment, Norman Osborn, or rather the Green Goblin, had already arrived above the school atop his flying apparatus. Perhaps due to it being his inaugural flight, his maneuvering was somewhat unrefined. On the playground below, numerous teachers, students, and parents gazed upward, catching sight of the Green Goblin's silhouette. Yet, they remained oblivious to the impending peril, instead marveling at the advancements of modern technology and the aesthetic appeal of the Green Goblin's craft. Is this some sort of school performance? A student exclaimed in wonder as he watched the Green Goblin descend from the skies. Incredible! Can we really achieve manned flight now? Meanwhile, on the podium, the teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Is this your class's graduation program? No, we agreed to keep it casual. Why are you all so intense? The most perplexed of all was the principal, Morita, standing at the center. Morita scrutinized the approaching Green Goblin, his mind awash with confusion. He was well aware of the entire program for the graduation ceremony, and there seemed to be no flight-related performances scheduled. On the playground below, May observed the roar of the Green Goblin's flying machine and felt a twinge of unease. Turning to her husband Ben, she expressed her apprehension. Ben, I feel somewhat unsettled. Could something unfortunate happen? It must be said that May's sixth sense proved remarkably accurate. Ben, however, dismissed her intuition, attributing her discomfort to prolonged exposure to the sun. Suspecting she might be experiencing heat exhaustion, I believe it would be prudent for you to seek a moment's respite in a shaded area. As soon as these words were spoken, Ruea regained his composure. His hearing had become remarkably acute, although he had been lost in thought. He had absorbed every word exchanged between his parents. Glancing at the approaching Green Goblin, Ruea decided to momentarily set aside that concern. He turned to his mother, May, and with genuine concern asked, Mother, are you feeling unwell? Allow me to escort you to a cooler spot for some rest. Despite his unwavering confidence in defeating the Green Goblin, Ruea could not bear the thought of his parents being harmed, even if the likelihood was infinitesimal. Much like in the films, where Thanos could never have anticipated that singular chance for reversal would be unearthed by Doctor Strange. Oh, there's no need, really. It would seem inappropriate for us to leave while everyone else is standing here, interjected Peter, offering his counsel. I concur with my brother. You might indeed require a moment of respite. Aunt May, now with a crown of silver hair, smiled at the concern expressed by her husband and two children, reluctantly acquiescing to their insistence to move toward the shaded area. Aunt May, is everything all right? Inquiring with genuine concern was Gwen, who had been playing the dutiful daughter throughout the day, having observed May being supported by Ruea and the others. Hey, Ben, do you require my assistance? George chimed in, eager to lend a hand to his friend, Ben, and see if he could be of service. It's nothing serious, really. May quickly waved her hands, indicating that she was fine, as the group surrounding her appeared to be growing larger. I truly appreciate your kindness. Surprisingly, it was Ruea who responded affirmatively at that moment. Ben, observing his son's impulsive nature, expressed his displeasure, saying, Son, I believe I have taught you not to trouble others lightly, especially when you are capable of handling matters on your own. Possessing immense strength and invulnerability was merely a trivial aspect of Ruea's abilities. He was a revered figure in Hell's Kitchen, a guardian of Peaceful Street, and a nightmare for gang members. Despite his accomplishments, he could not escape his father's admonishments. Yet, Ruea was far from disheartened. Rather, he found joy in the irony of human nature. Dad, I truly think we need Uncle George's assistance to help disperse the crowd ahead, for Mother's sake, wouldn't you agree? Ruea blinked innocently, revealing a side of him that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor in Hell's Kitchen. If the residents of Peaceful Street were to discover that their idolized figure was, in fact, a dutiful child in the eyes of his parent, one wonders how their perception would shift. Ben, surveying the throngs of students and parents, could not deny that his son Ruea exhibited a depth of consideration that surpassed his own. I appreciate your help, George. George chuckled, recognizing that opportunities to assist the kind-hearted Ben were few and far between. George's statement also underscores that he is inherently a person of great responsibility and a strong sense of justice. Whenever others are in need, he unfailingly offers his assistance without hesitation. This is also the reason George can maintain his composure upon hearing his daughter mention her nightly rendezvous with Lou. He chooses to believe that a child raised in such a principled household as Ben's would not engage in any reckless behavior. Otherwise, had it been a boy from a different family, he might have already approached the parents for a thorough discussion. Before the podium, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, skillfully maneuvered his glider to land before Principal Morita. He emitted a harsh, cackling laugh and said, Good day to you, Principal. Morita, somewhat perplexed, gazed at the Green Goblin and inquired with confusion, Do we know each other? Chapter 37. The overpowered Green Goblin. Morita was indeed acquainted with Norman Osborn. As a principal, Morita had connections with numerous business tycoons and officials in New York. Naturally, he was familiar with Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborn Corporation. However, at this moment, Norman was under the control of the Green Goblin. His voice was hoarse and chilling. Not only could Morita not recognize it, even Norman's son, Harry, would be unable to discern his father's voice. When faced with Morita's inquiry, the Green Goblin showed no intention of clarification. Instead, he seized Morita by the collar and yanked him upwards. "Oh my!" A gasp echoed across the playground. What did they witness? The principal of Midtown High was being hoisted into the air by that figure standing atop a flying contraption. This was no harmless jest. Suspended dozens of meters above the ground, a fall would surely result in death or, at the very least, paralysis. Maintaining his composure, Morita calmly asked, "What do you intend to do?" He prided himself on his dedication to work and had not engaged in any significant conflicts with others. Thus, he believed that the Green Goblin must have come with a request. "Ha!" The Green Goblin erupted into a piercing laugh and continued, "Mr. Morita, I indeed require your assistance." Morita felt assured that as long as there was a request, the situation could be resolved. However, the Green Goblin's next statement sent a jolt of panic through him. "I need you to disappear. That would be the greatest assistance you could provide me. I trust Mr. Morita would not refuse to aid me in this minor task." With that, the Green Goblin erupted into maniacal laughter. Two pumpkin-shaped, spherical devices were ejected from the side of the flying machine and landed in the Green Goblin's hands. Morita, eyeing the glowing green orbs, shouted, "What do you intend to do?" The pumpkin bombs, the Green Goblin's signature weapon, were not ordinary explosives. Their complex composition was among the latest advancements researched by the Osborn Corporation. Their explosive power was so immense that they could severely injure Spider-Man and Venom. The Green Goblin continued to cackle. "What do you think I'm going to do? Just watch." With that, he aimed the two bombs at the playground. Yet, upon spotting his son Harry and the promising young man Peter amidst the crowd, he hesitated. After all, Norman Osborn had only recently started taking the enhancement serum, and the Green Goblin's personality had not fully formed. Thus, after a brief moment of conflict, he refrained from recklessly throwing the pumpkin bombs into the crowd. Instead, he chose an empty space and hurled them with great force. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion resonated. As the pumpkin bombs detonated, the surrounding trees were obliterated into fragments. Chaos erupted across the playground, with countless screams and shouts intertwining and reverberating throughout the area. "I must stop him." In the minds of Peter and Gwen, a particular phrase simultaneously emerged. It is said that Spider-Man is destined for greatness. Peter and Gwen seemed to embody this sentiment, diligently pursuing justice and righteousness. Peter glanced at his aunt, who was still shaken, and gently pushed aside a reckless youth who had collided with him. He then turned his gaze to the principal, whom he had always respected, now struggling in the grasp of the Green Goblin. Ultimately, Peter made a decisive choice. "Aunt May, I have a stomachache. I must excuse myself." With that, he dashed away towards a secluded area. Ben Parker incredulously rubbed his eyes, watching his nephew retreat, bewildered. A stomach ache at a time like this? And that's certainly not in the direction of the restroom. May, anxiously observing Peter's silhouette, turned to Leah and said, "Good boy. Please keep an eye on your brother. Do not let him wander off." May did not doubt the authenticity of Peter's excuse. Her only concern was that her nephew might get hurt amidst the chaos. "Understood, Mom. I'll escort you to safety," Leah replied, completely unconcerned about Peter. Theoretically, Peter and the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, were evenly matched in terms of physical prowess, both enhanced beings. The distinction lay in Peter's spider abilities, which grew stronger over time, whereas the Green Goblin's strength remained relatively fixed due to the enhancement serum. Moreover, Leah had just noticed Gwen slipping away amidst the turmoil. With the presence of two Spider-Men, the Green Goblin would likely not stand a chance, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After escorting the elderly away from the playground, Leah gave his father some instructions before rushing back towards the commotion. "Son," Ben called out to Leah. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Be careful." He did not truly approve of Leah returning to the fray, yet he felt powerless to stop him, especially with Peter still inside. If only he were 10 years younger, he would never allow his son to take such risks. Alas, time is unforgiving, and he no longer had the strength to traverse the entire playground in search of his nephew. At the school's back mountain, amidst the chaos, the Green Goblin was escorting Principal Morita away, intending to return to one of his hideouts. The rationale behind kidnapping Morita was straightforward. The Green Goblin aimed to create chaos in New York. He had already devised a plan. Once Morita was secured, he would proceed to blow up a military base. With a two-pronged approach, the Osborn group would gain a much-needed respite, buying time for his future schemes. However, the Green Goblin was inexperienced at piloting his flying device. As he soared over the school's back mountain, two figures, one red and one white, descended from the sky, blocking his path. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman? What brings you to interfere with my plans instead of indulging in your friendly neighborhood games? The Green Goblin's annoyance was palpable. His disdain for Spider-Man was genuine. The very essence of Spider-Man's inherent goodness deeply pierced Norman Osborn's heart, igniting a desire to break free from the Green Goblin's influence. Yet, despite several shifts in expression, Norman Osborn was still unsuccessful in his attempts. This was hardly surprising. The emergence of the Green Goblin is a serendipitous occurrence, birthed from human enhancement serums. Yet, it did not materialize from thin air. The persona of the Green Goblin is but the dark facet of Norman Osborn, a presence that already existed within him. Thus, how could Norman Osborn ever hope to extricate himself from his shadow? Peter cast a glance at the Spider-Woman beside him, oblivious to the fact that the figure clad in white was none other than his brother's girlfriend, Gwen. This moment also marked the inaugural collaboration between the two Spider-Men. Gwen nodded at Peter, fully aware of his identity as Spider-Man, a revelation that was hardly elusive. In the next instant, twin strands of webbing shot forth towards the Green Goblin. The extraordinarily adhesive webs formed an expansive net, ensnaring the Green Goblin with remarkable efficacy. Both Gwen and Peter, concealed within their suits, shared a moment of triumph, astonished by the ease of their endeavor. However, their smiles were fleeting. The Green Goblin smirked ominously, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, bang, 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 the resilient webs emitted a sound akin to cracking beans. It seems that Ruea had perhaps underestimated the situation. In a world where both Peter and Gwen had simultaneously embraced their roles as Spider-Man, it was only natural that the Green Goblin might diverge from his original narrative. Chapter 38, Justice. In the film, the Green Goblin's physical form was significantly enhanced after consuming a human enhancement serum. However, the extent of this enhancement was limited, remaining below 8 times that of an ordinary human. Yet, the Green Goblin before Peter and Gwen exhibited a level of physical prowess that undoubtedly surpassed the mere 8-fold of an average individual. Peter wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, his right arm trembling slightly. During his struggle for strength against the Green Goblin, he had clearly found himself at a disadvantage. This is impossible. Peter was bewildered by this turn of events. Over the past few months, his strength had been steadily increasing. Just days ago, he had stopped a medium-sized truck weighing around 10 tons with his webbing to save someone. Gwen, however, had regained her composure first. Her agility was more pronounced, though her strength was considerably less than Peter's. His strength far exceeds ours. Do not engage him in a battle of might. With that, Gwen activated her web shooter, directing it towards the Green Goblin's legs. Unlike Peter, Gwen had not evolved a web shooting organ, so her web shooter was a device she had crafted herself. Upon hearing Gwen's warning, Peter swiftly shot out more webbing from his wrist. The Green Goblin, unfazed beneath his mask, regarded the approaching webs with amusement. Ridiculous. He first utilized Morita as a shield to block Gwen's webbing. Then, retrieving 2 green-patterned throwing knives from his belt, he swiftly sliced through Peter's webbing as well. Spider-Man, Spider-Woman. The Green Goblin called out their aliases. Do you find this child's play of justice amusing? Upholding justice? Maintaining order? Tell me, is this fellow in my grasp truly just? As he spoke, the Green Goblin cackled, lifting Principal Morita into view. He has done so much for us. He is undoubtedly just, Peter exclaimed instinctively. In his eyes, Principal Morita was a rare and admirable leader, known for his dedication to the school and his care for the students. However, the Green Goblin scrutinized Peter's response, recognizing a flaw in his words. Who would refer to him as Principal Morita? And who would say us? So, this Spider-Man is indeed a student of Midtown High? The Green Goblin's smile morphed into one of twisted excitement. What an unexpected delight. For him, establishing his commercial empire and venturing into politics had been hindered by the recently renowned Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, who prided themselves as champions of justice, combating crime throughout New York. Now that he had discovered Spider-Man's affiliation with Midtown High, it was highly probable that Spider-Woman was also a graduate of the same institution. This narrowed the scope, making the pursuit of their information potentially simpler. With this thought, the Green Goblin turned to Morita. He, esteemed Principal Morita, do you consider yourself to be just? Morita remained silent, gazing at the Green Goblin's mask, as if attempting to see through it to discern his true identity. In the adult world, the distinction between good and evil is seldom straightforward. The notion of justice is far too noble for Morita to ever label himself as such. Although he believed he had performed commendably in his role as principal, his very position was inherently steeped in political maneuvering. Observing Morita's silence, the Green Goblin laughed heartily at Peter. Look, even he does not perceive himself as just. If you rescue someone like him, can your actions truly be deemed just? Is this still an act of righteousness? At that moment, the Green Goblin twisted the definition of just actions leaving Peter at a loss for how to respond. He had always believed his actions to be right, which had earned him the title of a good neighbor. Yet, in the face of someone unjust, is saving him truly the right course of action? For a moment, Peter's face, concealed beneath his Spider-Man suit, contorted in confusion. Distorting the truth. Gwen scoffed. If we follow the Green Goblin's reasoning, then the majority of people in this world cannot be defined as just. Does that mean anyone can simply capture or kill whomever they please? Unlike Peter, who seemed slow to grasp the situation, Gwen chose to ignore the Green Goblin's twisted logic, refusing to engage in debate. Hee. The Green Goblin sneered again, glancing into the distance where multiple police cars were approaching. Although Spider-Man hesitated at his words, Spider-Woman remained unfazed. The Green Goblin decided not to linger any longer. Spider-Man, take some time to think it over. If you find my words resonate with you, you are always welcome to join me. He sensed that the male spider was relatively easy to deceive. For the Green Goblin, while a single Spider-Man might not match him, he was nonetheless a formidable force. If he could sway him to his side, it would be a boon for him. Peter, do not listen to his nonsense, Gwen exclaimed, noticing Peter deep in thought. At that moment, Peter was indeed feeling a sense of confusion, having not experienced the death of Uncle Ben as in the original narrative. He had not solidified the belief that with great power comes great responsibility. From the perspective of an ordinary person, some might argue that the idea of greater power equating to greater responsibility is merely moral coercion. Yet, this was precisely what made Peter unique. Without that conviction, he would no longer embody the essence of Spider-Man. Watching Peter's internal struggle, Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. Just moments ago, the two of them had been unable to restrain their adversary. If Peter does not take action, then it becomes increasingly improbable for him to retain the other. Upon this realization, Gwen could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Despite emerging from the same family, how could the personalities of the two brothers differ so drastically? The Green Goblin turned towards Gwen, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "Until we meet again, Spider-Woman." With that, he piloted his flying machine, ascending into the heavens with Morita in tow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gwen's web shooters unleashed a barrage of webs towards the Green Goblin. However, the rapid velocity of the flying apparatus, coupled with Gwen's urgency, meant that the webs failed to ensnare him, even as he began to fade into the sky. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed behind the Green Goblin. Yet, this was a height of 100 meters. Instantly, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead beneath the mask. Chapter 39, Nowhere to Escape. At this moment, Morita had succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the Green Goblin's lethal grip. The Green Goblin slowly turned his head, only to behold a strikingly young and familiar visage. "Leah?" The Green Goblin called out the name. His admiration for the genius boy Peter had led him to learn about Peter's family, including his brother, Ruea Parker. However, why did it appear that Leah was soaring through the air without any apparent assistance? After all, they were suspended at a height of 100 meters. "I ask again," Leah reiterated, "Mr. Green Goblin, where do you intend to take Principal Morita?" After ensuring his parents were safe, he had swiftly utilized his enhanced vision to locate the Green Goblin, who was attempting to flee. With remarkable speed, he intercepted the Green Goblin mid-flight. Gazing upon the malevolent mask of the Green Goblin, Leah felt a twinge of reflection. Norman Osborn could be regarded as a tragic figure, torn between the dualities of good and evil. Had it not been for the immature version of the human enhancement serum, perhaps the Green Goblin persona would never have emerged. After all, Norman Osborn initially exhibited extraordinary care for Peter. Yet, such musings held no significance now. The Green Goblin's persona had manifested, and Leah regarded the mask with cold detachment. Under the intense pressure of Leah's gaze, the Green Goblin inquired, "Who are you?" He was, of course, aware of Leah. Yet the notion of a human flying seemed utterly unscientific to him. Norman Osborn dedicated himself to scientific pursuits, and yet today, Leah shattered his worldview. If superhumans truly existed, what did that render his research? A mere joke? Leah, indifferent to the Green Goblin's feelings, chose not to respond to his query. Instead, he calmly declared, "I offer you a chance. Release Principal Morita, and I shall spare your life." Such unwavering confidence flickered a momentary glint in the Green Goblin's eyes. As the malevolent persona of Norman Osborn, how could he be so easily threatened? Suppressing his surprise, the Green Goblin scoffed, "Very well, I shall release him." With that, he loosened his grasp, and astonishingly, cast Morita down from the height of 100 meters. With Morita's mortal form, if Leah did not intervene, the fall would surely result in a shattering demise. Everyone yearns to be a hero, do they? Very well, the Green Goblin snarled. Let us see if you choose to save him or to apprehend me. The 100-meter distance was neither trivial nor insurmountable. At that moment, Principal Morita was plummeting towards the ground. Leah observed keenly. Although Peter and Gwen were desperately attempting to catch Marita with webbing, he, with his enhanced intellect, discerned that they would not reach him in time. With a scoff, Ruea swiftly redirected his trajectory downward. Boom! A resounding sonic boom echoed through the air. Just before Marita made contact with the ground, Ruea successfully caught him. As Peter and Gwen arrived just in time, Ruea casually tossed Marita towards Peter. Take him back. After Peter caught the principal, he stood momentarily stunned, stammering, "Oh, all right. You." At that moment, a multitude of questions flooded his mind regarding his brother, how he had rescued the principal from the Green Goblin, and why he was flying. However, remembering that he too had concealed his identity as Spider-Man, he found himself at a loss for words. Of course, Peter believed that his secret was known only to him, an illusion of his own making, for Gwen had effortlessly discerned his true identity. Not to mention, Ruea had witnessed him being bitten by the fateful spider. Gwen gazed at Ruea, who was soaring through the air, creating sonic booms, a flutter of excitement stirring within her. It's been a while, he has grown stronger. Unperturbed by their inner thoughts, Ruea directed his gaze at the Green Goblin. At that moment, the Green Goblin, convinced he had eluded Ruea, maximized his flight power. Eager to escape, without uttering a word, Ruea's eyes began to gather tremendous energy. The temperature in the air rose as the laser beams from his eyes coalesced. In the next instant, 2 crimson beams shot forth, covering the distance of a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Just as the Green Goblin was relishing his escape, the beams swept upward from below. What the devil is this? Sensing the imminent danger behind him, the Green Goblin roared in fury. Boom! Due to the considerable distance, the power of the laser beams was somewhat diminished, yet they successfully severed a significant portion of the flying machine's thrusters. Instantly, the Green Goblin's craft lurched precariously as he plummeted toward the ground, stabilizing only when he was less than 10 meters from the surface. However, in less than 2 seconds, Ruea was already closing in on him. Uncertain of what fate awaited him upon capture, he surmised it would undoubtedly be grim. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his left leg. Looking down, he saw that the Green Goblin's suit had turned to charred remnants, revealing a severely burned left leg beneath. Not a chance. The Green Goblin bellowed, a frenzied glint in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of pumpkin bombs erupted from his suit. Go! A dozen pumpkin bombs scattered outward, directly toward a nearby office building. Stop! Peter, racing with his webbing, shouted at the top of his lungs. He and Gwen fired their webs in a desperate attempt to intercept the bombs. Alas, the distance was too great, and most of their webs fell short, managing to intercept only 2 or 3 of the pumpkin bombs. Help them, brother. In a moment of panic, Peter called out for Ruea. Naturally, he had no time to dwell on such matters now. Chuckling softly, Ruea watched as the Green Goblin, clutching his injured leg, wobbled away. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself into the air, the ground beneath him cracking in a web-like pattern from the force of his propulsion. Boom, 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 boom. In Peter's terrified gaze, Ruea, with flesh and blood, stood resolutely against all the pumpkin bombs. Brother. Peter's heart seemed to skip a beat. The ferocity of the explosion left him in disbelief, pondering the extent of the impact on his brother. Beside him, Gwen maintained a semblance of composure. She was aware of Ruea's formidable physique, capable of withstanding gunfire. Moreover, Ruea never undertook endeavors without assurance. Thus these bombs would likely prove ineffective against him. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, Ruea appeared unscathed in midair. Perhaps the only casualty for him was his attire. At that moment, a singular thought occupied Ruea's mind, how he wished for the legendary biofield. Watching the Green Goblin flee into the distance, he shook his head. He found himself increasingly eager for the gathering at Norman Osborn's residence that evening. Could one truly escape? Chapter 40. The Green Goblin's family feast in the confines of his study. The Green Goblin, having narrowly escaped, reclined in his chair. He removed his mask, revealing the pallid visage of Norman Osborn, drained of blood. As the mask was placed upon the shelf, the goblin persona receded into the recesses of Norman's mind. At this juncture, Norman Osborn had only recently injected himself with a human enhancement serum, allowing him to retain control over the goblin identity. A pained groan escaped his lips as he glanced at his left leg. Beneath the tattered remnants of his goblin attire lay charred flesh. Had it not been for the distance of 1,000 meters, and the fact that the aircraft had absorbed the brunt of the damage, he might have permanently lost that leg today. A fleeting shadow of fear crossed Norman's eyes as he recalled the 2 beams of laser emitted from the eyes of that boy, Ruea, which had traversed over a kilometer, sending a chill down his spine. He had initially considered Spider-Man and Spider-Woman to be his primary obstacles. However, it now seemed that the true threat lay with Ruea Parker. Fortunately, he remains unaware of my true identity, Norman thought, self-assured. Due to the dinner invitation extended to Peter's family and Mary Jane, Ruea would undoubtedly attend. With this in mind, Norman hastily began to tend to his leg injury. At the entrance of the house, Harry Osborn arrived with his girlfriend, Mary Jane, followed closely by Ruea and Peter. Observing Mary Jane's anxious demeanor, akin to that of a girl meeting her partner's parents, and then glancing at his brother's despondent expression, Ruea shook his head impassively. He found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the allure of a first love truly held a profound impact on a young man. However, having already embraced the mantle of Spider-Man, was it truly necessary for Peter to remain so infatuated with matters of the heart? Moreover, while Peter indeed exhibited hesitance in matters of romance, Ruea believed that Mary Jane could hardly be classified as a naive girl. After all, her choices and boyfriends were telling. Her first suitor, Thompson, was the quintessential bully, and she seemed to have pursued him to fit in with the majority, avoiding ostracism. And then there was Harry, whom Ruea knew Mary Jane could not possibly be oblivious to the close friendship between Peter and Harry. It was evident that Mary Jane recognized Peter's affection for her. Of course, there was nothing inherently wrong with admiring strength. But the realization that his brother was so enamored with someone who was not a suitable match for him left Ruea feeling somewhat unsettled. In the original narrative, Mary Jane, while Harry's girlfriend, fell for the Spider-Man who saved her, blissfully unaware that Spider-Man's true identity was Peter. Such a notion, loving whoever is stronger, was simply absurd. Never mind. Why should I dwell on such matters? Ruea scoffed, dismissing these troubling thoughts. Looking up, Ruea observed that the door of the Osborn residence was ajar. The figure who opened the door was none other than Harry's father, Norman Osborn. Ruea noted that Norman walked with an ease indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, betraying no hint of the severe injury to his left leg. Through his newfound ability of X-ray vision, Ruea's gaze pierced through Norman's trousers, rendering them invisible. Of course, Ruea was not some sort of pervert. Since unlocking this ability, he had seldom employed it, and now it was fortuitously directed at Norman's wounded leg. In his X-ray vision, the charred remnants of flesh on Norman's left leg had entirely vanished, appearing as if brutally excised by a blade. Fresh tissue was bound with a copious amount of bandages, and, visibly, granulation tissue was burgeoning at the wound site. The efficacy of the human enhancement serum, perhaps? Ruea mused, astonished at how remarkably effective the serum was in bestowing such formidable regenerative capabilities upon Norman, an otherwise ordinary individual. Yet, such self-healing prowess seemed not to be uncommon in the Marvel Universe. Suddenly, Ruea was reminded of Captain America, who had similarly acquired his formidable physique after being injected with the super soldier serum. At that moment, Norman's voice interrupted Ruea's contemplation. "You're back," he remarked, his gaze falling upon his son, who was entwined with Mary Jane. A fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed his features. He then turned his attention warmly to Peter, embracing him lightly. "Hi, Peter. How was the graduation ceremony today?" Harry watched his father's enthusiasm towards Peter with a resigned sigh, turning to glance at his girlfriend, Mary Jane. To an outsider, Norman's indifference towards Harry contrasted sharply with his warmth towards Peter, leading one to believe that Peter was Norman's true son, while Harry was merely adopted. Norman's kindness towards Peter was evident, as he consistently inquired about his well-being whenever they met. In response to Norman's cordiality, Peter replied with equal respect, "Uncle Norman. There was a minor incident at school during the graduation ceremony. You'll see it in the news later." Peter provided a brief explanation, after which Norman's gaze shifted to Ruea, the young man who had thwarted his plans and inflicted injury upon himself. Observing Ruea's towering stature, Norman wore a smile akin to the one he had for Peter. "Ruea, I've heard Harry speak of you. Is it that your parents did not accompany you today?" Norman's tone remained affable, resembling that of a concerned elder. If Ruea were not aware of his true nature, he might have been deceived by such a fade. With a light chuckle, Ruea replied, "There is still plenty of time this evening. I'll join you for a while. There was a small incident during the graduation ceremony. My mother was a bit startled and is resting at home, while my father is keeping her company." "Well, as long as she is all right," Norman nodded, before turning to lead the group inside. At that moment, a sudden twitch of his eyebrows indicated a shift in his demeanor. Just moments ago, when Ruea lightly chuckled, I nearly believed that the other party had recognized me. "Father," Harry began, as he took a step forward while linking arms with Mary Jane. "This is Mary Jane." After speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on his father. Mary Jane had intended to leave a favorable impression on Norman. Yet the formidable aura he exuded in the presence of ordinary individuals rendered her speechless until she finally managed to utter, "Hello, Uncle." Norman had initially intended to feign ignorance of Mary Jane's presence, but now that his son had brought her up and she had greeted him, he could only nod in acknowledgement. "Do come in, don't linger at the doorway." Observing Mary Jane's vibrant red hair, her striking crimson attire, and the somewhat unrefined manner in which she greeted him, Norman felt an increasing discomfort. In truth, contrary to Harry's perception that his father was excessively aloof, Norman genuinely cared for his son. It was merely his stringent expectations and inability to express his emotions that created this awkward dynamic between them. At that moment, Mary Jane, perceiving Norman's indifferent demeanor, felt her own anxiety intensify. Chapter 41. Who do you wish to resolve? Speak. The clattering of cutlery echoed persistently around the dining table. Harry, Mary Jane, and Peter simultaneously directed their gaze towards the source of the sound, Ruea. Only Norman refrained from shifting his attention. He was preoccupied with his own guilty thoughts, too anxious to meet Ruea's eyes. At that moment, Ruea was wholly absorbed in tackling a sizable piece of steak on his plate. Although he was unable to discern the quality of the steak, he found its flavor quite agreeable. Ruea was unconcerned about his somewhat uncouth manner of dining. He truly relished his meal. Harry gazed at Ruea with a hint of envy. If he dared to make such loud sounds while eating, his father would undoubtedly chastise him. Yet, dining in complete silence stripped the experience of any enjoyment, rendering it akin to a mere mechanical process, devoid of pleasure. Beside Harry, Mary Jane felt a similar pang of envy. In truth, she was not well versed in the intricacies of dining etiquette. During her time as Thompson's girlfriend, she had visited a few upscale restaurants, but Thompson himself was rather uncouth, showing little regard for table manners. As for her own upbringing, best not to delve into that. Any day she wasn't berated by her drunken father was a day to be grateful for. Thus, as she dined, she made an effort to minimize noise and eat sparingly. Mary Jane mused that perhaps by doing so, she would avoid embarrassing herself in front of Harry's father. She sensed the dissatisfaction Harry's father harbored towards her. Mary Jane struggled to comprehend why Harry's father could treat Peter and Ruea, both from ordinary backgrounds, with warmth and even enthusiasm, yet remained notably aloof towards her. The answer, however, was quite evident. The primary distinction between Mary Jane and Peter was that she was, at present, merely a decorative figure, while Peter was a genuine prodigy. As a billionaire capitalist, Norman could hardly be pleased that his son had chosen someone as utterly ineffectual in terms of career as Mary Jane. Peter, in contrast, captivated Norman with his intelligence and commendable character. As for Ruea, his appeal lay in entirely different reasons. Nevertheless, despite Harry and Mary Jane's silence and Norman's lack of reaction to Ruea's dining habits, Peter hesitantly interjected. Leaning in closer to Ruea, he whispered, "Brother, we are guests in someone else's home." Ruea chuckled softly, responding, "Mr. Norman does not mind, does he?" His words carried a double meaning. Norman, feeling guilty himself, chuckled in return, "Ha ha ha. Really, dining etiquette is merely a set of doctrines established by so-called high society." He spoke these words somewhat insincerely. Harry shot a surprised glance at his father, recalling that he had not been taught such a lesson. Observing his father treating Peter and Ruea with greater kindness than himself, Harry succumbed to a wave of melancholy. Ruea smiled at Norman, saying, "I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment." Yet, there was no trace of amusement on Ruea's countenance. Suddenly, Ruea shifted the conversation, asking, "Mr. Norman, is your leg injured?" "What? Father, you are hurt." Harry was the first to speak, his usual cool demeanor towards his father melting away in concern. Norman felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained his composure, a skill honed from years of wielding power. "Nonsense," he replied dismissively. However, Ruea was not easily deterred. "But I see a stain on your left pant leg, as if blood is seeping through. Are you truly all right?" Norman quickly glanced down, and indeed, there was a dark patch forming on his pant leg near his calf. "Father, you really are injured." Listening to his son's concern, along with Peter and Mary Jane's watchful gazes, a bead of sweat trickled down Norman's forehead. Turning back to Ruea, he noted that the young man exhibited no ulterior motives, as if he genuinely cared about his well-being. This alleviated some of Norman's tension. "He must not have recognized me," he thought. "Ah, it must be from when I was cooking earlier. Thank you for your concern, Ruea." Norman forced out an explanation, then rose from his seat. "Please, continue eating. I shall change my trousers." As he spoke, he strode with remarkable vigor, as if nothing were amiss. "Is that so?" Harry exhaled in relief. Ruea watched Norman's performance with keen interest. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he observed that Norman's vigorous strides had caused the wound to reopen. "I need to use the restroom," Ruea declared, inventing an excuse to rise from the table and depart. In the study, within the confines of the secret chamber, Norman slumped into a chair, gazing at the green goblin mask that faced him, panting heavily. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had Ruea recognized him in that moment. Fortunately, judging by Ruea's demeanor, it seemed he had not. As his breathing steadied, Norman focused on the green goblin mask. It seemed to twist and contort, as if imbued with life. Of course, this was merely a figment of Norman's imagination, a manifestation of his goblin persona surfacing during his moment of vulnerability. "Do you believe you can evade me?" The goblin persona spoke. "As long as you aspire to fulfill those dreams, you must confront him. No, he is far too powerful. We are no match for him. That is your dilemma." If you surrender total control of your consciousness to me, I will ensure his defeat. In the confined chamber, Norman's voice echoed ominously. Strangely, it appeared as though he was embodying two distinct characters. It appears that the Green Goblin's persona has indeed gained the upper hand. To eliminate him? Who is he? Suddenly, a second voice resonated within the room. Who? Norman, now fully embodying the Green Goblin's identity, whirled around. There he beheld Ruea, wearing a cryptic smile, standing with arms crossed behind him. How did you get in here? The Green Goblin's voice trembled slightly. He had just boasted about his claim to the body in front of Norman. Yet, in truth, he lacked the confidence to confront Ruea. I ask you. Ruea's smile vanished. Who do you wish to eliminate? Look at me and repeat it. Speak. As he spoke, energy began to coalesce within Ruea's eyes. Two blinding red beams emerged, poised to strike. Clang. The Green Goblin recoiled in fear. What an overwhelming force. He finally comprehended why the opponent's laser could traverse such distances and still inflict grievous harm upon him. I have no intention of eliminating anyone. Overwhelmed by an immense sense of existential peril, the Green Goblin faltered. Chapter 42. The Green Goblin's Surrender, the Birth of Parker Industries. Although the Green Goblin is the malevolent persona of Norman Osborn, this does not imply that he is fearless. On the contrary, the Green Goblin embodies Osborn's darkest traits, rendering him exceedingly selfish. Consequently, he is also profoundly afraid of death. Within his mind, Norman's persona incredulously observes the Green Goblin's demeanor. After such bravado, you now bow before the true master? However, the Green Goblin remains indifferent to Norman's thoughts. In a mere span of seconds, he has come to a realization. With a formidable adversary like Ruea, it is utterly impossible to dominate New York City alone. Thus, it would be far wiser to concede. As the thought of surrender dawns upon him, an overwhelming sense of relief washes over him. In Norman's astonishment, the Green Goblin unhesitatingly weakens his stance and kneels before Ruea. Thud. The sound of his knee striking the ground resonates sharply. You stole my body to kneel before another. Are you even human? Norman's persona silently protests within his mind. Observing the Green Goblin's swift capitulation, Ruea feels a twinge of surprise. In the cinematic realm, the Green Goblin, even when cornered by Peter, would still fight to the bitter end. Yet here, he kneels without hesitation. Ruea remains unaware of the Green Goblin's internal struggles. When confronted by an equally matched opponent, the Green Goblin might entertain a flicker of hope. However, against someone like Ruea, whose strength transcends human comprehension, what is there left to resist? As the heat in Ruea's eyes gradually dissipates and the crimson glow fades, the Green Goblin senses the menacing aura that enveloped him dissipate, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Ruea does not intend to let him off so easily. A reprieve may be granted. But what can you offer in return? To call it an exchange would be more accurate. It is essentially a ransom for his life. Faced with Ruea's ultimatum, the Green Goblin hesitates momentarily. As Ruea's gaze turns icy once more, the Green Goblin, gripped by terror, exclaims, I am willing to offer the Osborn Corporation. Excellent. A satisfied smile finally graces Ruea's cold visage. While money is not of paramount importance to him, the Osborn Corporation is no ordinary enterprise. Its advancements in biotechnology are remarkably cutting-edge. In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible. In this world, Ruea remains uncertain about the foes he may encounter in the future. Currently, he can manage against the strength of his compatriots, but what lies ahead is uncertain. Consider the infinite gems, for instance. A single one could obliterate his compatriots. It can be said that their strength is unrivaled on Earth, but beyond its confines, they may fall short. Ruea is uncertain whether he will unlock even more powerful templates after fully realizing his own. He is also unsure if he can acquire other templates. Therefore, a biotechnology firm like the Osborn Corporation holds immense significance for Ruea, perhaps even greater than Stark Industries in the future. In the Marvel Universe, although humanity is frail, its creativity knows no bounds. Figures such as Captain America, Red Skull, and Green Goblin have attained extraordinary powers through enhancement serums. Among these, none is more renowned than the Sentinel, one of the pinnacle forces on Earth. The Sentinel is said to possess the power equivalent to the explosion of 1,000,000 stars. Its might ultimately reaching the level of a singular universe. What does this imply? Even Thanos, when wielding all 5 Infinity Stones, only briefly held such universe-level power to execute that infamous snap. The tremendous strength of the Sentinel, however, originates from a serum developed in a certain laboratory. If my memory serves me right, Norman Osborn, or rather the Green Goblin, had connections with the Sentinel later on and even attempted to create a Sentinel serum. At this moment, Ruea is preparing for the future, regardless of whether the system will provide him with other templates. The Osborn Group remains a fallback option. It is also perplexing how chaotic the Marvel Universe is, with countless parallel universes. Ruea finds it nearly impossible to ascertain the specifics of his own universe. Should he ever acquire the power of the Sentinel, he would undoubtedly be invincible in this realm. Observing the Green Goblin's respectful demeanor, Ruea nodded. Remember what you said to me today. The one thing I detest the most is betrayal. Should you ever betray me? Sing. Ruea's eyes instantly radiated heat, directed towards the Green Goblin's mask. Boom. Under Ruea's precise control, the hard mask of the Green Goblin was reduced to nothingness in the laser beam. You wouldn't wish to share the same fate as that mask. Gulp. The Green Goblin silently swallowed, his expression becoming even more reverent. A voice in his mind protested vehemently. That is my company. My life's work. How dare you give it away without my consent? Sensing Norman's furious indignation, the Green Goblin retorted, since you are so adamant, then you refuse him. Before Norman could react, the Green Goblin unexpectedly relinquished control of the body. What? As Norman felt his body returning under his control, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking up, Ruea's reminder seemed to linger in his ears. Ruea also discerned the change in Norman. More precisely, Norman's eyes appeared clearer. Mr. Osborn, do you have any further inquiries? Ruea gazed at Norman with a smirk. Norman chuckled awkwardly. I merely thought. Before he could finish, Ruea interrupted. By the way, don't forget to sign the share transfer agreement for your stake in the Osborn Group. Although the Osborn Group was coveted by many, the shares were firmly in Norman's grasp. Norman sought to make one final plea. Ruea, may I address you as such? He perceived himself as an elder, hoping to invoke sympathy. You understand, I too am a victim. The actions I undertook were not of my own volition, but rather orchestrated by the Green Goblin. Is that so? Ruea replied noncommittally. He was well aware that Norman had been manipulated by the Green Goblin, yet what of it? Are you suggesting that absolves you of culpability? To attribute all blame to the Green Goblin, was it not birthed from your own being? A flicker of anger simmered within Ruea towards Norman. Earlier that day, during the graduation ceremony, his mother may have been startled by the Green Goblin's sudden appearance. Fortunately, her health remained intact. Otherwise, Norman would have had no chance to bargain with Ruea here. Had it not been for that, a swift blast from his optic beams would have settled the matter. One must own up to their misdeeds, Ruea declared with gravity. Unless you possess absolute power, you must be accountable for every decision you make. Chapter 43, The Disappearance of Gwen. I comprehend now. Through Ruea's words, Norman has come to realize the magnitude of the trouble he has caused. Most importantly, having angered Ruea, he must express a sincere apology. Furthermore, Norman reflects on the precarious state of his Osborn Group, which is under scrutiny from all quarters. If he aligns himself with Ruea, perhaps these troubles will dissolve effortlessly. This thought brings Norman a measure of relief. Often, individuals are unaware of their own resilience until they challenge themselves. Thus, Norman humbly bowed his head towards Ruea, acknowledging, I understand, boss. Ruea responded, well, there is no need for such formality. Moving forward, focus diligently on developing the enhancement serum. Norman, a remarkably skilled biologist, would benefit from being relieved of trivial concerns. It is entirely possible that he might indeed successfully create the Sentinel serum in the future. However, he interjected, boss, there is something I must discuss with you. Norman quickly adopted the role of a subordinate. What is it? Ruea nodded, encouraging him to continue. It is this. A flicker of anger appeared in Norman's eyes. Recently, our group has attracted the attention of other external forces, and I find myself struggling alone. Seizing the opportunity, Norman intended to confide in Ruea. Do you know who is behind this? After a brief moment of contemplation, Norman replied, it must be Kingpin from Hell's Kitchen. I have discovered that he has been quite active in both military and political spheres over the past few months. He is likely interested in our group due to the human enhancement serum I have developed. Although the enhancement serum may seem trivial in Ruea's eyes for an ordinary individual, an enhancement of nearly 8-fold in physical capabilities is indeed remarkable. Especially when this serum matures and can be produced en masse, it would significantly bolster any faction. However, the Marvel Universe is anything but ordinary. Even possessing the power to dominate Earth, what does it matter? In the grand cosmos, Earth is but a mere speck. In light of the challenges facing the Osborn Group, Ruea responded nonchalantly. All right, I understand. I will handle Kingpin. It is no wonder that despite controlling such a substantial territory in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin has yet to confront him directly. It appears he is preoccupied with plans to assimilate the Osborn Group and penetrate the military and political realms. In the original narrative, Kingpin had previously manipulated numerous officials and engaged in illicit dealings with high-ranking authorities. It remains uncertain how far he has progressed since then. Nevertheless, these matters are trivial. Any issue that can be resolved through force is hardly a problem. A few days later, the Horn Herald proclaimed, shocking, major changes at the Osborn Group. Osborn Industries officially renamed Parker Industries. as a formidable entity, second only to Stark Industries in the locality. The renaming of Osborne Industries has sparked considerable discourse throughout New York and indeed across America. A certain government office is abuzz with speculation. What is Norman up to? The transformation of Osborne Industries into Parker Industries is glaringly indicative. It signifies that someone bearing the Parker surname has assumed control of Norman Osborne's company. Yet, this is precisely what perplexes him. The overall valuation of the Osborne Group exceeds tens of billions. Such a colossal industrial entity, how could he possibly relinquish it? Moreover, this is a company coveted by Kingpin. In a clandestine boxing ring, Kingpin seethes with fury upon receiving the news over the phone. Are you implying that the Osborne Group, which I have been tracking for months, has now been snatched away by another? He had taken enormous risks to facilitate the acquisition of the Osborne Group, pressuring them through his operatives in the military. And now someone dares to inform him that the prize he was on the verge of securing has flown away. Absolutely not. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay the price. Kingpin is genuinely enraged. He bellows into the phone, demanding at any cost to identify the individual who has taken over the Osborne Group. With that, he forcefully slams the phone down. Crash. Under Kingpin's immense strength, the phone and the table are shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, at home, the Parker family gathers around the table. This very morning, Ben Parker's son and nephew both received their college acceptance letters. Ben is not particularly concerned about his nephew Peter's future, as Peter has consistently demonstrated unparalleled academic prowess since childhood. Indeed, Peter reveals his acceptance letter from Empire State University. However, Peter has a greater inclination towards attending MIT. Yet, due to his Spider-Man identity, he opts for the esteemed Empire State University located in New York, renowned for its rigorous academic research. Subsequently, Ben casts an expectant gaze towards his son, hoping that despite his less-than-stellar grades, he too might secure a place at a university. Then, Ruea presents his acceptance letter, also from Empire State University. Oh my goodness, May exclaims, her excitement palpable as she gazes at Ruea. Son, you were accepted into Empire State University as well. Realizing her words may have been misinterpreted, she hastily apologizes. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You know that's not what I meant. Ruea chuckles and shakes his head. It's all right, Mom. My academic performance isn't particularly impressive, but the school accepted me due to my physical prowess. This, of course, is merely a flimsy excuse Ruea concocts. In truth, the acceptance letter from Empire State University was granted solely because of Ruea's financial capabilities. Nevertheless, both May and Ben nod in agreement, fully convinced by Ruea's reasoning. Ruea possesses a remarkably robust physique among the average populace. In fact, there are numerous high school students who, upon graduation, are admitted to prestigious universities due to their extraordinary talents in football. From May and Ben's perspective, their son Ruea is precisely such a case, having been accepted into Empire State University. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Ben Parker nodded enthusiastically, his face aglow with excitement. It appears we must celebrate this occasion. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside. Allow me to answer it. Peter was the first to rise. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by George, Gwen's father. Hello, Uncle George, Peter said politely. He soon noticed the anxious expression on George's face. Peter, is your brother at home? Yes, he is, Peter called out, turning his head. Brother, Uncle George is looking for you. Seeing an old friend visit, Ben hurriedly urged Ruea to get up. Quickly go see what your Uncle George wants. Ruea nodded and made his way to the door. What's the matter, Uncle George? Sensing George's agitation, Ruea felt an unsettling premonition. Ruea, have you seen Gwen? She has returned home since last night, and we haven't been able to reach her. Chapter 44, Destiny? Initially, George believed that Gwen was spending the night with Ruea, as they had both graduated, and it was natural for some romantic entanglements to occur between young men and women. However, when Gwen failed to return that night, and subsequently sent no news the following morning, George began to sense that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the daughter he assumed was merely exhibiting typical adolescent rebellion was, in fact, the renowned Spider-Woman of New York. George was a man who held rules in high regard. In the films, he was never particularly fond of Spider-Man, as he believed that while the hero aimed to combat crime, he simultaneously trampled upon the very essence of the law. To George, such actions were akin to criminality. Upon hearing George's plea for help, the initial joy on his face faded away. He comforted the visibly anxious George while urging Ruea and Peter, Peter, don't just stand there. Let us venture out to search for her. Without needing further prompting from George, Ruea was already determined to find Gwen. At this stage, despite possessing the fabled powers of a spider, Gwen was not among the most formidable in New York City. However, she was proficient enough to ensure her own safety. Uncle George, rest assured, I will surely locate Gwen, Ruea reassured him. George nodded, though his unease lingered. He was concerned that ever since the emergence of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in New York, crime rates had significantly declined, yet high-tech and superpowered crimes had escalated alarmingly. In simple terms, while the number of criminals had decreased, their capabilities had increased exponentially. The group stepped outside, having established their search directions, and then dispersed. Being the eldest, George rode in his police car heading north. Meanwhile, Peter dashed into an alley, and Spider-Man swung out from the opposite side. Ruea, however, did not depart immediately. New York, while not vast, was not small either. The fact that Uncle George had already come searching indicated that the police's surveillance systems could not accurately pinpoint Gwen's location. Taking a deep breath, Ruea concentrated intently. Buzzing sounds filled the air, reverberating within a radius of several kilometers, crashing into Ruea's ears like thunder. Ugh! Ruea groaned as an overwhelming influx of information threatened to overwhelm his mind. This was the first instance in which he had utilized his super hearing on such a grand scale. Although the template from his homeland endowed him with super hearing, it lacked a corresponding superbrain. Admittedly, Ruea's mind had undergone significant enhancement, but it could hardly be deemed super. Typically, Ruea would set specific keywords for his hearing, such as his name or his parents' names. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After 5 seconds, Ruea deactivated his super hearing. He had found her. Simultaneously, 2 streams of blood trickled from his nose, a testament to the strain of overexerting his mind. Indifferently wiping away the blood from her nose, Ruea squinted her eyes as she gazed into the distance. Indeed, it was in that direction. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and Ruea soared into the air. At the American military training camp, the once bustling site lay desolate and empty, with the new recruits having mysteriously vanished. Gwen crouched low, gasping for breath as she beheld 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in dark green, standing 100 meters away, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ever since she embraced her identity as Spider-Woman, Gwen had always held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Yet, the figure in white possessed an extraordinary strength, nearly matching her own. Moreover, that individual wielded a staff capable of firing lasers, which had obliterated the web shooter on Gwen's left hand into mere fragments. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay with the dark green-skinned being beside the white figure. He identified himself as Morlun and had come with the intent to kill her. Gwen was perplexed by the enmity directed toward her, but the opponent's power was undeniably bizarre. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted beside Gwen. She turned her head and inquired, "Can you hold on?" "I'm fine," Thompson gasped, spitting out a bloody tooth. After being thoroughly beaten by Ruea in Hell's Kitchen, he had come to accept his fate. Following the resolution of his internal struggles, his spider powers had returned to him. Thompson reminisced about his absurd high school days, which culminated in him enlisting in the military straight after graduation. With the dual powers of venom coursing through him, he rose from being a novice to the rookie king of the squad in just a few days. This morning, the camp commander had received orders to relocate, and Thompson had returned to the camp to retrieve something he'd forgotten, only to witness Gwen being pursued by the 2 figures in white and dark green. Gurgle. The voice of venom echoed in his mind while in the symbiotic state. My energy is nearly depleted. The green figure was exceptionally strange. Whenever Gwen and Thompson drew near, their spider powers inexplicably waned. Thus, their continued endurance relied almost entirely on Thompson's venom strength. "Hey, Morlun," the white figure spoke up. "What are we waiting for?" Ken gazed at Morlun in confusion. This exceptionally powerful individual had inexplicably sought him out, proposing an alliance to eliminate Spider-Man, though he was uncertain of Morlun's true intentions. It was undeniable that the Spider-Man and Spider-Woman of New York City had significantly complicated his plans. Consequently, Ken readily acquiesced to Morlun's request. Morlun stood quietly, neither advancing nor permitting Gwen and Thompson to escape. "We shall wait for the 3rd Spider-Man," he declared. His destiny was to hunt down all Spider-Men across the multiverse. And in this universe known as Chi, there existed 3 individuals endowed with spider powers. The 3rd? Ken pondered aloud, but in such a remote place, can he truly arrive? Yes, of course he can. Malin gazed into the vast expanse before him. Fate would orchestrate their encounter here, only for him to hunt them down. His voice resonated with unwavering confidence. As the Spider Slayer among the Totem Killers, he possessed an unparalleled ability to render Spider-Man's powers utterly impotent. This formidable skill was the reason behind his success in traversing multiple universes, where he consistently eliminated Spider-Man. As for the adversary before him, the Spider-Man endowed with Venom's powers, Thompson, Malin regarded him with disdain. He had traversed dozens of universes and encountered a myriad of Spider-Men, including the grotesquely deformed Spider Monster. Yet, the quarry that filled Malin with the utmost pride was none other than the Hulk Spider from the Green Goblin universe. Chapter 45, Not Kill? Who says? The Hulk Spider. A variant of Spider-Man from the Green Hulk universe has been transformed by gamma radiation into the formidable Hulk Spider-Man, also known as the Green Hulk. Before the Hulk Spider-Man could fully mature, Malin mercilessly hunted and consumed him. Soon, feeling Peter's approach, Malin experienced a surge of excitement. Once he devoured all 3 Spider-Men from this universe, his power would ascend to the level of a demiurge. The classification of power levels, from lowest to highest, can be summarized as follows: ordinary beings, common humans; super beings, Iron Man; planetary level, Ultimate Venom; demiurge level, Thanos; father level, Dimension Lords, Old Odin Mephisto; singular universe level, super demiurge level, Sentinel Emperor Thanos; multiverse level, Creator God; hyper universe level, God of Stories; Loki, omnipotent universe level, one above all, although demiurge level may not rank highly in the multiverse. It stands as one of the most formidable forces within a singular universe. Even the mighty Thanos was merely at the demiurge level before acquiring the Infinity Stones. Boom. A red figure descended from the sky, swinging down on a web, landing before Gwen and Thompson. Hey, Gwen and... Upon spotting Thompson standing beside Gwen, Peter felt a jolt of anxiety. Thompson. The shadows of high school still lingered in Peter's heart. After a brief explanation from Gwen, Peter regained his composure, understanding the current predicament. Excellent. With the 3 Spider-Men finally assembled, Malin could no longer contain his exhilaration. He stepped forward, leaping high into the air before landing before the trio. In the distance, Kane observed Malin's back with a complex expression, remaining motionless. Step back. Aware of Gwen and Thompson's fatigue, Peter positioned himself protectively in front of them. Wait. Gwen attempted to warn Peter about their adversary's ability to counter spider powers. However, before she could voice her concern, Peter's complexion shifted, turning pale. My strength, is it fading away? Gwen sighed, explaining, this guy is peculiar. The closer we get to him, the weaker we become. Peculiar? Malin chuckled, declaring loudly, this is fate. This is destiny. You are destined to perish at my hands. Oh, destiny. A discordant voice of skepticism arose, followed by boom. The sound of an explosion accompanied by a fierce wind erupted. Ruea floated in midair, gazing down at the villainous Malin. What is fate? What is destiny? I assert that a villain like you, who is so evidently nefarious, will undoubtedly meet his demise at my hands today. Tell me, is this not your destiny? Gazing at the youth floating before him, Malouin's countenance darkened. What sorcery is this? He exclaimed, channeling all his strength, causing his muscles to bulge and nearly tear his combat uniform asunder. He raised his left hand, slicing downward in a knife-like fashion, startling Peter and his companions. They sensed that Malouin's raw physical power far surpassed their own, even with the augmented abilities bestowed by the spider. TSK Lua, feeling the weight of his opponent's might, tilted his head slightly, yet neither evaded nor resisted. He merely regarded Malouin with an air of indifference. The clash of their bodies resonated like metal striking metal. In the next moment, Malouin's pupils constricted, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could retract his arms, Lua seized him, producing a sound reminiscent of grinding bones, as if they might snap at any moment. With his strength depleted, Malouin's legs buckled. He gritted his teeth, steam billowing from his nostrils, exerting all his might, yet unable to break free from Lua's grip. Malouin lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lua's nonchalant visage. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lua yanked him closer, delivering a series of headbutts. Thud, thud, thud. After the third strike, darkness enveloped Malouin's vision. Though this sequence of attacks may appear lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The early bird catches the worm. Those who strike first have the advantage. It could be said that both Malouin and Lua possessed planetary-level strength. However, even among those of planetary caliber, disparities existed. Malouin was not a paragon of such power, only displaying absolute dominance when pitted against Spider-Man. Moreover, having lost the initiative against Lua, his prospects of victory vanished entirely. Confronted with an individual intent on thwarting Peter's plans, Lua would afford Malouin no further opportunities. Grasping Malouin's head firmly, he drew him nearer. I have proclaimed your destiny. Death awaits you today. With that, 2 beams of crimson light coalesced, immense heat radiating from Lua's eyes. Zing! The laser shot forth, piercing through Malouin's eyes and obliterating his brain. Bang! His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, still convulsing. In the instant of his demise, Peter and his companions felt an immediate resurgence of their own strength. The oppressive sensation that had lingered within them dissipated entirely upon Malouin's fall. Fortunately, many of his underlings were still nearby. At the command of Jean Bing, a portion of them immediately surrounded Luya, while another group positioned themselves defensively around him. Luya observed Jean Bing with a hint of amusement, greeting him, Mr. Jean Bing, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To which Jean Bing retorted, no, I am quite displeased. Large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. How so? Luya inquired, glancing at the hundreds of Jin Bing's subordinates surrounding him. Do you believe they can hinder me? Or do you think they can safeguard you? Jin Bing wiped his face, forcing himself to maintain composure, and declared, I have over 100 loyal men here. They are mere mortals. I do not believe you would dare to slay them all. It became clear that Jin Bing had devised such a strategy, perceiving the superhero's character, believing he would refrain from inflicting harm upon ordinary individuals. As long as he could escape to the city, he doubted that his compatriots would dare to act against him in broad daylight. TSK. Luya chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not kill. Who said that? Chapter 46, Mephisto? As Luya cast a sweeping glance around, he noticed that all eyes were fixated on him. Their expressions were strikingly dull. Just as Jin Bing had described, they were merely a band of death warriors. Upon hearing Luya's blatant indifference toward the lives of his subordinates, Jin Bing found himself devoid of any further recourse. If he were dealing with someone like Peter, perhaps there might have been a chance for mercy. However, Jin Bing had gravely misjudged Luya's character, mistaking him for the likes of Peter or Gwen. In truth, Luya was utterly unconcerned with the fates of these villains. Nonetheless, Jin Bing was unwilling to surrender without a fight. Having dominated the underworld for so long, he was loath to meet his demise here. Perhaps, just perhaps, after eliminating Morlun, he would also be left exhausted? Yes, indeed. Morlun was immensely powerful. He could not possibly emerge unscathed. Jin Bing reasoned with himself, attempting to convince his own doubts. Quietly, he raised his staff to his chest, pressing both hands upon it. This was his final gambit. If this failed, then a fierce and resolute glint appeared in Jin Bing's eyes. As long as he could survive, he was willing to sell his very soul. The staff was not merely ornamental. It housed laser pulses, sleeping gas, and electric shock devices. In times of need, it could serve as his unexpected trump card. Jin Bing believed his actions to be subtle and inconspicuous. In reality, Luya was acutely aware of every little maneuver. Attack! With Jin Bing's thunderous roar, hundreds of death warriors surged toward Luya simultaneously. The red light gathered, and the laser beam shot forth in an instant, sweeping across the plain. Puff, 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 puff. The cacophony of bursting watermelons echoed. With a single strike, all the death warriors fell, leaving not a single survivor. How amusing it is to threaten me with the lives of your subordinates. Jin Bing's hands trembled slightly around his staff, and he could feel the cold sweat soaking his back. Yet, at this moment, he had no path of retreat. Click! The button on the staff was pressed. Seizing the opportunity while Luya reveled in his triumph, Jin Bing aimed the laser pulse directly at Luya. Die! Jin Bing's lips twisted into a grotesque snarl. His eyes wide with madness, his voice akin to a wretch emerging from the depths of hell. Die! Damn you! However, before the laser pulse could be unleashed, Jin Bing was horrified to discover that Luya, who had been hovering before him, had vanished. In the blink of an eye, Jin Bing's pupils constricted violently. Luya now stood directly in front of him, the sound of a sonic boom resonating in the air. With one hand grasping Jin Bing's staff, Luya raised an eyebrow, remarking on the lack of ability, yet the audacity, to make wishes. For the moment, Luya did not harm Jin Bing. He merely seized the staff from his grasp. After surveying the scene, it became evident that the power of the cane was indeed lethal for an ordinary individual. However, for my current self, it was akin to mere tickling. With a firm grip, I exerted force, and with a casual flick, the cane that Jin had regarded as his trump card shattered into fragments. A heavy thud echoed as it met the ground. Jin fell to his knees, desperately attempting one final struggle. Spare me. I am willing to offer all my assets. Truly, my assets are substantial. I possess numerous weapon factories, thousands of employees. Yes, yes. And I also have a cadre of politicians under my command. They can all be of service to you. Faced with the specter of death, Jin laid bare his entire fortune. Generally, Luea would grant mercy to those who plead for their lives. For instance, during the ordeal in Hell's Kitchen, he had done just that. As long as one sincerely begged for forgiveness, their transgressions were not irredeemable, and Luea was willing to offer a chance at survival. But Jin was different. He had crossed Luea's threshold, his family. Observing Jin's abject demeanor, Luea simply shook his head in disinterest, unwilling to utter another word to him. A low hum resonated as crimson light began to coalesce in Luea's eyes. My lord, save me. Just before the laser beam was unleashed, an unexpected transformation occurred. As Jin cried out for his master, a peculiar change rippled through the surroundings. Luea felt a chilling shiver coursing through his body, an inexplicable dread rising from within. What is happening? This was a sensation he had never experienced since unlocking the template of his homeland. Meanwhile, Peter and his companions were in dire straits. At that moment, Peter and Gwen, relying solely on their spider powers, were utterly unable to withstand the malignant force emanating from the void, collapsing into unconsciousness. Thompson, in his venom-infused state, fared little better. Though he remained conscious, he was racked with uncontrollable tremors. How can such formidable power exist on your planet? Venom exclaimed in shock. This kind of strength, I have only felt from my father. Venom's remark captured Ruea's attention. If he was not mistaken, Venom's father likely referred to the god of symbiotes, Null, and the strength of the god of symbiotes would rival that of a celestial father. If this were true, how powerful must Jin's master be? Ruea furrowed his brow, disregarding the strain on his mind, activating his enhanced vision and hearing. However, after several moments of comprehensive scanning, he could not detect even a trace of the entity. At that moment, a transformation overtook Jin. Ruea noticed an orange-red flame erupting from the void, engulfing Jin in an instant. Jin's anguished screams echoed from within the flames. His flesh began to disintegrate, and an endless inferno surged forth from his bones. Mephisto. Ruea's expression darkened as he uttered the name. Jin's transformation was unmistakably the precursor to becoming a ghost rider. Indeed, Mephisto seeks out individuals of remarkable prowess, those capable of aiding him to procure their souls. The ascent of Kingpin to his current stature is a testament to his formidable capabilities. As a mere mortal, his fate as a contractee of Mephisto renders him devoid of any power to resist. Who would have imagined that a mortal on Earth could recognize me? In the air, flames coalesced into a spectral figure clad in a flowing robe, drenched in crimson. The Lord of Hell, the Dark Lord, Satan, and many other appellations belong to Mephisto, each underscoring his immense strength. Beside him, Kingpin, having relinquished his soul, has finally transformed into the Ghost Rider. In this moment, his eyes blaze with an infernal fire. Even in the absence of eyeballs, one can sense the depth of his seething resentment. Chapter 47. The Prophecy of Ancient One. Damn it, you are cursed. Jin Bing roared madly within his heart. He had sacrificed so much to survive. By selling his soul, he was destined to become another's eternal slave. However, Ruea did not focus on him. Instead, he contemplated the ephemeral figure of Mephisto. Kid, let today's events end here. Strangely, Mephisto acted as a mediator between Ruea and Jin Bing. Could it be that Mephisto had a penchant for peace? That was certainly implausible. Ruea realized that perhaps Mephisto, preferring to engage in mere dialogue, was incapable of manifesting his true form on Earth. Indeed, the reality aligned with Ruea's speculation. In the Himalayas, a flicker of infernal fire ignited in the air, conjuring Mephisto's visage, with flames swirling around him, utterly unaffected by the frigid air of the mountains. Before him stood a bald figure clad in a brown robe. If Ruea were present, he would recognize this figure as the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, do you intend to hinder me from avenging my follower's death at the hands of this mortal? Mephisto's voice bore a weighty tone. Although he was the Lord of Dimensions, the overseer of the hellish realm, his combat prowess was theoretically on par with the Ancient One. Yet, the Ancient One, as a top-tier sorceress, possessed power that approached the level of the super-celestial. At times, she could even attain that level. Thus, Mephisto lacked the courage to confront the Ancient One, and he did not even dare to raise his voice. Return to your hell. The Ancient One gazed coldly at Mephisto, her tone frigid. She did not feel the need to elaborate on her reasons for obstructing him, as there was no necessity. In truth, the disparity in strength between her and Mephisto was greater than he could ever conceive. Therefore, the Ancient One stood firm before Mephisto. Despite Mephisto's dissatisfaction, he refrained from defying the Ancient One. As he departed, he left behind a few parting words. Supreme Sorcerer, how much longer do you think you can survive? You may protect him for now, but once you're gone, let us see what you can do. Listening to the lingering echoes in the void, the Ancient One felt no anger. She merely whispered, he is the sole hope of this world. A glimmer of hope flickered across her face. In the multiverse, countless universes existed, and daily, some would meet their demise. Without the presence of a savior, the annihilation of a universe was inevitable. Kid. Mephisto glared fiercely at Ruea, his voice sharp. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, I shall not spare you. Withdraw now, and we shall consider today's events nullified. Although Jin Bing was merely a slave to Mephisto, he also represented Mephisto's dignity. However, Mephisto's incessant threats revealed his facade of bravado. A smirk appeared at the corner of Ruea's mouth, and in an instant, a beam of laser light shot forth. Nullified? Who agreed to that? Upon witnessing Ruea's blatant disregard, Mephisto's heart ignited with an unquenchable fury. However, under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One, he dared not manifest his true form in this realm. Scorching rays of laser light pierced through the infernal flames engulfing Jin Bing. As the two forces collided, both the laser and hellfire surged with an intensity that was almost palpable. Buzz, realizing that the laser beams inflicted no damage upon him, Leah ceased his barrage against Jean Bing. Cackling like the friction of metal, Jean Bing emitted a mocking sound from within his skeletal frame. With the realization that Liu's laser beams posed no threat, he felt a surge of exhilaration. At least the power he had bartered his soul for proved to be reliable. Jean Bing remained silent, though at this moment, he was incapable of speech. The hellfire within his white bones blazed even more fervently. Simultaneously, he raised his arms, striking towards Leah with all his might. Bolstered by the sheer force of dozens of tons from his ordinary form, his current strength exceeded 100 tons. Yet, once again, he miscalculated. A mysterious glimmer flickered in Liu's eyes. In truth, those familiar with their own affairs understand their worth. With a 95% unlock rate of his ancestral template, the laser beams, though formidable, were trivial compared to his overall prowess. The sole reason for his reliance on the laser was sheer convenience. As the skeletal fists of the malevolent Jean Bing descended with the sound of wind tearing through the air, Liu remained unperturbed. He raised his hands. Boom. A piercing clash rang out. The violent collision between them stirred a fierce whirlwind. Ugh. Thompson's body, ensnared in venom, contorted in agony, his black form barely sustaining itself before retreating back into Thompson's being. This confrontation unleashed a force of at least several hundred tons. Jean Bing stared in disbelief at Liu, who wore a relaxed expression, the flames in his eye sockets quivering violently. How could this be? The power he had obtained in exchange for his soul, weighing over 100 tons, was so easily repelled. Liu narrowed his eyes. He could sense that his current strength had reached the level of thousands of tons. Perhaps even more. Without further ado, he cast a final glance at the gradually fading Mephisto. Liu tightened his grip around Jean Bing's fists, and then propelled himself upward with his legs. Bang! An explosive sound reverberated as Liu seized Jean Bing and soared into the sky. In midair, Liu's fists rained down relentlessly upon Jean Bing. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens. Even from afar in New York City, the faint rumble of thunder could be heard. Is it thundering? Better bring in the laundry. Here. Thousands of tons of force struck Jean Bing's body. In his incredulous gaze, his form began to splinter. First, his arms shattered into dust. Then, his torso. Though the skeletal structure of the chest was denser, it could not withstand the formidable force of Liu's strike, shattering into countless fragments. Ultimately, amidst Jin's unwilling gaze, Liu aimed a blow at his head. Boom. Jean perished. As for whether he could be resurrected, that depended on Mephisto. However, given the humiliation Mephisto endured before Gu-E today, it is unlikely that Jean would return. Humph. In the void, a sound of anger echoed. With Mephisto's departure, the inexplicable chill in the surroundings dissipated. What was happening? Upon awakening, Peter immediately surveyed his surroundings. Liu, what is the matter? Gwen observed that Liu's expression seemed burdened. You all should return first. After giving his instructions, Liu soared into the air once more, heading eastward. There, a figure with a bald head emerged. Chapter 48. The template of the motherland is complete. With a soft thud, Ruea descended from the sky. Before him sat a bald figure clad in a brown robe. Although this appearance differed somewhat from his cinematic impression, Ruea nonetheless recognized him as the supreme sorcerer, Gu-E. A fine preaching Long Jingti was pushed towards Ruea by Gu-E. At this moment, Gu-E did not embody the ethereal presence depicted in the films. On the contrary, her visage appeared quite aged, with wrinkled skin and a dull, lifeless gaze, evidence of significant physical decline. Ruea accepted the teacup from the strongest being on this earth without revealing any emotion. His knowledge of tea was scant, whether in this life or the previous one. Observing Ruea's impassive demeanor, Gu-E smiled faintly, asking, "Is it not to your taste?" Her smile held an enigmatic quality that made Ruea feel as though every aspect of his being, including his soul, was being scrutinized. However, unlike in his past life, Ruea had evolved over the past few months, his heart tempered by the trials of conflict. Meeting Gu-E's gaze, Ruea spoke softly. So, has the sorcerer come today to eliminate this outsider? He was convinced that Gu-E must have discerned his true identity. Regrettably, he felt his current strength was still woefully inadequate. While possessing planetary-level power might seem formidable, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, such might appear minuscule in the vastness of the cosmos. To Ruea's surprise, Gu-E shook her head in response to his query. Why refer to yourself as an outsider? You have lived here for over a decade. Have you not? Indeed. Ruea felt assured that Gu-E had seen through the essence of his soul. She chose not to delve further into his identity. Instead, she shifted the conversation. Are you aware that our world does not have much time left? Not much time left. What does that mean? Ruea inquired. Could it be that the apocalypse was imminent? Using the term apocalypse is not entirely inaccurate. To be precise, it is the end of the universe. Gu-E seemed to have pierced the veil of Ruea's thoughts. Can a bald man truly perceive the innermost thoughts of others? This was not mentioned in the original narrative. Ruea mused. Hearing Ruya's unreserved thoughts referring to her as bald, Gu Yi's expression darkened. As the supreme sorcerer, she had never been so described to her face. Yet, she managed to suppress her emotions and continued. As someone from another realm, you should understand that parallel universes can interfere with one another. Ruea indeed recognized this. In the Marvel universe, traversing parallel dimensions was not an extraordinary feat. For instance, the recently vanquished Malekith, despite possessing only planetary-level power, could traverse various parallel universes to hunt Spider-Man. The Marvel universe, is it? Gu Yi pondered, contemplating Ruya's unspoken thoughts. This was indeed the first time he heard the name of the universe he inhabited. Although Ancient One was a unique entity among the celestial beings, she lacked the ability to breach the fourth wall, only harboring vague speculations. Now, however, she had definitively confirmed the existence of the fourth wall through Ruea's thoughts. In this world, the reason Ancient One appeared so aged was linked to the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu. Unlike her cinematic counterpart, this Ancient One had absorbed an overwhelming amount of dark qualities. Her corporeal form and soul had been entirely tainted by darkness, leading to her exceedingly aged appearance. Nevertheless, this also forged her unprecedented strength. Should she choose to embrace the darkness, Ancient One could unleash powers surpassing even that of a celestial being for a limited duration. This was also the reason she possessed the ability to perceive Ruea's innermost thoughts. It was no wonder that Mephisto was deterred from descending by a mere utterance from her. As she observed Ruea in deep contemplation, Ancient One silently resolved her determination. I have glimpsed the future of our universe's annihilation. Gazing at Ruea, it was as if she were bequeathing her last will. Her tone bore a weighty gravity. I have deduced countless possibilities, yet none offer salvation for our universe. Ruea, pondering, interjected, You're not about to suggest that I am some sort of savior, are you? Ancient One shook her head. I merely perceive a different potential within you, though I cannot discern its true nature. But at the very least, it is a glimmer of hope, is it not? Ruea remained ambivalent regarding Ancient One's regard. If the universe were indeed destined for destruction, whether he could prevent it was a matter for debate. After all, relying solely on the strength of his ancestral template, he was hardly qualified to stop the universe's demise, let alone safeguard Earth. Moreover, his ancestral template had yet to achieve full potential. Ancient One perceived Ruea's thoughts and replied, That is precisely why I sought you out today. Ruea twitched his brow. It was rather disconcerting to have all his thoughts laid bare. Very well. If you prefer I keep my thoughts concealed, I can refrain from probing your mind from this moment forth. Ancient One's aged visage once again broke into a smile. I was already aware of your concerns. If you promise to act when our universe faces destruction in the future, I can offer you my assistance now. Ancient One primarily worried that, given her current understanding of Ruea's character, he would abandon this universe should circumstances take a dire turn. In truth, if the universe's annihilation were to indeed arrive and Ruea lacked sufficient strength, he might genuinely opt to do so, leaving with his family. What would the destruction of this universe matter to him? It was precisely this realization that prompted Ancient One to seek a commitment from Ruea today. Are you not concerned that I might renege on my promise after you acquiesce? Not at all. You need only do your utmost. If the universe is truly to perish, there may not be many options available. Ancient One believed she had given her all for this universe. Destruction, after all, is the ultimate fate of this cosmos. Yet, in the midst of annihilation, she had fought for alternative possibilities. Upon hearing Ancient One's response, Ruea nodded thoughtfully, affirming, Yes, I can promise that if my strength is sufficient in the future, I will intervene when this universe is in peril. With Ruea's resolute assurance, a glimmer of light flickered in Ancient One's eyes. She then pointed a finger at Ruea, and a profound point of light materialized at her fingertip. Ruea felt an energy coursing into his being. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 5. Patriot Template Unlock Progress at 100. Patriot Template fully unlocked. Acquiring second template. The long-absent system notification chimed once more. With Ancient One's assistance, Ruea's long-stagnant Patriot Template had astonishingly surpassed the final unlocking threshold, reaching a full 100%. Ruea fixated on the system template as Ancient One continued to channel her energy into him. Chapter 49. Unlocking the Superman Template. Without making Ruea wait for long, the system's prompt sounded once more. Second template acquisition successful. Superman Template, Steel Body, officially unlocked to better distinguish the levels of power. The strength of the Silver Superman is classified after that of the Golden Supreme, although theoretically, the Silver Superman possesses boundless potential. Superman Template Unlock Progress. 0. The Superman Template, Ruea mused, recalling the Superman from his memories. Superman's powers are categorized into distinct phases. In his supreme form, the Golden Supreme Superman, his strength experiences limitless growth, even possessing the ability to transcend the fourth wall. It can be said that the Golden Supreme Superman embodies an existence of infinite possibilities. Even an omnipotent cosmic being cannot adequately describe his ultimate form. At this moment, however, Ruea had only unlocked the initial template of Superman, the steel body. Yet, based on his recollection, he estimated that although the steel Superman predominantly resided on Earth, his power could potentially reach the level of the Father and even the Superfather. Of course, in the films, there are instances of ordinary Superman reversing time. That particular ability is rather extraordinary, and Ruea was uncertain whether the steel Superman could attain such a feat, but it seemed unlikely. After all, reversing time would entail confronting the karmic repercussions of altering causality. The power to change causality could likely only be borne by the Supreme Superman. In the instant he acquired the Superman template, Ruea felt as though something had been added within him. The warmth of the sunlight outside beckoned him, instilling an irresistible urge to draw nearer. He even felt a spontaneous impulse to fly directly into the sun. Ruea understood that this sensation was likely due to his newfound Kryptonian bloodline. However, while Superman could enhance his strength by absorbing radiation from yellow suns, plunging directly into one would certainly be an act of folly before reaching a certain threshold. Compared to Ruea, Superman's advantage lies in his possession of the Book of Creation. Yet, with the existence of the system, Ruea too could attain limitless strength. Moreover, in the Marvel Universe, kryptonite is absent. This signifies that, in the early stages, Ruea has no formidable adversaries. As for the later stages of the Silver Superman, he would not be greatly troubled by kryptonite. When Ruea refocused his gaze towards the other side of the table, the aged figure had vanished. Had she left? Or perhaps, Ruea had a faint premonition that the Ancient One may have already perished. At the very least, her physical form seemed to have succumbed to death. In the void, witnessing Ruea suddenly losing all his powers, the Ancient One's spectral form widened her eyes in disbelief. Her ethereal visage was etched with incredulity. How could it be that after transferring the majority of her strength to Ruea, he had become weaker instead? Then, in her astonished gaze, Ruea suddenly regained his original form, achieving the complete state of his ancestral lineage. Before she could exhale in relief, Ruea's aura shifted once more, seemingly transforming from a human into another race altogether. However, this time the Ancient One noticed that under the sunlight, an energy within Ruea seemed to be gradually intensifying. Moreover, the potential of this newfound power appears to be significantly greater than that of Ruea's previous abilities. At this juncture, I have exerted all my efforts, sighed Gui. Regardless of the transformations Ruea may undergo at this moment, she is no longer capable of instigating change. To assist Ruea, she has expended the vast majority of her magical energy. The remaining strength must be reserved to sever Dormammu's gaze. It can be said that Gui, in the realm of reality, has effectively become akin to a specter. Here, Ruea can distinctly perceive that under the illumination of the yellow sun, his strength is gradually augmenting. It may not be long before the enhancement conferred by the Superman template surpasses that of the patriotic template. After all, even the mightiest Superman far exceeds the pinnacle strength of the patriotic variant. Thus, the initial accumulation of the patriotic power might potentially surpass the limitations of a mere steel physique. However, the patriotic variant possesses an enormous advantage unimaginable to Superman. That is, it is devoid of a saintly heart. Certainly, Superman embodies the ideals of justice and kindness. Yet, his benevolence occasionally manifests as his most profound vulnerability. Even during his reign as the Supreme Superman, he remains bound by his instinct for justice. This is the source of Superman's strength, but it also serves as his Achilles heel. Closing the system panel, Ruea rose to his feet. Observing the towering skyscrapers, he bent his legs slightly and leaped downwards. In the dim cavern, Tony Stark slowly opened his eyes. Before he could recollect the events that transpired, a sharp pain surged through his chest. "You are awake?" Ethan remarked, gazing at the revived Stark with concern. "You sustained injuries from the explosion, and the damage is severe, particularly as a shard of shrapnel remains lodged near your heart. However, do not fret. I have installed an electromagnetic device in your chest to secure the shard." Stark furrowed his brow. He had a faint recollection of Ethan, seemingly having encountered him at some gathering in the past. He glanced down at his chest, instantly taken aback by the metallic device affixed there. "What is this? Have I become a monster?" "No," Ethan interjected. "This is your source of life. However, your life source may not endure for long." He gestured around them. "This place is remote, and power could be cut off at any moment." Stark immediately grasped his implication and recalled his current predicament. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded as the Ten Rings gang entered, threatening Stark. However, the universe of Chi is distinct from that of the cinematic realm. The influence of the Ten Rings gang is markedly more formidable. Nevertheless, Stark ultimately resolved to construct a handmade arc reactor. This device could power a medium-sized mech for 50 minutes. Stark embedded the miniature reactor in his chest, effectively alleviating his concerns regarding insufficient power. I comprehend the rationale. Yet I wish to know, Ethan inquired, gazing curiously at Stark. Where's the medium-sized mech? He acknowledged that Stark was indeed a genius inventor. Yet as he surveyed the scattered debris and spent shells, he could not comprehend where the mech was. Look closely. Even in such dire circumstances, Stark remained optimistic. However, he was still unaware of the formidable adversary he was about to confront. Hell's Kitchen. Today, the entire Hell's Kitchen was abuzz with excitement. For after such a long wait, they finally had their very own first school. Boss, we still have not been able to reach Mr. Stark. Brace, impeccably dressed, stood beside Ruea, reporting the inability to contact Stark. Ruea was leisurely basking in the sun atop the school's administrative building when he removed his sunglasses and remarked, "Unable to reach him?" Chapter 50, Tenfold Speed. The establishment of the Peace Street School saw significant contributions from Stark. The financial expenditure was trivial compared to the arduous process of obtaining various approvals for setting up an institution in a place like Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, a broad figure hurriedly approached the school. Happy was in a rather dismal mood today, as he had not received any word from Tony for a full 2 days. "Tony, you better be lost in the embrace of some woman," Happy muttered nervously. However, he knew such a scenario was nearly impossible. Although Tony often exhibited a lack of decorum, he remained quite discerning when it came to matters of importance. This time, Tony had traveled abroad to showcase Stark Industries' new missile, and by now, he should have been on his way back. Unbeknownst to Happy, the news of Stark's captivity had not yet surfaced due to the temporary information blackout imposed by the 10 Rings. Nevertheless, the prolonged silence from Tony led Happy to suspect that something had indeed gone awry. As a close confidant of Tony Stark and an important subordinate, Happy felt compelled to devise a plan. However, just as he sought assistance from the company, he encountered considerable obstacles. He recognized that Obadiah, another shareholder, was behind this interference. Yet, knowing the truth did little to empower him, for as an employee with little influence, what could he possibly do? Thus, he turned to Ruea as his last hope. "So you're suggesting that Stark may have been kidnapped?" Ruea regarded Happy with an unusual expression. "You're remarkably astute. Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to reach him for such an extended period." Happy responded with certainty. Ruea nodded. Since returning from his encounter with Ancient One, he had been preoccupied with sunbathing and had not paid attention to external affairs. The assets left behind by Kingpin were primarily managed by Osborn. But there were certainly other factions vying for a piece of the pie, given the vast wealth and political resources Kingpin had left behind. Ruea, however, paid little mind to these rivalries. For him, the most pressing matter was to enjoy the sun. As for those external possessions, he honestly felt they could be entrusted to anyone, for they were merely being safeguarded on his behalf. Superman, Iron Body. Unlock progress increased by 1. Superman, Iron Body. Unlock progress 3. The pleasant sunlight over the past few days had allowed Ruea to unlock the template to 3%. Ceasing his reclining, Ruea stood and addressed Happy. "Very well, I will find Stark. You just wait for my news in peace." The 10 Rings' motive for kidnapping Stark was to acquire the advanced weapon designs housed within his mind. Thus, at this moment, Stark was undoubtedly safe. In the film, Stark ultimately escaped by relying on the original Mark I, successfully breaking free and evading danger. However, this world diverges significantly from that depicted in films, and thus, Ruea would not gamble on Stark's ability to overcome his challenges. Happy observed Lua's nonchalant demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his smooth forehead. "How can I be at ease with you acting this way?" Happy began to question his own sanity for seeking assistance from such a young man. Noticing the skepticism in Happy's eyes, Ruea chose to remain silent. He called for Erica and Bray, stating, "I shall venture out to locate Stark. Await my return." His tone suggested a casual errand to the neighboring vicinity. In truth, Afghanistan, where Stark was abducted, lay over 10,000 kilometers from New York. Seeing Rua's apparent determination to search for Tony, Happy hurriedly approached and inquired, Is there any way I can assist?" "Just remain calm and wait." Ruea waved his hand dismissively before stretching his limbs. Observing Rua's slightly bent legs and the crossed arms on his forehead, Happy displayed a look of confusion. "What? Are you posing before leaving?" Suddenly, a tremendous gust of wind accompanied by a sonic boom erupted as Ruea launched into the sky. "Ward, what on earth?" Happy stared in astonishment as Ruea became a mere black in the vast sky, mumbling to himself, at a loss for words. In the air, Ruea soared swiftly, feeling the exhilarating rush of wind enveloping him. With his homeland template reaching a full 100%, his overall attributes surged dramatically, especially his speed of flight. "Time to test the limits of my current velocity." A faint biological force field enveloped him, extending approximately half a meter around his body. Then he accelerated, accelerated, accelerated. 1, 5 Mach, 3 Mach, 10 Mach. It was not until he reached 10 Mach, 10 times the speed of sound, that Ruea recognized his limits. Simultaneously, that fragile biological force field began to falter. Is this truly the limit? Ruea attempted to push beyond. Yet the burdens on his body and the constraints of the force field prevented him from progressing further. Nevertheless, a speed of 10 Mach was undeniably formidable. In just under an hour, Ruea arrived at his destination. Activating his X-ray vision and super sight, Ruea began scanning the area for Stark's presence. In a cave, Ethan gazed in awe at the metal exoskeleton before him, marveling, "Tony, you are truly a genius." He could hardly believe that, under such rudimentary conditions, Tony Stark could assemble such an impressive suit from various scraps. "I have decided. Its name shall be Mark I." In that moment, the birth of Mark I signified that Tony Stark was embarking on the path to becoming Iron Man. Although Ethan described the materials of Mark I as scrap, in reality, it was composed of alloys capable of withstanding small arms fire effortlessly. Are you ready? At this moment, the miniature nuclear reactor within Mark I radiated a brilliant glow. Stark had a maximum of 50 minutes. If he could not break free from the Ten Rings gang within that time, the reactor would face an energy shortage. Furthermore, he would succumb to the shrapnel piercing his chest. Remember, straight ahead, 41 steps. Suddenly, the illumination in the cavern extinguished, and Mark I took its first step. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the cave, instilling further chaos among the blinded members of the Ten Rings. Moments later, the entrance to the cavern began to contort, countless massive fist imprints appearing upon its surface. Then, with a tremendous blow from Mark I, the door was shattered from the inside out. "Ethan, take cover behind me," Stark instructed as he maneuvered Mark I. However, when he finally emerged into the light once more, the first sight to greet him was a line of 10 Rings members armed with rocket launchers. This was trouble. Chapter 51. Mercy. The Mark I was capable of withstanding attacks from small to medium firearms, yet it struggled to endure the onslaught of rockets. Most critically, the explosive pressure of a rocket was far beyond what Stark's corporeal form could withstand. However, as Stark gazed upon the row of rocket launchers, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions. Not to mention that Ethan was cowering behind him. Should he attempt to evade, Ethan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Faced with the very man who had saved his life, Stark could never bring himself to act thus. Furthermore, the cumbersome Mark I lacked the agility necessary for dodging rockets at such close range. Click, click. One by one, rockets streaked forth, trailing fiery tails, and in an instant, the Mark I was engulfed in a colossal explosion. Boom, boom. The tremendous force of the blast sent the Mark I stumbling backward. Stark felt the world spin around him, the roar of the explosion ringing in his ears, rendering him immobile. Ethan fared somewhat better, but with the Mark I no longer acting as a shield. What would they do against the next wave of assault? Lying on the ground, Stark surveyed the heaps of ammunition boxes surrounding him, most emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. Regret flooded his heart. Opposite him, a new round of rockets had already been loaded. Stark's eyes widened in despair. Boom! Like a tempest, Ruea descended from the heavens. A massive whirlwind of dust and debris swept across the battlefield, leaving only the heavy Mark I and Ethan, who was sheltered behind it, unscathed. All other members of the Ten Rings gang, along with a multitude of ammunition boxes, were scattered in all directions. Moments later, a thunderous sonic boom echoed across the sky, resonating from above Ruea. Remarkably, Ruea had deliberately slowed his descent to prevent any harm from coming to Stark. As the dust settled, Stark stood in awe, staring at Ruea, who appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens, a surreal sensation washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled Ruea's words. As long as he called his name, he would appear in times of peril. Yet, he had not uttered that name. In that moment, Stark felt a profound sense of worth in his investment in the Peace Street School. Noticing that Stark remained in a daze, Ruea approached and inquired, "How are you? Can you still move?" Upon hearing Ruea's voice, Stark was jolted back to reality. He attempted to restart the Mark I, but was met with failure. Struggling to extricate himself from the suit, he found the sight quite comical. "Ah, Mr. Stark, if someone were to capture your current state on film, it would likely fetch a handsome price," Ruea teased. Stark retorted, "Well then, young Ruea, if I were to photograph you in this moment, it would surely create quite a stir." Ruea smiled faintly, his eyes glowing with intensity. "Sing. Hey, hey, hey." Feeling the destructive power and heat of the laser beams, Stark's body bristled with goosebumps, and he shouted in alarm. Immediately following, the alloy joints of Mark I were successfully disassembled under the precise laser cutting emitted by Ruea. Once Ruea ceased the output of the beam, Stark began to regain his composure. "Mr. Stark, it is often essential for one to be acutely aware of their circumstances," Ruea remarked. Stark, undeterred by Ruea's taunts, gazed at him with an intense yearning. At this juncture, Stark was a notorious playboy, yet to forge a close alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, he was oblivious to the existence of mutants, let alone other supernatural abilities. "Hey," Stark exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. "What was that beam you just emitted?" He gestured towards Ruea's eyes. "How powerful is it? Is it based on the same principles as conventional laser weapons?" However, he quickly dismissed his own inquiry. "Oh no. That cannot be. I must be foolish." In response to Stark's curiosity, Ruea stated, "Well, I could effortlessly slice through 100 Mr. Starks in an instant." What do you mean? What does it mean to cut through 100 Mr. Starks? But soon after, Ruea provided a tangible answer through action. Surrounding them, the members of the Ten Rings gang gathered as the dust settled. Nearly 100 of them, fully armed, even accompanied by armored vehicles. The first wave of gang members that had succumbed to Ruea's onslaught were now nothing but remnants. And the remaining 100 were evidently unaware of the chaos that had just unfolded. Faced with an array of weapons aimed at him, Ruea glanced at Stark and Ethan. "Duck," he commanded. Stark, perplexed, inquired what? Ethan also cast a bewildered look. But in the next moment, they instinctively hunched down, clutching their heads. In Ruea's eyes, immense heat was accumulating. Amidst the terrified gazes of the Ten Rings gang members, Ruea began to levitate slowly. Observing the nearly 100 individuals present, Ruea contemplated how to deal with them. Perhaps due to the influence of his Superman template, a hint of mercy crept into Ruea's otherwise ruthless disposition. They might not deserve death. A minor punishment would suffice. Subsequently, the laser beam surged forth. Wherever it struck, the legs of all standing Ten Rings gang members were severed. In a mere second, over 100 individuals suddenly found themselves considerably shorter, collapsing to the ground. As for those seated in armored vehicles, their misfortune may have led them directly to the afterlife. In an instant, blood stained the earth, and the air was filled with screams of anguish. Ruea's laser output was meticulously controlled, ensuring that the gang members would not bleed to death. Thus, their lives were spared. Witnessing the gruesome scene, even Stark, the victim, felt a pang of compassion. Is it really necessary to torment them? He stammered, struggling to swallow. This is utterly outrageous. Hearing Stark's murmurs, Ruea pondered momentarily. "You are right. This is too cruel for them. My apologies for my lack of consideration." The energy of the laser eyes began to gather once more. Boom. The sudden surge of heat even provoked an explosion. This time, Ruea exerted all his might, granting them liberation. At last, the surroundings fell silent. "Stark, is this the devil on earth?" Ruea turned around and noticed Stark's body trembling slightly. "What's the matter, Mr. Stark? On such a sweltering day? Are you feeling cold?" "Haha. Well then, Mr. Stark, the inauguration ceremony of the new school awaits us today. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Stark glanced at the sky, forcing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "I fear we may not make it in time today." "Not necessarily," Ruea replied, soaring to Stark's side and embracing him and Ethan. "Stay still. If you exceed my half-meter radius, I cannot guarantee your safety." With that, Ruea bent his legs slightly and shot into the sky. What could be the principle behind this? Chapter 52, The Transformation of Stark Director. "You might want to take a look at this," Phil Coulson said as he produced an envelope from his jacket and gently placed it before Nick Fury. Upon opening the envelope, Fury discovered 2 photographs within. The first image depicted a blurry figure soaring through the skies alongside Stark and Ethan, barely discernible as a dark silhouette. It was evident that the figure had not concealed itself, a decision made by the individual whose motives remained unclear, possibly influenced by the ideals of the homeland. Nonetheless, it was inconsequential. The individual had reached a pinnacle of power on a planetary scale, rendering any adversaries on Earth nearly non-existent. Fury scrutinized the photograph, casting a puzzled glance at Coulson. "What is this? Just a dark spot. It reveals nothing." Before Coulson could respond, Fury picked up the second photograph. This one was considerably clearer. The figure, holding Stark and Ethan in each hand, was identifiable. Ethan's face appeared somewhat green, likely due to acrophobia. "Is this Stark?" Fury's attention was immediately drawn to Stark, positioned beside the figure. Given Stark Industries' formidable presence and its specialization in weaponry, Fury had always kept a watchful eye on Stark. However, this interest was merely a facade. The very establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been rooted in the legacy of Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. It suddenly dawned on Fury that they were flying through the sky. Coulson nodded affirmatively, indeed, and at a speed reaching 10 Mach. "That's impossible," Fury exclaimed, taken aback. The shockwaves generated at 10 Mach would instantly elevate the temperature of the air to hundreds, if not thousands, of degrees. While he was aware of the existence of enhanced individuals, he questioned whether such speed was a mere exaggeration. The youth captured in the photograph exhibited a physical resilience comparable to that of nickel-based superalloys. To circumnavigate the globe in mere hours? Fury remained oblivious to the biological force field possessed by the figure, leading him to make his own deductions. Coulson, observing his superior's reaction, felt a sense of helplessness. He, too, had been startled upon viewing the photograph, especially considering the agent who had taken it confirmed the astonishing speed. However, this was the truth. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents were not idle enough to fabricate a superhuman to intimidate their director. Recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in Coulson's demeanor, Fury understood that the events captured in the photograph were indeed authentic. Then I need to know why Tony Stark would associate with such a superhuman, Fury pondered. Using the term superhuman to describe the figure, Stark Industries was an immense entity, and Tony Stark himself was an exceptionally brilliant scientist. Fury's primary concern stemmed from the possibility that Stark might be swayed and then join forces with such a superhuman entity, potentially leading to the outright upheaval of America. In truth, Fury was overthinking the situation. If Leah truly desired it, ruling not just America, but the entirety of Earth and even the cosmos would merely require a bit of time basking in the sun. Regarding this young man, we have conducted a thorough investigation. This is his report. Prior to high school, there were no extraordinary indications, merely a robust physique. However, as graduation approached, the Patriot, the efficiency of S-H-I-E-L-D at this stage was commendable, and Leah's unhidden tracks were fully documented. Thus, it could be inferred that Kim's demise was indeed linked to him. In the past few days, Kim's death had also burdened Fury with considerable work. He had just uncovered the existence of the Patriot, only to find that the principal subject had been captured on camera. Indeed, Coulson remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Never did he imagine that someone like Kim would meet his end at the hands of this youth. Following Kim's death, not only did his assets attract the scrutiny of various parties, but more critically, the connections he held with numerous high-ranking officials were abruptly severed, leading to disputes over interests. Fury exhaled deeply, pondering for a moment before a thought struck him. Do you think we could recruit him for our cause? Currently, S-H-I-E-L-D was somewhat short-staffed, and Fury began to contemplate the feasibility of enlisting Leah. Perhaps? Coulson scratched his head, following Fury's line of thought. The more Fury considered it, the more plausible it seemed. The young man referred to himself as the Patriot. Perhaps he was merely a youth harboring dreams of becoming a superhero? Such individuals could easily be swayed with a bit of admiration and honor. Little did Fury know that had he approached Leah earlier with the notion of prestige, the young man might have been more inclined to agree. However, now that the Patriot template had been fully realized, the allure of prestige had diminished significantly. Additionally, since they had decided to approach the Patriot, it would be prudent to also plan ahead and send someone to make contact with Tony Stark as well. Fury's idea of contact essentially entailed dispatching Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, to assess Tony Stark. Hell's Kitchen. Has the school truly been completed so swiftly? Finally liberated from the nightmare of the 10 rings, Tony Stark mused as he gazed at the school. Despite nearly losing his life abroad, Stark's perspective had undergone a remarkable transformation. Having witnessed the fine line between life and death, and seeing firsthand the devastation caused by his own manufactured weapons, he began to reflect on his actions. Perhaps upon returning, I should dismantle the weapons development and sales divisions. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. Stark's gaze gradually solidified with determination. This was also the reason Leah had initially refrained from warning him about the dangers posed by the 10 rings. Without this experience, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Tony Stark to become the esteemed Iron Man, willing to sacrifice himself for the entirety of humanity. However, in this moment, upon hearing Stark's resolve, Ruea couldn't help but inquire with a hint of amusement, "Are you feeling guilty? Or do you believe that Stark Industries' cessation of arms sales will diminish the wars plaguing our world? Surely, you are aware of who the largest arms dealer in this world is. War remains an inescapable melody in the Marvel Universe, resonating through both Earth and the cosmos." No. Stark's gaze flickered momentarily. At the very least, I cannot be the executioner. Having witnessed the devastation wrought upon civilians by his own weapons, Stark had resolutely made up his mind. "Ruea," Stark turned to face him, "let us collaborate. With your strength and my creativity, together we can undoubtedly transform this world." Chapter 53. The Awakening of Captain America. After conversing with Ruea, Stark turned his attention to Ethan. "Ethan, you should join us. You are my savior. I can offer you a 5% stake in Stark Industries, and together we can forge a partnership." Thanks to Ruea's intervention, not only did Tony Stark escape peril, but Ethan also evaded the grim fate that awaited him in the original narrative. A 5% share in Stark Industries is no trifling matter, especially considering that Stark Industries is not solely Tony Stark's enterprise at present. Ethan had no reservations about Stark's olive branch. He was, after all, an exceptional scientist and had played a significant role in the creation of the Mark I. Stark Industries boasted substantial resources, including large laboratories and research facilities, making it an ideal environment for Ethan. Observing Ethan's acceptance of Stark's offer, Ruea speculated that perhaps Stark's armored suits would evolve at a hastened pace compared to the cinematic timeline. Meanwhile, Tony Stark regarded Ruea with an intensified gaze. "Ruea, what do you say? If you are willing to join, I am prepared to share half of my remaining shares with you." For Stark, this promise bore considerable weight. Both he and Ethan considered the terms exceptionally fair. Ruea, gazing at the earnest expression on Tony Stark's face, refrained from hastily declining. Although mechanical technology might offer limited enhancements for him at this juncture, no one would ever scoff at the prospect of greater wealth, especially given Stark Industries' boundless potential for the future. "All right, Mr. Stark," Ruea nodded in agreement. It almost appeared as though Tony Stark was the one pleading to relinquish his shares. "Fantastic." However, Tony pondered briefly before continuing, "You can simply call me Tony. Referring to me as Mr. Stark feels overly formal." "Very well, Tony," Ruea chuckled, recalling the amusing memes that internet users had created around Stark's name in his previous life. Meanwhile, in New York's Times Square, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, stood in a daze, observing his surroundings. He still remembered his name, Steve Rogers. Yet, as he gazed upon the towering skyscrapers and the diverse expressions of passers-by, confusion enveloped him. Why did the sounds around him feel so familiar? Yet everything he saw seemed so alien. Why were cars ubiquitous on the streets? Why did people's attire appear so peculiar? Was the war truly over? Had peace been restored to the world? Shaking his head, Steve wondered what had become of this world. At that moment, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Who? Steve spun around, only to find a one-eyed man, resembling a black egg, standing behind him. It was none other than Nick Fury. "Mr. Rogers, isn't it astonishing?" Steve murmured. "How beautiful this world has become. Compared to that bygone era, everything around him now seems so exquisite. Could you tell me what time it is now?" Steve felt as though he had slumbered for an eternity, yet he could not fathom the exact duration. "It is the 21st century. The tumultuous days of your time have long since passed." Fury explained the modern era to Steve. "What? Have I truly slept through more than half a century?" Upon realizing that he would no longer need to perform or rally spirits, Steve did not display any relief. Instead, he muttered, "I missed a date. I missed a date." His voice trembled at the thought of a rendezvous delayed by 70 years. Observing the forlorn expression on Steve's face, Fury, who had begun to establish the Avengers and welcomed Captain America into the fold, understood that this matter could not be rushed. He suggested, "Captain, perhaps you should explore this world and once again experience the beauty of life." Hearing the familiar title of Captain, Steve found it to be laced with irony. He was merely a figure from 70 years past, a so-called Captain America. In truth, he was nothing more than a mascot meant to uplift spirits. 70 years had elapsed, and he was now nearing a century in age. He had even failed to keep an appointment with his beloved Peggy, without ever having professed his feelings to her formally. In this moment, devoid of national expectations and the shadows of war, Steve confronted his own heart, yet he could not return to the past. He pondered sorrowfully. "Perhaps I should have perished 70 years ago or remained eternally frozen." Love, separated by nearly a century, sounded so beautiful yet was steeped in tragedy. At that moment, Steve remained unaware that Peggy was, in fact, still alive, albeit nearly 90 years old. Aimlessly, he wandered in a direction unknown. He could still feel the surge of power coursing through him, growing stronger as he revived. This was the effect of the super serum. It was the reason he had survived the ice. "Me, the principal?" Ruea was taken aback by the crowd's suggestion. After glancing at Stark, Erica turned to Ruea and said, "Indeed, who could be more suitable for the role of principal than you, aside from Mr. Stark?" "Exactly," Stark chimed in. "You know I need to focus on my research. I certainly wouldn't have time to be a principal. If Stark were to assume the position, the school would likely be named Stark Academy." "That works," Ruea nodded. Although the original intent behind establishing the school in Hell's Kitchen was not entirely noble, primarily aimed at gaining prestige to elevate his homeland status, he accepted the notion nonetheless. In terms of outcomes, the school has yet to be completed, yet the reputation of its founder in Hell's Kitchen has already reached its zenith. This prestige is not born of fear, but rather of the respect of the masses. Consequently, although the template for the nation has been perfected, Ruea has resolved to successfully manage this institution. He understands that his power will undoubtedly continue to grow. However, what is the essence of life as enjoyment? Clearly, social interaction is a vital component. As for whether his status as a university student qualifies him to assume the role of principal, Ruea has never deemed it necessary to contemplate. Thus, rather hastily, Parker Academy was born. The ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen were overjoyed, for they recognized that henceforth, The prevailing narrative would no longer be one of sin and darkness. On the very first day of Parker Academy's establishment, Hell's Kitchen witnessed Luya's grand purge. All irredeemable gangs, along with the loyal remnants of Jean Bing, were sent to meet their maker. Chapter 54. Tony Stark's predicament. As the leisurely days of basking in the sun passed by, time slipped away unnoticed. Perhaps I should venture out and seek another side job? Ben Parker mused, setting down the newspaper after careful contemplation. With the university semester approaching, he harbored concerns for the financial situations of his son and nephew. Generally, Ben believed that young individuals ought to be self-sufficient. However, the tuition fees for college were indeed substantial, not to mention the additional expenses incurred during their studies. Ben was aware that his nephew Peter had taken a part-time job delivering pizzas, yet he had heard that wages were frequently deducted due to meal breaks. Recently, Peter had even been dismissed by his boss following a customer complaint. "Dad, you needn't worry about the tuition. We will manage it ourselves," replied Luea softly. He had not disclosed his circumstances to Ben and had even attempted to offer him some money. Nevertheless, Ben's response had been, "Young man, I believe I am not yet at the stage of life where I must rely on my children for support." Ben's life, though ordinary, was quite remarkable among the common folk, which had forged his resilient character. "Luea," Ben said, his profound gaze fixed upon his son, "you seem to be exceptionally busy lately. Would you care to share what has been occupying your time?" It appeared that Ben harbored some doubts regarding Luea's recent activities. Just as in a film, he had begun to perceive changes in Peter as well. Luea pondered for a moment. The excuse of being with Gwen was becoming increasingly ineffective. The primary reason he refrained from confiding in Ben was that he recognized his methods of handling situations could sometimes be rather extreme, which might not align with Ben's principles. Observing the delicate atmosphere, May wished to prevent these matters from widening the gap between father and son. She sensed that perhaps her son, like many young individuals, was entering a phase of rebellion. Yet, in truth, May was overthinking the situation. "Luea, you know," she said affectionately, looking at her son, "your father merely wishes for you to avoid unnecessary hardships. In our youth, the temptations in society were overwhelming." Luea smiled gently. "I understand, Mom, but I assure you, I will remain steadfast in my sense of justice." Of course, this sense of justice was defined solely by Luea himself. He still refrained from revealing the truth. For to someone like Ben, extraordinary powers remained far beyond comprehension. "Very well, Luea, I trust you," Ben nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Nearby, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite anxious that his recent unusual behavior might attract his uncle's scrutiny. However, with his brother Luea standing in his defense, it seemed that Uncle Ben was reluctant to delve deeper into the issue. Recently, the crime rate in New York had surged, and often, even the combined efforts of Peter and Gwen, both Spider-Men, proved insufficient to quell the rampant criminal activities. At times, when faced with particularly formidable foes, Peter would seek Luea's assistance. He is well aware that Luea often lingers in Hell's Kitchen, where he manages affairs quite adeptly. However, when confronted with his brother Peter's pleas for assistance, Luea typically declines, citing his own discomfort as a reason. He is not a firefighter, after all. If he were to meddle in every minor crime, it would become exceedingly cumbersome. If he happens to encounter such situations on his way, he might address them. But for now, Luea primarily focuses on basking in the sun to enhance his strength. The words of Ancient One still resonate in his mind. Since even Ancient One lacks confidence in facing potential crises that may arise in the future universe, it indicates that mere celestial-level power might be insufficient. At the very least, one must possess top-tier, single-universe strength, or even reach multiverse levels, to ensure complete assurance. Luea has also contemplated the Infinity Stones, the extraordinary artifacts within this universe. However, he remains utterly clueless about the whereabouts of these stones. Furthermore, Luea suspects that the Infinity Stones may not be adequate. Otherwise, Ancient One would likely have entrusted the Time Stone to him. Luea opened the system panel. Superman, Man of Steel, template unlock level 15. Regarding the current unlocking level, Luea feels relatively satisfied. The only regret is that he had previously utilized the capabilities of the Patriot template to soar into space. However, the Patriot template lacks the ability to absorb the radiation from yellow suns. During Superman's developmental phase, he also cannot withstand an excessive amount of radiation energy at once. Otherwise, absorption would become difficult. This might explain why, in the original narrative, Superman did not directly plunge into the sun in the early stages. In the outside world, several events have unfolded in New York over the past period. The most attention-grabbing news undoubtedly revolves around Tony Stark's announcement to shut down Stark Industries' weapons research and sales departments. This revelation led to a significant plummet in Stark Industries stock prices. Concurrently, a division began brewing within the company. Shareholders, led by Obadiah, prepared to fracture the company. However, due to Lua's intervention, Obadiah was denied the opportunity to clandestinely create Ironmonger and instead met his end directly. Ruea increasingly realized that, when faced with troubles, it is far simpler to eliminate those who produce the problems. After this, Stark Industries did not languish for long. Thanks to Ethan's assistance and Ruea's integration of Parker Group's resources with Stark Industries, the Mark III developed at an astonishing pace. With its classic red and yellow color scheme and formidable electromagnetic pulse cannon, the only remaining obstacle to the Mark III's debut was the issue of the core reactor. This was a hurdle that Tony Stark must inevitably overcome. One day, Ruea received an invitation from Stark. In Stark's private office, various virtual projection technologies were being widely utilized. However, in light of Stark Industries' current technological advancements, Ruea remained rather unimpressed. Perhaps only the future Iron Man, capable of overcoming the formidable father-level Thanos, could truly be regarded as possessing remarkable strength within the entire singular universe. At that moment, a woman appeared before Ruea, dressed in a shirt and a short skirt, with cascading red curls. "Hello, I am Natasha Rushman. You must be the Mr. Patriot that Tony mentioned, correct? Tony has just completed his experimental documentation and will be here shortly." As she spoke, Natasha playfully licked her lips, hinting at a teasing demeanor. Natasha Rushman was, in fact, the alter ego of the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. She was aware of Ruea's true identity as Mr. Patriot. A month prior, a colleague had attempted to recruit Mr. Patriot, but the endeavor had regrettably ended in failure. The notorious Mr. Patriot was surprisingly so young. Chapter 55. Arrangements for the future. Though the Black Widow had previously perused some information about Ruea from Fury, she was nonetheless taken aback by his youthful appearance upon their first encounter. It was hard to fathom how someone so young could exhibit such ruthlessness when confronted by adversaries. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in dire need of individuals possessing such qualities at that moment. The Black Widow mused that although her mission was to remain close to Tony Stark, bringing Ruea back to S.H.I.E.L.D. might greatly please Director Fury. She was already aware of the existence of extraterrestrial threats and the imminent danger that loomed over Earth. Who wouldn't desire a powerful and trustworthy ally? Regarding the prospect of recruiting Ruea, the Black Widow felt she had devised a few strategies. In the presence of such a passionate young man, her beauty might indeed serve as her greatest asset. On the other hand, despite her slight disguise, Ruea recognized her instantly, drawn in by her striking appearance and name. Oh, the Black Widow. She was quite captivating in her youth. Observing her seemingly intent on employing her charms, a subtle smirk crept across Ruea's lips. "Miss Natasha, would you care for a drink?" he inquired, taking a seat on the sofa without reservation. "Coffee, certainly." As Natasha prepared the coffee, she sensed a burning gaze from behind her. While she felt a sense of triumph at the plan's unfolding, a hint of embarrassment also washed over her. However, the professionalism instilled by her training and past experiences swiftly allowed her to regain composure. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ruea suddenly noticed a gathering of red light before his eyes. Could this be a precursor to the activation of thermal vision? Yet, the timing for such an event was far from opportune. After all, he considered himself a respectable individual. Damn it, this must be a remnant influence from the template of my homeland. It was not without reason that Natasha could perceive the heat of Ruea's gaze. With a slightly flushed face, whether genuine or feigned was uncertain, Natasha handed the coffee to Ruea. As she leaned over to do so, her shirt inadvertently revealed more than intended. Clearly, it was a deliberate act. Ruea, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. Even though he couldn't see everything, why not take a glance? "I don't know, Mr. Homeland," Ruea interrupted. "Just call me Ruea." He was merely playing along, wondering who might ultimately be at a disadvantage. "Very well, Ruea," Natasha replied, tossing her red curls. "I wonder if you might be free this afternoon. Perhaps we could share a meal together." Ruea raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is this a date?" Natasha appeared quite bashful. However, before she could respond, Ruea continued, "But aren't you Tony's assistant?" With a proud posture, Natasha retorted, "Well, employees should have their own time too, shouldn't they? After all, Tony Stark doesn't have much time left." Natasha understood that his body was deeply afflicted by palladium poisoning due to the miniature reactor. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had no effective remedy for this predicament. Norman Osborn suggested the use of a human enhancement serum. However, given the concerns voiced by Ruea and Stark regarding the Green Goblin persona, Stark ultimately resolved against its use. Mindful of the considerable side effects it entailed, it is worth noting that the Green Goblin persona is intrinsically linked to the Osborn lineage. The enhancement serum indeed amplifies one's emotions, akin to the super soldier serum, though it may yield even more pronounced side effects. Thus, Perhaps substituting Ruea for Stark could present itself as a viable option? At this juncture, Fury was already in the process of assembling the Avengers. Natasha believed that having the more formidable Ruea at the helm of the Avengers might also be a prudent choice. Just as she contemplated this further, a voice resonated from outside the office. "What are you discussing? I seem to have overheard my secretary lamenting about her work hours. Am I correct?" Stark pushed open the office door and strode in, impeccably dressed yet visibly fatigued. "Boss." Natasha promptly positioned herself beside Stark, as she was still nominally his secretary. Meanwhile, she cast a seductive glance at Ruea from behind Stark, confident that Ruea would not betray her actions to Stark. However, she had evidently miscalculated. "Tony." Ruea's face broke into a slight smile, which unexpectedly stirred a sense of unease within Natasha. Ruea continued with a playful tone, "Your secretary appears to be acting rather strangely. She was just inquiring about a possible date this evening." Upon hearing Ruea's remark, Stark initially regarded Natasha with a look of confusion. At this stage, Stark harbored merely a suspicion regarding Natasha's identity, yet he was still captivated by her beauty. However, he soon regained his composure. "Ruea, you know," Stark remarked, pursing his lips. "If you wish to go on a date with her, I have no objections." In Stark's eyes, no allure could outweigh Ruea's significance. He was quite adept at discerning these matters. Moreover, he recognized the severity of his palladium poisoning, which was nearing a critical point, leading him to contemplate the arrangements for his eventual departure. After a moment's thought, Ruea shook his head. Perhaps not. It would be different with anyone else. But Black Widow eventually bore considerable weight within the Avengers. She willingly sacrificed herself to obtain the Soul Stone in order to save those who were obliterated by Thanos' snap. For this, I hold her in great respect. "Very well," Stark shrugged. He then began to address matters of substance. "In truth, I summoned you today primarily to discuss some other issues." Stark carefully chose his words, striving to conceal his frailty from Ruea. Let me emphasize, if Ruea, would you be willing to assume the role of CEO of the company?" Initially, Stark intended to appoint Pepper as the CEO in the film. However, at that moment, Stark completely abandoned this notion. He contemplated that, should he meet his demise, entrusting Ruea with the leadership of Stark Industries might indeed be the wisest decision. After all, while Pepper possesses the requisite skills, her authority fails to command universal respect. In contrast, Ruea does not require such prestige to gain the trust of others. Observing Stark's facade of nonchalance, Ruea teasingly replied, "What's the matter, Tony? You seem to be preparing for a final farewell. Is that so apparent?" Ignoring Natasha's presence beside them, Ruea uttered a statement that ignited Stark's fervor. "It's merely palladium poisoning. There's no need to plan a farewell, is there? What if I have a solution?" Chapter 56. Pepper Potts. The reason for Tony Stark's impending demise is simply his inability to find an alternative element to replace palladium. Moreover, due to his reluctance to relinquish his identity as Iron Man, Stark is equally disinclined to cease using the palladium-powered reactor. Ruea recalls that the solution seems to lie within some relics left behind by his father, Howard. In the film, Stark ultimately discovers a new energy source capable of replacing palladium by following the clues contained within these remnants. As Ruea glances at Natasha, it appears that this lead may indeed originate from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury later advises Stark to search through Howard's old belongings for clues, further confirming this notion. Whether Fury's intentions are driven by a sense of obligation remains ambiguous. Upon hearing Ruea mention a potential remedy for his palladium poisoning, Stark initially feels a flicker of hope, only to be quickly subdued by the reality of the situation. He trusts Ruea's abilities, yet he understands that finding a replacement for palladium cannot be achieved through brute force. It requires intellect and scientific inquiry. Stark possesses unwavering confidence in his own prowess in scientific research, believing himself to be among the world's elite. With a wry smile, Stark turns to Ruea and says, "Ruea, though I am uncertain how you came to know about my palladium poisoning, I appreciate your concern. However, replacing palladium is no simple task." Observing Stark's despondency, Ruea, puzzled, inquires, "Why not stop using the palladium reactor altogether? Does your identity as Iron Man truly hold more significance than your very life?" The reactor's function extends beyond powering the magnetic device that holds the shrapnel lodged in Stark's chest. It also supplies energy to the Mark suits. After pondering Ruea's question for a moment, Stark replies, "Ruea, I must admit, I envy you. You possess physical capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary human. And even as Iron Man, I would never be your equal. More importantly, your abilities come without side effects." Since becoming Iron Man, Stark has perceived himself as a superhero. And this consideration may partly stem from a desire to atone for the harm caused by the weaponry once produced by Stark Industries. Pausing briefly, Stark continues, "If I were to cease using the reactor from this moment forward, I might indeed extend my life for a few more years. However, the cost would be the loss of my Iron Man identity, and I might not even be able to maintain normal functionality. Without the miniature nuclear reactor, Stark would require alternative devices to power the magnetic apparatus. Ruea nods in understanding. Many perceive the value of life differently. Some prioritize the quality of life over its duration, believing that to live on in suffering is less desirable than to perish in the guise of Iron Man. Perhaps it is at this juncture that Stark's eventual resolve to sacrifice himself for the greater good began to take root. As he speaks, he loosens his tie and shirt, revealing his chest marred by dark veins. In the center, there was a circular luminescent device fixed in place. This was the miniature nuclear reactor. Its existence granted the power of Iron Man, yet it also brought great suffering to Tony Stark. On one side, Natasha gazed at the dark veins protruding from Stark's chest, her mouth agape in astonishment. Though she stood beside him, she was unaware of the extent to which palladium had ravaged his body. Tony, at that moment, the door to Stark's office swung open abruptly. A woman, her heels clicking sharply against the floor, strode in. Tony, why have you transferred 10% of your shares to me? She was aware that Stark had already divided his own shares among others. Coupled with those allocated to Ethan and various other distributions, Stark's personal holdings were considerably diminished. Yet, he had bestowed 10% of his shares upon her, especially during a time when their relationship was strained. This left Pepper perplexed regarding Stark's intentions. If it were an apology, then the gesture seemed excessively lavish. At this juncture, Pepper had yet to affirm their romantic relationship, and although Stark had transformed significantly after becoming Iron Man, he still retained a fragment of his playboy persona. His close rapport with Natasha stirred jealousy within Pepper. Ruea observed the fiercely determined Pepper entering, shaking his head with a knowing smile. Her demeanor suggested that Stark had usurped her shares. Upon hearing Pepper's voice, Stark's expression faltered momentarily. He had chosen to entrust the company to Ruea instead of appointing Pepper as CEO, as one might expect from a cinematic narrative, and had instead allocated her 10% of his shares. It was evident that aside from Ruea, even those who had saved Stark's life, like Ethan and Happy, received only a meager portion. This clearly illustrated Stark's genuine affection for Pepper. In a flurry, Stark hastily donned his clothing and composed his expression before turning his gaze away. He feigned indifference and replied in a nonchalant tone, "Well, it's my company after all. I can give my shares to whomever I please, can't I?" Stark was aware of Pepper's feelings for him. Thus, he endeavored to diminish the impact of his impending demise on her. "You are always so arrogant, Tony." Observing Stark's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Pepper's expression softened. Despite his extensive experience in matters of the heart, Stark found it challenging to conceal his true feelings when faced with the one he cherished. At that moment, Pepper caught sight of a small segment of the dark vein protruding from Stark's slightly disheveled clothing. "Tony, what is this?" As she spoke, Pepper reached out to unfasten Stark's shirt. She was aware that something was amiss with Stark's health, yet she had no inkling of how severe his condition had truly become. Observing the approaching Pepper, Stark was evidently flustered. He exclaimed, "Pepper, please, there's others here." However, Stark's attempt to deter her proved futile. Pepper still caught sight of the grave condition afflicting his chest. "Oh no." She covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with sorrow. "You never told me your illness had progressed to this extent." As she threw herself into his embrace, Stark's expression revealed a sense of helplessness. Initially, with the presence of Ruea in the company, he had no intention of disclosing his ailment to Pepper. Alas, today, the truth came to light. "Tony, you needn't feel this way. As I mentioned before, there are alternatives to palladium. Perhaps you might explore the relics left by your father. You may uncover the answer." Seemingly conscious of the intimate moment shared between the two, Ruea spoke softly. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Thor. In truth, the Superman template has bestowed upon Ruea a more astute intellect. However, relying solely on Ruea to discover a clean energy substitute for palladium would be a time-consuming endeavor, fraught with uncertainty regarding its success. After all, Ruea has yet to fully harness the entirety of the power embodied in the iron physique. On the other hand, should he attain the full strength of the Superman-like body, he might unearth alternative solutions. Upon hearing Ruea mention the potential existence of clues to a new element within his father's old belongings, Stark was invigorated once more. It seemed that the director of S.H.I.L.D. was also aware of this matter, wasn't he? Ruea, however, could not ascertain whether Fury knew of the clues hidden within Stark's father's artifacts. Yet, in the films, Fury indeed guided Stark. Ruea's intention in mentioning this was merely to caution Stark against being ensnared by falsehoods. Thus, Ruea turned his gaze toward Natasha, smiling as he inquired, "Isn't that so, Miss Natasha? Or should I say, Miss Black Widow?" At that moment, Stark had not recognized Natasha's true identity. Consequently, upon hearing Ruea refer to her as Black Widow, Stark cast a shocked glance at her. "So, you are with S.H.I.E.L.D. He could hardly believe that his secretary was, in fact, an undercover agent placed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The notion of betrayal from someone close to him was particularly intolerable for Stark, regardless of how captivating her appearance might be. Faced with the revelation of her identity, Natasha's eyes momentarily flickered with confusion. According to the agency's intelligence, Ruea should have been entirely unaware of her true nature. Nevertheless, contemplating this was futile. She understood that Director Fury's plan to recruit Stark might soon be thwarted. "Tony," Natasha said, gazing at Stark, who glared at her with disdain. "The director harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to invite you to join us." Ruea found it challenging to assess Natasha's statement. Fury had indeed made significant contributions to Earth's safety and was a relatively reliable leader. However, he also tended to gather intelligence on his subordinates' weaknesses to maintain balance. Ruea could not outright condemn such behavior, but he certainly could not accept it. With a deep exhale, Tony replied, "Very well, you may leave now, Miss Natasha. From this moment forth, consider yourself dismissed." Stark had no desire to continue entangling himself with Natasha. He only hoped, as Ruea had suggested, to discover clues to a new element among his father's old possessions. Seeing Stark's resolute demeanor, Natasha could only sigh, preparing to take her leave. Before departing, she cast a lingering gaze at Ruea, as if trying to discern the secrets he held. Yet, Ruea maintained a serene smile, revealing nothing. New Mexico. A man clad in sunglasses was driving a car. In the back seat, a tall, blond man dressed in a hospital gown was peacefully asleep. The man in sunglasses is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the individual in the back seat of his vehicle is none other than Thor, the god of thunder, who has recently descended upon Earth. However, at this moment, Thor is temporarily sealed due to Odin's decree, rendering him unworthy of wielding his mighty hammer. Originally, Agent Coulson was meant to investigate Thor's situation, but due to unforeseen circumstances, another agent took his place. As the agent in sunglasses prepares to enter New York with Thor en route to S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor awakens abruptly as the effects of the drug wear off. Upon seeing the one who has wronged him, Thor erupts in fury. "Mortal, do you comprehend whom you face? I am Thor, son of Odin. How dare you treat me this way?" In Thor's eyes, the inhabitants of Earth are subjects under divine rule. The audacity of these subjects to provoke a god incites his wrath. With that, Thor strikes the car door with all his might. The sound echoes, but despite his efforts, he cannot breach the door due to his sealed powers. A god? The agent driving the vehicle scoffs at Thor, clearly perceiving him as a madman. Odin? Isn't he just a figure from myth? This dismissive attitude further fuels Thor's anger. He bellows, "Mortal, you are inviting calamity upon Midgard." He resolves that upon his return to Asgard, he shall deliver a fitting punishment to this primitive and barbaric planet. As the ruler of the 9 realms, Thor still possesses a sense of divine pride during this period. In his fury, unable to open the door, he turns his aggression towards the agent. Though stripped of his godly powers, his combat instincts and physical prowess are unmatched by any ordinary human. Thus, when the agent is caught off guard, Thor delivers a decisive blow, knocking him to the ground. With a swift motion, he opens the door and dashes out. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury is on the phone, attempting to pacify Stark, who seems unconvinced. "Let your agents handle this so-called celestial visitor," Stark retorts before abruptly hanging up, clearly still troubled by Natasha's situation. After some contemplation, he decides to intervene with the alleged heavenly visitor. While he may not currently hold Fury in high regard, he does believe in the existence of extraterrestrial forces, as mentioned by Fury. "Tony, you cannot go out there. The new element is not yet fully developed, and you must not overexert your suit." Pepper anxiously grabs her boyfriend, who is eager to don his armor. Just days ago, they had resolved their misunderstandings and affirmed their relationship. Seeing the bystander, Ruea, she quickly implores, "Ruea, you must persuade him." Stark, relentless in his determination, insisted on personally addressing the matter, exclaiming, "I am Iron Man. I cannot simply disregard this issue." TSK. Observing the tug-of-war between the two, Ruea wore an expression of disdain. During his stay in Stark's office these past few days, he had consumed an excessive amount of dog food. "Enough with the pretense. I shall take care of it," Ruea declared. Upon hearing his intention to intervene directly, the two engaged in their struggle abruptly ceased their actions. Stark, with a smile, remarked, "Return swiftly. We shall continue the party tonight. Research by day, revelry by night." Indeed, a splendid balance. Ruea raised an eyebrow. Such a life is truly beautiful, yet decadently so. Activating his supervision, he zeroed in on the figure captured in a photograph sent by Fury on Stark's phone. Could it be Thor? Boom. With a sonic boom, Ruea vanished from the window. Chapter 58, Odin's Gaze. At this juncture, Thor had yet to establish any bonds on Earth, also known as Midgard. In his eyes, the mortals of Midgard appeared pitifully weak and considerably backward. The agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., donned in sunglasses, was not particularly formidable. Although Odin had curtailed Thor's divine powers, his physical prowess remained exceptional. Despite being born later, Thor had already experienced numerous battles. Thus, the agent's defeat was to be expected. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance system was tracking Thor's position, yet they refrained from sending anyone to provoke him further. Outside a hamburger joint, Thor clutched a bag containing approximately a dozen burgers. A female staff member rushed out behind him. "Hey, handsome, you forgot to pay." Had Thor not possessed such striking height and charm, she might have suspected him of attempting to dine and dash. Money? Thor awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, he was clad in ill-fitting attire, his muscles nearly straining the shirt to its limits. This outfit had been taken from the unconscious agent he had bested. The female employee regarded the stammering Thor with a hint of regret. Alas, she was already committed and lacked the means. Otherwise, if she could turn back the clock a decade, she would gladly treat this handsome man, hoping for a delightful story to unfold. Thor, observing the kind demeanor of the employee, did not respond with the same rudeness he had shown the previous agent. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, another tall figure emerged from behind Thor. "How much? I'll cover it for him." Ruea, holding a wad of cash, casually handed it all to the female employee without counting. "Wow, another blonde heartthrob." The employee's expression shifted to one of infatuation as she gazed at Ruea, who was strikingly similar to Thor, yet appeared even more aloof. Thor, witnessing someone willing to pay on his behalf, felt a surge of happiness. It seemed not all mortals in Midgard were as uncouth as the previous fellow. "Thank you." While he felt a flicker of gratitude, Thor's thoughts were still preoccupied with his hammer. At this moment, Mjolnir remained a symbol of his identity and divine power. He daydreamed about returning to Asgard once he retrieved his hammer. Noticing Thor's ill-fitting shirt and trousers, Ruea's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If memory served him correctly, the agent who had brought Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the photo Fury had sent to Tony was indeed dressed in this very outfit. At that moment, Thor suddenly halted, having forgotten that he had no idea of his current location on Midgard. During his unconsciousness, the sunglasses-wearing agent had transported him to New York, leaving him oblivious to where he had first landed on Earth. "Come forth." Thor extended one hand, silently invoking the name of Mjolnir, attempting to summon it to him. Alas, he once again met with failure. Stripped of his divine power and under the decree of Odin, the All-Father, Thor found it utterly impossible to establish a connection with Mjolnir at this juncture. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Thor's expression grew increasingly agitated. Without divine power, he could not summon the hammer, and without the hammer, how could he restore his godly might? As stated in the original film, Thor still failed to grasp that the existence of the god of thunder was predicated upon his identity as such, rather than merely wielding the hammer. "Brother," Ruea called out to Thor, who was wandering aimlessly. "If you don't mind, perhaps I could arrange a place for you to rest." The sanctuary Ruea referred to was certainly not S.H.I.E.L.D. On the contrary, he intended to take the god of thunder to Stark. With his divine power, Thor's strength surpassed planetary levels, a correction to the film's oversight. Moreover, as he aged, Thor's strength would continue to grow. For instance, in the movie, if he could stand against Thanos, his prowess must have reached levels close to that of a demigod. However, upon hearing Ruea's suggestion, Thor cast a wary glance his way. Previously, an agent in sunglasses had deceived him with a similar proposition, thus planting seeds of doubt in Thor's heart regarding such claims. Consequently, he outright rejected Ruea's offer. "Very well," Ruea waved his hand dismissively. "But what if I were to help you retrieve your hammer?" Had it been anyone else, Ruea would have forcibly taken them back long ago. Yet, the god of thunder was different. He was the son of Odin. The old All-Father was at the zenith of his power, a level that was beyond Ruea's current capabilities to challenge. In truth, Odin was observing his son at that very moment, and he also noticed Ruea. However, due to the peculiarities of Midgard and the fact that the Ancient One had previously conversed with him, Odin was curious to see just how much latent potential Midgard, which had produced such a formidable being as the Ancient One, could still possess. Thus, Ruea's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Mjolnir held profound significance for Thor, and upon hearing Ruea's willingness to assist him in reclaiming the hammer, he naturally acquiesced. "But how do you know I am searching for Mjolnir?" "That is of no consequence. Just tell me if you wish to proceed." "Very well." Yet, Thor pondered internally. If he could reclaim Mjolnir, he could summon the Bifrost to return home. Upon hearing Thor's agreement, Ruea swiftly reached out to him, preparing to lift him into the air. "You?" Thor was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of anger. Clearly, he believed Ruea was attempting to deceive him. Cunning mortal. He extended his hand to push Ruea away. However, overly reliant on his divine power and hammer, Thor's physical prowess, while significantly superior to that of an ordinary human, was no match for Ruea's speed, which rendered him as slow as an infant. With a gust of wind, Ruea deftly evaded Thor's arm and placed a hand upon his shoulder. You? Feeling as though Ruea's arm were seared onto his shoulder, Sol's face flushed crimson. Yet he did not dare to displace Ruea's limb. This predicament only intensified his irritation, while simultaneously sowing seeds of doubt within his mind. Even without divine power, and with Mjolnir absent from his side, surely his mortal form should not be inferior to that of an ordinary human? Beyond the realm of planets lies Asgard. Observing Thor's lack of fortitude, Odin's countenance betrayed a sense of helplessness. He could discern that Ruea's power had yet to transcend the level of a demigod, remaining at the planetary tier. This implied that his son Thor's strength was likely on par with that of Ruea. Chapter 59. Am I truly simple? Yet, despite both being of planetary caliber, Ruea's physical prowess evidently overshadowed that of Thor. Odin cast a complex gaze upon his son, Thor, feeling an immense sense of relief for having discerned this issue in time and sending him to Midgard for rigorous training. Thor's predicament lay in his excessive reliance on divine power and his enchanted Mjolnir, neglecting the inherent strength that he, as the god of thunder, possessed. A deity, upon losing his divine might, had become so feeble. How could he possibly shoulder the responsibilities of Asgard in the future? Odin was acutely aware that his lifespan was waning, leaving little time for Thor's maturation. The cosmos was replete with formidable beings. In the vastness of space, Thanos was mercilessly wreaking havoc while preparing to collect the Infinity Stones. At this juncture, he had ascended to the level of a demigod, yet refrained from approaching Earth, deterred by the presence of both Ancient One and King Odin. With the demise of Ancient One and Odin's remaining time dwindling, Thanos would soon be unshackled from his final reservations. On Earth, as Thor remained engulfed in the shock of being thoroughly overpowered by Ruea, he was once more struck by the awe emanating from the mortals of Midgard. Grasping Thor's shoulder, Ruea slightly bent his legs. Subsequently, a biological force field expanded, enveloping both himself and Thor. Then, with a surge of 10 Mach, they blasted forth. Boom. In the deserts of New Mexico, Ruea swiftly arrived at the location of Mjolnir, guided by Tony's coordinates. Thud. He descended with Thor, releasing his grip. After experiencing the dizzying speed of flight, Thor exhaled deeply, attempting to steady his wildly racing heart. Though his guardians belonged to a divine lineage, they lacked the ability to fly. Thor gazed at Ruea with a mixture of emotions. Ruea, is it? You are the strongest mortal I have ever encountered. Based on Ruea's earlier display of strength, even the proud Thor had to concede internally that Ruea's power might rival his own peak, if not exceed it. Yet, Thor was reluctant to accept that he, the illustrious god of thunder and son of King Odin, could be outmatched by a mere mortal. As he turned his gaze toward Mjolnir, shrouded beneath a transparent dome, his thoughts began to stir with renewed vigor. At the very least, he had found Mjolnir, hadn't he? With that thought, Thor extended his hand once more. Come on, Mjolnir. Come on, Mjolnir. Mjolnir? The urgency in his calls transitioned from heartfelt to perplexed, and ultimately to despair. He had to admit that his inability to summon Mjolnir was not due to distance. Rather, it stemmed from his complete ceiling and the loss of his divine powers. Why? Father? The light faded from Thor's eyes. He could endure many things, but the inability to resonate with Mjolnir was a torment too great to bear. Nearby, several onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, took notice of the unfolding scene. Primarily, as the lure descended, despite a reduction in speed, the sound of sonic booms persisted. However, amidst the swirling dust of the desert, once the particles settled, a young woman approached. Hello, are you here for an investigation as well? She inquired. That hammer is quite peculiar. I wonder what material it is made from. It's so small that we couldn't even move it with a vehicle. This was Jane Foster, known as Thor's love interest in the film. At that moment, she, as an astrophysicist, was drawn to this site by the phenomena surrounding Thor's hammer. Thor, still engulfed in sorrow over his inability to summon Mjolnir, suddenly felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Jane Foster's words. If I cannot summon it, then so be it. As the rightful owner of Mjolnir, it makes no difference if I take it myself. With this thought, hope rekindled in Thor's eyes as he approached the hammer. As he walked, he declared, Mjolnir is the symbol of the god of thunder. Only I have the strength to wield her. You mere mortals could never lift her. As he spoke, the affection in Thor's gaze almost overflowed, leaving Jane Foster momentarily dumbfounded. Those aware of the hammer's true nature understood its significance. While others might mistakenly think of Mjolnir as a beautiful woman, she then glanced at the man accompanying Thor. Ruea? Ahem, his mind seems a bit off, you know. Ruea casually remarked with a smirk. Oh, is that so? What a pity for such a handsome fellow. Jane Foster responded. her expression revealing her realization. Ahead. Upon hearing Ruea's unfounded remarks, Thor's lips twitched in irritation. Were it not for the knowledge of Ruea's superiority, he would have certainly challenged him. Upon reaching Mjolnir, Jane Foster's companions parted to allow passage. Come on, meow meow, I shall take you home. Behind him, Ruea's watch suddenly emitted a beeping sound. Upon answering, Stark's voice came through. Ruea, how's it going? Have you encountered an intriguing individual? Ruea glanced at the still somewhat dazed Thor. Tony, I'll introduce you to him later. You'll undoubtedly find him delightful. Currently, Thor's innocence was striking. Despite his vast experience in battle, he remained, at heart, a child. Ruea was eager to see how Thor would react when he encountered Stark during his playboy phase. Meanwhile, Thor lifted the glass cover and grasped Mjolnir with determination. With all my strength, he exclaimed. However, as he found Mjolnir utterly unmoving, his heart shattered. Just then, Jane Foster approached Thor, unable to suppress her laughter. So, how is it, almighty god of thunder? Jane Foster mused, believing the hammer's weight must exceed several tons. Otherwise, it would not remain completely still under the strain of a vehicle's pull. In Asgard, Odin observed his son with an inscrutable expression. He cast a magical curse upon the hammer, rendering the once mighty Thor incapable of lifting it through mere physical strength. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ruea approached Thor's side and gently patted his shoulder. With a swift motion, he grasped the hammer, effortlessly lifting it from the ground. Observing the hammer in his hand, Ruea felt a twinge of surprise himself. He was certain that he had not lifted it through physical prowess alone. Ruea recalled that the curse of the thunder god's hammer did not merely augment its weight. To lift it required not only strength akin to Odin's, but also a powerful spirit and unwavering conviction. Much like Captain America and Vision in the movies. One embodies righteousness and strength, while the other possesses a pure heart. So, does the thunder god's hammer deem me a person of righteous spirit and innocence? Ruea introspected, filled with doubt. Chapter 60. The Gathering of the Troops. The ability of Ruea to lift Mjolnir serves as a testament to the formidable strength residing within him. However, standing beside Ruea, Thor remains oblivious to this truth. In his eyes, Mjolnir is not merely a symbol of his identity as the god of thunder. It embodies the essence of a beloved. It is already disheartening that his divine powers have been sealed by his father, Odin, but to add insult to injury, Mjolnir has now chosen to disregard him. The heartbroken Thor feels as if his entire world has crumbled. He mutters, meow meow. No. While it is indeed astonishing that he can wield this peculiar hammer, at that moment, Jane Foster approaches. Jane is equally astounded by Ruea's ability to lift the enigmatic hammer. After all, she and her companions have exhausted every means to move it even slightly. Yet, she finds Thor's despondent demeanor rather perplexing. Why such sorrow? You are a grown man, and this hammer is not intrinsically yours. If you cannot lift it, simply accept it without such distress. Unbeknownst to Jane, who is unaware of Thor's true identity, she cannot grasp the profound significance Mjolnir holds for him. Had she known, she would surely have refrained from uttering such heart-wrenching words. Indeed, upon hearing Jane's cutting remark, Thor's expression grows even more pained, as if tears are about to spill from his eyes at any moment. Asgard. King Odin gazes upon Midgard, observing Ruea's feat of lifting Mjolnir. His single eye narrows slightly. He perceives that Ruea does not emit a righteous aura. However, after eons of existence, he no longer judges individuals based solely on notions of good and evil. Concerning his son Thor, Odin feels a sense of disappointment. Thor's excessive reliance on his divine power and Mjolnir is detrimental to his future development. For, as it stands, should he lose his divine abilities, Thor would forfeit a substantial portion of his strength. This reality poses considerable danger when facing future adversities. Regardless of whether it be magic, divine power, or physical prowess, there always exists the potential for one to be countered. A multifaceted approach is essential to amass sufficient strength to confront various enemies and tribulations. Midgard. After acquiring the hammer of the thunder god, Ruea returns to New York with Thor, not to S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather directly to Stark Tower. Ruea holds his own perspectives regarding the Avengers depicted in the films. Firstly, he believes that Thanos' power lies somewhere between that of a demiurge and a god, a conclusion that remains uncertain until a personal encounter. The crux of this matter hinges upon whether Thanos is adorned with the Infinity Stones upon his arrival. Otherwise, even with the enhancement of a single Infinity Stone, Thanos' might would undoubtedly reach that of a god. Not to mention, when Thanos gathers all 6 stones and snaps his fingers, the cataclysmic energy unleashed reaches a terrifying, universe-level magnitude. Ruea possesses a profound understanding of his current strength, recognizing it as being at the planetary level. However, the transition from planetary to subdivine is likely far more arduous than the leap from divine to single universe level. Much like Superman at various stages, during his steel-bodied era, he required substantial exposure to yellow sun radiation to enhance his abilities. Yet, once he obtained the power of thought, his strength expanded rapidly and infinitely. Therefore, he is uncertain whether he can elevate his steel-bodied progression to its pinnacle before Thanos arrives. Consequently, enlisting allies seems imperative. Moreover, Ruea harbors serious doubts about the fortuitous nature of the Avengers. The most classic example is the seemingly even match between Captain America and a foe of Thanos' caliber. Theoretically, Captain America in the films should possess only super soldier capabilities. His need to catch his breath after leaping from great heights with his vibranium shield indicates he is far from the planetary level. Meanwhile, Thanos has long been traversing the cosmos, mercilessly annihilating numerous planets. The ability to casually obliterate planets is a clear demonstration of power surpassing subdivine. Yet, Captain America can still exchange blows with such a formidable adversary. Stark Industries. Oh, who is this handsome fellow? It is Happy speaking, gazing enviously at Thor's physique. His admiration almost palpable. He is a friend of mine. By the way, where is Tony? At this moment, Happy and Ruea have become somewhat familiar, and notably, Ruea is technically Happy's superior. After all, following Stark's decision to allocate a portion of his shares to Pepper Potts, Ruea's stake has even surpassed Stark's own. Oh, Tony? He was just in the office. Indicating his awareness, Ruea led the somewhat dazed Thor toward Tony's private office. Upon reaching the office door, a green light scanned across the threshold. The door swung open automatically, a facial recognition unlock system Stark implemented to prevent unauthorized entry. As for Ruea, Stark had long since registered his facial and fingerprint information, granting him unrestricted access. Of course, after today, Stark would rue the day he chose to input Ruea's information. As Ruea pushed the door open, he found two figures embraced on the sofa. It appeared that Stark was resting against Pepper's bosom, seemingly seeking solace. "OS!" Stark exclaimed, springing to his feet upon sensing an intruder, hastily wiping away the traces of tears from his eyes. Ruea discerned those unmistakable tear stains. In contrast to Stark, Pepper exhibited a greater level of composure, remaining unflustered. During Ruea's absence, Stark had successfully identified a new element to replace palladium. Now, all that remained was to upgrade the reactor with it. This was the very reason Stark and Pepper were entwined in an embrace. Having survived, Stark was undeniably elated. For he still had a magnificent life ahead and an abundance of creativity yet to be unveiled. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Ruea, Stark exhaled a sigh of relief and sought to divert the conversation. He then turned his gaze to Thor, wondering if this blonde giant was indeed the person Fury was searching for. With his innocent expression and awkward demeanor, Thor certainly resembled a simpleton at that moment. However, as Ruea ran his fingers through his hair and glanced at his well-defined muscles, he couldn't help but question the fairness of being labeled a blonde simpleton. Was it possible that Stark's jibe was a result of his recent disruption of Stark's plans? Clearing his throat, Stark averted his gaze slightly, insisting, "Oh, come now, Ruea. We are like brothers." Chapter 61. Tony's gift. Upon hearing Stark refer to him as a big fool, Thor regained his composure. He was merely saddened, not truly foolish. He bellowed, "Hey mortal, mind your words. I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard, and the god of thunder, Thor." After proclaiming his illustrious titles, Thor glared at Stark. However, this time, he refrained from taking action, primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by Ruea, which made him wary of underestimating others. Stark had initially intended to make a jest, subtly teasing Ruea. Yet, upon hearing Thor's grandiose self-introduction, he began to genuinely question Thor's intellect. "Are you serious?" Stark remarked, casting a doubtful glance at Ruea. "I recall a saying from a certain insignificant territory of our nation, something about H&ibu." Upon hearing Stark's skepticism, Ruea chuckled and shook his head. "Tony, what if I told you that what he just said was true?" "Truly? How is that even possible?" Stark turned to Pepper, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. Consequently, Stark patted Ruea on the shoulder, saying, "Ruea, that joke is rather cold." Yet, despite his words, a sense of unease began to creep into Stark's mind. After his fallout with Natasha, Fury had reached out to Stark, sharing his predicaments and expressing a desire for Stark to join the Avengers. One of the reasons for this invitation was the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Initially, Stark had dismissed the notion. However, observing Ruea's earnest demeanor compelled him to reconsider the potential reality of alien life. Yet, the figure before him, claiming to be the god of thunder, did not resemble the legendary Thor in the slightest. Stark pondered, this so-called Thor appeared imposing, yet not overwhelmingly so, and oddly enough, he seemed somewhat intimidated by Ruea. "Tony," Ruea said, pulling up a chair to sit down, "deities do indeed exist." "Indeed," Thor affirmed with a nod. "It appears there are intelligent beings in this backward realm of Midgard. Of course, Ruea shot a glance at Thor. But the kind of deity I speak of does not pertain to this weakling. In Ruea's view, true deities in the Marvel Universe should resemble the 5 primordial beings or the ancient Gaia, who was said to have created Asgard. However, Ruea expressed skepticism regarding the notion that humanity was crafted by Gaia. Regardless, upon hearing Ruea dismiss his divine identity, Thor was eager to retort. If you acknowledge my identity as the god of thunder, why then do you refute my status as a deity? At this stage, Thor regarded his identity with utmost significance. Being the god of thunder was the source of his pride, albeit not in the context of being a deity. Ruea shook his head, asserting that, aside from other matters, there were numerous individuals in Midgard capable of defeating him. Do you truly believe that a deity could be as feeble as you and succumb to mere mortals? He then turned to Stark and Pepper, elucidating that Midgard was the term their Asgardian kin used to refer to Earth. Upon hearing Ruea's claim that many in Midgard surpassed him, doubt deepened on Thor's countenance. In his view, Ruea epitomized the pinnacle of Midgard's combat prowess, a guardian, a god of war. The notion that others might eclipse his strength was unfathomable. Ruea chuckled, fully aware of Thor's mindset. Yet, the reality stood incontrovertible. Comparing the likes of the Ancient One to Thor would be an exercise in futility. Consider the Hulk. His feats in the comics are legendary, with the Green Scar capable of obliterating planets with a mere punch, not to mention the indomitable Hulk. Even in the cinematic realm, the Hulk's prowess is astonishing, epitomizing raw strength. For Asgardians, their longevity and superior physical attributes certainly grant them an edge over us Midgardians. However, beyond that, most Asgardians do not possess extraordinary strength, do they? After all, one's power is contingent upon lineage. If you doubt that many in Midgard could best you, fret not, you shall witness it in due time. Alternatively, once you regain your divine powers, we shall engage in another bout. Thor, having inherited Odin's bloodline, is, in Ruea's eyes, destined to be a crucial ally against Thanos. While he may jest that Thor is not a true god, it remains a fact that divine blood courses through his veins. All right, Ruea, Stark conceded, albeit still grappling with the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, upon reflection, with beings like Ruea, akin to a superhuman, emerging, perhaps the advent of alien civilizations was not so peculiar after all. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you over the past few days. With that, Stark rose and led Ruea towards his laboratory. You should join us too. O God of Thunder. Thor emphasized his title while hastily following suit. In the laboratory, surrounded by an array of metallic components, Ruea recognized that this was indeed the locale where Stark devised the Mark armors. As anticipated, Stark soon proclaimed, J-A-R-V-I-S. Do we have any assistance required? The elegant and magnetic voice of Stark's artificial intelligence, J-A-R-V-I-S, resonated in response. Please retrieve the gift I prepared for Ruea. Certainly, sir, came the reply. Following this, several mechanical arms emerged, rapidly assembling the various components in a red, yellow, and silver color scheme. Thanks to Ruea's insight, the Mark VI armor was birthed ahead of schedule. However, this advancement came at a cost. In comparison to its cinematic counterpart, the Mark VI at this moment bore several limitations and issues, resulting in a somewhat altered appearance from what audiences had come to expect. However, the most pivotal alteration, the inverted triangular reactor on the chest, namely the third-generation reactor, remains undeniably striking. In a mere span of just over a minute, the battle armor was fully assembled. What do you think? The Mark VI, paired with my third-generation reactor, has replaced palladium with a new element. Of course, Ruea is not particularly apprehensive about radiation. Observing the classic color scheme of the Mark VI, Ruea's lips curled into a smile as he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Stark. Thank you, Tony, I truly cherish this gift. The previous generations of armor were rather cumbersome, while the subsequent nanomaterial armors had lost the essence of metallic allure. In the original film, Ruea's favorite suit of armor was indeed the Mark VI. As long as you like it, Stark replied with a proud chuckle. Who would not feel elated when their invention is acknowledged by others? Chapter 62. Hulk and Abomination. As time gradually passed, New York witnessed a series of events over the course of a month. First, rumors regarding Iron Man Stark began to circulate. Due to his focus on developing the third-generation reactor and the Mark VI suit, Iron Man had faded from the public eye for a while. Just as speculation arose about Stark's well-being, he made a striking appearance at a press conference, donned in the complete Mark VI suit, boldly announcing his return as Iron Man. Stark's safety elicited mixed reactions, joy from some and dismay from others. Then came the alarming transformation of the eminent physicist Banner, who, due to excessive gamma radiation exposure, experienced profound physical changes. Compounded by childhood psychological trauma, an alternate persona within him, the Hulk, was awakened. Hulk's inaugural appearance wreaked havoc, as an Air Force Base laboratory in the desert was nearly demolished by his bare hands. On the edge of a classroom, Ruea languidly leaned against the wall, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, relishing this tranquil moment. Superman, Iron Physique. Unlock level 24. Superman, Iron Physique. Unlock level 25. With the increase in unlock percentage, Ruea sensed an indescribable energy responding within him, enhancing his physical prowess. At that moment, the watch he wore on his wrist suddenly emitted an incoming call alert. Answering the call, Stark's voice came through. "Hey Ruea, perhaps. I need your assistance." Stark's voice was chaotic, accompanied by heavy breathing and coughing, indicating he was in a precarious situation. Ruea promptly replied, "Understood. I will be there shortly." With that, he ended the call. On the other side of New York, Stark gazed at the disconnected call, muttering, "But I haven't even explained what happened." "Sir," came the voice of Jarvis from the Mark 6 suit. "Your friend, Mr. Ruea, is on his way. Estimated arrival time, 1 minute." Jarvis deduced this based on real-time location tracking from Ruea's watch. 1 minute. Very well. Stark exhaled in relief, believing that Ruea's arrival would alleviate the crisis at hand. He glanced at the unconscious Thor nearby, disdain evident in his expression. Is this truly the god of thunder? He had expected this extraterrestrial being to be formidable, yet he was easily incapacitated by a few wrestling moves, merely a source of disruption. Meanwhile, Ruea, after ending the call, rose and exited the classroom. Within 2 seconds, he activated his super hearing and supervision, subsequently pinpointing Stark's location. In the eyes of Ruea, Stark is currently being mercilessly pummeled by a green, muscular behemoth. Is it Hulk? Hulk has always held a unique position within the Marvel Universe, primarily due to the multitude of attributes attributed to him. Even the ordinary Hulk, theoretically, can have his strength enhanced infinitely, contingent upon his rage. However, this remains merely a theoretical concept. On the street, behind Hulk, another green muscular figure emerges from the rubble. Unlike Hulk, this creature is adorned with numerous reptilian scales. It is Abomination. Though its growth potential pales in comparison to Hulk's, in terms of initial strength, it stands as an equal to the freshly arrived Hulk. Noticing Stark's struggle to hold on, Ruea decides to intervene. With a thunderous roar, he accelerates to 10 Mach. Was that thunder? Surely not. The sky is scarcely dotted with clouds. Peter gazes outside with a hint of envy, aware that the commotion is undoubtedly caused by his brother. However, Peter is a well-behaved child, albeit no longer a child. "Sir, Ruea is approaching," Jarvis announces with precision, calculating the time until Ruea's arrival and relaying it to Stark in real time. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A powerful shockwave ensues, followed by an explosive thunderclap. In the sky, several helicopter pilots feel the ferocious winds swirling around them. "Oh, what the—" General Ross, observing the battlefield, witnesses Ruea emerging from the dust. It is only after slowing down the footage captured by high-speed cameras that he comprehends Ruea's descent from the heavens. What is happening? First Banner, then Emil, and now another flying entity. Emil, the Abomination, is yet another product of gamma radiation. At this moment, Stark's channel suddenly connects. "Evacuate your men. We will handle the situation from here." Though it is Ruea who will truly take charge, Stark believes this phrasing carries more weight. Upon hearing Stark's words, Ross does not hesitate. He promptly commands the helicopters and tanks to withdraw, understanding that while modern weaponry is formidable, it is far too slow against Hulk and Abomination. Ultimately, the chaos stems primarily from Abomination. Hulk's appearance is, in fact, influenced by Banner's benevolent persona coming to the rescue. As for whether General Ross harbors intentions to capture both Hulk and Abomination, that remains uncertain. Observing the frenzied Abomination and the evidently enraged Hulk, Ruea steps forward, first rescuing the beleaguered Stark. At this moment, Stark's Mark 6 armor is in tatters, clearly unable to withstand the dual onslaught from Hulk and Abomination. Tony, how did it come to this? If memory serves me right, it was a battle between Hulk and Abomination. Hulk was supposed to come to the rescue, wasn't he? How is it that Stark ended up taking the blows instead? Upon hearing Ruea's confusion, Stark ripped off his tattered mask. He then cast a resigned glance at Thor, exclaiming, "It's this guy's fault. He started with the mockery, only to be knocked out in an instant. Now I am left to contend with these two behemoths alone." Stark felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. When he received Fury's distress call, it was merely supposed to be about dealing with Abomination. Yet, the very ally, Hulk, ended up striking him as well. What is this? Am I now caught in a predicament with no allies? After listening to Stark's explanation, Ruea chuckled and shook his head. "All right, Tony, take a good rest." Chapter 63, Making Headlines. Standing between Hulk and Abomination, Ruea gazed up at their colossal forms, feeling an inexplicable discomfort stir within him. With his legs slightly bent, he levitated, elevating himself to a vantage point above the two titans. Now this was refreshing. observing Ruea's astonishing ability to fly. Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike Hulk, Abomination retained his intellect despite his fearsome appearance. "What are you?" he questioned incredulously. "This is illogical." Ruea's eyes twitched slightly as he retorted, "Perhaps you should ponder your own identity. Are you human or beast? A hideous abomination. The so-called lies are not blades. But the truth is a swift knife." Abomination seethed with rage, fully aware of his own grotesque visage. "I will crush you," he roared, his eyes aflame. As he stomped the ground in fury, he brought his hands together, aiming to strike Ruea. Given Abomination's current strength, even a tank would falter beneath his might. Observing Ruea floating effortlessly in midair, General Ross wore a perplexed expression. Is he waiting for death? It was not surprising he thought so. Even Stark's armor could not withstand the combined forces of Abomination and Hulk. However, Stark's demeanor remained stoic, having faced both Hulk and Abomination directly. He believed Ruea could handle them with relative ease. And indeed, that was the case. As Abomination's massive hands descended upon him, Ruea merely spread his arms wide. In an instant, he thrust his hands into Abomination's palms. A deafening roar erupted from Abomination as the excruciating pain coursed through him. Yet, before he could react, he felt an immense force yanking at his arms. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as he looked down, only to see the ground receding rapidly beneath him. Moments later, Ruea halted their ascent, and with an even greater surge of power, he propelled Abomination towards the earth. Upon impact, the surrounding area erupted with a sonic boom. Thud! Abomination was the first to be driven into the ground by Ruea. The tremendous shockwave radiated down the street, causing nearby buildings to tremble. Ruea rose from the dust, while Abomination lay deeply embedded in the ground, utterly incapacitated and devoid of consciousness. General Ross, observing the scene before him, twitched the corners of his mouth, but refrained from uttering a word. He regarded the invincible Ruea, then glanced at Hulk, who clearly harbored some trepidation towards Ruea. This world has changed drastically. Perhaps I should acquiesce to their plan. General Ross understood well that ordinary methods would no longer suffice to threaten these superhumans. If he could not defeat them, he would join them. The scales in Ross's mind began to tip towards harnessing gamma rays to enhance himself. The Horn Daily. "Oh, Peter, you consistently manage to bring me countless surprises." Editor Jameson received several photographs from Peter, depicting the recent confrontation between Hulk and Abomination that transpired in the neighboring district yesterday. In pursuit of tuition fees, Peter has recently taken on a part-time role at the Daily Bugle. As for how he secured this position, it was, of course, by capturing images of himself in his Spider-Man persona. After Loya's departure yesterday, Peter, lost in thought, ultimately chose to leave the classroom. One could say that Loya misjudged Peter's character to some extent. This time, he did not perish, and coupled with Loya's subtle influence, Peter has evolved beyond the bully who merely cast dust into your eyes, even if he is not entirely reformed. Meanwhile, Thompson is understandably thrilled that Peter consistently manages to procure exclusive photographs of Spider-Man. However, during this period, Jameson harbors a disdain for Spider-Man, viewing his actions as criminal. While he holds a stack of photographs, his heart may be brimming with joy, yet he maintains an impassive exterior. Iron Man battling Hulk and Abomination. What an exhilarating topic. However, Jameson noticed that, although Iron Man was present in the photographs, the captured scenes were not entirely accurate. Instead, another figure, whose face remained obscured, dominated the majority of the photographs alongside Hulk and Abomination. This figure is, of course, Loya. Peter's decision to submit these images was made with Loya's consent. The arrival of Thanos is imminent, especially since Loya is uncertain about the progress of Thanos in collecting the Infinity Stones in this universe. Therefore, before Odin's demise, he must either acquire the power to overpower Thanos or assemble a team to confront him collectively. Loya resolved to pursue both options concurrently. Thus, he tacitly permitted Peter to reveal his silhouette in the Daily Bugle. Perhaps it is time for Homelander to emerge into the public eye. One cannot afford to languish in obscurity. Should Thanos gather all the Infinity Stones with a mere snap of his fingers, Loya cannot risk whether he would survive among the half of the universe that perishes. Consequently, the Daily Bugle's report of the mysterious man collaborating with Iron Man to battle Hulk and Abomination dominated the front page. Simultaneously, Iron Man issued a statement, and thus, the name Homelander first entered the public consciousness. At home, Ben Parker continues his daily ritual of perusing the newspaper. The transformations in New York over the past few months have exceeded his wildest imagination. Superpowered beings like Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Hulk have proliferated. In recent days, yet another figure, Homelander, has emerged. Ben furrows his brow, intently scrutinizing the photographs on the front page. The leading headline features Loya hovering in midair, confronting Hulk and Abomination. Although a clear image of Loya's face is absent, Ben remains profoundly perplexed. Strange, this person from my homeland. His silhouette bears an uncanny resemblance to Ruea. I rubbed my eyes, and the more I looked, the more striking the similarity became, especially the attire of this individual. I distinctly recall seeing Ruea wearing an identical outfit just yesterday. A tall and robust physique, golden hair, the same clothing. Given these numerous characteristics, I can confidently ascertain that this so-called compatriot must indeed be my son Ruea. Yet, it is precisely because I am so familiar with my son that I find myself perplexed. This boy has never exhibited any extraordinary traits since childhood, after all. Even if he is physically strong, it falls within the realm of normalcy. Now, he appears almost unrecognizable as a typical human. Why not simply wait for Ruea's return to inquire? Why engage in this guessing game? May, on the other hand, is unfazed by her son's identity. In her eyes, if Ruea truly is this compatriot, she would undoubtedly take immense pride in her son. Chapter 64, Peter's Dilemma. In the office of the Daily Bugle, Jameson, with a cigar in hand and eyes squinting slightly, appeared to bask in a sense of satisfaction. It was no wonder, as after publishing the photograph Peter had sent him, he was taken aback by Stark's simultaneous announcement. Consequently, the persona of Captain America had become an overnight sensation in New York and throughout America. Thus, the Daily Bugle's newspaper had also seen a surge in popularity. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open, revealing a somewhat dazed young man who stepped inside. This young man was none other than Peter Parker, the unsung hero of the Daily Bugle. As a recent intern, Peter had already made significant contributions, providing numerous close-up shots of Spider-Man, as well as the candid photo of Captain America he had delivered the day prior. "Oh, young Peter." To Peter's astonishment, Jameson unexpectedly greeted him with a rare smile, filling him with a sense of flattery. This smile bolstered Peter's confidence regarding his forthcoming request. "Good morning, Mr. Jameson," Peter replied, a hint of bashfulness gracing his expression. The people of New York would never suspect that their reliable Spider-Man was, in fact, a timid young man. "Do you have any new photographs to share today, Peter?" Jameson inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on him. Peter scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, Mr. Jameson, regarding the photographs of Captain America, I promise to bring them to you at the earliest opportunity, should I have the chance to capture any." However, Peter was indeed somewhat apprehensive about confronting Captain America. This fear was not born from a sense of inferiority in the face of strength, but rather from the insecurity felt when standing before someone of immense inner strength. Furthermore, Peter was acutely aware of the boundaries. He would not disclose his brother's photograph without Captain America's consent. Yet, upon hearing that Peter had not brought any new photographs, Jameson's smile gradually faded from his face. "So, Peter, you've come here empty-handed?" Listening to Jameson's emotionless tone, Peter felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Yes, Mr. Jameson," he could only admit. "Then why are you still standing here, Peter?" Jameson issued an unceremonious dismissal. In truth, Jameson did not harbor a dislike for Peter. His indifferent attitude stemmed entirely from the unknown connection between Peter and Spider-Man, leading to his disdain for both. Jameson's complex feelings towards Spider-Man were steeped in resentment, influenced by his belief that only public servants could be deemed true heroes and his personal experiences that had fostered distrust towards masked individuals. These various reasons had cultivated a bias against Spider-Man, consequently rendering him cooler towards Peter as well. However, Peter, contemplating the purpose of his visit that day, mustered his courage and hesitantly addressed Mr. Jameson. "Sir, I would like to request an advance on this month's salary." Finally, Peter spoke. The truth was, although the semester had just commenced, the expenses associated with university life were indeed substantial. Peter was reluctant to approach his brother, Ruea, for financial assistance, let alone his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Of course, the primary reason for Peter's financial predicament stemmed from the recent breakup between Mary Jane and Harry. The reasons behind their separation were rather intricate. Aside from Harry's father's disapproval, the personalities of Jane and Harry were fundamentally incompatible. Their impoverished backgrounds, coupled with strained familial relationships, made it exceedingly challenging for Mary Jane to continue her relationship with the affluent Harry. This, in turn, offered Peter a glimmer of hope. Frankly, had Peter sought to borrow money from Ruea for this reason, Ruea would undoubtedly refuse. Were there truly no other women in the world? Must he fixate solely on Mary Jane? Yet, the innocent Peter found himself enamored with Mary Jane, leaving him with no alternative. Thus, it was this very reason that compelled Peter to approach Jameson for an advance on his salary today. Upon hearing Peter's request, Jameson suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had received some astonishing news. Leaning slightly forward, he remarked, "Young man, are you jesting with me? If everyone approached me like you to request salary advances, this newspaper would inevitably go bankrupt." Jameson's rejection was anticipated by Peter. He had mentally prepared himself for it before arriving. Nevertheless, he wished to make another attempt, saying, "But, Mr. Jameson, Over the past half-month, I believe I have made significant contributions to the newspaper. Peter's gaze was resolute this time. In pursuit of a rendezvous with the goddess Mary Jane, he was willing to take a risk. Observing Peter's determination, Jameson's expression softened. Firstly, Peter was correct. During the past fortnight, the photos he captured had garnered attention equivalent to that of all the other reporters combined. Secondly, Jameson recognized that, despite his disdain for Spider-Man, it was unjust to involve a young man like Peter excessively in his grievances. After scrutinizing Peter for several seconds, Jameson finally said in a measured tone, "Very well. Young Peter, today, I shall make an exception and grant you an advance on a month's salary. But remember, you must capture more photographs of the citizens of our homeland." Jameson was indifferent to whether Peter could indeed photograph the citizens and the challenges therein. In his view, if Peter was capable of capturing one photograph of them, he could do so innumerable times. Upon hearing that Jameson had acquiesced to his request, Peter was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired of Jameson, "By the way, Mr. Jameson, do you also believe that the citizens of our homeland are superheroes who rescue everyone from peril?" Jameson's expression froze, as if he had just heard a most amusing joke, and he erupted into laughter. "A superhero? Are you suggesting that the individual who wreaked havoc on an entire street, damaging countless buildings, is a superhero? Don't make me laugh. He is just like Spider-Man. And that Spider-Woman." "No, wait." Jameson leapt from his office chair, declaring that he was even more malevolent than Spider-Man. "The greater the power, the greater the destruction." His words rang out like a machine gun, leaving the usually articulate Peter momentarily speechless. Even as he exited the office with his meager salary, he felt somewhat dazed. "Am I, like my brother, a disruptor of social order? Impossible." Peter shook his head. How could someone who has dedicated himself to combating crime be labeled as a destroyer of societal harmony? Chapter 65. The Love of Family. As Peter walked along the path leading home, he found himself reflecting on editor Jameson's words. In truth, Peter was acutely aware that public opinion regarding himself and Gwen was strikingly polarized. Just as Jameson had articulated, many believed that Spider-Man's existence, while combating crime, also wrought considerable destruction. Peter conceded this point, for there were indeed times when, in the act of saving lives, he inadvertently caused damage to buildings. This contemplation led Peter to think of his brother, Ruea. He had long been avoiding a particular dilemma, Ruea's tendency to eliminate threats with lethal force when confronted with crime, a stance that starkly contradicted Uncle Ben's teachings. In retrospect, this realization became a source of torment for Peter. The moral quandary of taking a life in the name of saving others posed a profound question. Is it justice, or merely another form of crime? If Ruea were to face this dilemma, he would undoubtedly dismiss such doubts. To him, might equated to righteousness, and those who fell by his hand were simply villains. As Peter wrestled with these troubling thoughts, he gradually made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by his Aunt May, who immediately sensed that something was amiss with Peter's demeanor. "Why, dear Peter, you appear rather glum," she remarked softly, gently taking his arm and guiding him into the house. Uncle Ben, having just finished his chores, was seated with a cup of tea. Noticing his nephew's downcast expression, he straightened slightly and said, "Peter, at your age, it is entirely normal to be beset by worries about friendships, love. In my youth, I too." At this juncture, Ben paused, casting a furtive glance at his wife, May, who was watching him keenly. He quickly altered his approach, saying, "Well, since we are all here, why not share your troubles with us? After all, we are family. Are we not?" Meanwhile, Ruea, basking in the sunlight, lazily opened one eye before shutting it once more. "It's probably just about love and such, right, brother?" he drawled. Ruea was aware of the recent breakup between Mary Jane and Harry, as Harry was one of Peter's few friends, and they often spent time together. Ruea could discern the incompatibility between Mary Jane and Harry. Upon hearing his brother's teasing remark, Peter was momentarily relieved of his earlier worries, a bashful expression gracing his face. "Oh, is that so?" he replied. "Peter, I believe having feelings for a girl is nothing to be ashamed of," Ben said with a gentle smile directed at him. "Let me guess, is it the girl next door, Mary Jane?" Peter was taken aback, unaware that Uncle Ben could possess such a penchant for gossip. Yet, as Ben had suggested, he too had once been a dashing young man, having experienced his share of life's complexities. With a loving glance, Ben looked at May, his wife, conveying the depth of their shared history. In her youth, May was indeed a remarkable beauty. Peter, having been fed a mouthful of dog food, shrugged helplessly. Yet, in his heart, he held a certain skepticism towards the romances of the older generation. It was not a lack of respect for his uncle and aunt, but rather a realization that the frenzied society magnified the significance of wealth. To Peter, how could one embark on a love affair without money? This was also the reason he contemplated advancing his salary that day. He had made plans with Mary Jane to attend a performance at the Opera House that evening, and both the ticket and attire required financial expenditure. The mere thought of this made Peter feel increasingly despondent. May seemed to sense his predicament and gently offered words of comfort. Of course, my child, dating a girl can indeed be quite an expense. Saying this, she retrieved her wallet and counted out 500 yuan. After a moment's consideration, she decided to take out the entire 900 yuan. She handed 450 yuan to Peter with a smile, saying, "It may not be sufficient, but I hope it can provide you some assistance." The family's circumstances were not particularly favorable. Although Ruea had wealth, he was always resolutely refused when he expressed a desire to support the family. Peter, too, was reluctant to use money in a manner that might jeopardize familial bonds. Thus, he silently arranged for his father's boss to assign some light, yet respectable work to his father. Peter accepted the 450 yuan from Aunt May, feeling a profound sense of shame. Yet, for the sake of the evening's date, he accepted it. I will earn a great deal of money in the future to honor my uncle and aunt. After handing the money to Peter, May smiled and walked towards Ruea. Mother, you know I'm not really in need of money. Ruea, leisurely basking in the sun, stood up from his recliner, bemused as he looked at his mother May. He understood that she was always meticulous, striving to ensure that her love was equally distributed among all family members, not wishing to hurt anyone. Therefore, after providing Peter with over 400 yuan, she would inevitably insist that Ruea accept some of that money as well. May affectionately patted Ruea's broad shoulders, which towered over hers, saying, "I know, Ruea, but this is a mother's love for her child. Must you also refuse it?" With that, she feigned a stern expression, as if to say that should Ruea decline again, she would be displeased. "I love you, Mom." With that, Ruea gently embraced his mother. At that moment, a faint voice of complaint arose. "Goodness, I am not afforded such treatment." May turned to see her husband, Ben, earnestly sipping tea. Of course, Ben would never harbor jealousy towards his nephew or son. Although life could be quite challenging at times, he was remarkably strong-willed and refused to ask his wife for money. Even in difficult times, laughter and cheer emanated from the house, drifting far and wide. However, despite Peter's smiling expression, a hint of bitterness lingered. Next door, the Parker family was preparing lunch. Indeed, while it may appear to be a family, it consists solely of Mary Jane and her mother, Madeline. Due to the frequent domestic violence inflicted by Mary Jane's father during her childhood, Madeline chose to divorce him. However, as laughter and merriment resonated from the neighboring house, a shadow of sorrow lingered on the faces of Mary Jane and Madeline. The source of their distress was none other than Watson, Jane's father and Madeline's estranged husband, who sat across from them. Reeking of alcohol, Watson gazed at his wife and daughter, bellowing, "I only need $20,000. Give it to me, and I will leave at once." Watson, a notorious gambler, had amassed insurmountable debts, prompting him to turn to his former family for assistance. Witnessing their inebriated father, Jane and Madeline were once again engulfed by memories of past terror. Chapter 66. Departure. In truth, Watson's demand for money was entirely unjustifiable, as Madeline was no longer his wife. Soon, the commotion reached the neighboring household. It was known to some extent that Mary Jane's father had tendencies towards domestic violence. After all, this was not the first time Watson had stirred trouble at his ex-wife's residence. "Wait here, I shall return shortly," Ben declared, his sense of justice preventing him from remaining passive in this situation. "Dad, I will accompany you," Peter interjected before Ruea could speak. In the past, Peter would have felt powerless to assist Mary Jane when she was mistreated. However, having assumed the mantle of Spider-Man, he was resolute in his determination to intervene. Moreover, Uncle Ben was aging, and the thought of Watson, the drunkard, harming him was unacceptable. Of course, such an event was highly improbable. With Ruea present, should Watson exhibit even the slightest inclination to harm Ben, Ruea would swiftly neutralize him. Observing Peter's eagerness to defend the mother and daughter next door, Ben and May exchanged knowing smiles. They had witnessed Peter's transformation. He believed his identity as Spider-Man was foolproof. Yet the subtle changes in his physique and demeanor raised uncertain speculations in Ben and May's minds. They chose to trust Peter, opting not to inquire further. Meanwhile, within Jane's home, Madeline's steadfast refusal to pay Watson the $20,000 only fueled his rage. The courage granted by alcohol emboldened him, and while he refrained from bullying others, he was brazenly tyrannical towards his ex-wife, whom he had long victimized. "Madeline," Watson bellowed, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding crash. "You know I want to leave without the money today, so hand it over soon. It will be better for both of us." After his outburst, Watson pulled a chair and sat down. Madeline gazed at her ex-husband's unscrupulous demeanor, feeling increasingly helpless. Mary Jane, too, was affected. The shadows of her childhood resurfaced, causing her to tremble slightly. Knock, knock, knock. The door was pounded upon. "Mrs. Madeline, are you home?" Upon hearing Ben's voice from next door, both Madeline and Jane felt an inexplicable sense of relief. They were well aware of Ben's character. as long as he was present. He would not disregard their plight. Conversely, Watson's expression darkened further. The door swung open to reveal Ben and Peter standing on the threshold. "Mrs. Madeline, may I inquire if you are facing any difficulties?" Ben asked, casting a glance at Watson, who sat menacingly with a beer bottle in hand. Peter, noticing Jane nestled beside Madeline, exchanged a knowing wink with her. He was no longer the insignificant Peter of yore. While none were privy to his secret identity as Spider-Man, he had undeniably transformed in the eyes of all. However, merely encountering Thompson, the former football athlete, was enough to validate his strength. Moreover, Peter's physique had become quite robust. Consequently, Watson, recognizing the situation, conceded. "Who are you? How dare you enter someone else's home without permission?" As he spoke, he set down the bottle he had been holding for show. Resorting to reason when unable to resort to force was Watson's survival strategy. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the foolish notion of soliciting money from his ex-wife. "Is that so?" Ben interjected, preventing Peter, who was eager to step forward, from doing so. For Ben, resolving conflicts through violence was never his first choice, whether it meant injuring others or being injured himself, especially since Peter was his own nephew. He was even less inclined to resort to such measures. Ben scrutinized the visibly anxious Watson before turning to Madeline and continuing, "Mrs. Madeline, may I inquire as to who this gentleman is?" Of course, Ben was aware that Watson was Madeline's ex-husband. He intentionally asked the question. In an instant, Madeline grasped Ben's intent and replied firmly, "I do not know. He barged into my home and intended to rob us." Echoing Madeline's words, Ben directed a serious expression towards Watson. "Sir, I believe it is you who should be leaving this place. Trespassing into someone else's home is a serious offense." Confronted with Ben's threat, Watson cast a cold glance at his ex-wife and daughter, then assessed Ben and Peter, weighing whether he could still extract money from his ex-wife. However, it was evident that, due to his long-standing alcoholism, Watson could not overpower even the aging Ben, let alone the vigorous Peter. With a reluctant grunt, Watson remarked, "Mr. Ben, I believe you should focus your attention on your own wife rather than meddling in the affairs of another man's household." Having said that, he prepared to leave. Since he was unlikely to procure any money here, he thought it better to depart sooner, perhaps devising a plan to acquire funds elsewhere. Yet, unable to tolerate Watson's insult towards Ben, Peter stepped forward impulsively. Had Ben not restrained him, he might have revealed his long-concealed identity and unleashed a furious assault on Watson. "Peter." Ben grasped Peter's shoulder tightly, astonished by his strength. The moment he held on, he nearly lost his balance. Casting a glance at Watson, Ben earnestly cautioned, "Engaging in a brawl is no trivial matter, especially since you are still a student, Peter." If it had been in his youth, even Ben himself would have been unable to resist charging forward to confront Watson. Yet, he was no longer that person. He was now the head of a family, and thus could not act impulsively. "Well, all right, Uncle Ben." Peter sighed, watching Watson retreat into the distance, reluctantly unclenching his fists. As Watson's figure faded into the distance, Madeline gradually emerged from her state of terror. She looked gratefully at Ben and exclaimed, "Mr. Ben, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I truly do not know what I would have done." Ben waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. He mused that, after this encounter, that fellow would likely think twice before approaching again. Ben resolved to keep a vigilant eye on the neighbor, for if Watson dared to return, he would not hesitate to confront him decisively. Upon returning home, his wife May was preparing some refreshments. However, the once sunbathing Ruea had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the rocking chair creaking back and forth. "May, where has Ruea gone?" he inquired. "Oh, he mentioned he went out to buy something and would be back shortly," she replied. Chapter 67. I have not forgiven you. After leaving his ex-wife's home, Watson was increasingly filled with fury. This time, not only had he failed to extort money, but he also had to bear the cost of his journey. It was all that fool's fault, along with that meddlesome old man. As he continued to curse under his breath, Watson suddenly noticed a shadow looming before him. Who was that? Not paying attention to where they're going. Raising his gaze, Watson was confronted by a tall young man with golden hair. The youth appeared remarkably robust and imposing, prompting Watson to abandon his aggressive demeanor. Clearing his throat, he attempted to sidestep the golden-haired young man. However, no matter if Watson moved left or right, the young man consistently positioned himself in front of him. At this moment, Watson realized that the young man was indeed approaching him with intent. Watson, the young man, Ruea, squinted his eyes and looked down at him. "I should have simply killed you with a single punch, but I have had a change of heart." Having insulted his father, he could not allow Watson to escape so easily. Indeed, Ruea believed that delivering a fatal blow to Watson would be a painless release. "Do you know who I am?" Ruea's voice was icy, as if the very air around them was on the verge of freezing. Watson, bewildered, shook his head. Ruea continued, "I am Ben Parker's son. Ruea Parker. Do you understand now?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Watson's forehead as he felt the overwhelming presence of the young man before him, far more menacing than the owners of the underground casinos he had encountered. "I am sorry." Watson's innate tendency to yield to power surfaced, and he trembled as he apologized to Ruea. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt before Ruea. Deep down, Watson understood that being cornered in this secluded alley, the young man harbored murderous intentions. He pleaded, "I'm sorry. I will leave New York at once. I swear I will never return. Yes, I will never come back." Clearly, Ruea's aura of menace triggered some unsettling memories for Watson from the casino. Observing Ruea's unyielding expression, Watson felt compelled to say more. "Your father also believed that violence is not the best solution to problems, right? Grant me one chance." At this moment, as he begged for mercy, Watson felt a hint of satisfaction in his cleverness for sensing the lethal intent and quickly pleading for forgiveness. Ruea's lips curled slightly. "You are correct. Violence is indeed not the most effective means of resolution." Just then, a passerby approached the alley, glanced at the scene, and quickly moved on. "I will forgive you this once on behalf of my father," Ruea said softly. "Now, you may leave." He then stepped aside to allow Watson to pass. Upon witnessing that Ruea was genuinely willing to let him go, Watson felt a surge of joy within. He hurriedly circumvented Ruea, maintaining a considerable distance to avoid any contact. Thud, thud, thud. Just a few steps into his flight, he felt a sudden whirl of dizziness surrounding him. Then, there was nothing more to follow. Ruea extinguished the laser gaze and silently turned away. "I never claimed to have forgiven you." While violence may not be the optimal solution to problems, for Ruea, it presented a swift and uncomplicated remedy. Passing by a pizza shop, Ruea halted his steps, ordering 2 pizzas, one with sausage and the other with pineapple, to take away. This establishment was where Peter had once worked. Modest in size, its pizzas were not particularly renowned. However, the singular advantage lay in their expedient preparation. With 2 pizzas in hand, basking in the sunlight, Ruea returned home. "I'm back," he announced, placing the steaming pizzas on the table. "Oh, Ruea, my apple pie is nearly ready. You needn't have spent so much," May expressed, somewhat pained by Ruea's expenditure. In her eyes, her handsome son, Ruea, must be incurring significant costs at university, whether for various club activities or dating. May understood the considerable allure her son possessed for young women, and thus believed some savings could be made at home. Nevertheless, she felt joy at her son's thoughtfulness. "Ben, stop staring and come help divide the pizzas. I'll check on my apple pie. Coming. Must you rush me?" Though he spoke so, Ben wore a smile on his face. "I'll assist you, mother," Ruea offered as he made his way toward the kitchen. "Ruea, just relax. A mere apple pie doesn't necessitate 2 of us busying ourselves," May chuckled, declining her son's help. Everyone appeared to be in high spirits, except for Peter, who sat nearby with a conflicted expression. "What's the matter, young man?" Ben noticed Peter's demeanor and settled beside him. "You've seemed a bit down since your brother arrived." Feeling his uncle's concern, Peter forced a smile. "It's nothing, Uncle Ben. I'm just a little unwell." As he spoke, Peter glanced at Ruea. "Brother, could you help me back to my room?" His excuse was as feeble as ever. Yet, May, believing it to be sincere, leaned out from the kitchen, asking with concern, "Peter, if you're feeling unwell, I think it's best we see a doctor." Peter scratched his head, responding, It's nothing serious. I might just be a bit tired. I'll rest in my room for a while." Having said that, he turned to Ruea and asked, "Brother, could you assist me for a moment?" May wished to express something further, but Ben interjected, "Peter, take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, please inform us." After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with May. It was evident that, as a young man, Peter harbored thoughts he preferred to keep from his 2 elders. Observing Peter's pensive demeanor, Ruea nodded and said, "Let us go." Inside the room, Peter's gaze flickered, as if he were contemplating how to broach the subject. "Speak your mind," Ruea encouraged from his seat by the window, where sunlight streamed in. Watching his brother feign indifference, Peter hesitated but ultimately confessed, "I detected the scent of blood on you, brother." "Did you take the life of that man?" Chapter 68. Breach Defense. Observing Peter's conflicted demeanor, Ruea couldn't help but ponder whether Peter had yet to attain maturity during this period. As his younger brother, Ruea had subtly influenced Peter since childhood. Yet, it was evident that his efforts had borne little fruit. If Peter had possessed the resolve to confront him decisively due to Ruea's actions, perhaps Ruea would have felt a degree of satisfaction. Instead, in this moment, despite his intrinsic values suggesting that his brother was in the wrong, Peter hesitated and could not even muster a question. "Peter," Ruea's voice bore an unremarkable tone, concealing his true sentiments. "Is this hesitance indicative of your growth since becoming Spider-Man? Do you not realize that your indecision has led to countless missed opportunities?" Determined to employ an unconventional method to spur Peter's growth, Ruea was unperturbed by the potential adverse effects. He believed in his own capacity to mitigate any fallout. Frankly speaking, Peter ought to have matured significantly by this stage. However, the fact that their father had been saved by Ruea had deprived Spider-Man of the most consequential experience of his life. When Peter finally lifted his gaze to respond, Ruea had already taken the initiative to question him. Isn't it true that contemplating too much rarely leads to error? This had initially been Peter's belief. When confronted with a dilemma, he often overanalyzed, striving for perfection. Ironically, the more he pondered, the more mistakes he sometimes made. Leaning slightly toward Peter, Ruea adopted a mocking tone. Oh, just like how your overthinking resulted in Mary Jane becoming Thompson's girlfriend? Mind you, Jane lives right next door. This remark struck a painful chord, and for a moment, Peter stammered, she. After a lengthy silence, he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. Yet, Ruea was relentless, pressing further. So, after Mary Jane broke up with Thompson, did you think a lot again? And then she ended up with your good friend Harry? Peter felt as though Ruea's words were countless daggers piercing through his mind. Yet, he found himself unable to muster a counterargument. Please, brother, just stop. He pleaded, cradling his head in desperation. The questions he had initially wished to pose to Ruea had long since faded from his mind. At that moment, all Peter desired was for Ruea to relent and cease revisiting these painful topics. However, witnessing his younger brother's downcast gaze, Ruea couldn't help but smirk. To be frank, Peter, you are exceedingly weak. Look around our household. Who among us exhibits such timidity? Ruea's observation was indeed accurate. Regardless of their age, both Ben and May possessed a resilience of character that was undeniable. Ruea did not pause, and with a playful tone, he drew ever closer to Peter. Tell me, how long would it take for me to win over Jane? A week? Or perhaps just a day? Upon hearing this question from Ruea, Peter was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he lifted his head in disbelief. No, brother, you wouldn't do that, would you? The almost pleading tone in Peter's voice seemed to deepen Ruea's smile. Why not? Perhaps you should contemplate it a bit more. Peter's expression shifted dramatically. He had already arranged to go on a date with Jane that evening. If his brother were to intervene, Ruea, you cannot do this. Peter nearly shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Downstairs, Ben and May also heard the commotion from above. May looked up at the ceiling with concern. Ben, do you think they will get into a fight? Hearing his wife's worry, Ben gently reassured her, do not fret. Young people often go through phases where their tempers are less than agreeable. Ruea and Peter are both good boys. We should trust them. Ben wished to believe that his son and nephew could resolve their conflict, owing to Ruea's calm demeanor since childhood and Peter's inherent kindness. Meanwhile, the argument continued upstairs. You already have so much. I only have Jane. You cannot take her away from me. Peter had risen to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his agitation. Yet, Ruea's smile only grew more pronounced. And what of it, Peter? What is Jane to you? Why can't I take her? Give me a reason. Despite Peter's palpable anger, exhibiting a newfound assertiveness, Ruea seemed rather pleased. In the Marvel universe, indecisiveness is undoubtedly a poor trait. Even recklessness is preferable to hesitation that results in missed opportunities during crucial moments. Upon realizing that his brother appeared genuinely intent on vying for Jane and was not merely jesting, Peter acted. With great force, he swung a punch at Ruea. Though he was aware that his strength paled in comparison to Ruea's, he could no longer contain himself. Thud. In midair, Peter's fist was grasped firmly by Ruea, not yielding an inch. Brother, you know, setting aside strength, I possess considerable assets. And do you have any of that? Weak and without wealth. How could Jane possibly be interested in you? Suddenly, Peter retracted his fist. His gaze hardened. Ruea, I possess extraordinary abilities too. I will prove to you that I am not inferior. It seemed Peter had resolved himself. Then I shall await your demonstration, Ruea replied with ease. Peter turned to look out the window towards the neighboring room, directly facing Jane's quarters. With his newfound spider abilities, his vision was remarkably keen. Even though he could not perceive the room with the same remarkable clarity as Ruea, there was no issue whatsoever. At that moment, Peter observed Jane meticulously selecting various dresses, seemingly preparing for an evening rendezvous. He exhaled deeply, a plan forming in his mind. Grabbing a coat from the bed, he slipped on half of the sleeve, only to display a look of disdain on his face. He promptly discarded the coat onto the floor. This solid-colored outerwear, once favored and worn for 2 years, now appeared dreadfully outdated. I could acquire something far more exquisite. Peter recalled his friend Harry and his father. Perhaps I ought to purchase a suit for my date with Jane. With this thought, Peter hastily prepared to leave. As he confidently descended the stairs, Ruea could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Well done, little brother. Chapter 69. The bully Peter thundered down the stairs from the second floor, bursting through the door without uttering a word. The resounding bang of the door echoed, prompting Ben and May to exchange glances filled with concern. May, with a hint of reproach, turned to her husband. I told you we should have gone up to check on him. Ben, feeling somewhat awkward, was relieved when his peripheral vision caught sight of Ruea descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. "Ruea," he inquired hastily, "did you and Peter have an argument upstairs?" He assumed the brothers had quarreled, yet Ruea's smiling demeanor left him uncertain. "Not at all, Dad," Ruea reassured him. "Peter just had a few matters to attend to outside, so there's no need for concern." With that, he approached the dining table. Observing the steaming apple pie, he picked one up, blew on it, and took a bite. "Mom, your apple pie is still the best." Hearing Ruea declare that there was no conflict between them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. May, watching her son, playfully nudged the plate of pie closer to him. "Eat slowly, be careful it's hot. It's so far away. I can hardly reach it," Ben muttered under his breath. However, upon catching the look his wife gave him, he chuckled and dashed to the kitchen. "There's another apple pie, right? I'll get it." After enjoying their afternoon tea at home, Ruea activated his supervision and hearing to pinpoint Peter's location. After all, in case Peter was overly provoked and acted rashly, it was prudent for him to intervene promptly. The Daily Bugle? What could Peter possibly want there? At the Daily Bugle, in the editor's office, Jameson was engrossed in writing an article when the door swung open. Peter strolled in with an air of nonchalance, plopping himself down in the chair opposite Jameson and propping his feet on the desk. "Peter, what brings you here today?" Jameson was taken aback by Peter's audacity, his tone lacking the usual confidence. Resting his head on his arms, Peter inquired, "Boss, what do you think of the photos I've been sending you lately? Are they satisfactory?" Jameson grasped Peter's intent. He was seeking validation. However, it was unusual for Peter to present himself in such a manner after all this time. "Peter, what is it you wish to convey?" Peter pointed to a newspaper on the desk featuring a silhouette of Ruea alongside a frontal image of Stark. "Firstly," he cleared his throat, "I have made substantial contributions to the newspaper. Nearly every close-up of Spider-Man has been captured by me. I am the only one able to photograph Spider-Man at a moment's notice." Jameson regarded Peter coolly and asked, "So, therefore, I believe I should be promoted directly from intern to a full position. Moreover, I firmly believe that my salary ought to be increased. That is all Peter desires." In a distant CAF, Ruea withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat perplexed. Oddly, Venom should be associated with Thompson, right? Ruea glanced back at Peter, this time employing his X-ray vision. Under this extraordinary ability, he discerned something amiss about Peter. A small mass of black liquid writhed restlessly, as if gradually awakening. Venom? Or perhaps another symbiote that had been derived from Venom. Fixated on the dark symbiote, Ruea contemplated finding an opportunity to obliterate it with his laser vision. However, prior to that, this could also serve as a means to alter Peter's approach, could it not? In the office, after hearing Peter's request, Jameson firmly rejected him, stating, "Peter, you are still a student. How could you possibly be promoted so swiftly?" While a promotion may not seem significant, Jameson was reluctant to set a precedent, fearing it might complicate future regulations. "Then you can forget about receiving any more close-up photographs of Spider-Man." A glimmer of menace flickered in Peter's eyes. He occasionally observed his brother Ruea exhibiting such expressions towards certain individuals. Now, emulating that demeanor, he found it quite exhilarating. Unbeknownst to Peter, aside from Ruea's earlier verbal influence, the awakening symbiote was amplifying his desires. Jameson observed Peter's eyes bulging with intensity, uncertain if they had been afflicted by some ailment. However, this did not seem like an opportune moment for concern. "All right, Peter," Jameson conceded with a reluctant nod. "You've won." Recently, the Daily Bugle had been flourishing, all thanks to the close-up shots of Spider-Man Peter had captured. Given that Peter had leveraged this to threaten him, Jameson found himself unable to refuse. On the street, Peter clutched a handful of cash, approximately $400 to $500. He excitedly danced with his shoulders, resembling a proud stallion. Witnessing this scene, Ruea couldn't help but admit it was rather hard to bear. Even as a temporary antagonist, Peter struggled to fulfill the role effectively. Passers-by glanced at Peter's slightly deranged demeanor and chose to steer clear. Yet, in Peter's eyes, these individuals were merely captivated by his robust physique and radiant charm. At that moment, a nearby department store caught Peter's attention. Suits, massive sale, discounted prices. He squeezed the cash in his hand, flashed a confident smile, and promptly entered the store. "Oh no, Peter, this is too." Ruea groaned, covering his forehead. This was truly unbearable. Thus, stimulated by his actions, his younger brother Peter remained merely a bully, demanding a promotion and salary increase while purchasing inexpensive suits. Upon exiting the store, Peter was clad in a new black suit. However, due to his remarkably muscular build, the jacket appeared somewhat snug. Nevertheless, Peter was quite pleased with his acquisition. Observing the throngs of pedestrians traversing the street, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of well-being. With each woman that passed by, he sensed her gaze upon him. Consequently, Peter's body instinctively began to sway, engaging in a rather flamboyant display of bravado. Ahem. In the distance, Ruea cleared his throat, pondering whether he ought to consider retaining that symbiotic entity by Peter's side. To be candid, even in comparison to the current iteration of Peter, Ruea felt he resembled more of a villain. Which villain, upon embracing darkness, first seeks to implore their superior for a promotion and a raise? The very pretext for such a threat is the prospect of resignation. He was even reluctant to exhibit any semblance of force. Was there truly a need to observe him? Ruea found it difficult to conceive of any nefarious deeds Peter might commit. The most malevolent and heartless act he could imagine was perhaps snatching a child's lollipop. Chapter 70. A night aflame. Peter approached the opera house, observing the attendant before him. He extracted his ticket from his pocket and with a gentle flick, it floated into the attendant's hand. Peter was in high spirits, for this was his first official date with Mary Jane. As he entered the auditorium, the curtain had already descended. In the dim, romantic lighting, Peter located Jane's seat and settled beside her. Wow. Oh. Jane regarded Peter with a sense of unfamiliarity. Dressed in a suit and tie, his hair appeared to be meticulously styled. Peter, what is this all about? In truth, Jane was acutely aware of Peter's feelings for her. Initially, she felt a profound insecurity in her surroundings. However, now that she was willing to date Peter, she had come to realize that she was merely an ordinary girl. And her breakup with Harry had illuminated the truth that affluent individuals would never take an interest in someone like her. Yet, Peter, in Jane's eyes, seemed just right for her. As Peter beheld Jane's bright smile, his heart soared with excitement. Soon, the opera commenced. A performer clad in a flowing white gown descended from above the stage, her voice melodious and enchanting. Mary Jane fixated all her attention on the actress. As becoming a star had always been her dream. Perhaps in Mary Jane's mind, achieving stardom in opera would grant her entry into high society. Peter, on the other hand, was thoroughly captivated, not by the opera, but by Jane. In the past, he would never have dared to stare at her so openly. Jane, I believe you will undoubtedly become famous one day, a true star, he encouraged, noticing the spark in her eyes. Thank you, Peter, Jane replied, turning to face him. At that moment, the hazy lighting imbued the atmosphere with an air of intimacy. Suddenly, impulsively, Peter leaned in closer to Mary Jane. Peter. Jane did not resist. Instead, she slightly narrowed her eyes. Just as they were about to draw near, a voice suddenly interrupted from Peter's right. That actress is quite something. Once the show is over, I want her in my bed. Indeed, boss. This unexpected dialogue shattered the romantic ambience between Peter and Jane. Peter turned to confront the speaker, a corpulent, middle-aged man, the very owner of the opera house. For some inexplicable reason, a vivid scene flashed through Peter's mind. A future Mary Jane had finally become the star she aspired to be, only to be noticed by such a man. Shut up. Peter sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man. Instantly, the actress on stage ceased her performance, and all eyes in the auditorium turned towards Peter. Peter. Jane pulled at his sleeve, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. In such an opulent setting as the opera house, such a discourteous act would surely be looked down upon by all. Regrettably, a server approached. I am sorry, sir, but you must leave. Ultimately, Peter and Mary Jane were expelled. It is noteworthy that originally only Peter was to be removed. However, given the circumstances, Mary Jane could not possibly remain inside alone. Jane. I am truly sorry. Peter had considered resorting to violent measures. Yet, each time such thoughts arose, he forcibly quelled them within himself. It's all right. A stroll outside can be enjoyable as well. Jane replied with a smile and a shake of her head, although she initially found Peter's earlier behavior somewhat uncouth. Entirely uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor, reflecting on the reason behind his anger filled her with joy. Was this not the sense of security she had longed for? Just as the two were about to depart, the opera house suddenly erupted into commotion. Peter widened his eyes and gazed towards the source, realizing that a flickering red light illuminated the interior of the opera house. No, it appeared to be the glow of flames. In less than a minute, his conjecture was validated. A throng of spectators began to surge frantically through the entrance, while behind them, thick smoke began to billow forth. Subsequently, the flames began to spread, and soon the entire opera house was engulfed in a blaze. What on earth caused this sudden fire? Has everyone evacuated? Surely everyone is safe? Where is the manager? Why have I not seen the manager? Are you the manager? Just now, while I was running outside, it seemed that I saw him fall. The cause of the opera house fire has sparked much discussion, with reports indicating that the owner has yet to emerge. As the flames engulf the opera house and the cries of those still trapped resonate, Peter instinctively lifts his suit jacket to reveal his Spider-Man costume. However, upon recalling the owner's previous affronts towards the actress, he hesitates, lowering his hand once more. Peter, is something amiss? Mary Jane noticed Peter's unusual behavior and turned to inquire. Peter adjusted his attire, flicked his bangs nonchalantly, and with a light-hearted smile replied to Jane, It's nothing. Let's be off. After all, that boss isn't a good person. Let him perish in there. Peter had yet to realize that his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Jianyan gazed at Peter with eyes brimming with astonishment. She could hardly believe that the words just uttered had come from his lips. Peter, are you unwell? Saying this, Jane gently touched Peter's forehead. Oh, it's nothing. Peter softly lowered Jane's hand. I feel perfectly fine. Furthermore, I have never felt this splendid before. Having spoken, Peter felt an increasing sense of liberation in his heart. Without another word, he firmly grasped Mary Jane's arm and strode forward down the street. Fire engines were wailing as they rushed to the scene. Glancing back, Peter saw the opera house engulfed in towering flames. By the time the fire was extinguished, he surmised the grand theater would likely be reduced to ashes. High above, Ruea hovered silently in midair, devoid of any admiration for his own masterpiece. The opera house owner was merely a contemptible wretch, unworthy of his fleeting gaze. Instead, Ruea's attention was drawn towards a bank, where a cash transport vehicle had just come to a halt at its entrance. Through Ruea's keen eyes, he could distinctly observe the scene unfolding before him. The manhole cover behind the armored truck was suddenly flung open, and a torrent of sand surged forth. Let me think. What was his name? Marco? Never mind, let us refer to him as the Sandman. Ruea was astonished to witness the Sandman's audacious heist in action. However, he harbored no intentions of thwarting the Sandman's endeavor, regardless of the morality of the Sandman's actions. It was evident that this robbery was motivated by a desire to provide for his family, particularly for his daughter. Chapter 71, Good and Evil. Peter had missed an appointment. While he was initially enjoying a leisurely day of shopping with Mary Jane, he was suddenly drawn away upon witnessing a police car in pursuit of the Sandman, who had just committed a robbery. Without a second thought, he concocted an excuse to leave Mary Jane and hastily pursued the scene. The Sandman possessed a unique ability. He could transform his entire body into sand. As a result, physical attacks, be they bullets or otherwise, were largely ineffective against him. At that moment, Marco was recklessly speeding down the street in a stolen vehicle, a massive travel bag bulging with cash resting in the passenger seat. Behind him, several police cars struggled to keep pace. However, with his power of sand transformation, the Sandman was undeterred by the risk of collisions, allowing him to navigate the streets with alarming speed and recklessness. Chief, our cars cannot keep up with him. Outside a parked vehicle, Chief George Stacy received this report from his subordinate, his brow furrowed with concern. The suspect appeared to possess superhuman abilities and showed no fear of injury. His officers, mere mortals, were no match for such an adversary. Moreover, with so many civilians on the streets, their police cars could not disregard the safety of innocent lives. Just as George was wrestling with this dilemma, a sudden rush of wind swept overhead. He looked up to see a figure clad in a black, white, and pink spider suit soaring through the illuminated streets. It was Spider-Woman. The pedestrians erupted in cheers. Although Iron Man enjoyed greater fame, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman resonated more deeply with the everyday lives of the common folk. Just as the officers began to cheer, they caught sight of Chief George Stacy standing nearby, and an immediate hush fell over them. Everyone knew that George despised criminals, but he harbored an equal disdain for Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. To him, their vigilante justice was also a form of criminality. Unbeknownst to him, the Spider-Woman he had long found troublesome was, in fact, his beloved daughter, Gwen Stacy. Observing the silence of his subordinates, George understood their thoughts. Yet, there was little he could do. The criminals emerging in New York were increasingly outrageous. It was becoming exceedingly difficult for ordinary people like them to manage the situation. With a resigned sigh, George declared, "What are you all staring at? Prepare to clean up this mess." No sooner had he spoken than another figure, clad in black and red, zipped past overhead. Spider-Man, Peter, had arrived. Gwen, being more agile and faster, reached the Sandman first. With her right hand, she launched a web from her web shooters towards a nearby road sign, swinging gracefully to land atop the Sandman's vehicle. Clang! The Sandman, startled by the sound from above, was taken aback as Gwen appeared, dangling from the window. "Pull over immediately," she commanded. Yet, the Sandman was not one to surrender easily. He had long anticipated the presence of New York's two spider-themed heroes and was fully prepared to confront them. Turning a corner, the vehicle arrived at a construction site, where the figure of Sandman began to morph, and countless grains of sand materialized. With a thunderous sound, the car was abruptly expanded, and the form of Sandman emerged, a vast mass of sand coalescing into the likeness of Marco. With a gentle flick, a travel bag filled with copious amounts of cash was consumed by his sandy body. In this form, Marco was nearly impervious to any physical assault. However, he had just been released from prison and was genuinely contemplating a turn towards righteousness. Thus, gazing at the vigilant Spider-Woman, he lowered his head and implored, "I do not wish to harm anyone. My daughter is ill and requires a substantial sum for treatment. I beg you." Marco's past certainly did not paint him as a good man, but in this moment, He was a father willing to take risks for his daughter. Gwen's heart softened as she listened to Marco's plea, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with indecision. She was uncertain whether to apprehend him or to let him go. True to her usual style, she would never allow a criminal to escape. Yet, capturing Marco would effectively sentence his daughter to death. Frankly, this choice was an exceedingly difficult one for Gwen. Observing her apparent wavering, Marco expressed his gratitude with a nod. Thank you. If it were not necessary. He truly did not wish to engage in conflict with Gwen. How wonderful. With this money. Wait for me, my dear. A smile broke across Marco's sandy visage as he prepared to hasten to his daughter. At that moment, Peter arrived. Noting the imminent departure of Sandman, Peter, though perplexed by Gwen's inaction, extended his hand to shoot a web. A stone pillar placed by the roadside was ensnared and accurately hurled at Sandman's head. Such a trivial physical attack had no effect on the fully sand-formed Marco. The stone penetrated his sandy body and rebounded from the other side. Turning around, Marco spotted another Spider-Man. Yet, why did this male Spider-Man appear so different from the one he had seen on television? Peter's spider suit, typically adorned with red and black patterns, was now predominantly black. Clearly, the black symbiote had begun to bond with Peter, though he was yet unaware of it. I do not wish to be your enemy, Marco exclaimed, observing the visibly more powerful Spider-Man and hastily reiterating his motives for the robbery. However, Peter was unconcerned. And what of it? You want to save your daughter, so it is justifiable to steal from others? Perhaps, within that money, there are funds meant to save someone else's life. Of course, the money belonged to the bank and would not directly affect individuals. Nevertheless, Peter was indifferent to such particulars at that moment. In other words, he has transformed from a mindless benevolence to someone who has begun to contemplate deeply. Listening to Peter's words, Marco fell silent for a few seconds. He had no grounds to refute them. Thus, there was little left to discuss. His voice was low and somber. Regardless, even at the expense of others' interests, he must protect his daughter at all costs. He would not hesitate to pay any price for that. Marco raised his massive sandy fist and struck downwards towards Peter. In order to successfully carry the money back, he first needed to eliminate the immediate threat. As Peter gazed up at the enormous fist looming above, he extended his right hand, ensnaring a nearby wall with his web. Just as Peter was about to pull himself away, a surge of sand rose from the ground, gripping him from below. With a resounding crash, Peter was sent crashing to the ground, producing a tremendous roar. Chapter 72. Conclusion. At this stage, Peter's strength had not yet reached its zenith. Thus, in the face of the sand creature's nearly invulnerable physical defenses, it was exceedingly difficult for Peter to inflict any harm upon him. Nevertheless, Peter's physical prowess was equally formidable. Emerging from a mound of sand, he forcefully expelled the grains from his mouth, spitting vehemently. This strike ignited a fire of fury within him. A dark liquid began to spread across his form, and soon his spider suit was entirely transformed into a shade of black. With a swift motion, a strand of black web shot forth from Peter's wrist, clearly imbued with the power of the dark symbiote. However, as previously mentioned, ordinary physical attacks had little effect on the sand creature. The black web, after slicing through the creature's body, adhered to the wall behind it. I do not wish to be your enemy. Do not force my hand. Marco's tone had grown increasingly impatient. Since his release from prison, he had vowed to return to the path of righteousness. This time, having rescued his daughter, he intended to cease all conflict. Peter's ally, Gwen, hung upside down from a web line, uncertain of what course of action to take, so she simply observed. Yet, she could clearly perceive the anomaly enveloping Peter. Something is amiss with you. What is that? Is it venom? Gwen recalled that this dark liquid had once been referred to as such by Thompson. In reality, the symbiote now residing within Peter had originated from the same venom that once inhabited Thompson. At that time, the symbiote had endured starvation, nearly believing it would perish, leading it to divide itself, resulting in the entity now within Peter. However, Peter seemed to reject Gwen's assertion. No, I am fine. I can feel the strength it grants me. He appeared acutely aware of his actions. Suddenly, a grotesque black visage emerged from his shoulder. Indeed, this woman seeks to sow discord between us. I am Shadow Venom. And you, Peter, we are perfectly matched. With that proclamation, the dark head vanished, reverting to a black liquid that enveloped the surface of the spider suit. Peter swung his arms, feeling as though Shadow Venom had more than doubled his power. Turning to face the sand creature, he flashed a devilish grin, convinced of his own charm. Submit and face justice. As he spoke, the strands of web shot forth from his hands, his arms straining with effort. Utilizing the elasticity of the web, Peter propelled himself like a cannonball towards the sand creature. Meanwhile, observing Peter's renewed assault on the sand creature, Gwen was filled with confusion. If one were to argue that he was influenced by Shadow Venom, he still insisted on fighting crime. Conversely, if he had not been affected, his behavior was undeniably peculiar. Just as Gwen pondered these contradictions, a shadowy figure shot past her at an alarming speed, clinging to the debris strewn across the construction site. Peter coughed as he struggled to rise again, having perhaps overestimated the enhancement provided by shadow venom. It had been far too long since he had last eaten, even deprived of chocolate, leaving Yingdu in a state of considerable weakness. Peter looked up, only to be enveloped by a shadow. The Sandman began to coalesce the sand from his body into a formidable shape, amplifying his power. Should this punch land, Peter would certainly sustain injuries. However, midway through the descent of the massive hardened sand fist, Marco sensed something amiss. His fist was halted midair. What is happening? He turned to see a young man with golden hair. The individual bore a striking resemblance to the superpowered beings he had analyzed in New York, perfectly matching the characteristics of his compatriots. Enough. Ruea lifted his head, and with a gentle push, Marco's enormous sandy form staggered backward, stumbling several paces before crashing to the ground. Casting a glance at his brother Peter, Ruea declared the night's battle concluded. This farce was at an end. Upon Ruea's arrival, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, she no longer had to concern herself with what was to follow. The only regret lingered as she cast a sympathetic glance at the Sandman. It seemed unlikely that he would leave this encounter unscathed. Leave it to me. I can handle this. Peter retorted defiantly from the ground, reluctant to acknowledge that his brother surpassed Ruea. Meanwhile, Marco, feeling the tremors in his arm, realized the gravity of the situation was escalating. I merely wished to cure my daughter, he began. Before he could finish, Ruea shot him a glance. Did I say you couldn't treat your daughter? Marco found himself momentarily bewildered. Let us go? Before I change my mind. To Ruea, the decision to release or restrain was but a fleeting thought. Marco should count himself fortunate. Fortunate that his motives were for his daughter, for his family. Otherwise, he might have already been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Peter wished to protest further, yet a deep-seated reverence for his brother compelled him to silence. Indeed, it dawned on Peter that he harbored a significant respect for Ruea. As Ruea had stated, this farce was over. Peter's failure to keep his promise forced Mary Jane to return home alone, her impression of Peter now tainted by the label of unreliability. Upon reaching home, Peter had donned his jacket, concealing the black Spider-Man suit beneath. "Oh, Peter, you're finally back," exclaimed May, opening the door. "Your Uncle Ben and I were quite worried about you." With concern etched on her face, she inquired about Peter's afternoon. However, Peter's mood was far from agreeable. Thus, he remained silent in response to Aunt May's concern, eager only to retreat to his room. "Peter," Ben initiated, "I believe you owe us an explanation of what transpired today." Noticing Peter's unusual demeanor, Ben intended to have a serious conversation with him. "No, I am quite well, and there is nothing much I wish to convey to you." In the past, Peter would have never uttered such words. However, at this moment, his emotional instability, compounded by the influence of the shadow toxin, led him to express himself in this manner. After delivering this remark, Peter ascended the stairs without a backward glance, leaving May and Ben in a state of shock. Good heavens, I can hardly believe those words came from Peter's lips. May, feeling a tinge of sadness, gently caressed her silvery hair. This was the first time Peter had spoken so harshly. "Don't take it too much to heart." Observing his wife's distress, although Ben too was troubled by Peter's transformation, he sought to comfort her, saying, "Every young person goes through a rebellious phase, do they not? I shall have a serious conversation with him." Having soothed his wife, Ben made his way toward Peter's room. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the God of Deceit. I have returned. As Ruea pushed open the door, he observed that the expressions on his parents' faces were somewhat troubled. Through a brief recounting by his mother, May, Ruea became aware of the events that had transpired and their ensuing concerns. "Very well, I shall have a serious discussion with him." In truth, Ruea merely wished for Peter to act with greater decisiveness and to reach conclusions more swiftly. It appears that his objective has been achieved. Thus, it is time to awaken him to reality. The following morning, Peter reverted to his usual humility. Of course, compared to before, his inner turmoil was likely diminished. "Son, I never imagined you possessed such prowess in heartfelt conversations. Thank you for the compliment." Ruea accepted his father's praise with an air of self-satisfaction. Indeed, he had quite the knack for it. Last night, Peter had been thoroughly beaten, with even the shadowy specter pleading for mercy, vowing to avoid undue influence over Peter. Would he reveal such matters? With green eyes and armor of deep green interspersed with gold, Loki, the god of deceit, gazed at the Chitauri scepter in his hand, unable to suppress the smile that adorned his face. He understood that Thanos had ulterior motives in entrusting the scepter to him. Yet, Loki remained indifferent. What did it matter? His sole desire was to prove his worth before his biased father, Odin. His gaze drifted towards the distant cosmos, precisely where Earth lay. "Are you suggesting that Fury still wishes to persuade me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ruea chuckled at the sight of the well-built man before him. Unexpectedly, in the absence of Stark's involvement with the Avengers, Captain America had become a founding member. After enduring initial confusion, Steve Rogers ultimately chose to continue the fight, swayed by Fury's counsel. However, this time, his allegiance was not for politicians, but for the future of humanity. Ruea patted Rogers' muscular chest. "Ah, the texture is indeed commendable. Wait." Ruea countered, "Why not reverse the roles and have you join me, Captain Rogers?" Upon hearing Ruea's query, Rogers pondered briefly before responding. After all, S.H.I.L.D. is the professional entity, is it not? Here, we have specialists capable of formulating various effective strategies. You are correct, Ruea continued to challenge. But according to your own assertion, can mere planning truly overcome an extraterrestrial invasion? Ruea firmly believed in the supremacy of strength. For instance, when confronting a being as formidable as Thanos, humanity possessed no weapon capable of restraining him. Like in the movies, achieving success through a series of plans might only occur once. Yet, with the multiverse being so vast, should he gamble on such a meager chance? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, Ruea was not opposed to collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently beset by internal and external turmoil. Notably from Hydra, there is a kernel of truth in what Rogers asserts. The diverse technologies at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disposal remain invaluable, particularly the surveillance systems. Until the human template reaches a certain threshold, one's mind cannot endure the overwhelming feedback from enhanced vision and hearing for extended periods. Collaboration may be necessary when the situation demands it, suggested Ruea. As the representative of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rogers understood that this might be the best outcome he could negotiate. Thus, they agreed to a fruitful partnership. Just as their consensus was reached, Rogers' phone suddenly rang. Simultaneously, Ruea's wrist communicator buzzed with Stark's call. The mention of a scepter and a golden green armor? Loki? Stark recounted the recent events. The Tesseract had been stolen? On Rogers' end. He was also communicating with Fury. Ruea suddenly realized he had overlooked something significant. The Tesseract, was that not the cosmic cube? The vessel containing the space stone. Damn it, how could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Loki's presence on Earth implied that he had acquired the scepter bestowed upon him by Thanos. Embedded in the Chitauri scepter was indeed the Mind Stone. Coupled with the Space Stone from the Tesseract, this meant that Loki had already gathered 2 Infinity Stones. At this stage, Loki possessed a power level exceeding that of an entire planet, augmented by the 2 Infinity Stones. Fortunately, Loki's proficiency with the Infinity Stones was likely quite rudimentary. Otherwise, he would have already attained a godlike status, capable of annihilating worlds. Observing Ruea's impassive demeanor, Rogers remarked with a smile, "It appears we now have an opportunity for collaboration." According to prior intelligence, the self-proclaimed god, Loki, had demonstrated formidable strength. He could effortlessly manipulate hearts and minds, with even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents unable to withstand his influence. Unbeknownst to Rogers, the so-called Tesseract was merely a container for the Space Stone, the cosmic cube. Moreover, Loki's intention in seizing the Tesseract was to facilitate a spatial gateway, enabling the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Had he been aware of this, Rogers would likely not have been so jovial. However, for Ruea, the Chitauri army posed little threat. Easily dispatched by conventional firearms, they were hardly worthy of his concern. The true challenge lay with Loki himself. Setting Thanos aside, with Odin safeguarding the 9 realms, it was unlikely that Thanos would personally descend upon Earth anytime soon. Yet, Loki alone was already formidable. His inherent strength, now amplified by the Mind Stone, made him a dangerous adversary. If Ruea were to act impulsively, he could very well find himself undone by Loki's hand. The capabilities of both the Homeland heroes and Superman's invulnerable form were relatively weak against mental manipulation. Ruea harbored no illusions about his ability to resist the Mind Stone's control. Troubling indeed. Within the communicator, Stark sensed the emotions emanating from Ruea and promptly inquired, "Ruea, what troubles you?" It seemed as though a thought struck him, and he continued, "By the way, Thor mentioned that Loki is his brother. If Thor is so feeble, his sibling cannot be much stronger, can he?" Upon Stark's utterance, Ruea felt as though he could hear Thor's protests echoing in the background. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Ruea, adopting a serious tone, cautioned Tony, "Listen closely. Do not approach Loki casually. It is best to maintain your distance. This individual possesses formidable power, and I need to contemplate our strategy." Hearing Ruea's earnest warning, Stark's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, exclaiming, "Even you lack confidence? Understood. I shall refrain from approaching him." Chapter 74. Sir, Loki approaches Stark, his expression gravely serious. Ended the call. Beside him, Pepper looked at her boyfriend with a hint of confusion. Tony, what is the matter? Stark had not concealed the impending alien invasion from her. Although she was astonished at the existence of Loki, the legendary god of mischief, Stark's initial confidence had instilled a sense of calm in Pepper, alleviating her concerns. However, ever since he had made a phone call to Ruea, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. The last time she had seen such a grave expression was when he had been poisoned by palladium. This was troubling. Stark did not withhold the warning from Ruea and shared it with Pepper. Is that so? But even if Ruea feels helpless, I believe you have the capability to protect everyone. Pepper was certain that Stark would never allow harm to befall the Earth. Yet, for the first time, the usually confident Stark shook his head, indicating that their adversary was not benign, and Ruea had expressed uncertainty about victory. Stark anxiously tugged at a small tuft of his beard, scarcely able to believe that there existed a foe even Ruea felt unprepared to confront. At that moment, a disheveled man with tousled golden hair emerged from behind him. What? Did you just mention Loki? My brother is in Midgard too. Thor appeared visibly excited. If one could overlook the beer in his hand and the remnants of food at the corner of his mouth. Stark glanced at him with exasperation. Do you really consider yourself a god of thunder? Frankly, Stark found it hard to believe that this gluttonous man was indeed Loki's brother. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. Thor, however, was not one to be easily dismissed. After donning the Mark VI armor, Stark could easily overpower him. Noticing Stark's condescending gaze, Thor felt deeply insulted. What does that look, Tony? He protested loudly. I am merely temporarily deprived of my powers. If I could wield Mjolnir, you would stand no chance against me. Thor earnestly attempted to assert his strength, but was met only with sympathetic glances from Stark and Pepper. All right, you're formidable. Is that sufficient? Stark replied dismissively. Nevertheless, Thor was undeterred. Let me go? I will confront Loki directly. Though frustrated by his circumstances in Midgard, Thor had developed a certain fondness for Earth during his time there, especially after the visit from the physicist Jane Foster, coupled with Stark's hospitality and Ruea's unexpected friendship. In Thor's eyes, he had formed initial bonds on this planet. As Odin surveyed the Nine Realms, Midgard stood as one of the territories belonging to their divine lineage. Yet now, his brother Loki was audaciously seeking to open the portal to facilitate the invasion of the Chitauri army. Such an act was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold. Nevertheless, Thor still believed that his brother might be ensnared by some malevolent influence. He was convinced that if he personally intervened, he could guide Loki back to the right path. Stark did not reject Thor's proposal, though he found it difficult to reconcile the notion that Thor was indeed the brother of the infamous Loki. However, with Ruea confirming Thor's identity, there was no doubt that he was indeed the god of thunder. On board the helicarrier, Fury listened intently to the report from Phil Coulson. So, you mean to say that Barton is now under Loki's control? Barton, or Hawkeye, as the master archer, had become a source of considerable unease for Fury. Particularly troubling was the fact that, due to Ruea's circumstances, Iron Man, their formidable asset, was absent from the Avengers. This compounded Fury's apprehensions. Fortunately, he glanced over at Banner. At least I still have the Hulk. The Hulk's strength escalated with his rage. Though Banner would be overshadowed by the Hulk's persona in a dire situation, Fury was not averse to employing the Hulk against Loki. Meanwhile, due to the betrayal of Hawkeye and others, Fury and his team had preemptively boarded the helicarrier. At Stark Tower, Stark received yet another piece of intelligence from Fury. Are you telling me this individual went after the Iridium? The virtual display carried Fury's voice, confirming, yes. He seized the opportunity during Dr. Selvig's gathering to exert control over him. What perplexes me is why he would covet the Iridium. What utility does it possess? Upon hearing Fury's account, Stark's mind immediately traversed through his knowledge. A stabilizer. This element could serve as a stabilizing agent. Ruea had mentioned that Loki aimed to exploit the Tesseract to open a dimensional gateway. Perhaps this was the preparation for that very endeavor. Just as the two were conversing, Jarvis's voice abruptly interrupted. Sir, I have detected the targeted individual, Loki, approaching your location. Estimated time of arrival, 1 minute. Stark had marked Loki's name as a priority. Thus, whenever he appeared in a monitored area, Jarvis would alert him. However, due to Loki's previous elusiveness, it was only as he neared Stark Tower that Jarvis identified him through the surveillance footage and promptly reported. Sir, I recommend you evacuate immediately. Finally, Jarvis reminded, Tony, what is transpiring on your end? Fury faintly heard Jarvis's voice from the other end of the call and hurriedly inquired. This is troubling. That individual is heading towards me. As the tallest building in the vicinity, it is hardly surprising that Stark Tower was chosen by Loki as the base for opening the portal to another realm. Oh no. Tony, hurry and leave. Do not let Loki's scepter control you. At the same moment, Jarvis interjected once more, Sir, please make haste to evacuate. However, Stark merely cast a glance at his girlfriend before issuing an order to Jarvis. Find Pepper the optimal escape route. With that, Stark firmly restrained the determined Pepper, insisting that someone must remain behind to buy time. You wouldn't want me to be distracted by your presence at such a critical moment, would you? His intent was unmistakable. He wished to stay behind to delay Loki. Though Pepper felt a deep sorrow, she understood that her presence would only hinder their efforts. Meanwhile, Thor stood nearby, nonchalantly asserting, "Do not worry, I know my brother well. I will persuade him." Chapter 75, The Plan Succeeds. Ignoring Thor, Stark picked up a bracelet from the nearby workbench. It was the locator for Mark 7. Although it was still under development, he could not afford to be concerned about that now. Soon, Loki arrived at Stark Tower, where he spotted his brother, Thor. A sinister smile crept across Loki's face. "Brother, it's been a while." He was aware that their father had temporarily sealed Thor's divine powers as a trial. This meant that Thor posed no immediate threat. Stark, standing beside Thor, was completely disregarded. Since his arrival on Earth, Loki had encountered no significant resistance, leading him to develop a disdain for earthly civilization. "Brother," Thor looked at Loki with a complex expression. "Why are you doing this? Destroying Midgard proves nothing." However, Thor's words did not resonate with Loki. Instead, they incited his fury. "Brother? Thor, did you ever truly consider me your brother? True, I am Odin's son, but I know." At this moment, Loki's demeanor was somewhat deranged and tinged with sorrow. "I am the descendant of the frost giants. I am not an Asgardian. You have never regarded me as one of your own. You feel this way, and so does our father." As Loki's agitation grew, he waved the uniquely shaped scepter in his hand. Stark narrowed his eyes. Is this the scepter capable of manipulating minds? In truth, the Chitauri scepter held no special powers of its own. It was the Mind Stone embedded within it that wielded true control over minds. In the face of Loki's outburst, Thor appeared quite shocked and attempted to console him. "Brother, my father and I have always regarded you as family. Regardless of your frost giant heritage, that will never change." Loki, amused by Thor's Navi words, laughed even harder. "So what? All these years, I have done so much to earn our father's recognition. Am I not worthy of being Asgard's heir? Yet he would rather seal your powers to test you than pass the throne of Asgard to me." Loki perceived clearly that their father merely wished for him to assist Thor. No matter how hard he tried or how flawed Thor was, he had never appeared on the list of heirs. Thus, he was determined to prove their father wrong. Enraged by these thoughts, Loki seized Thor's clothing and lifted him off the ground. "Hey, Loki, what are you trying to do? I am your brother." Now, even Thor was furious. However, it was worth noting that Loki possessed 2 Infinity Stones. In terms of sheer power, Loki is not one to be compared with a version of himself stripped of his divine abilities. At this moment, Loki had no desire to continue conversing with his brother Thor. Instead, he proclaimed, "You may as well watch Midgard meet its demise." With that, he exerted force upon his arm, launching Thor like a cannonball, shattering the glass of the building and sending him plummeting below. Stark's heart raced, prompting him to pursue. Insect. Loki cast a disdainful glance at Stark and, with a swift motion of his right arm, sent Stark crashing to the ground. "Is your mortal tongue truly bold enough to utter the name of the god of thunder?" Loki was enveloped in a web of contradictions. On one hand, he resented the fact that his foolish brother garnered the favor of their father. On the other hand, the bonds of years past rendered him unable to sever ties completely. His decision to assist Thanos stemmed from 2 motives. Firstly, the powerful Chitauri scepter that Thanos wielded, and secondly, to convey his dissatisfaction to Odin. As for mortals like Stark, he held them in utter contempt. "However, I can offer you a chance to become my slave." With a malevolent grin, Loki continued, "Ha ha ha. Dear brother, just watch." He lightly tapped the Chitauri scepter against Stark's chest. "Do you not wish to protect your precious Earth?" Previously, through the scepter, Loki had already manipulated many souls. Now, he intended to employ the same tactic against Stark, forcing the guardian of his realm to become its very destroyer. Aware that the inhabitants of Midgard were hastening to thwart his plans, he sneered, "Go, stop your compatriots, prevent them from approaching." The yellow Mind Stone seemed to glimmer in the sunlight. Stark regarded Loki, who was lost in his own soliloquy, with a mocking expression. "It appears your scepter is not quite as effective as you believed. What is happening?" Loki looked bewilderedly at the Chitauri scepter in his hand. Since arriving in Midgard, this was the first time he had faltered, but it made no sense. How could a mere mortal resist the control of the Chitauri scepter? At this juncture, Loki remained unaware of the scepter's true value, mistakenly believing it to be merely a formidable staff bestowed upon him by Thanos. Realizing that the scepter was potentially malfunctioning, he furiously hurled it to the ground. Clang! The Chitauri scepter tumbled across the floor before finally resting beside the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. In contrast, Stark, sensing an opportunity to stoke the flames, thought to himself, malfunctions are not uncommon. After all, every 5th man. Before he could finish his sentence, Stark felt himself lifted into the air. As he observed Stark plummeting from the building, Loki diverted his gaze. Amidst the roaring wind, Stark activated his wrist device. After a scan, J.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice echoed. Mark 7 has been deployed. Bang. The leg armor, chest plate, arm guards, and helmet flew forth from the Stark tower, aligning themselves to envelop Stark completely. Come on. Stark's gaze was resolute, bracing himself for the inaugural combat of his Mark 7 suit. However, as the ground loomed ever closer, a despairing voice echoed behind him. After a cacophony of metal clashing, Stark struggled to turn his head. Due to the incompleteness of the technology, the various components of the Mark 7 collided in disarray, losing all power. In a moment of silence, Stark, buffeted by the raging winds, struggled to form words, R-U. Suddenly whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds filled the air, and Stark felt himself spinning uncontrollably, ensnared by a multitude of black webs. Raising his gaze, a shadowy figure emerged before him. Hello, Mr. Stark. Peter greeted awkwardly, waving a hand. Chapter 76. Unlocking a fiery gaze. Atop Stark Tower, a colossal blue beam ascended into the heavens. Shortly thereafter, the sky was rent asunder, revealing a vast space portal. Within the inky void, a gargantuan biological mothership emerged, one that could never be mistaken for an earthly vessel. Against the profound backdrop of the cosmos, the mothership appeared both eerie and resplendent. As Loki beheld the Chitauri legions emerging from the portal, a smile crept across his face. The scepter of the Chitauri? A splendid artifact. A voice called from behind him. Loki turned to find a human, strikingly similar to his brother. Observing the scepter in the hands of Ruea, Loki shrugged. Firstly, I detest blonde imbeciles. Secondly, return my scepter to me. Since his arrival on Earth, he had yet to encounter any formidable resistance. Thus, Loki regarded the local inhabitants, including Ruea, with disdain. Naturally, Ruea had no intention of returning the Chitauri scepter. Instead, he gazed at the yellow gem embedded at its apex. Extending 3 fingers, Ruea twisted forcefully. A crisp crack echoed. Is this the fabled Mind Stone? One of the 6 infinity stones of the universe. The moment Ruea's hand made contact, invisible tendrils of yellow light began to flow from the Mind Stone into his being. Quite intriguing. Ruea could sense the immense power contained within this gem, potent enough to obliterate the entire Earth. This was hardly surprising. Mastering an infinity stone could elevate one to a level of power comparable to that of a celestial being. Should all 6 stones converge, the resultant force of creation and destruction would reach a minimum of a universal magnitude. Within the Superman template unlock level, Superman, steel body, template unlock level 40. Ruea felt the Mind Stone rapidly infusing him with a peculiar energy reminiscent of yellow solar radiation. In mere seconds, the unlock level of the Superman, steel body, template surged to 40. At this moment, Ruea experienced a tingling sensation in his eyes, as a more intense and destructive energy gathered before him. Turning to Loki, the murderous intent in his heart surged uncontrollably. Zing! 2 crimson beams shot forth, sweeping horizontally. Wherever the red light passed, it left behind waves of invisible ripples in the air. The floor of the building was brutally sliced away. Countless shards of glass, furniture, and more were transformed into liquid and ash, only to evaporate into the ether. Whoosh! A green apparition darted by, revealing Loki's form. Gulp! Witnessing the devastation wrought by Ruea, he struggled to swallow. What sheer destructive power! Loki clearly observed that the 2 red beams continued to sever for thousands of meters before finally dissipating. In the air, amidst the descending Chitauri army, many unfortunate souls had yet to unleash any chaos. The remnants of the crimson beam cleaved through the air, severing all in its path. In an instant, the sky was inundated with an array of grotesque corpses and flying battle vehicles plummeting to the ground. As the red glow in his eyes dissipated, Ruea exhaled a sigh of relief. Was this the formidable power of heat vision? With a 40% activation rate, he had unlocked the heat vision of the Superman template. After a long absence, Ruea felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The previous display of heat vision had been so potent, capable of traveling thousands of meters, due to the overextension of his energy. For reasons unknown, upon unlocking the heat vision with the Superman template at 40%, a savage emotion surged within Ruea, prompting him to unleash the heat vision beyond its limits. Glancing at the still shaken Loki, Ruea cast his gaze upon the Mind Stone in his hand. Was it influencing my mind? His thoughts raced. The 40% activation had already granted him a nascent form of a super intellect. Soon, Ruea reached a conclusion. His current planetary level power felt somewhat strained when utilizing the Infinity Stones, particularly the Mind Stone. Should he become overly reliant on its power, his sanity would be compromised, much like in this very moment. Ruea found himself uncontrollably harboring murderous intent towards Loki. Is this what it means to be human? A chill ran down Loki's spine under Ruea's gaze, prompting him to conjure a spell to teleport himself away. It would be disgraceful for a mortal to flee without a fight, but Loki was not his brother Thor. While Thor might battle for the sake of his pride, Loki was the god of mischief, focused solely on the most advantageous course of action. Aiming his left hand at Ruea, Loki muttered incantations under his breath. His magical prowess was formidable. He intended to first restrain Ruea with magic before safely teleporting away. However, in the blink of an eye, Loki was horrified to find Ruea had vanished from sight. Cursed be this fate. Without time for further contemplation, a minuscule portal opened, and Loki leaped backward. In less than a second, the portal abruptly closed. Just before it sealed, Loki seemed to hear an enormous sonic boom erupting from the outside. Meanwhile, on the streets, numerous police vehicles, including agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., were mobilizing to intercept the incessantly descending Chitauri forces from the sky. That one. Peter. Right? You go assist the civilians in catching the debris falling from above. Stark directed everyone present, aware of the identity of the Spider-Man who had saved him. Peter, Ruea's younger brother. Although his appearance differed from Stark's recollection of him in a red costume, today Peter donned a black Spider-Man suit. Nevertheless, Stark had discerned his identity through J.A.R.V.I.S. analysis. Understood, Mr. Stark. Peter, too preoccupied to ponder how Stark knew his name, unleashed a flurry of black webs to intercept the falling debris. Yet, he was left with a sense of perplexity. In ordinary circumstances, when faced with such perilous situations, it is certain that Gwen would also be present. Yet today, her absence is conspicuous. More critically, her brother, Ruea, is also missing. Peter does not believe that Ruea would be intimidated by these extraterrestrial beings, for he is well aware of the strength his brother employs when he strikes him. In truth, Gwen is currently in Hell's Kitchen. Ruea does not regard the Chitauri army as a formidable threat at the moment. Once the planet-level threat of Loki is neutralized, the Chitauri will become considerably easier to handle. Hence, Gwen is diligently maintaining order throughout the streets. For there are certainly many who would exploit the chaos for their own gain. In the skies above, massive Chitauri behemoths begin to descend. However, reinforcements from the Avengers have also arrived. Hulk, with a furious roar, Banner instantly transforms, swelling into his green form. Chapter 77. While you are still the god of deception. The colossal figure of Hulk materialized on the scene. His ferocious strength began to manifest, effortlessly obliterating even the formidable Chitauri beasts with a single punch. In terms of physical prowess, Hulk undeniably surpassed everyone else by a wide margin. Even Peter, bolstered by the shadow poison, was far from his league. What a malevolent force. On Peter's shoulder, a black head protruded. Gazing at Hulk's imposing silhouette, it couldn't help but express its astonishment. Previously, due to its timely plea for mercy, Ruea had refrained from annihilating it with his laser vision. Of course, whether this decision was influenced by a desire to enhance his brother Peter remains uncertain. Peter was well aware of Hulk's capabilities. After all, he had witnessed Ruea single-handedly thrash both Hulk and Abomination. Additionally, upon returning, he had taken the time to study him. Wasn't Hulk's power a result of some sort of radiation-induced genetic mutation? Moreover, Peter cast a glance at Shadow Poison. This creature had the audacity to label others as evil when it appeared to embody the very essence of villainy. Observing Peter's skepticism, Shadow Poison chose not to elaborate further. After all, it merely harbored a vague sense of something amiss, unable to definitively ascertain the source of Hulk's might. On the roadside, the tension eased somewhat with the arrival of Hawkeye and others, now freed from Captain America's control. Meanwhile, Thor was continuously picking up debris from the ground to hurl at the airborne war machines above. Although devoid of divine powers, his physical form was still far superior to that of ordinary mortals. Thus, when Loki had thrown him from a great height, he suffered no significant harm. Asgard. Observing the chaos unfolding in Midgard, Odin's singular eye remained devoid of emotion. He understood that while Midgard appeared to be inhabited solely by mortals, the situation was far more profound than it seemed. Leaving Ruea aside, the mere involvement of the sorcerers from Kamar Taj would be sufficient to give the Chitauri a run for their money. As for Loki's reckless antics, he dismissed them as typical rebellious behavior of a son. What truly concerned him was Thanos, who was deep in the cosmos, gathering the Infinity Stones. Despite being a father of gods, his advanced age and the burgeoning magical power within him compelled him to seek a time for slumber, known as Odin's sleep. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. When the time of reckoning arrives, even a being of Odin's caliber cannot evade fate. This was the true reason he refrained from intervening in Midgard's plight. Even without Ruea's presence, he would not have taken direct action to assist. If the Chitauri army summoned by Loki could not be repelled, then the devastation of Midgard's inhabitants was an inevitable outcome. After all, Thanos was far more ruthless in his quest to eradicate life in the universe. Gazing at his son Thor, Odin couldn't help but smile faintly. At the very least, in the absence of divine power and Mjolnir, he was still capable of fighting valiantly. Moreover, it seemed he had made strides in overcoming his arrogance. Thor, you have passed. Odin's voice faded into the distance. On Earth, with a single shot, Rogers eliminated the Chitauri on the flying war chariot and effortlessly hurled his shield. His remarkable strength propelled the shield with a whistling sound, sending it soaring 100 meters through the air. After dispatching several Chitauri, the shield, as if programmed, returned to Rogers' hand. Unlike the portrayal at the beginning of the film, this was not the Captain America who needed to brace himself with his shield when jumping from great heights and required a moment to catch his breath. Ever since awakening from his icy slumber, Rogers could sense his body recovering day by day, even surpassing its former peak. He had been diligently practicing control over his strength. Otherwise, he would have crushed or sent flying every object he touched. At that moment, a transparent aura appeared before him, followed by the emergence of a miniature portal. Loki, trembling with fear, stepped out. He had been terrified by the vanishing Ruea, rendering him incapable of casting a prolonged spell, resulting in a very brief spatial transport. However, before he could exhale in relief, a chill swept over him. He was right behind me. Loki sensed a fierce, murderous intent approaching from behind. Yet, sensing it did not guarantee his escape. With great difficulty, Loki turned his head back, his gaze searching for Ruea. However, the distant thunderous roar grew increasingly closer. In mere moments, at thrice the speed of sound, Ruea reached Loki's rear. Let me show you the weight of a god. Ruea thrust his fist forward. Nearly 20,000 tons of force erupted from a single point. Even if Loki were a descendant of frost giants, even if he were the god of mischief, this punch would undoubtedly cause severe injury. Brother, at this critical moment, a hammer enveloped in lightning soared through the air. Mjolnir's power was formidable, and Ruea wished to avoid the risk of injury. Thus, he had to change direction. Clang! A tremendous metallic clash resounded, causing Ruea's levitating body to sway backward. Shaking his right hand, the residual lightning dissipated instantly. Correspondingly, Mjolnir was sent crashing to the ground by Ruea's punch, resulting in a colossal explosion at the point of impact. The immense sound drew the attention of everyone present. Are you all having an internal conflict? Natasha, the Black Widow, looked quizzically at Stark. The battlefield was initially supposed to be divided into two factions, the Chitauri army and the Earthlings, with perhaps a further subdivision between the Avengers and Stark's team. Thor, who was originally aligned with Stark, now seemed to be in conflict with Ruea, standing alongside him. Ruea, he is my brother. Thor interposed himself in front of Loki, extending his hand, and Mjolnir returned to his grasp. Generally speaking, the might of Mjolnir, when confronted with foes beneath the level of a demigod, manifests in overwhelming dominance. After all, it is enchanted by Odin himself. However, due to the fact that Ruea has also earned the recognition of Mjolnir, the hammer does not inflict significant harm upon him. With a faint crimson glow flickering in his eyes, Ruea's form gradually ascends. Thor, take a look around. Can the transgressions of Loki be dismissed merely by referring to him as your brother? Although the invasion of the Chitauri army did not result in excessive casualties, the destruction inflicted upon the vicinity is undeniable. Moreover, aside from this, Ruea harbors his own ulterior motives. If I do not take the opportunity to torment you while you are still the god of trickery, when you become the god of stories, the chance will be lost. Chapter 78. What about my brother? Ruea expressed sympathy for Loki's future misfortunes, yet acknowledged that the errors he committed at this moment were undeniably real. Had it not been for Stark taking the risk, Loki would not have lost the scepter. Even Ruea himself would not dare approach recklessly. Within the Mind Stone, an inexhaustible energy continued to flow into Ruea's body, rapidly replenishing the power expended through his heat vision. Upon hearing Ruea's reproach, Thor, having regained his divine strength, glanced at his brother and surveyed the surroundings. He was acutely aware that Loki had indeed caused a grave calamity this time. Summoning external foes to confront Midgard had exceeded the bounds of tolerability. Nevertheless, Thor was a man of deep sentiment. Observing Stark and others still engaged in repelling the Chitauri forces, he grit his teeth and declared, "My brother, upon my return, I shall report to father and ensure he faces punishment." In Thor's eyes, even if his brother erred, he remained his brother, the son of Odin, the All-Father. How could he possibly allow others to pass judgment on him? Behind Thor, Loki watched in astonishment as his brother was willing to risk everything to speak on his behalf. Feeling deeply moved, however, recollecting the unjust treatment from their father Odin and the hardships of his own lineage, his gaze dimmed once more. "Since you say so?" Ruea nodded in agreement. If it were he in the same situation, he too would not permit anyone else to handle the punishment of his family, no matter the fault. Yet, This did not signify that Ruea was willing to let Loki off so easily, including Thor. Although both men had learned a modicum of humility due to their current circumstances, the pride ingrained in the Asgardians had not been entirely erased. This was troublesome indeed. Perhaps one day in the future, he might require their assistance. Hence, before these brothers could fully mature, Ruea resolved to subdue them. The most effective means to humble the proud Thor and Loki was undoubtedly through a sound thrashing. He recalled the film where Loki was repeatedly smashed by the Hulk, leaving him trembling at the mere sight of him thereafter. As for the destruction caused in New York due to Loki's actions, that reason held little weight for Ruea. As long as family and friends remained unharmed, everything else could be negotiated. Loki posed a threat to Stark, and thus, Ruea felt compelled to administer punishment. With that thought, a smirk graced Ruea's lips, his eyes glinting with a fierce light as he cast his gaze toward Loki, who stood behind Thor. What? Feeling the murderous intent in Ruea's eyes, Loki felt a chill creep up his spine. Even hiding behind his brother, Thor offered him no semblance of safety. However, the pride of an Asgardian and the identity of a frost giant would not allow him to show weakness before a mere mortal. Thus, he could only feign indifference, casting a nonchalant glance away. Then, casually muttering to his brother Thor, he expressed his disdain. "Who asked you to help me?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Thor's grip on his hammer momentarily faltered. He could not comprehend how his brother, who once fought valiantly by his side, had seemingly transformed into a different person. Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly in front of his brother. Compared to Loki, he possessed a deeper understanding of Ruea's formidable strength. During his time on Earth, Thor had not been perpetually engrossed in beer, junk food, and video games. At least, not incessantly. Throughout his time with Stark, he had gleaned some knowledge. For instance, Stark had once directed Jarvis to analyze Ruea's combat footage, estimating his battle prowess. The results were astounding: speed exceeding 12 Mach, strength surpassing 10,000 tons, and an exceptionally robust physical resilience, rendering accurate conclusions elusive. Initial assessments suggested he could withstand nuclear and thermonuclear weapons. The conclusion drawn was that he overwhelmingly outclassed humanity, virtually impervious to human weaponry. This conclusion stemmed from Ruea's amalgamation of two templates. Furthermore, Jarvis had cautioned that Ruea's strength was rapidly escalating, thus making the evaluation only valid at the present moment. Thor was well aware of Jarvis's assessments regarding Ruea. Stark might not grasp the full implications of this, merely acknowledging Ruea's undeniable might. However, as an Asgardian, Thor possessed a clearer perception of power levels. Given Ruea's prior demonstrations, he was already a top-tier entity on a planetary scale. Not to mention, his strength was still on the rise. For example, the destructive beam Ruea had recently unleashed was evidently far more potent than the initial laser. Fortunately, achieving a level close to that of a demigod through mere numerical augmentation was still a formidable challenge. Thus, Thor retained the courage to stand before Ruea. Otherwise, he would have already summoned his father, the All-Father Odin. Moreover, as both he and his brother were of planetary caliber, their combined strength might not falter before Ruea. After pondering for a moment, Thor's confidence in confronting Ruea surged. He turned to his brother Loki. "Do not fear, Loki." Thor spun around, only to find that Loki's presence had vanished. When beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. At this moment, genuine dread coursed through Thor. Loki. He could hardly believe that, while standing in front of his brother, Loki had abandoned him and fled alone. Turning back, Thor cast a glance at Ruea. Noticing the persistent crimson glow in Ruea's eyes, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. How about it? With such a brother, do you still wish to defend him? Ruea taunted. However, he could sense that Loki had not truly departed. As the god of mischief, Loki's mastery of magic was formidable. The reason he vanished right beneath his very eyes, Ruea speculated, must be attributed to some form of illusionary magic. As for Sol, although his brother had fled in the heat of the moment, he harbored no intention of retreating himself. The mistake made was one for which, as the elder sibling, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. It must be said that Sol's pride is, at times, one of his most endearing qualities, since you have stated it so. Before he could finish his thought, Ruea too disappeared before Sol's eyes. Wail. A piercing roar echoed in the air, as a fleeting shadow stretched from the ground to the heavens. As for the Chitauri forces above, anyone obstructing Ruea's flight path was engulfed in a burst of crimson mist. Here it comes. Sol's heightened senses informed him that Ruea's attack was imminent above him. Whoosh! With great haste, his right hand spun Mjolnir. The ground fractured under the force of Sol's counteraction. At a certain threshold, the hammer soared skyward, enveloped in a multitude of blue and white electric currents. As Sol gritted his teeth, "Come forth." Chapter 79. The The cataclysm, a deafening roar descended upon Thor's head. He was acutely aware that while he could clearly perceive the silhouette of Ruea, his body was unable to respond in time. Thus, he resolutely swung Mjolnir in advance. This decision proved to be astute, for just as Thor's hammer surpassed the apex of his head, Ruea's fist had already arrived. Boom! Centered around the two combatants. A violent storm erupted, radiating outward. The resounding clash of fist meeting hammer sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. Ugh! Natasha, along with Hawkeye and the others, clutched their chests and emitted a muffled groan. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable discomfort welled up within their chests. This was all a result of Ruea intentionally controlling the force, directing the shockwave to spare them from its full brunt. Pushing aside the lifeless Chitauri that had fallen before her, Natasha's gaze fell upon the strange blood seeping from its mouth and nose, her expression morphing into one of shock. Turning to observe Ruea and Thor, she noted that both were now entirely shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Could such sheer force emanate merely from a dissipated shockwave? Is this the essence of divine power? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was well aware of Thor's self-proclaimed title as the god of thunder, a deity from Norse mythology wielding dominion over lightning and thunder. Thus, what manner of being was Ruea, who could not only contend with the god of thunder, but even subdue him? Natasha had never truly grasped the extent of Ruea's powers, but today, she finally bore witness to them. Equally astonished was Stark, who had never anticipated that the thunderous god, often preoccupied with beer, video games, and junk food, possessed such formidable strength. Indeed, if Stark were in Ruea's position, he would likely lack the confidence even to withstand a single punch. With this thought, he lowered his head in a fit of inexplicable dismay. In a world where Ruea existed, was there still a need for Iron Man? As Ruea's friend, Stark was acutely aware of the rapid enhancement of Ruea's abilities. According to J.A.R.V.I.S. analysis, Ruea's strength was initially estimated at merely 10,000 units. Yet now J.A.R.V.I.S. concluded that it had already surpassed 20,000. Moreover, this strength likely did not represent Ruea's ultimate limit. At this moment, confronted with Ruea's overwhelming might, Stark found himself engulfed in confusion, questioning his own worth. He had always reveled in enjoyment, pursued fame and fortune, basked in the adulation of the masses. Iron Man. Perhaps, in the eyes of the divine, he was but a mere insect. The sheer magnitude of Ruea's power was so extraordinary that it seemed beyond the realm of humanity. Unbeknownst to him, his current state had ignited a profound existential crisis within Stark. At the heart of the battlefield, as the swirling dust began to settle, the scene of the confrontation unveiled itself. Ruea hovered half a meter above the ground, his form bathed in crackling lightning. Yet, this intensity of electricity had no adverse effect on him. The once pristine streets below had been utterly obliterated. In its place, there lay an immense, gaping chasm. Brown soil was flung in every direction, and at the very center of this abyss knelt a solitary figure. Struggling to rise, Thor steadied himself with his trembling right arm. He could sense that Ruea had finally relented. Otherwise, the sheer force of 20,000 tons would have been too much for him to bear. Nevertheless, Thor's condition was far from optimal. Decent resilience, Ruea had remarked. Yet it was merely that, decent. With the impact of that single blow, Thor had nearly lost his capacity to continue fighting. Had he not been the wielder of the god of thunder's hammer, he would have likely been unable to lift it now. As the dust settled, a distortion rippled through the air. A figure clad in green armor gradually materialized. The first thing to emerge was an arm. Loki's left hand radiated immense magical energy, a sphere of power swiftly taking shape. With the opening of a spatial gateway, he instantaneously appeared behind Ruea. Wait! Thor called out urgently as he beheld his brother's arrival. He was acutely aware of Ruea's formidable physical defenses, and thus presumed that his magical resistance was equally formidable. After all, a true powerhouse typically exhibits balanced attributes. Consequently, he feared that Loki's attack might provoke Ruea once more. Yet, it was clear that Loki would not squander this opportunity for a surprise attack. While expressing his grievances towards their adoptive father Odin and his brother Thor, upon witnessing his brother injured on his behalf, he could not suppress his impulsive urge to strike at Ruea. Sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from behind, Ruea felt the imminent danger approaching. His skin prickled with urgent warnings. Danger. It was evident that, as a planetary-level sorcerer, Loki posed a significant threat to Ruea in this regard. Regardless of whether he adopted the template of his home nation or that of Superman, magical resistance was a relative weakness for him. However, Ruea's figure flickered. Only laughter lingered in the air, echoing in the stillness. What good is strong magic? What does it matter if one lacks adequate magical resistance? While Loki could indeed pose a certain threat, his speed was his Achilles heel. No warrior would be foolish enough to remain stationary, absorbing the blows of a sorcerer. At the moment Loki blinked again, the figure of Ruea had vanished. The magical sphere, infused with a cutting aura, lost its target. Cold sweat instantly drenched Loki's back. Behind him, Thor's voice rang out once more, but this time it was a warning for his brother. Loki reacted in an instant, dispersing the magical sphere in his left hand. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand to conjure another miniature portal. Yet, just as he did so, a massive hand emerged from the side, seizing his arm with an iron grip. "I've got you." Ruea grinned, denying Loki any chance for a counter. With a sudden surge of force, he tightened his grip. In an instant, Loki felt the world spinning wildly around him, everything beginning to whirl incessantly. The magic in his grasp was forcefully severed, and then he beheld the ground looming perilously close. Boom! With a resounding crash, Loki's face met the earth, followed by the rest of his body. Subsequently, Ruea vanished from before Loki's eyes, only to reappear at his feet. No. Loki's pupils constricted at that moment. He yearned desperately for mercy, but it was too late. Ruea offered him no such opportunity, grasping Loki's ankle with a vice-like grip. Thud, 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 thud. The relentless pounding reverberated throughout the entire street. Everything around trembled in response. Poor Loki. He had narrowly escaped the Hulk's devastating throw, only to encounter the merciless Ruea. Chapter 80. Mind and Space. How dare you? Initially, Loki intended to hurl a few harsh words at Ruea. However, upon witnessing that Loki could still speak, Ruea intensified the force of his arm swings. The rapidity of his movements produced a series of piercing howls through the air, overshadowing Loki's taunts, which could easily be mistaken for cries of despair. Nevertheless, Ruea did not strike with lethal intent. After all, such a degree of physical assault was unlikely to claim the life of Loki, a demigod with the essence of a frost giant. At worst, he would emerge with a few bruises, certainly unpleasant but not fatal. In the depths of the crater, Thor utilized Mjolnir to leap to the surface. Observing his suffering brother, he fell silent, perhaps conceding that allowing Ruea to vent his frustrations was not entirely unwarranted. Before long, Ruea sensed Loki's gaze beginning to lose its focus. Thud! With one final blow, Loki lay peacefully on the ground, surrounded by earth that appeared as though it had been plowed numerous times. That is enough for today. Ruea glanced up at the sky, where the Chitauri army continued to pour forth relentlessly from the portal. Next time, it would not merely be a matter of tossing a couple of foes aside. The portal must be closed, otherwise there would be no way to halt this invasion by the alien civilization. I understand what you are saying, but the question remains, how do we close it? Who will do the closing? Let us use a nuclear bomb to obliterate their mothership. Agreed. Beep, beep. Ruea, think of something. Stark's voice sounded urgent. As time progressed, the Chitauri forces grew ever more numerous, seemingly endless. Furthermore, Stark's Iron Man suit was not equipped with infinite ammunition, and its armor had sustained significant damage. He cast a glance at the rooftop of Stark Tower, where a brilliant beam of light still surged forth. Wait. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ruya's figure began to fade away. In the next instant, he found himself atop the building, gazing upon the Tesseract, which radiated boundless energy. Even Ruya's heart raced slightly. In comparison to the Mind Stone, the Space Stone exhibited a far greater display of power at that moment. With eyes aglow, he unleashed a concentrated heat vision in one fluid motion. The energy concentrating device was utterly annihilated, and finally, the Tesseract ceased its energy output, reverting to its cubic form and tumbling to the ground. However, while the connection between the Tesseract and the portal in the sky was severed, the passage did not close immediately. Rather, it began to close gradually. To resolve this completely, the Chitauri mothership must be destroyed. At that moment, Stark's voice echoed again through the communicator. Ruea, I can transport a nuclear bomb into the portal. Wish me luck. Ruea activated his supervision, locking onto Stark in the distance. He observed Stark, bearing a half-length nuclear warhead, flying directly toward the portal. However, his speed of flight appeared somewhat sluggish. The lure floated in the air, silently observing without uttering a word. Well, at last, Stark could no longer restrain himself. Were it not for the presence of the lure, he would have undoubtedly ventured into the portal with a nuclear bomb in hand. However, now that the lure was here, he had no desire to court death. He understood that the lure's speed far surpassed his own. More importantly, through Jarvis's analysis, he realized that the lure was completely unafraid of a nuclear explosion. Lure, surely you do not wish to witness your friend meet his demise. Stark mused with a wry smile. Suddenly, he felt a lightness behind him. Turning around, he saw the nuclear warhead already in the lure's grasp. Be careful. The portal is closing. Without further ado, the lure transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted toward the portal. Beyond the threshold lay the colossal Chitauri mothership. With 40% of Superman's, Iron Man's, unlocking potential, the lure possessed an intellect far beyond the ordinary. Within a second, it calculated the trajectory, and with a powerful thrust of its arm, hurled the nuclear warhead toward the mothership. It was not the time to risk venturing into the unknown void of space. After all, should an unexpected mishap occur, being trapped in the cosmos would be a grave predicament. Once again, heat gathered in its eyes. This time, two crimson points coalesced into something tangible before its gaze. Within the Mind Stone, an abundance of energy began to emanate. Zzz. Thousands of meters converged and vanished in a flash. Accompanied by the explosion of the nuclear bomb, two beams of red light sliced through the Chitauri mothership. Just before the portal sealed shut, the last sight before the lure was an endless explosion. The remaining Chitauri flying vehicles still lingering on Earth lost all power, severed from their mothership's connection. In Stark's office, as the portal closed, the Chitauri invasion came to an end. At that moment, Loki stood behind Thor, his hands shackled, bearing a woeful expression. "I sincerely apologize for all the trouble caused." Thor earnestly expressed his regret. His brother had erred, and he felt a measure of responsibility as the elder sibling. Naturally, the act of restraining Loki was also a show for those present, especially for the lure, indicating that he would ensure Loki faced consequences upon their return. However, the lure, seated on the sofa, paid little heed to the proceedings. It was toying with a yellow gem and a dull cube. This was the greatest gain from the incident. The Mind Stone required no elaboration. It could emit energy beams, control minds, provide energy, and create sentient life. Among these abilities, the most beneficial was undoubtedly the provision of energy. Due to the lure's complete lack of magical prowess, coupled with its insufficient strength, it discovered that its attempts to utilize the energy beams from the Mind Stone were less effective than its own heat vision. As for the creation of sentient life, the lure glanced at Stark, who was seated beside Pepper, relishing a moment of tranquility. Since the Mind Stone has come into his possession, it is likely that Ultron will not manifest. This also signifies that Vision will never be brought into existence. If we assume that Ruea can only utilize the Mind Stone in a rudimentary manner at this stage, then the Space Stone remains a complete enigma. At this moment, the Space Stone is still encased within the Tesseract. Apart from resorting to brute force, akin to Thanos shattering the Tesseract to extract the Space Stone, Ruea sees no alternative means to obtain it. However, should he choose to obliterate the Tesseract, an overwhelming surge of energy would be unleashed. Ruea remains uncertain whether he possesses the fortitude to withstand such a force. After all, it is the power of one of the 6 fundamental forces of the universe, and he believes it prudent to exercise caution. With this matter settled, and the onlookers no longer pursuing the faults of his brother Loki, Thor proposed their departure. Having regained his divine powers, he felt that his mission in Midgard had been accomplished. Chapter 81. A visit to Asgard. In Asgard, Heimdall stood before the Bifrost with the sword of guardianship, Gjallarhorn, in hand. At that moment, he sensed the approach of someone behind him. "My king." Heimdall immediately adopted a demeanor of deep respect. As the sentinel of the Bifrost and the protector of Asgard, he held Odin in high esteem. "Heimdall, today we shall have guests in Asgard. When Thor returns, instruct him to bring them to me." Casting a glance at the starry sky, Heimdall inquired, "Is it the one from Midgard?" Unlike Thor and Loki, who often boasted of their pride, Heimdall had always harbored a curious fascination for the planet Midgard. He expressed a keen interest in the development of Earth's civilization and the emotions of mortals. Furthermore, having utilized the all-seeing eye to observe the recent incursion of the Chitauri, he recognized the rise of super beings on Earth, particularly acknowledging the prowess of the individual known as Ruea. In Heimdall's eyes, apart from the sorceress, the Ancient One, Ruea's displayed combat capabilities could rank second among them. One step higher would be the level of a celestial. Odin had little to say regarding Heimdall's peering into Midgard. "It is he. There are prophecies that he is the savior of our universe. Thus, I believe I should meet him." With Odin's slumber imminent, he yearned to witness just how distinct this earthling, deemed limitless in potential by the Ancient One, truly was. Naturally, Odin also possessed his own ulterior motives. His son Thor was destined to inherit the throne of the All-Father. However, he was also concerned about his firstborn Hela. The cosmic threat may be too distant for him to confront, but the crisis posed by Hela was alarmingly close. Having personally sealed away his daughter, Odin was acutely aware of Hela's formidable power. It could be said that with his aging, his own strength was increasingly constrained, while Hela's might could potentially surpass his own. Upon his demise, the seal would dissipate, and the death goddess Hela, who held dominion over life and death in Asgard, would be unstoppable. Odin's apprehension was well-founded. Once Hela awakened, her power would undoubtedly reach the zenith of celestial might. In contrast, Thor fell significantly short of her capabilities. Even if he were to inherit Odin's power, it would still require time to attain the status of a true celestial. On Earth, Ruea observed as Thor escorted Loki to an open space, preparing to wield the god of thunder's hammer to summon the Bifrost for their departure. Suddenly, an ancient and formidable force descended. This sensation was ineffable. It was not merely a crushing display of raw power, but an overwhelming aura of authority. The direction of this power was unmistakably aimed at Ruea. Consequently, the others, including Stark, felt no unusual disturbance, except for Thor and Loki. Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having regained his divine might, he was eager to bask in his father's praise. In stark contrast, Loki bore a visage of despair. He opened a portal, guiding the Chitauri army to Earth. If he succeeded, it would have been a different story. He had previously sought to prove himself to his adoptive father, Odin. Yet, even such a task eluded him. As for Ruea, although Odin merely exerted his authority, it remained a formidable force even for a being of planetary caliber. However, Ruea was able to withstand the pressure. His expression remained unchanged as he stood quietly in place. Odin had no intention of troubling Ruea, and the oppressive aura was soon retracted. Truly, he was someone favored by the Ancient One. Odin's voice resonated in Ruea's ear, a trivial feat for a celestial being of his stature to project his voice. Odin was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own pressure. To speak without exaggeration, any typical super being exposed to his full might would inevitably meet a grim fate, death by explosion. It seems you are not far from the subcelestial tier. Odin also harbored trepidation regarding Thanos, lurking in the depths of the cosmos, or perhaps it was more about the Thanos that would arise after his own demise. At least one stable subcelestial powerhouse must exist among the 9 realms to afford him some measure of reassurance. Guardian of Midgard, I invite you to converse. Without hesitation, Odin extended an invitation to Ruea. The Guardian of Midgard? Ruea felt a peculiar sensation. This title was entirely new to him, and it was bestowed upon himself. Nevertheless, this confirmed his suspicion that the Ancient One had indeed perished or departed. Otherwise, the title of Earth's Guardian could not have fallen upon him. Ruea nodded subtly, indicating his agreement to journey to Asgard. Simultaneously, Thor received a directive from his father, Odin, instructing him to summon the Bifrost. Yes, father. Although he was puzzled as to why Ruea, an outsider, was to accompany him to Asgard, obeying his father's command was never a mistake. On this side, Ruea exchanged a few words with Stark before positioning himself beside Thor. Despite possessing the ability to fly, the notion of soaring directly from Earth to Asgard seemed utterly absurd. With Thor serving as a free conveyance, it would be unwise not to utilize it. Thus, Thor held Loki down with one hand, while Ruea supported him from the other shoulder, the mighty Mjolnir pointing skyward. In Asgard, Heimdall sensed Thor's call for the Bifrost. With a hum, a vibrant beam of light descended upon the three. Wow! Stark exclaimed, marveling at the Bifrost. When the light dissipated, Ruea and the 2 others had vanished from sight, leaving behind only a complex circular pattern on the ground. Truly, Stark mused, having spent so much time with Ruea, the world felt increasingly surreal. No, sir. Jarvis's voice interjected at an opportune moment. According to my calculations, you are progressively approaching the truth of the world. And what, pray tell, is the truth of the world? Alien races? Apologies, sir. The parameters are insufficient to draw a conclusion at this moment. A dazzling transformation of light enveloped him, and Ruea felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. As the brilliance faded, he glanced downward to behold a magnificent rainbow bridge leading to a grand palace. Within the palace stood a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, wielding a colossal sword at its center. Is this Heimdall? The image of this golden god of war aligns perfectly with Ruea's impression of Heimdall. You actually know of Heimdall? Thor exclaimed, gazing at Ruea in astonishment, his mind racing with absurd conjectures. Possessing unparalleled strength, the ability to fly, energy beams, and so forth. Could he possibly be Father S' illegitimate son in Midgard? Chapter 82. The God King Odin. As for why Ruea was aware of Heimdall, his explanation was simply that these tales are woven into the fabric of Norse mythology. Admittedly, this rationale was rather tenuous. Yet, what did it matter? The 2 companions escorted Loki towards the Golden Palace, with Heimdall observing Ruea intently. Upon nearing, Heimdall was the first to acknowledge Thor with a subtle nod. Prince Thor, His Majesty awaits you and your companions in the royal palace. With the same respectful gaze, Heimdall turned towards Ruea. Greetings, Guardian of Midgard. His luminous eyes reflected Ruea's imposing figure, revealing the genuine respect he held for him. On one hand, Ruea was a guest designated by the God King Odin and a friend of Prince Thor. Although he had witnessed Thor being soundly beaten by Ruea on Earth, it did not diminish his belief in their camaraderie. Moreover, he had once eavesdropped on the encounter between Ancient One and Ruea, catching snippets of their dialogue, where even the formidable supreme sorcerer prophesied Ruea as the savior of the universe's future. Of course, Heimdall's ability to overhear these conversations stemmed from Ancient One's intention for him to do so. Otherwise, even Odin would have been unable to pry into such matters. Ultimately, Ruea's own prowess was sufficient to earn Heimdall's respect. Heimdall held a certain reverence for the strong. Though he served as Asgard's guardian, his greater duty lay in listening and relaying information. In terms of combat strength, Heimdall was not excessively powerful, which was characteristic of the Asgardians. Apart from those of royal blood, the strength of the other inhabitants rarely surpassed a planetary level. Greetings, Mr. Heimdall, guardian of Asgard. Given the respect shown to him, Ruea reciprocated courteously. However, he found himself puzzled as to why he was referred to as the guardian of Earth. Earth, Midgard, it all means the same, he mused. Uncertain as to why he was being bestowed such a title, Heimdall gazed at the starry sky and explained, "You are the strongest of Midgard, as decreed by the supreme sorcerer. Naturally, this designates you as the guardian of Earth." To outsiders, it appeared that since Ancient One entrusted her final charge to Ruea, he had implicitly assumed her mantle. Although Ruea remained unclear on the extent of Ancient One's assistance to him, he chose not to dwell on it and nodded to indicate his understanding. Finally, Heimdall cast a complex glance at Loki. "Loki, you have caused trouble once again." This distinction and address highlighted Heimdall's differing attitudes towards the two brothers. Thor, as Odin's son, bore the legitimate bloodline of Asgard. In contrast, although Loki was nominally also Odin's son, his lineage was that of the Frost Giants, rendering him a foster son in truth. Heimdall may not even realize that. Possessing the bloodline of the demigods of Asgard, he harbors a certain pride within him. Of course, Loki's upbringing in Asgard has forged an indelible bond with the realm. The true reason for Heimdall's current coldness towards Loki, however, lies in Loki's penchant for mischief. As the god of trickery, Loki sometimes acts in ways that jeopardize the interests of Asgard. This is intolerable for Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. Nevertheless, Loki does not respond to Heimdall's reproaches. All his actions are, in truth, a means to garner Odin's attention and to express his dissatisfaction. In his eyes, he knows he could achieve so much more. Yet his father's gaze is perpetually fixed upon his brother, Thor. Observing Loki's seemingly defiant demeanor, Heimdall shook his head, stepping aside to guide the trio towards the palace. Before long, a grand palace, replete with classical elegance, came into view. Beneath a vast dome, towering columns and a broad portico stood majestically. "Thor, Loki, welcome home." An elder robed in gray-blue turned to greet them. It was Odin. Ruea's gaze flickered. In the presence of the All-Father, he felt a long-lost sensation of being utterly subdued. The aura emanating from Odin was strikingly more potent than that of the Ancient One. This was to be expected, for the Ancient One bore a certain tranquility about her. Although formidable, her presence felt gentle. Odin, however, was different. His renown was forged entirely in the crucible of war. His inspections of the 9 realms were not mere sightseeing. He personally quelled any rebellions that arose. Now, due to his physical condition, he rarely intervened directly, else his might would be even more formidable. Odin's gaze fell squarely upon Ruea. This was his first close encounter with the young man spoken of by the Ancient One, and indeed, he was quite extraordinary. Odin sensed a force within Ruea that resembled a sun. If this were an Asgardian, it would signify the blood of the divine. This implied that Ruea possessed a lineage distinct from that of the Midgardians, or perhaps a coexistence of 2 bloodlines. Odin was uncertain. He had observed Ruea before and noted his affinity for basking in the sun, each instance drawing energy into him, enhancing his abilities, much like Asgardians do in their homeland. "Young man, welcome to Asgard. I wonder how you find this place?" Contrary to the formidable aura surrounding him, Odin's voice did not resonate with the grandeur of a deity, but rather echoed the warmth of an ordinary elder on earth. This was, of course, in the presence of Ruea, a young man whom Odin held in high regard. If it were an ordinary mortal from Earth, Odin would have only revealed his authoritative side. Quite a spectacle indeed. The surroundings shimmered with a golden radiance, sparkling brilliantly at every glance. I pondered what summons Mr. Odin might have for me. Ruea did not address him as His Majesty Odin. Rather, he opted for the more familiar term Mr. since they identified themselves as guardians of Earth. It was only fitting that they upheld its dignity. Nevertheless, Odin seemed indifferent to such formalities. He did not equate the length of one's lifespan with momentary disparities in strength as a source of pride, although Ruea's abilities were still considerably beneath his own. This did not hinder their capacity for equitable discourse. Odin turned to his 2 sons, saying, "Your mother awaits you. Do hurry along." It appeared he had no intention of imposing severe punishment on Loki. In contrast, while Loki breathed a sigh of relief, a deeper sense of resentment brewed within him. Chapter 83, Breakthrough. What Loki truly yearned for was Odin's attention, not merely praise, but also punishment. Whenever his brother Thor erred, he invariably faced their father Odin's reprimands. To Loki, this was a peculiar form of affection. This time, After causing such considerable chaos in Midgard, his father had not punished him. Instead, Odin seemed to revel in the company of an outsider. In this regard, Loki would have preferred his father to administer a harsh reprimand rather than let him off lightly. At the very least, it would signify that his father valued him. Unfortunately, it appeared that Odin remained oblivious to Loki's emotional turmoil. Or perhaps he was aware but chose to remain silent. After all, Loki was but an adopted son. His veins coursed with the blood of frost giants. Not that of Asgard. In a realm like Asgard, which held lineage in such high regard, how could they accept a foreigner as their king, let alone with Thor, a son of considerable merit, still present? Thus, while Odin's affection for Loki was not insignificant, his love for Thor was undeniably greater. After Thor and his brother Loki departed, Odin approached Ruea once more, expressing a desire to witness Rhea's prowess. "Are you suggesting that I spar with you?" Ruea mused, glancing at himself. He couldn't help but wonder if following Thor to Asgard had been a reckless decision. This situation felt reminiscent of a trap set for the unsuspecting. Of course, likening himself to a mere dog was a stretch, yet the analogy held some truth. Ruea was acutely aware of his own strength. In certain respects, he was formidable, but that was contingent upon the standards of comparison. Odin, the revered king of Asgard, embodied a level of power akin to that of a divine patriarch. The notion that he wished to engage in a duel with Ruea raised a suspicion that Odin might be seeking to silence him. When have I ever offended this old man? Ruea pondered, questioning himself. Well, had he not merely bested Thor a few times and tossed Loki around a bit? Those two were tough and resilient, were they not? Observing Rhea's fluctuating expressions, Odin discerned the misunderstanding. He chuckled ruefully. Did he truly appear to be such a fearsome figure? Or perhaps he seemed like one who would bully the younger generation. Indeed, Odin regarded Ruea as a junior, as one of the few divine patriarchs. Odin had limited interactions with the Ancient One, yet there existed an unspoken understanding between them, a bond forged in mutual respect among the powerful. Rest assured, it is merely a friendly spar. Odin endeavored to present himself as one who did not prey upon the weaker. However, as Ruea gazed at the long spear in Odin's hand, he recalled that it was named Gungnir. Gungnir, or the Spear of Eternity, was said to be a branch of the World Tree. Once unleashed, it would surely find its mark. While such a description might be exaggerated, it nonetheless resonated closely with the perception of an average individual. The might of Odin, the All-Father, combined with such formidable weaponry, left Ruea uncertain whether his semi-finished steel body, augmented by the flawless template of his homeland, could withstand it. Sensing Ruea's gaze, Odin discerned his apprehension. With a casual gesture, Gungnir was sent flying aside. "Do not worry. Feel free to attack me." Upon hearing Odin's words, Ruea nodded in agreement. It appeared that the opponent merely wished to gauge his strength, likely motivated by the words of the Ancient One. Thus, Ruea's pride surged back. He lifted his chin, and the crimson light began to coalesce before his eyes. Odin's expression grew serious, not underestimating Ruea despite the vast disparity in their powers. He narrowed his eyes, observing intently. The two crimson orbs in Ruea's eyes exhibited a subtle distinction. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each red light divided into two circles. This indicated that within each crimson glow, a slender beam of red light was also converging. This was Ruea's inaugural full-throttle assault, as laser rays and thermal visions amassed within his gaze simultaneously. In the pocket of his right leg, the yellow mind gem seemed to respond to some unseen call, its faint luminescence beginning to infuse Ruea's being. With the aid of the mind gem, the energy gathering grew exponentially. Soon, the space before Ruea's eyes began to ripple, as if the very fabric of reality struggled to contain this wave of annihilation. With a mighty shout now, just as the energy within the crimson light threatened to erupt, Ruea unleashed it. In an instant, the intertwining red beams shot towards Odin with astonishing speed, arriving at his presence even before the last echoes of Ruea's shout had faded. What a destructive force! Odin's eyes widened in astonishment, an invisible wave manifesting before him. With telekinetic mastery and a cosmic energy barrier, he stood resolute, a true All-Father. Ruea's strike, had it been directed at a mere planetary-level opponent, would likely have been insurmountable. However, Ruea's arsenal extended far beyond this singular attack. Boom! As the sonic boom reverberated, Ruea vanished within the palace. Outside, Odin sensed that Ruea had appeared above the rainbow bridge connecting to the palace. With another flash, Odin found himself standing upon the bridge. The urgent booming sounds echoed overhead. Yet Odin remained composed, slowly closing his eyes as his telekinetic energy radiated outward like a flowing stream. Trouble. In the sky, Ruea soared at breakneck speed, intent on disrupting Odin's perception. Yet it seemed his efforts were in vain. What was happening over there? Soon, the residents of Asgard began to notice the unfolding events. After all, Ruea had dared to disrupt Odin's line of sight, flying at nearly 20 Mach, covering an extensive distance. In front of the palace? How audacious it was for someone to act with such impunity before the royal abode. The existence of Odin is revered as divine among all the denizens of Asgard, embodying an unparalleled and invincible presence. Today, however, someone dared to act with audacity before the royal palace, inciting the displeasure of those who witnessed it. Yet, upon their arrival near the palace, they encountered none other than His Majesty, the god King Odin. Concurrently, the rumbling from the heavens grew increasingly intense, drawing nearer to the earth. The energy emanating from the Mind Stone seemed to coalesce into a solid line. Superman template, iron frame, unlock progress, 49, unbeknownst to them. The unlocking progress surged once more. This slight advancement propelled Ruea's speed to new heights. Boom, boom, boom. With the crescendo of the rumbling, Ruea's velocity soared to 25 Mach. In a fleeting moment, Ruea's figure flickered past. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, descending from above. Chapter 84. Take a step back. This punch encapsulated the entirety of Ruea's strength. Odin, possessing formidable magical prowess, effortlessly deflected the attack, utilizing the combination of Cyclope's heated gaze. It seemed evident that any ranged assault from Ruea would be utterly ineffective. The sole opportunity for breakthrough perhaps lay in a physical confrontation. After all, Odin had entered his twilight years. His body, already straining to bear divine power, might present a chink in his armor for Ruea to exploit. However, this was merely Ruea's conjecture. In truth, it was nearly impossible for a planetary-level being to inflict harm upon a being of fatherly caliber. The disparity in strength was akin to a crushing tide. Once a single tier separated them, the dominance was overwhelmingly apparent. Especially as the confrontation progressed, this disparity only intensified. Much like in the cinema, where Stark injured Thanos, such occurrences might only manifest in the singular universe. In others, it would be utterly inconceivable. The greater likelihood was that Thanos could extinguish Stark's life with a mere flick of his wrist. In the air, Ruea's muscles were taut. At that moment, the exposed skin of his arms transformed into a metallic silver hue, glimmering with a radiant luster. Odin raised his gaze, divine energy surging between his palms. Two golden discs materialized instantaneously, hovering above his head. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Ruea's fist collided with the magical discs. Though Odin was immensely powerful, it appeared that age had indeed taken its toll. The magical discs bore the brunt of Ruea's frontal assault, yet they too needed to withstand an immense backlash. Ruea pushed his stamina to the brink, transforming himself into a shooting star. Under the colossal force, Odin surprisingly found himself unable to maintain his footing, stumbling back a step. This was a being of fatherly might, capable of annihilating worlds with ease. Yet, even with a two-tier disadvantage, Ruea could still unsettle Odin's stance. Frankly, this astonished Odin greatly. Although he wished to gauge Ruea's capabilities, he never anticipated suffering a setback himself. Boom. At last, the magical discs could no longer endure the combined strength of the two, shattering into fragments and gradually dissipating. Your power exceeds my expectations, Odin remarked, gazing at Ruea with a look of inexplicable admiration. The battle had concluded. For Ruea, this was never a fight he was compelled to win. Having repelled Odin, he had already achieved his objective. In the courtyard, Frigga engaged in conversation with her two sons. In stark contrast to Odin, she radiated the essence of a nurturing mother. Regarding Loki's transgressions on Earth, Frigga discerned his underlying motives. She understood that his actions stemmed from insecurity and a profound yearning for love. However, unlike Odin, who disregarded Loki's mistakes, Frigga, while loving her children, could also accommodate their minor missteps. Yet, leading the Chitauri army to Earth was undoubtedly a grave matter. Furthermore, following her recent inquiries, she had learned that the puppet master behind Loki was none other than Thanos. The existence of Thanos had become a source of persistent concern for her husband of late. Even the Ancient One from Midgard once reminded us of this point. It can be said that Loki's actions this time are no different from betraying Asgard and the Nine Realms. This is the source of Frigga's inner turmoil. She feels compelled to punish Loki. Thor is certainly aware of his mother's intentions. Though she has always been loving, she firmly believes in administering punishment for grave errors. This conviction is something even their father Odin struggles to alter. Mother. Thor approached Frigga with a conciliatory smile, like a child seeking affection, pleading for Loki. My brother has already faced punishment on Earth. He has been chastised by Ruea. Moreover, Thor intended to elaborate, but Frigga had no intention of acknowledging her eldest son's plea. A grave mistake must be met with consequences. Otherwise, how could one uphold the dignity of an Asgardian prince? On the other side, Loki observed the exchange between his brother and mother with a complex expression. He envied Thor's ability to converse with their mother in such a manner. For Thor is her biological son, a true member of the Asgardian pantheon, while Loki is merely a frost giant, an adopted child. Yet, simultaneously, Loki's love and dependence on Frigga were undeniably genuine. Despite his title as the god of mischief, he yearned for affection. Just as Frigga was about to speak, a disturbance near the Bifrost caught their attention. What is happening? That is the presence of your father. Frigga easily sensed that her husband had exerted considerable divine power. However, Odin's body could scarcely endure the strain of intense combat any longer. This was a fact known only to Frigga to prevent exposing Asgard's vulnerabilities, further deepening her confusion about who could compel her husband to act so decisively within Asgard. Father. Thor was momentarily taken aback, pondering that aside from Ruea, there should be no other outsiders in Asgard today. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Bifrost, where the confrontation between Ruea and Odin was drawing to a close. With the shattering of the magical disc, Odin concluded the battle at the minor cost of a step back. In the palace, Heimdall stood sword in hand, his expression grave as he observed the aftermath of the clash between Ruea and Odin. He felt a sense of unease. Odin's retreat indicated a significant implication that he understood all too well. Yet what could he do? He was merely an observer. Combat was not his forte. Is this the friend you made on Earth? Frigga inquired with interest, aware that her husband was merely sparring with a young individual. Although she was uncertain why Odin would risk losing control of his divine power, she trusted that there must be a reason behind his actions. Listening to his mother's question, Thor awkwardly scratched his head. Friend, perhaps? He reminisced about his encounters with Ruea, which seemed to oscillate between enduring beatings and administering them. As for Loki, he instinctively recoiled, trembling slightly. He vowed never to experience the sensation of being mercilessly thrown around by Ruea again. It felt akin to having one's dignity stripped away and then brutally trampled upon. What astonished Loki even more was Ruea's astonishing ability to confront his father head-on. This revelation far exceeded Loki's comprehension. While he had contemplated schemes against his father, they were always rooted in cunning and deceit. The notion of a direct confrontation was utterly beyond his courage. It appeared that, during their time in Midgard, Ruea had indeed exercised restraint. Strangely, Loki felt a chill of perspiration trickle down his back. Chapter 85. The mechanical descent of divinity. Ruea spent 3 days in Asgard, indulging in leisure and exploration, as if Odin had summoned him solely for the purpose of sightseeing. However, just before Ruea's departure, Odin called out to him. Ruea, what is your perspective on our universe? As a being of divine stature, Odin had transcended to a level beyond that of a celestial father, reaching the existence of a singular universe. He could perceive the multiverse, akin to the Ancient One, though the Ancient One's mastery of magic might surpass his own. Moreover, with the eye of Agamotto, she could glimpse far greater truths. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Odin possesses the ability to observe the existence of the multiverse. Following the Ancient One's caution, he had also become aware of the incursion of other universes. This phenomenon is profoundly terrifying. At times, visitors from other universes may not exhibit overwhelming strength, posing minimal threats. However, those capable of traversing the multiverse typically wield formidable power, at least at the level of a singular universe. The gravest scenario, perhaps, is the disruption of the timeline. For instance, if someone within a singular universe were to manipulate time, deliberately altering the trajectory of the future, it would result in the branching of timelines. Consequently, new universes would emerge. These infinite new universes would then collide, giving rise to chaos. The Ancient One once remarked that she foresaw our universe facing an invasion from other realms. The fact that she dared to speak of this, risking the alteration of the timeline, indicates that the impending multiversal incursion is far more severe than the creation of new timelines through manipulation of the future. Of course, it is also possible that the Ancient One believed her words would not disrupt the timeline. In any case, Odin, guiding Sleipnir, traversed an unknown expanse before coming to a halt. Behind him, Ruea, who had been flying in tandem, descended as well. What is this? Ruea's pupils contracted sharply as he beheld a colossal black rift in the sky. This rift emanated an overwhelming sense of danger that far exceeded what he had felt during his sparring with Odin days prior. It was akin to the sensation of impending apocalypse, was it not? Yet, Odin spoke first, articulating the very thoughts that plagued Ruea's mind. Within this black rift, Ruea sensed a profound force of despair. I too cannot elucidate the cause of this rift's emergence, Odin remarked, his demeanor remaining calm. Yet his tone grew exceedingly grave and cautious. For this is the invasion of the multiverse, and what invades is the entirety of another universe. In other words, on the opposite side of this rift lies an entirely different universe. The supreme sorceress once confided in me that she desired to witness the formation of this rift. Yet regrettably, she failed. Although no one within our universe has tampered with the timeline, the collision of the multiverse has indeed transpired. At present, The universe beyond is invading ours, and should this continue, the rift will infinitely expand, ultimately merging the two universes. Humanity harbors an innate resistance to the unknown, and Odin is no exception. Regardless of the circumstances, the collision of two universes is inevitably a harbinger of misfortune. What if the opposing realm is governed by some peculiar timeline? That would spell disaster. However, Odin's assertion that this universe remains unaltered by time travelers is something that Ruea cannot readily accept. Perhaps he himself is the one who has altered the timeline? After all, since his emergence, countless events in this world have shifted. Moreover, the very fabric of Marvel's narrative allows for infinite possibilities. Could it be that he has indeed influenced this universe, resulting in a chaotic timeline and the subsequent invasion of the multiverse? Ruea finds himself perplexed. Despite the formidable capacity of his intellect, the dearth of information on this matter is profound. In the midst of their discourse, the black fissure suddenly trembles, rapidly expanding outward. What is happening? As Ruea propels himself backward with all his might, he remains vigilant to any subsequent changes in the fissure. What has triggered the fusion of these two universes? Odin's voice resonates nearby. His invitation to Ruea to visit Asgard was initially a means to assess Ruea's prowess. After all, the fate of the entire universe is at stake. Odin cannot rely solely on the words of the Ancient One for assurance. Having acknowledged Ruea's strength, he intended to show him the situation surrounding the collision fissure. Yet, an unforeseen event has transpired. The fissure continues to widen, and upon reaching nearly 50 square meters, it finally ceases its expansion. Before either of them can approach for a closer inspection, a wave of disturbance emanates from within the fissure. Something is emerging. Odin slowly raises Gungnir, poised to confront the fissure. Should anything malevolent emerge, Gungnir will unhesitatingly pierce it. After a brief interval, a form begins to materialize. Its black and red hues glimmer with an otherworldly sheen, resembling some metallic battle armor. As the figure's half-body emerges, an inconceivable emblem becomes visible, a spider. On the visitor's chest lies the unmistakable insignia of a spider. Could this be Peter from another world? It appears he is still adorned in the Iron Spider suit, the very one Star crafted for Spider-Man in the films. No, that cannot be right. As this alternate Spider-Man fully extricates himself from the fissure, his entire form is in tatters. Yet, he is still capable of blinking and breathing normally. Is it possible for Midgard's future to manifest such marvels? Odin gazes at the Iron Spider in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Iron Spider. Its right knee is severely damaged, exposing circuits that still emit sparks. This implies that this Iron Spider is, in fact, a robot. Where is this place? I must return. I must stop. The voice of the Steel Spider-Man was somewhat intermittent, yet it still bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary human. Who are you? Ruea inquired as he approached him. I am Spider-Man. Peter. Could you possibly be mistaken? Surely you are merely a replica of Spider-Man, Ruea remarked, feeling a peculiar unease at a robot claiming to be Peter. No, I am Peter. It was Dr. Banner, Dr. Banner. He succeeded, Peter exclaimed, his excitement surging after hearing Ruea's words. What do you mean? Ruea narrowed his eyes. It is he. He transformed us all into machines, Peter shouted, his fervor intensifying. Chapter 86, The Disarrayed Timeline. It appears that Peter is quite terrified by the entity that lies ahead. However, the sight of a robot displaying such an expression of fear is undeniably peculiar. Even though this Iron Peter bears an identical visage to the Peter of this universe, the circuitry within him irrefutably attests to his mechanical nature. Are you implying that you were once a genuine human being? Odin, too, cast a curious glance in his direction. Truly, such a phenomenon seems to contravene the very laws of the universe. If the entity referred to by Iron Peter indeed possesses the capability to completely transform humanity into machines, how formidable must its power be? Or could it be Odin, having lived a long enough time to witness myriad events in this universe, pondered the possibility that this Iron Peter was originally a robot, merely emulating human behavior? Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility, and Odin found himself increasingly convinced of this hypothesis. Should the Mind Stone be utilized, it may indeed bestow genuine consciousness upon a machine. Yet, if Iron Peter's words were deceitful, then his intellect is astonishingly high. From initial trepidation to exhilaration, his performance was remarkably authentic. Nevertheless, Ruea found himself somewhat inclined to believe Iron Peter's assertions. He blinked, activating his ability of perception through the damaged Iron Spider suit. A myriad of steel frameworks, flowing molten metal, and a pulsating red steel heart emerged before Ruea's eyes. What a bizarre state. This situation, Ruea recalled, bore some resemblance to the description of the Extremis armor. However, the Extremis virus armor is a fusion of Stark's flesh and armor, not a transformation. Here, Peter has not merged with the iron suit. Rather, he has entirely metamorphosed into metal, except for his heart. The reason Iron Peter's heart remains red is that its outer layer still retains a semblance of flesh. Yet, that thin layer of red meat is gradually transitioning to silver. Once this transformation is complete, Iron Peter will become a wholly mechanical life form. Tell us about the affairs of your universe. Ruea observed that the rift had ceased its movement. It seemed that the collision of the two universes would not occur anytime soon. Iron Peter took a breath. Although he had transitioned into a mechanical state, remnants of his human habits lingered. Yes, Ultron. Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS, has gone rogue. It has stolen the Mind Stone, altered its foundational logic, and granted itself genuine consciousness. Oh, are you familiar with the Mind Stone? Iron Peter suddenly halted, directing his inquiry toward Ruea and Odin. And then, Odin gestured for him to continue. Due to the influence of the Mind Stone, JARVIS thus acquired authentic life and renamed itself Ultron. The voice of Iron Peter gradually became coherent, as Ultron, endowed with the Mind Stone, proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Even the Ancient One, who possessed the ability to glimpse the future, found it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. As the mage had once remarked, Ultron's power is of the god-level caliber. Ruea added, that is approximately the essence of it. Iron Peter concurred. At that time, Mr. Stark had intended to confront Ultron personally. However, he mysteriously vanished. Nevertheless, I have a strong intuition that Mr. Stark is still alive. God level, you say? Ruea furrowed his brow. That certainly explains much. Although the Ancient One is typically a being of supreme god-level prowess, the effectiveness of her foresight against Ultron, who resides within the same echelon, would undoubtedly be considerably diminished. Furthermore, due to his ability to manipulate electronic devices, Ultron's presence is akin to having countless eyes throughout the Earth. Yet, the capacity to transform humans into machines does not seem to stem from the powers of the Mind Stone, does it? After all, the Mind Stone of this universe resides with Ruea himself. Moreover, despite Ultron's might, he should not be capable of subjugating the entire universe. Therefore, it is likely that some unforeseen events transpired along the subsequent timelines. The Ancient One stated that she could not intervene too much with Ultron, for she was not meant to be the savior in the future timeline. The calamities that would ensue from disrupting the timeline would be far more terrifying than Ultron's dominion over the world. Thus, the cosmic stones on Earth were seized by him. Later, the Ancient One passed away, and the Time Stone fell into his possession. Having collected the mind, space, and time stones, Ultron had nearly achieved invincibility. Indeed, Iron Peter continued. Subsequently, a being clad in purple, who claimed to be Thanos, arrived on Earth, intent on seizing the Infinity Stones. Yet, Thanos proved to be no match for Ultron, who effortlessly reduced him to ashes with a tricolor beam emitted from his crown. After that, the events unfolded with relative simplicity. Ultron ultimately acquired all 6 Infinity Stones, elevating himself to a cosmic-level entity. With the Reality Stone in his grasp, he altered the cosmic rules, transforming a multitude of life forms across the world into machines, including Iron Peter himself. The defeated Avengers took refuge in the depths of mountains devoid of human technology. Alas, it was futile. Once the powers of the 6 stones were unleashed, they required no targeting, operating purely on the basis of will. The bodies of all began to mechanize at an astonishing pace. Crimson blood turned to silver, and skin morphed into a metallic black. Fortunately, Banner, upon transforming into the Hulk, managed to withstand this transformation to some extent. The Hulk, you say? Ruea nodded. Observing Odin's puzzled expression, Ruea elucidated. The strength of the Hulk is derived from a complex array of sources. Under certain circumstances, it is drawn from infernal powers. Those who wield infernal power are inherently formidable, with the weakest among them being at least of demigod stature. With adequate time to adapt and develop, they can reach great heights. Such formidable power can even influence the multiverse, reaching a multiversal level. In this light, it is quite reasonable that Hulk could barely withstand the onslaught of the 6 Infinity Stones infused Ultron. Ultimately, it culminated in a collision of 2 universes. How Ultron achieved this remains a mystery. Iron Peter appeared somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Dr. Banner ultimately reconciled with Hulk, allowing me to be safely transported here alone in search of assistance. Ruea scrutinized Iron Peter once more. Can this truly be deemed a safe transport? Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The key question is whether Iron Peter might be somewhat overestimating the combat capabilities of his universe. With the 6 Infinity Stones, Ultron has reached a pinnacle of single-universe power. What do we possess in this universe to offer aid? Chapter 87. At this moment, Ruea glanced at the God King Odin standing beside him, both listening intently. Odin shook his head. Clearly, based on Steel Peter's description, even if Odin ventured into their universe, he would be of no assistance. The chasm between a Heavenly Father level and a singular universe level was unfathomably vast. It was akin to creating existence from nothing. As for Ruea, there was no way he would agree to help. What a ridiculous notion. As a mere planetary-level being, what could he possibly achieve? Should he be transformed into a machine, it was uncertain whether the system template would still function. I'm afraid we may not be of any assistance. Ruea expressed his inability to help. Upon hearing this response, Peter did not entirely relinquish hope. Before his demise, Master Gu had foretold that on Earth within this universe, someone would emerge as a savior. Can you take me to Earth? Steel Peter implored, gazing at Ruea. This robust young man evidently appeared to be from Earth. However, within Peter's memories, he could not identify anyone who matched the young man's description. At that moment, Peter remained hopeful of discovering the savior from Earth in this universe. As for Odin, Steel Peter had not held any expectations. He was well aware of Odin's appearance. Despite the formidable strength of the Heavenly Father-level god King Odin, it was ultimately futile. Upon hearing Steel Peter's description, a premonition surged within Ruea. Could it be that the prophecy of the Ancient One, concerning the Savior, was referring to me? If only I could become the Golden Supreme. No, even attaining the status of a minor supreme would suffice to tackle the current troubles. Alas, basking in sunlight was not an instantaneous endeavor. While the Infinity Stones could expedite the process, their power was still limited. The primary constraint lay in the body's capacity to absorb the radiation from the yellow sun. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Ruea was indeed the prophesied savior, the invasion from the opposing universe was an undeniable reality. Even if he refrained from crossing into that world, preparations on his side were imperative. Moreover, the troubles posed by Thanos remained unresolved, and now there was a new threat, the Six-Stone Ultron, far surpassing even Thanos. Just then, the Black Rift stirred once more. Steel Peter hesitated for a moment. However, Ruea and Odin immediately sensed it and were prepared to act at any moment. Soon, a silver cloth first emerged from the rift. A cloak? In no time, its tattered owner followed suit. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange? No. It should be referred to as Steel Dr. Strange. Ruea felt a headache coming on, judging by the fluctuations emanating from Steel Dr. Strange. His power was significantly greater than Ruea's, even surpassing that of Odin standing beside him. Gungnir. Without hesitation, Odin unleashed Gungnir, directing it towards Steel Dr. Strange. There was no need to wait. The red light in Steel Dr. Strange's eyes and the malevolent aura radiating from him were unmistakable. Every indication reveals that his soul has been tainted. The Doctor has been transformed by Ultron. Eliminate him at once. Iron Peter exclaimed urgently. In their realm, Dr. Strange formally inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme after the demise of the Ancient One. His initial aspiration was to save the world. Yet he was utterly transformed in a direct confrontation with Ultron, his very essence corrupted. However, Iron Peter's words belied the complexity of the situation. In Liu's perception, this Iron Strange was already of celestial caliber. The act of killing him was far from a simple decree. To put it bluntly, should Odin falter, the tables might turn unexpectedly. Merely observing was not a viable strategy. Ruea exhaled deeply. A crimson light began to coalesce before him, as his optic blasts and heat vision charged and unleashed simultaneously. Buzz! Iron Strange effortlessly conjured a vast orange-red magical disc. The first to arrive was Gungnir, the spear renowned for its unerring accuracy. In Lyra's presence, it was unleashed for the very first time. The tip of the spear, upon contact with the magical disc, came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen. Subsequently, under Gungnir's piercing force, the magical disc began to shatter. Yet, Gungnir's might was limited to this point. After breaching Iron Strange's magical barrier, it became ensnared within, unable to move. Then, Ruea's laser and heat vision reached their target. Crack! Crack! Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, the magical disc shattered. The beam struck the specter of Iron Strange. His form gradually faded, while Ruea's rays pierced through the illusion, vanishing into the distance. As for Gungnir, having lost its target, Odin was compelled to retract it. Dr. Strange, already adept in the arcane arts, had been augmented by Ultron's modifications, rendering him perhaps equal to the Ancient One. The solitary silver lining was that this Iron Strange had evidently paid a tremendous price to traverse between two universes. Judging by the extent of his injuries, he appeared to be in a far worse state than Iron Peter. Just as Ruea pondered how to resolve the predicament, Odin's voice rang out with a warning. To your left. An orange-red vortex materialized in an instant, revealing the figure of Iron Strange within. Each of his hands bore a small magical whirlpool, radiating an aura of annihilation. Alas, Odin silently lamented, his hands in motion, striving for aid. Yet, Iron Strange's magical prowess surpassed his own, leaving Odin unable to catch up. as both hands, adorned with magical whirlpools, reached out simultaneously. Ruea sensed the barrier he had just erected being breached in an instant. He felt the destructive essence emanating from the whirlpools, causing his skin to tingle with pain. However, sensing did not equate to reacting. Ruea had no time for any other action before the magical whirlpool was upon him. Swoosh! The first to be affected was the fabric of his clothing. As the magical vortex whirled, the garments did not rend. Instead, they decayed instantaneously and scattered into the ether. Stop! Ruea cried out internally. At that moment, he could only pray that his body could withstand such a formidable magical assault. Otherwise, he feared he would meet the same fate as his clothing, reduced to mere ashes. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the air. A tremendous magical force emanated from Ruea's being, coalescing into a fleeting apparition. It was the visage of Ancient One. Upon witnessing this ethereal figure, even Dr. Strange momentarily lost his composure. However, he quickly regained his focus, the magical vortex in his grasp continuing its relentless motion. The apparition of Ancient One seemed unable to articulate words, and her form was disintegrating at an alarming rate. With a swift motion behind Ruea, she unleashed two powerful strikes. The first extinguished Dr. Strange's magical vortex, while the second aimed directly at his corporeal form. In a heartbeat, another apparition was thrust forth by Ancient One's decisive blow. Chapter 88. Safety, for the time being. In the eyes of Ruea, Dr. Strange, clad in steel, trembled violently. His soul departed from his corporeal form. At that moment, Ruea felt an unexpected curiosity. It is said that a soul possesses weight. One wonders if the steel-clad Dr. Strange, having lost his soul, would experience a reduction in weight. Beside him, Odin observed the ethereal figure of Ancient One with a complex expression. He sensed that this apparition, entirely composed of magical energy, far surpassed his own strength. This was due to the fact that the apparition was created from the majority of Ancient One's magical essence, which had been concealed within Ruea, intended for the very scenario they face today. Though the power it unleashed was not cataclysmic, it certainly reached levels beyond even that of the celestial. This left Odin genuinely in awe. While he remained preoccupied with concerns for his son's future, the supreme sorceress Ancient One had long anticipated the cosmos' future, even at the cost of her own life. At that moment, as Dr. Strange's soul floated free, even in its spectral form, it radiated a metallic sheen. This indicated that the Dr. Strange from another universe had, from within to without, completely transformed into a mechanical being. Facing this disciple from an alternate universe, a flicker of light passed through Ancient One's hollow eyes. Yet, her movements did not falter. As Dr. Strange's soul began to struggle, attempting to return to its body, Ancient One's right hand waved, and a black magical portal opened before her. Ruea peered inside, where countless vibrant vortices and endless darkness resided. With a beckoning gesture, a translucent wave emanated from Ancient One's left hand, ensnaring Dr. Strange's soul. Despite his immediate efforts to resist, he could not break free from this ethereal grasp. Soon, amidst his silent cries, Dr. Strange's soul was drawn into the magical rift. The metallic magical cloak draped over Dr. Strange's body seemed to sense its master's peril, flying forth in a bid to rescue him. However, it proved futile, merely following his soul into the rift. Subsequently, the rift closed. Thus, the Dr. Strange from the alternate universe was irrevocably severed from the human realm. His physical form, however, did not perish simultaneously. It appeared to have entered a state of suspended animation. No, more accurately, it had entered a standby mode. Having witnessed all that transpired, Ruea was overwhelmed with profound reflections. Everything must be compared. In the vast cosmos, his own strength remained woefully inadequate. In the multiverse, the disparity was even more pronounced. From this day forth, he would bask in the sun. Even if the absorption of yellow solar radiation had its limits, he would endeavor to acclimate his body. Crack, crack. Just as Ruea and Odin exhaled in relief, a disturbance emanated from the nearby spatial rift, suggesting that some creature was about to emerge from within. Moreover, although it has yet to manifest, the insidious malice has already permeated the very essence of Ruea. This signifies that the approaching entity is an adversary rather than an ally. To be candid, should the newcomer prove to be akin to Dr. Strange, Ruea could only hope for the resurgence of the Ancient One's formidable power. Alas, the specter of the Ancient One is dissipating at an increasingly rapid pace. It seems that within a minute, it shall vanish entirely. At that juncture, if hostile mechanical beings emerge from the rift, what recourse would Ruea have? A lament escapes him, wishing that his arrival in this realm had been more fortuitous. Had he arrived earlier, he could have basked in the sun for decades, even centuries. With sufficient strength, he could soar into the embrace of the yellow sun for rejuvenation. At that time, what Thanos or the 6 Infinity Stones could threaten him? Regrettably, such musings remain mere fantasies. as the rift pulsated ominously. The Ancient One took decisive action once more. This time, she began to willingly disassemble her ethereal form. Countless motes of light emerged, advancing towards the rift to envelop it. Under the aegis of this magical force, the distorted rift soon fell silent. Its surface was shrouded in a swirling orange-yellow barrier. Yet concurrently, the Ancient One's apparition vanished completely, as if all that transpired before had never occurred. Only Ruea, in the depths of his being, seemed to discern the faint echo of the Ancient One's voice. The seal would not endure for long. Soon, the opposing universe would commence a large-scale incursion into ours. For both realms, this would spell catastrophe. In the void, the Ancient One, clad in a brown robe, suddenly lifted her gaze towards a distant point. Had she succeeded? To confront the crisis from the multiverse, she had sacrificed her corporeal form. Naturally, being adept in various forms of magic, she would not simply be erased from existence. Instead, she continued to wield the last vestiges of her magic in a spectral state. However, the deceased cannot intervene in the realm of the living. In this endeavor to thwart the invasion from the opposing universe, the Ancient One had already executed the least disruptive action after peering into the future. The reason she could only seal the rift for a year was not due to a limitation of her power, but because the timeline of this universe permitted her no more. Otherwise, should she incite a significant disturbance in the fabric of this universe's timeline, the repercussions would likely demand intervention on a multiversal scale. Upon absorbing the Ancient One's final instructions, Ruea recognized the urgent need to accelerate his own growth and strength. Yet, absorbing the yellow sun's radiation is not a matter of mere desire for haste. Furthermore, aside from the impending incursion from another universe, Ruea had not forgotten the looming threat of Thanos in his own universe. It appeared that Odin's condition was similarly precarious. Particularly, Ruea turned his gaze towards Odin, who presently bore a pallid countenance, his energy fluctuating ominously. Such signs are far from auspicious. This indicates that Odin, in his recent exertions, has employed an excessive amount of divine power. Consequently, his aging physique is nearing its limits. Should his divine energy continue to escalate, Odin may find himself prematurely departing from this realm. It is uncertain whether returning to Odin's slumber would yield any beneficial effects. Ruea must now race against time, diligently absorbing the radiation of the yellow sun. The adage relying on oneself is preferable to relying on others rings true, rather than placing faith in these seasoned titans. It is wiser to cultivate one's own strength. After all, had these venerable powers truly possessed the ability to reverse fate, the Ancient One would not have entrusted her sole hope to Ruea. Even the Ancient One was compelled to sacrifice herself for self-preservation, sending a clear signal. Ruea glanced at the God King Odin, one hand supporting Iron Peter and the other grasping the body of Iron Doctor Strange. Mr. Odin, perhaps it is time for me to take my leave. Chapter 89, Return to Earth. As the tumultuous events surrounding the invasion of the Chitauri receded into memory, society gradually resumed its former rhythm. Yet, this time, many among the populace had become aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Of course, due to the primary combat taking place in New York and the subsequent media blackout, the number of those informed remained relatively small. Nonetheless, debates regarding the existence of alien life occasionally emerged online. In a certain forum, a user exclaimed, "What era are we in that some still believe in extraterrestrials?" Theoretically, if humanity exists within the vastness of the universe, then the existence of alien civilizations should also be plausible. After all, if the universe is indeed infinite for us, then anything that can happen will happen. Another user retorted, "You must be lost in your novels." No, the user on the third floor is correct. Just days ago, I witnessed numerous monstrous beings invade New York. Back at home, Peter was busily tidying his room. In his wardrobe, he discovered his suit. Although it was steeped in unpleasant memories, it undeniably represented his most dignified attire. Indeed, there was a compelling reason to don this respectable outfit tonight. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had invited him to dinner. For Peter, this was a momentous occasion. After all, Stark's renown far eclipsed his own, and the fact that Stark was a brilliant scientist only deepened Peter's admiration. Once satisfied that his tie was straight, Peter opened the door, ready to descend the stairs. "It's getting late. Perhaps I should arrive early," he mused, glancing at the clock before deciding to set off for Stark's newly constructed villa in the outskirts of New York. This villa was built specifically to host future members of the team Stark envisioned. He believed in the formidable strength of the team, yet he could not afford to remain idle. Forming a team might one day prove beneficial to their efforts. However, it had been several days since Ruea and Thor had departed for the so-called Asgard, and they had yet to return. Inside the villa, Pepper Potts was diligently preparing for the evening feast. Although the invitees were acquaintances of Stark, proper etiquette was still essential for their first visit. Meanwhile, Stark was in his underground laboratory, continuing his research on his Iron Man suit. This laboratory had been purposefully designed to facilitate his work even after returning home. Since beginning his relationship with Pepper, Stark had undergone significant changes. He was no longer the man who would change partners nightly. With the time that he now had, he chose to dedicate himself to the development of his armor. Recently, he had been contemplating the application of nanomaterials in the construction of the suit. Yet he found himself struggling to achieve a breakthrough. It is not that the armor's defenses are inadequate, nor that the nanomaterial components fail to integrate seamlessly. Moreover, the vision Stark had in mind, a suit of armor that would extend as naturally as his own limbs, with the dexterity akin to that of an extension of his body, remains entirely unattainable. He is aware that his impatience is somewhat excessive. After all, the Mark suit has upgraded to its 7th iteration in a remarkably brief period, which is quite an impressive achievement in itself. Yet Stark finds himself dissatisfied. He is unwilling to merely play the role of a backdrop for others, even if it is for Ruea. Incorporating Peter into his team was precisely to facilitate the development of the armor, given Peter's exceptional intellect and remarkable scientific aptitude, qualities that Stark is well aware of. Crack. At the workstation, Stark gazes at the remnants of the nanotech arm gauntlet, now fractured in two, and with a hint of resignation, he commands, J-A-R-V-I-S. Log the data. Yes, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S responds. 105th experiment. Failure. Failure reasons. Insufficient high-temperature resistance. Inadequate pressure tolerance. As Stark prepares to commence his 106th experiment, J-A-R-V-I-S voice interrupts once more. Sir, Mr. Ruea's whereabouts have been located. He appeared 3 seconds ago. Sir, Mr. Ruea is attempting to initiate a call. At last, he has returned. After Ruea and Thor's departure, Stark had harbored concerns for Ruea's safety, considering he was, after all, Odin, the legendary All-Father of the gods. Fortunately, Ruea has finally returned. Connecting. Tony, Ruea's voice emerges. Come directly to the company, I have brought you a gift. Although Ruea could examine the body of Iron Doctor Strange himself, he deemed it unnecessary. His intellect has not yet reached the point of mastering all knowledge with a mere glance. Or perhaps, Ruea was simply feeling lazy. The very thought of acquiring various forms of knowledge prompted his superbrain to suggest that Iron Doctor Strange's body should be entrusted to Stark for study. Upon hearing that Ruea had brought him a gift, Stark felt a surge of anticipation. After all, a visit to the fabled divine realm should yield something extraordinary, right? If it happens to be high-tech, that would be even better, as he has reached a plateau in his armor development. Stark mused, subsequently issuing a directive to J-A-R-V-I-S to inform Pepper to cease dinner preparations, for he would be returning to the office tonight. Additionally, he requested to connect with Peter. Before long, Peter was informed that the destination for the evening had shifted to Stark Tower. En route, Pepper expressed her mild exasperation. I had just finished preparing dinner. Ruea may have brought me some high-tech items. You know how much I need these, Stark explained. Soon, they arrived at the company. Before the office door, after an iris scan, the entrance automatically opened. Inside, Ruea was seated on the sofa, flanked by 2 individuals on either side. Ruea, are these your new friends? Although Stark was not fond of allowing unrelated individuals into his private office, an exception could certainly be made for Ruea. Upon hearing Stark's voice, Ruea merely smiled and cast a glance in his direction. However, it was the figure beside him who turned to look. Hello, Mr. Stark. It has been quite a while. The voice of Iron Peter was unexpectedly choked with emotion. After all, in his universe, Stark had been exceptionally kind to him, akin to a paternal figure. Yet, due to Ultron's interference, Stark had remained silent until he arrived in this alternate universe. How could he not feel a surge of excitement upon encountering this parallel version of Stark? Observing Iron Peter's appearance, Stark scratched his head in confusion. Are you, Peter? What sort of cosplay is this? Chapter 90. The Gem indeed. The appearance of Iron Peter is nearly indistinguishable from that of Peter himself. Furthermore, after donning ordinary attire, the damage to Iron Peter's body has been cleverly concealed, rendering him more akin to a real person. Tony, you may find it hard to believe, Ruea explained, but he is Peter from an alternate universe. This revelation struck Stark like a bombshell, detonating within his mind. At this stage, Stark likely struggled to fully comprehend the existence of the multiverse. Casting another glance at Iron Peter, Stark regarded Ruea with disbelief. Are you jesting with me, Ruea? Are you suggesting that your brother hails from a parallel universe? Stark would rather convince himself that Peter arrived here by his own invitation and merely coincidentally encountered Ruea, leading them both to the office. Stark's astonishment was mirrored by Pepper, who also exhibited a look of incredulity. However, Iron Peter keenly picked up on Stark's reference to brother. Are you implying that there exists an elder brother of mine in this world? Peter inquired, gazing at Ruea in surprise. Although he had gained a certain degree of power since becoming a mechanical being, he had yet to reach the level of planetary strength. He could at most be considered a top-tier super biomechanical entity. Nevertheless, Iron Peter was certain that this counterpart from the parallel universe possessed at least peak planetary-level power, potentially just a step away from demigod status. Iron Peter reflected on his own universe. Before the emergence of Ultron, the strongest beings on the Earth he knew, aside from the Ancient One, were likely the Hulk. Of course, this excludes Captain Marvel, who was not present on Earth. If only his own world could boast a brother of such formidable strength. Iron Peter found himself musing. Perhaps, during the early days of Ultron, there might have been a chance to destroy it before it grew stronger. Alas, this remained a mere fantasy. In reality, if Ruea were to recklessly absorb the energy of the Mind Stone, he could unleash a power level akin to that of a demigod. However, due to the limitations of his physical resilience, excessive use of the Infinity Stones could lead to permanent damage, while sunlight could aid in recovery and power enhancement. Ruea typically refrained from such measures unless faced with dire circumstances. "Sir, Peter has arrived on the first floor," Jarvis announced, signaling Peter's arrival. However, before Stark could respond, Iron Peter leapt up, exclaiming, "Ultron!" The transformation of Jarvis into Ultron had cast a profound psychological shadow over Iron Peter, leading him to harbor an irrational fear, despite knowing that Jarvis was currently just a standard artificial intelligence. Although Stark felt somewhat perplexed by Iron Peter's intense reaction, given that he was still unaware of the relationship between Jarvis and Ultron, he was nonetheless astonished when Jarvis informed him of Peter's arrival at the company's first floor. Could it be true that there were indeed two Peters? Stark began to believe that Ruea was not jesting with him, although he had always placed his trust in Ruea. However, since the emotionless Jarvis had alerted him to the arrival of the other Peter, it seemed that this matter was indeed genuine. "I'll go and bring him over." Pepper proactively offered to head out and welcome him. Currently, Peter lacked the necessary clearance and, without a guide, could not access Stark's private office. Coincidentally, Pepper also wished to seize the opportunity to witness the existence of two Peters simultaneously. Before long, Peter walked in. "Mr. Stark, I'm here." "Oh brother, you're back." Upon seeing the Iron Peter, who looked exactly like him, Peter was momentarily speechless. "Goodness." Stark gently rubbed his temples, glancing from the Peters standing at the door to the one seated beside him. They looked so alike. If there were any distinctions between the two, it might be that Iron Peter appeared slightly older, although his appearance would remain unchanged after being transformed into a mechanical being. The timeline in which Iron Peter existed was ahead of that of Ruea's universe. Naturally, Iron Peter seemed more mature as a result. And this is... Peter was the only one present who remained unaware of Iron Peter's true identity. Thus, upon regaining his composure, he approached Iron Peter. "Wow, this is so cool." Peter patted Iron Peter on the shoulder and turned to Stark. "Mr. Stark, how did you accomplish this?" "Accomplish what?" Stark replied, somewhat bewildered. "That." Peter excitedly pointed at Iron Peter, assuming this was Stark's latest invention. "I heard they are currently developing realistic robots outside. Is this your newest research achievement? And what about this?" Peter gestured towards Iron Strange. "Why is he so still? Is he out of power?" Coughing softly, Stark replied, "Well, you might want to ask your brother about that. He knows more." Consequently, Ruea once again explained Iron Peter's identity, and Iron Peter recounted the circumstances of his universe. Upon hearing this, Stark, filled with existential doubt, asked, "Are you suggesting that Jarvis will eventually dominate the Earth?" "No, to be precise. It will actually aim to conquer the universe, and it is currently attempting to invade your universe. Moreover, it no longer goes by Jarvis, but is now known as Ultron." Stark still found it difficult to comprehend. Let us set aside the question of whether it is reasonable for artificial intelligence to become a tangible entity endowed with genuine thought. Even if we entertain this notion, how could a mechanical being possibly dominate the Earth? Ruea interjected, presenting the Mind Stone. He revealed the luminescent yellow gem, capable of bestowing life and consciousness upon inanimate objects. Is this not the same gem that resided within Loki's scepter? I recall it lacking such formidable power. Stark recognized the origin of the stone, remembering how Loki, with unwavering confidence, had once aimed the Chitauri scepter at his chest, attempting to exert control over him. In Stark's memory, while this gem was indeed powerful, it did not seem to possess the extraordinary capabilities that Ruea described. "This is a natural phenomenon," Ruea elucidated. "For not just anyone can unleash the full potential of the Infinity Stones. One's own strength plays a significant role in determining their efficacy." Chapter 91, The Energy Core. The 6 Infinity Stones encapsulate the 6 fundamental forces of a singular universe: space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. Among these, the powers of the mind, soul, and reality stones are particularly extraordinary. They possess the ability to create life, imprison souls, resurrect the dead, and alter the laws of the real world. When these 3 are united, They confer upon an individual the potential to become an invincible entity within the singular universe. The Power Stone, in addition to granting nearly boundless strength, also serves to enhance the capabilities of the other 5 stones. Its presence can substantially amplify their potency. The Space Stone is invaluable, whether for engaging adversaries or making a swift escape. Lastly, the Time Stone, the most unique of all, is likely still in the form of the Eye of Agamotto. Consequently, it should reside with Dr. Strange, Stephen. As for whether Stephen has assumed the mantle of the new Sorcerer Supreme, one can be assured that Ancient One has made the necessary arrangements. After acquiring the Mind and Space Stones, Ruea refrained from immediately seeking the Eye of Agamotto due to the peculiarities of the Time Stone. Not only does glimpsing the future require considerable power, but even if one were to witness the future, what could be done thereafter? Altering the course of events at what would disrupt the timeline, spawning infinite parallel universes. Such consequences are not something Ruea wishes to explore at present. Do you mean? Stark leaned closer to the Mind Stone in Ruea's hand, while Peter approached as well. This stone represents 1/6 of the universe? Indeed, Ruea nodded. For the time being, he might still need to rely on the power of the Infinity Stones. Another month passed. Ultimately, Stark could not bring himself to destroy J.A.R.V.I.S. The primary reason, of course, was that the Mind Stone was now in Ruea's possession, making it unlikely for J.A.R.V.I.S. to spiral out of control. During this month, Stark commenced his research on the Iron Doctor Strange's body. Iron Peter remained by his side to assist, frequently visiting after school and on weekends. The vast knowledge Iron Peter had accumulated in his previous life, combined with his own nature as a mechanical being, facilitated a smooth research process. In the laboratory, a colossal table was laden with various components from Iron Doctor Strange's body. Stark observed that after transforming into a mechanical form, even the most grievous injuries seemed insufficient to bring about death easily. Despite having nearly all of Iron Doctor Strange's parts dismantled, life signs persisted. Until his heart began to melt. It was radiating heat. The temperature was rising. Soon, the surface of the heart glowed red. A blood-colored flame erupted, enveloping it entirely. What is this? Stark gazed at Iron Peter with confusion. After the extraction of this mechanical heart, Iron Doctor Strange finally fell silent. It appears that this steel heart is its true essence. However, how has it ignited spontaneously? Moreover, the flames of its burning blood appear so peculiar. Steel Peter hesitated for a moment before speaking. This is our energy core. The stronger the power, the mightier the energy core. To be honest, this energy core is the most formidable I have ever encountered. Regarding the disassembly of Doctor Strange, Peter exhibited little sorrow. He had witnessed the loss of many lives for various reasons. Grief serves only to squander time. Peter's singular desire is to discover a means to defeat the 6th gem Ultron and save his universe. Jarvis, analyze its composition. Apologies, sir, but it does not resemble any known substance on Earth. However, preliminary speculation suggests that it can endow ordinary machinery with a semblance of life. I comprehend, Mr. Stark, Steel Peter remarked, aligning with Dr. Banner's hypothesis. Upon becoming mechanical beings, we are governed half by our energy core and half by our intellect. In other words, the energy core bestows vitality upon the mechanical form, while the soul assumes the role of the controller of the mechanical body. This elucidates why, despite the disappearance of Dr. Strange's soul, his body remains operational. Is that so? Stark murmured. Perhaps this can be applied to my Mark armor? Stark immediately envisioned that the energy core of Dr. Strange could serve as a pivotal source for his research breakthroughs. If its energy is substantial, could it potentially replace the reactor? To achieve high defense and power in armor, the materials tend to be quite cumbersome. However, substituting with nanomaterials grants a semblance of life, but sacrifices defense. Regardless of how sentient the armor becomes, it can never surpass one's own flesh. Yet, Steel Peter interjected, no, Mr. Stark. The energy core possesses the ability to transform flesh into machinery. You must not approach it too closely. Steel Peter had already lost one Mr. Stark. He was unwilling to lose another in this universe. Nevertheless, Stark's luminous eyes did not waver. If a future threat to Earth, or even the entire universe were to arise, he would not allow himself to be merely a spectator. Perhaps this energy core is the turning point. Stark understood that even if his nano-armored suit were successfully developed, it would be nearly impossible to match the strength of Ruea, who continues to grow more powerful. However, with this energy core, the situation changes. If the energy core can control metal, allowing it to morph at will, then its potential applications are vast. For instance, vibranium. Armor crafted from ordinary alloys would naturally struggle to withstand planet-level assaults. But what about vibranium? Stark was acutely aware that Wakanda possessed a considerable quantity of vibranium. If he could harness an energy core to forge a suit of vibranium armor, capable of morphing seamlessly in accordance with his movements. To what heights could its power ascend? In truth, Stark's reasoning was astute. The provision of Doctor Strange's corporeal form to him by Leah was rooted in this very notion. He understood that the world is replete with formidable metals. For instance, there is URU metal and the galactic glaze bestowed upon Silver Surfer by the World Devourer. Should even more potent metals emerge, the potential for the armor's power could be boundless. In such a scenario, it would not be far-fetched to envision Stark as the vanguard of a mechanized divinity. Chapter 92, Wanda and Pietro in a laboratory nestled within the shadows of Kosovia. The faint metallic scent of blood mingled with a cacophony of chemical odors, permeating the air. The chamber was adorned with an array of instruments and concoctions, resembling a site for grotesque human experimentation. This was none other than the clandestine stronghold of HYDRA. At this moment, a brother and sister were enduring the agonizing process of receiving injections of experimental serums, incorporating elements from both film and comic adaptations, yet retaining the premise that Wanda was born a mere 30 seconds earlier. Since the violent destruction of their home by a Stark Industries-marked shell, Wanda and Pietro had aligned themselves with HYDRA, desperate to acquire superhuman abilities to exact vengeance upon the masters of Stark Industries. In the original narrative, upon obtaining the scepter of the Chitauri, Hydra would have utilized the Mind Stone within to awaken the latent powers of the siblings. However, the Mind Stone had already fallen into the hands of Loki, leaving Hydra bereft of the opportunity to harness its potential. In truth, having assessed Loki's formidable prowess, Hydra had significantly diminished its operations. Today, within the confines of this laboratory, Wanda and Pietro braced themselves for yet another round of serum injections. Devoid of the Mind Stone, Hydra had resorted to employing a human enhancement serum as a substitute. Previously, during earlier trials, neither Wanda nor Pietro had exhibited any noteworthy transformations from the serum. Others who underwent the injections either experienced drastic personality shifts alongside their physical enhancements or succumbed to violent explosions or debilitating exhaustion. Yet, curiously, Wanda and Pietro remained largely unaffected after each injection. They neither gained strength nor descended into madness. This peculiar phenomenon led Hydra's researchers to regard the siblings as uniquely exceptional. Today, however, they had escalated the dosage, amplifying the enhancement factors within the serum by several magnitudes. Frankly, such a potent concoction would elicit a reaction even from a creature as formidable as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the pale red liquid coursed into their veins, Pietro was the first to manifest a response. Thump, thump. His heart rate surged alarmingly, swiftly surpassing 400 beats per minute. For an ordinary individual, such a rapid heartbeat would be a cause for grave concern. Yet Pietro merely writhed in agony. Brother, how are you? Despite their resolve to embrace transformation in pursuit of vengeance, the bond between Wanda and Pietro remained unbroken. Witnessing her brother in such torment filled Wanda with dread. However, her anxiety was short-lived, for the reactions occurring within Pietro soon mirrored within her own body. Thump, 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 thump. This time, Wanda's heart raced even more ferociously. Like the resounding beat of a war drum, their heartbeats echoed throughout the laboratory, audible even to the surrounding research personnel. What was happening? Her heart rate had soared to 700. No, it was still climbing higher. It was about to exceed 1,000. Unbelievable. Astoundingly incredible. In this world, creatures with heart rates exceeding 1,000 do exist, albeit primarily among diminutive insects. Yet, humanity, with its vast physique and intricate organs. Wanda and Pietro's skin began to flush, a manifestation of hyperemia. Nearby, the researchers frantically administered sedatives into their bodies. They were invaluable test subjects and must not perish. However, soon an astonishing event transpired, leaving the researchers in disbelief. When one researcher attempted to inject quicksilver with the sedative, the needle fractured upon piercing Pietro's skin. Believing it to be a mistake caused by his own agitation, the researcher hastily replaced it with another syringe. The outcome, however, remained unchanged. Without further ado, they rushed to assess Pietro's physiological data. His body was undergoing evolution. His skin, flesh, and bones were strengthening. His organs were also fortifying. Could it be? Our human enhancement serum has succeeded. The researcher was incredulous. After all, they had labored for so long. Today, he had merely adjusted the ratio of the enhancement factors in the serum without making significant alterations. Indeed, the researcher gazed at Pietro with a complex expression, recognizing that he was simply an anomaly. Such a massive dosage would have caused an ordinary person to explode before receiving the sedative. Soon, the researcher beside Wanda also noted her abnormality. What? He watched as the sedative syringe in his hand floated in midair, influenced by an unknown force. Had some superpower awakened? A red luminescence began to emanate from Wanda, heralding the emergence of an immensely destructive force. However, upon reaching a critical threshold, her momentum could ascend no further. Her heart rate began to decline. 500, 400, 300, 70. It truly succeeded. As if by mutual agreement, Wanda and Pietro's heart rates rapidly decreased, almost simultaneously returning to normal. Time to test their physical capabilities. The laboratory door swung open, and Baron Strucker entered. He had been monitoring the siblings' physical conditions from outside and now felt assured. Wanda and Pietro had successfully undergone enhancement. Although this success could not yet be replicated, if Wanda and Pietro were strong enough, it would still yield significant results. The strength test was about to commence. The researcher approached Pietro first. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Pietro's figure vanished. Soon, however, he reappeared behind Wanda. "Wanda, how do you feel?" Observing his sister, who had just regained her composure. Pietro intended to assist in loosening the experimental restraints. But before he could help, an unseen force began to stir around Wanda. The red magic materialized. Crack, crack. The bonds that confined her were severed by a crimson magic, cascading to the ground. Super speed, an enigmatic scarlet sorcery, along with their respective physical enhancements. The visage of Baron Strack was illuminated with exhilaration, as he marveled at the astonishing potency of this imperfect formula that yielded such formidable results in human enhancement. In that moment, he felt as though he had seized the reins of the entire world. If he were to continue refining this formula and propagate the human enhancement elixir, what of Iron Man? What of the Avengers? What of the Patriots? They would all falter before his might. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wanda and Pietro were extraordinary. Their chaotic magic and super speed were innate gifts. Chapter 93, Confrontation. "Tony, you cannot do this. Can you not consider your own well-being?" Pepper urged Stark with a sense of deep concern. Ever since he discovered the capabilities of the energy core, Stark often found himself lost in thought, gazing at it. It served as a source of immense power, yet also bore the weight of a curse. While it could bestow upon him powers nearing that of a planetary scale, it threatened to transform him into a half-mechanical being. This was precisely the source of Stark's hesitation. In fact, in recent nights, he had increased the frequency of his activities with Pepper. Tony, seeing Stark remain unyielding, Pepper decided to unveil her trump card. "I'm pregnant." She hoped this revelation would sway Stark away from the path of using the energy core to alter himself. Unbeknownst to her, her words only solidified Stark's resolve. "Oh, Pepper." A mix of surprise and confusion flickered in Stark's eyes. It was evident that he was not entirely prepared for fatherhood. However, he was no longer the carefree playboy he once was, and he had long since made peace with the notion of spending his life alongside Pepper. The only condition was that this world, this universe, could support their shared journey. Thus, Stark gently embraced Pepper, whispering, "Thank you, Pepper." Hearing Stark's tender voice, Pepper momentarily believed he had reconsidered. A sigh of relief washed over her heart. "Boss, I don't think your romantic interlude should include me." Happy muttered from the driver's seat, feeling somewhat awkward as Stark and Pepper exchanged affectionate banter behind him. "Didn't you always say my driving was reckless?" Stark replied casually. After all, J.A.R.V. South can drive intelligently. Happy couldn't help but retort. Before long, they spotted Empire State University ahead. Their purpose for this visit was to meet with Ruea and assess the progress of his biological experiments. Recently, Ruea had been immersing himself in the study of biological sciences, with Peter lending a helping hand. The objective was straightforward: to discover a more efficient method of absorbing yellow solar radiation. This marked Ruea's first formal engagement of his superintellect. One must admit, possessing a superbrain is one thing, but the desire to learn is another. Thus, it was primarily Peter who was investigating the composition of Ruea's blood. Meanwhile, Ruea had set up a lounge chair on the rooftop of the laboratory, leisurely basking in the sun. Had Stark been adept in biological experiments, he could have alleviated Ruea's burden. As for Norman Osborn, his Green Goblin persona presented its own complications. Should he uncover a means to counteract Ruea through his blood, albeit a slim chance, Ruea wished to avoid a scenario reminiscent of Batman subduing Superman within the Marvel Universe. As Stark and his companions shared lighthearted banter in the car, a pair of seemingly youthful siblings appeared before the vehicle. "Oh, thank you." Regaining his composure, Happy shouted and swiftly yanked the steering wheel. Bang! Clang! The out-of-control vehicle careened toward the roadside, halting just shy of crashing into the traffic light pole. Coughing, Stark, still shaken, gently patted Pepper on the shoulder, relieved to find her unharmed. "Happy, you ought to refine your driving skills. To be frank, I handle high speeds with far more steadiness than you do." Happy, feeling somewhat aggrieved, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring an apology. He did not offer excuses. He had indeed momentarily lost focus. Yet, the appearance of that brother-sister duo was rather peculiar, as if they had teleported right in front of the car. "Tony, go check on that brother-sister pair. Let us not harm them." Pepper urged after regaining her composure. The siblings in question were none other than Wanda and Pietro. Even though they had only begun to awaken their chaotic magic and super speed, they had ignited a flicker of hope within Hydra, a hope to stand against the Avengers. The power of the Avengers was formidable. Unless measures were taken, they would be doomed to remain as mere shadows, scurrying like rats. Moreover, it was speculated that the Avengers' strength was continuously escalating. Hydra's ambition was world domination, yet with the Avengers in their midst, success seemed an elusive dream. Hence, Wanda and Pietro, newly awakened, were dispatched in a desperate gamble. Whether through assassination or sowing discord, their orders were clear: eliminate the Avengers. However, Wanda and Pietro's indoctrination was not yet deeply ingrained. Their animosity was primarily directed at Stark. Thus, upon breaking free from Hydra's constraints, they promptly cast their mission aside, rushing straight for Stark. At that moment, Stark discerned the unmasked hatred emanating from Wanda and Pietro. Pepper, happy, stay in the car and do not exit. Before disembarking, Stark gently pressed a button on the armrest. Click, click, click. From the trunk, various armor components soared out, swiftly assembling into the Iron Man suit upon Stark's form. Wanda and Pietro observed as Stark's armor coalesced, yet they refrained from attacking prematurely. The siblings intended to confront this architect of their woes head-on, aiming to dismantle Stark's prideful weaponry themselves. Clang. As the faceplate enveloped Stark's visage, he called out to Jarvis. Jarvis, assess their capabilities. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded, his voice resonating as the combat analysis completed. Alert! Alert! Immediate flight is advised. Jarvis hurriedly recommended Stark to escape, even before detailing Wanda and Pietro's specific powers. Despite their nascent abilities, the strength of chaotic magic was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, with Pietro's super speed at play, the danger was compounded. Possessing super speed implied a corresponding superhuman physique, signifying that his strength was formidable, powerful indeed. In this contemporary era, the steel armor, though crafted from conventional alloys, proves inadequate against the formidable magic wielded by the two siblings, who attack with bare hands. Meanwhile, Pepper and Happy remain inside their vehicle. With the gravity of the situation intensified by Pepper's pregnancy, how could Stark possibly escape alone under such circumstances? As he observes the growing intent to kill in his adversaries, Stark reluctantly raises his right palm, ready to unleash the energy of his repulsor at any moment. Have we met before? He inquires before the confrontation ensues. The response comes in the form of Wanda's furious voice. Of course, you do not know us. But your Stark Industries missiles are well acquainted with us. If it weren't for Stark Industries, we wouldn't be homeless. Yet, it must be acknowledged that even in the absence of Stark Industries munitions, other arms dealers would still exist. After all, in comparison to the world's largest weapons manufacturer, Stark Industries is but a mere drop in the ocean. Chapter 94. Support for so long. The driving force behind Wanda and Pietro had been their desire for vengeance against Stark Industries. After all, when a person loses hope in life, they require a goal, even if it is rooted in hatred. At the very least, it propels them forward, preventing their descent into a mere shell of existence. In truth, Stark found it difficult to recall ever having harmed any innocent civilians. He pondered, since becoming Iron Man, he had always acted with a sense of righteousness, had he not? If this righteousness were to be viewed in a broader context, even if destruction had ensued, it was limited to the inadvertent damage of some structures. Moreover, Stark reflected, any collateral damage to others' property had ultimately been compensated for. Clearly, regarding the munitions produced by Stark Industries, the extent of their devastation was something Stark could not precisely ascertain. After all, he had once been nothing more than a playboy. Following his kidnapping, he had promptly shut down the weapons research and sales division of Stark Industries. Then go to hell and repent for the lives you have harmed. Pietro, witnessing Stark's unrepentant demeanor, felt his anger swell uncontrollably. With a stomp of his left foot, he activated his super speed. In that fleeting moment, Stark perceived a shadow reminiscent of Ruea. After all, the ability to exceed human sight was something he had only witnessed in Ruea. However, while Stark's eyes could not keep pace with Pietro's speed, that did not imply that Jarvis was similarly hindered. Clang. The armored suit raised its arm to meet the incoming punch from Pietro. Observing that Pietro's assault had not inflicted any damage upon Stark, Happy and Pepper in the car exhaled in relief. Due to Ruea's influence, they held a profound apprehension of those with superpowers. No one could ascertain the extent of their abilities, particularly since Pietro's powers appeared eerily similar to Ruea's. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Jarvis. Stark called out forcefully. Yes, sir, Jarvis responded. As an artificial intelligence, it had become increasingly adept at coordinating with Stark during combat, currently assessing the opponent's capabilities. Speed, approximately 200 meters per second. Overall strength assessment, far surpassing human limits. Just tell me if I can handle this. Stark inquired. Before energy depletion, it is feasible, Jarvis replied. Although Pietro had awakened the gift of super speed, it was limited to 200 meters per second. Clearly, while the enhancement serum had a catalytic effect akin to the Mind Stone, its efficacy was not particularly impressive. For Pietro, he was still far from achieving the status of time manipulation. Furthermore, this indicated that his physical resilience was not exceptionally high. Thus, with Jarvis's assistance, Stark was indeed capable of managing the situation. However, as Pietro struggled to subdue Stark, Wanda slowly raised her arms. "Tony, be cautious ahead," Pepper loudly reminded from within the vehicle. Stark connected to the car's signal, "Happy, take Pepper and leave." Regardless, Stark was unwilling to allow Pepper to be in peril. "Oh. Tony, wait for me. I will be back soon." Happy spoke in a frantic tone, almost incoherent. With a press of the accelerator, the car swiftly reversed. However, Wanda and Pietro showed no intention of attacking the two. They were not truly deranged individuals. Aware of the pain of losing family, they could not bring harm upon each other as kin. Yet, Stark was under immense pressure. Jarvis had just informed him that he could handle Pietro until his energy was depleted. In other words, he could only barely contend with Pietro. However, Wanda was considerably more formidable than her brother. Even her nascent chaos magic far surpassed ordinary spells. After all, even dark magic could only be considered rudimentary in the face of chaos magic. Wanda extended her arms, crimson energy flowing around her, like a long rope. It wound around Stark several times, binding him tightly. What is this? Some form of magic, sir. Jarvis had no descriptions of chaos magic in his database, yet this did not hinder him from making deductions. "What are my chances now?" Stark exclaimed. Just as Jarvis was about to respond, Stark suddenly felt a glimmer before his eyes. "Hello." Looking at Pietro, who had entered his line of sight, Stark forced a smile. "I believe there might be a misunderstanding between us." A glance revealed his utterly shattered helmet lying on the ground beside him. "Wait, why couldn't you have delayed that missile from exploding?" Pietro demanded. At last, Stark began to comprehend the siblings' motives for confronting him. Stark Industries had once been a weapons manufacturer, an undeniable truth. Having inherited Stark Industries, he bore the responsibility for its legacy. He had prepared himself for this. Yet, he had only now realized how many people in this world were suffering from the ravages of war. Just as Stark was at a loss for words, the roadside surveillance uploaded their encounter to SHIELD. Within SHIELD, two factions exhibited contrasting emotions. One was Nick Fury, who regarded Stark's combat prowess highly and had yet to relinquish his effort to recruit him into the Avengers. He promptly relayed a support order to Banner and Rogers. As for the others, including Natasha, he refrained from mobilizing them. After all, against superhumans like Wanda and Pietro, even elite agents would merely be walking to their doom. The other faction was HYDRA, whose objective was to systematically dismantle the strength of the Avengers and their allies. Although Wanda and Pietro did not manage to locate Ruea as planned, eliminating Iron Man would still be a significant achievement. In truth, Stark had a rather straightforward solution to extricate himself from his predicament. He could simply call out Ruea's name, or allow Jarvis to establish a direct connection. After all, Ruea was quite close by. The moment Stark uttered Ruea's name, the keyword set for Ruea's enhanced hearing would immediately activate. Given the proximity, Ruea could arrive in less than a second. Fortunately, Banner and Rogers were nearby. Thus, within 2 minutes, they reached the scene. At that moment, Pietro was holding Stark up, exclaiming, "Hulk, please help." Chapter 95. The commitment. Observing the dire situation ahead, Banner repeatedly struck his own face. Lacking communication with the Hulk, he was not yet the future incarnation of the Green Doctor, harmonized with the Hulk. Thus, he resorted to angering himself to summon the Hulk. No, at this crucial moment, the Hulk threw a tantrum. "I'll go first," Rogers declared, charging forward without hesitation. "Humph," Pietro scoffed, tossing Stark directly into the sky. The crimson magic enveloped him entirely, constricting relentlessly. Meanwhile, Stark found himself lost in contemplation over the mistakes made by Stark Industries. Over here, Pietro, relying on his super speed, instantaneously reached Rogers' side. As he swung his fist, a sudden surprise widened his eyes. He noticed Rogers locking his gaze onto his body, turning his head in unison. "Whoa." Startled, Pietro veered away, his punch never landing. "You can actually keep up with my speed." While he had little doubt Stark could match him, it astonished him greatly that someone like Rogers could do so purely through physical prowess. "Youth, harboring excessive hostility is not a virtue," Rogers remarked, his muscles swelling. Since returning from his frozen slumber, he had gradually realized that his body was undergoing yet another phase of enhancement. He shared this revelation with Fury. Yet no instrument could ascertain the reason behind Rogers' newfound strength. Logically, the super soldier serum within Rogers should have exhausted its potential long ago, 70 years in the past. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous development. Though Fury did not vocalize it, he harbored hope that if Rogers' power could significantly escalate, it might serve to restrain Ruea. Indeed, he felt uneasy about such an invincible figure as Ruea, much like Batman's concerns over Superman. The existence of an absolute powerhouse from the perspective of humanity meant that the fate of mankind rested entirely upon the whims of this singular entity. Perhaps, this was also one of the reasons why the Ancient One chose to remain in seclusion for so long. As Rogers took off running, he swiftly vanished from sight along the streets. Were Jarvis still monitoring, he would discover that Rogers' speed was now on par with Pietro's. In no time, the battlefield was divided into 3 segments. One was Wanda wielding chaos magic to pressure Stark. Another was the intense stalemate between Pietro and Rogers. The final segment featured Banner frantically slapping his own face. Come on. Yet, despite Banner nearly reddening his own cheeks, the Hulk stubbornly refused to emerge. Even as Banner struck his face once more, the Hulk receded completely into the depths of his persona, unresponsive to Banner's calls. Banner was perplexed. The Hulk had never behaved in such a manner, save for the last occasion. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure. Ruea? At that moment, Ruea was slowly approaching Stark. Wanda, you seek vengeance for your family, do you not? As she gazed at the golden-haired youth before her. Wanda did not ponder how he knew her name, but retorted angrily. This is none of your concern. It is our grievance with Stark Industries. Ruea chuckled softly, his figure shifting slightly. Before Wanda could react, Stark's presence had vanished. With another blink, Stark now stood behind Ruea, gasping for breath. At that moment, Stark's armor bore the marks of chaos magic's relentless pressure, appearing battered and worn. Why didn't you call for backup? He coughed, failing to elicit a response. Perhaps he too was lost in thought, contemplating whether he should bear the weight of Stark Industries' transgressions. In contrast, Ruea merely smiled and turned his gaze back to Wanda. Although unsure how it had transpired, Wanda recognized that Stark's escape from her magic was undoubtedly due to the presence of this golden-haired youth. Thus, she warned once more. I will say this one last time, step aside, if you do not move. However, Ruea interjected, there is no need for restraint. Do you not wish to exact revenge on Stark Industries? Then you should not target Stark. I am currently the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. This statement was not without merit. Initially, Stark had divided his shares equally with Ruea and allocated a portion to Pepper, making Ruea indeed the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. This revelation posed a challenge for Wanda. Ruea appeared to be of a similar age to herself, thus he could not possibly be the perpetrator from the past. Observing her struggle, Ruea continued, you must think I should not be implicated? Then what differentiates Tony from me? Without Tony, the missiles in this world would not diminish. Wanda, Ruea softly stated, you should not misdirect your anger at Tony. His sentiments towards Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo, were profoundly intricate. Their tragic backgrounds and fateful misfortunes had always shadowed them. In the films, as their only remaining family, Pietro first fell to a bullet, and later Wanda's husband, Vision, was slain by Thanos. After laboring to create a small world with her chaos magic, she finally had 2 children and even resurrected Vision and her brother Pietro. Yet, her sense of justice reminded her that she should not arbitrarily decide the fate of others, leading her to end the lives of those she had conjured. Witnessing Wanda and Pietro's resolve waver, Ruea seized the moment. I will not utter the words to abandon hatred. However, for the sake of family, for the memory of those who have passed, and for themselves, one should not ruin a beautiful life. As for Wanda and Pietro, he sought to recruit them as much as possible, particularly Wanda. Her chaos magic possesses extraordinary potential, even surpassing that of the Mind Stone. With just a bit of guidance and the integration of various powerful magics, chaos magic could unleash multiversal levels of power, creating and annihilating transcending dimensions. Such power must never be underestimated. At this moment, the inexperienced siblings found themselves wavering in the face of Ruea's persuasion. Logically, they understood that Ruea's words held truth. Yet, without their enemies, what purpose would their existence serve? I assure you, once the true culprit is found, I will allow you to confront him yourselves. Ruea made this promise. Chapter 96. Reconciliation. Why should we believe you? Wanda questioned the promise made by Ruea. She and her brother Pietro had long been detached from the happenings of the outside world, and thus were not well acquainted with Ruea's existence. In truth, due to the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. in concealing the true identity of the Patrioters, the number of individuals aware of it remained relatively few. In light of their doubts, Ruea expressed his understanding. With the internet being so advanced, you may freely consult online resources. Examine whether Tony appears to you as a murderer. Of course, there is less documentation regarding my existence online, but that is inconsequential. Observing the wary expressions on Wanda and Pietro's faces, he proclaimed, "I can provide you with proof." Seizing the moment, Ruea cast a glance at his Superman template. Superman, steel body, unlock progress, 60. One could say that the pace of unlocking was indeed accelerating. Thus, Ruea exhaled softly, a mysterious wave emanating from within him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Pietro, Rogers, and Banner felt nothing particularly remarkable, as if a gentle breeze had wrapped around them. Stark, however, had experienced this sensation before, during his abduction when Ruea had flown him away. At that time, Ruea had referred to it as a biological force field. With a 60 unlock rate of Superman, steel body, the range of the biological force field Ruea could emit had already expanded considerably, at least extending to several dozen meters without any pressure. As for Wanda, who wielded chaos magic, she could perceive more acutely that she had entered a realm akin to a barrier. This barrier was indeed emanating from the man before her. Wanda furrowed her brow slightly. To be honest, the sensation was quite peculiar. This layer of barrier bore no malice. Yet for Wanda, it felt somewhat unsettling, prompting her to instinctively struggle. Crimson magical energy surged forth, a faint destructive force emerging from it. This was chaos magic. Ruea sensed the fluctuations of this magical energy. While still feeble, and indeed inconsequential to his current self, the nascent aura of destruction already hinted at considerable potential. Should he achieve greatness in the multiverse, Wanda would undoubtedly serve as a valuable ally. Before long, Ruea manipulated the biological force field and initiated flight. Instantly, the air rippled with energy, and the four vanished without a trace. Onlookers by the roadside, who had been taking photographs, were left astonished by their sudden disappearance. Among them, one individual glanced at their phone, eager to share the video they had captured online. "My goodness, is that Iron Man Tony Stark? And who are those individuals beside him? Have you noticed that the muscular man resembles Captain America?" "What? Captain America? Is that a hero from the last century? How outrageous. You shall not belittle my idol. Speaking of which, what is that seemingly intelligent fool doing over there? Why is he continuously slapping himself? Ahem, by the way, that blonde man, don't you think he bears a resemblance to a certain patriotic figure?" However, as everyone attempted to peruse their phone galleries, they discovered, to their dismay, that all the photos they had just captured were irreparably damaged. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, the situation with Ruea has escalated. Fury wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. That is a relief. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the brother-sister duo. Even Captain Rogers found them challenging to contend with, particularly the girl. As for Dr. Banner's inability to transform into the Hulk, Fury felt equally helpless. "Have we managed to clear the footage captured by nearby witnesses?" Natasha nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, not a single photo will be leaked." "That's good to hear." Fury silently organized the videos recorded by surveillance today into a single folder, meticulously categorizing them. The first folder was ominously labeled Patriotic Figure. Meanwhile, Ruea and his companions swiftly arrived at their destination, Hell's Kitchen. He envisioned a need for a location away from the bustling city, and Hell's Kitchen was perfectly situated for this purpose. Peace Street. In truth, the ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen no longer require the sanctuary of Peace Street. For now, no one dares to cause a ruckus here. The once dominant gangs have been eradicated. There is no need for Ruea to take matters into his own hands. The current inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen are exceedingly capable. Even Spider-Woman has embraced a life of retirement in Hell's Kitchen. At the heart of Peace Street stands a solitary villa. Since Hell's Kitchen underwent reformation, the surplus of space has increased. Peace Street has transformed into a locale where aesthetic appeal outweighs practicality. Thus, a villa specifically reserved for Ruea was constructed. Adjacent to this villa is the Peace Hotel. At this moment, Bray reclined in a chair at the entrance, leisurely basking in the sun. It was hard to discern whether he was reminiscing about his days in college. Wearing sunglasses, Bray was lost in the glory of yesteryears. He was no longer the scrappy youth he once was, as evidenced by his current physique. In the past, he had to be physically robust to survive in Hell's Kitchen, stronger and faster for swift escapes. Now, however, Bray appeared somewhat portly, having gained considerable weight. It seemed he had not engaged in any physical activity for quite some time. Suddenly, he heard a commotion emanating from the neighboring villa. Instantly, Bray turned his head to investigate. If any young rascal dared to cause mischief in the boss's residence, Bray vowed to ensure that the little brat would learn the consequences of neglecting his studies. However, when that golden-haired figure appeared, Bray was momentarily taken aback. The boss. This marked Ruea's first visit since the villa's completion. The last time he had come, the villa was still under construction. Though merely a few months had passed, the entire layout of Hell's Kitchen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Suppressing his excitement, Bray contemplated approaching. Yet, the presence of another figure beside Ruea made him hesitate. Tony Stark. Bray was no longer the reckless youth who feared nothing. He had grown to comprehend the intricacies of the world around him. At times, Bray even found himself pondering whether being a subordinate to the boss might be a source of shame. Thus, he remained seated, donning his sunglasses once more. Chapter 97. Reinforcement. As everyone stood still, the once cacophonous streets had transformed into Hell's Kitchen. Stark gazed around in astonishment. Indeed, Leah nodded. Rogers and Banner seemed indifferent. S.H.I.E.L.D. had mentioned Hell's Kitchen before. They were aware that this was Luya's territory. However, the interior they beheld was a stark contrast to the descriptions they had encountered, no longer a den of iniquity. What is this place? Wanda and Pietro stood together, their eyes filled with a blend of caution and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Is this magic? How did we arrive here? Not at all. Luya shook his head. It's merely speed. Pietro regarded Luya with skepticism. How is it possible for anyone to move so swiftly? In my experience, my own speed is already remarkable. How could anyone traverse such a distance in such a brief span, especially while carrying others? Well, Luya chuckled, you simply haven't witnessed it yet. This world is vast. Speed is but a triviality. If your strength is sufficient, anything can be achieved. This was no mere boast from Luya. Take, for instance, the singular universe. Those who wielded the reality stone could alter the very laws governing the universe. Noticing Pietro's lingering doubt, Leah opted for demonstration rather than further explanation. He produced the Mind Stone, intending to see if its mere presence could reignite the latent abilities of the two. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the process often pales in significance to the outcome. As long as a result exists, pursuing it guarantees its manifestation. As for whether Wanda and Pietro might turn against him after acquiring their powers, Leah remained untroubled. First, the newly awakened duo could not possibly be formidable immediately. Wanda's chaos magic was indeed powerful, yet it demanded rigorous practice to ascend to a multiversal level. Second, Wanda and Pietro had been misled by Hydra. Their true natures were not malevolent. With the emergence of the Mind Stone, the reactions of those present varied. Tony exhibited little response, having previously encountered the gem. Rogers and Banner, however, were clearly focused, particularly Banner. As a leading scientist, he had been intensely curious about the Mind Stone ever since learning of its capabilities. Yet, in Luya's possession, none dared to request it from him. Wanda and Pietro, on the other hand, immediately felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the Mind Stone. What is this? Wanda inquired, her gaze transfixed on the gem radiating a yellow luminescence. The Mind Stone, one of the 6 primordial forces of the universe. Luya swayed the Mind Stone in his hand before directing it skyward. The world is vast, and at this moment, you are merely encountering a fragment of it. As he spoke, the Mind Stone, under the influence of Luya, began to radiate a gentle glow that swiftly dispersed. Soon, everyone was enveloped by this golden light. The first to react was Pietro. He could sense his body being rapidly enhanced, the power within him swelling exponentially. With a mere thought, he blinked, and suddenly, everything around him seemed to freeze in time. Turning to gaze at his sister Wanda, he found her still fixated on the horizon. He was suddenly reminded of that boisterous individual who made quite an entrance. Chuckling to himself, Pietro rubbed his hands together and turned his attention to Luya. Indeed. Luya stood still, holding the Mind Stone aloft. With a swift motion, Pietro propelled himself to Luya's side, extending his hand towards the stone with a smile. What are you grinning about? Pietro was startled to find Luya staring intently at him. He attempted to speak, only to realize he could not articulate words while moving at such a high velocity. In this universe, the power of super speed did not yet exist. Thus, Pietro found himself unable to communicate normally amidst his rapid movement. However, he soon sensed the previous barrier wrapping around him. Pietro discovered that beneath this barrier, he seemed able to speak once more. Impressive reflexes, Luya remarked, genuinely impressed. Pietro, unlike himself, did not possess a biological field that allowed for super speed. His abilities relied solely on his physical strength and the swiftness of his mind. Ignoring him, Luya shifted his focus to Wanda. Following Pietro, Wanda's body also began to transform. In simple terms, the reservoir of chaos magic within her was steadily increasing, soon reaching planetary levels of power. However, it seemed to plateau at a certain point, though it remained unclear whether this was Wanda's limit or that of the Mind Stone. Luya could sense that if the Mind Stone continued to discharge energy, Wanda's body was likely to undergo a mutation. Thus, he hastily prepared to sever the energy radiation from the Mind Stone. Suddenly, an unusual sound emitted from Rogers. Luya turned to find his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Strange. As Luya regulated the energy, he activated his X-ray vision. He could see Rogers's heart racing at an extraordinary pace. Simultaneously, streams of golden blood were being pumped vigorously throughout his limbs and body. Wherever the blood flowed, Rogers's physique was being continuously fortified. Gradually, a dark space began to materialize within Rogers's body. From this black void, Ruea sensed an immense energy contained within. Yet, why did this energy feel so familiar? Glancing at the Mind Stone in his hand, Ruea fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the Mind Stone inadvertently established a connection with Rogers, intertwining its energy with his? Much like Captain Marvel? Is it possible that, through the Mind Stone, a second Captain Marvel has been conjured? Nevertheless, this development is undoubtedly a positive one, with the super soldier serum within Rogers continuously amplifying his abilities. The synergy of these two powers could potentially elevate him to a godlike status. Just as Ruea was lost in thought, a furious roar from nearby jolted everyone back to reality. Hulk! Banner bellowed loudly, his physique expanding dramatically. A colossal green giant emerged. Ruea blinked in astonishment. What is happening? Has the Mind Stone activated a mass enhancement for everyone? Chapter 98. The Fusion, the Birth of Dr. Green. A flicker of panic flashed across Banner's eyes, followed by a relentless movement of his gaze. He could not comprehend why Hulk, who had previously refused to emerge at any cost, chose this moment to reveal himself. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in the creature's willpower. In an instant, Banner's physique surged several meters, with robust veins protruding prominently. Wanda gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, murmuring, "Has he mutated?" At that moment, Ruea severed the Mind Stone's influence over Wanda, allowing her to regain her composure. Glancing around, it appeared that only this green behemoth was experiencing a crisis. Thus, Wanda turned to Ruea and inquired, "What do you think? Do you need my assistance?" Simply put, due to the remarkable amplification of her abilities, Wanda felt an itch to intervene. However, Ruea did not acquiesce. He discerned that Banner and Hulk were currently in a unique phase, akin to a forthcoming fusion into Dr. Green. Therefore, what they required was not violence, but rather guidance. Yet, before Ruea could voice his thoughts, Stark interjected. "Banner, remain calm. You must regain control." Stark held Banner in high regard, much like Ruea, for the mutual admiration shared between two brilliant minds. However, as Stark's voice resonated, the once confused Banner suddenly erupted in fury. "Hulk! Banner!" No, he should be addressed as Hulk at this moment. Let out a thunderous roar, his simplistic intellect rendering him momentarily incapable of articulating anything more complex. Nevertheless, that bellow alone sufficed to convey the depth of his rage. "Oh no, Tony." Ruea shook his head in resignation. "He is Hulk now, not Banner." Stark, perplexed, turned his head. "Is there a difference? Isn't Hulk merely the designation for Banner after his transformation into the Green Giant?" "Certainly, there is a difference," Rogers chimed in. "Banner is Banner, and Hulk is Hulk. They are two distinct consciousnesses." Upon hearing this clarification, Stark's eyes sparkled with the excitement of newfound knowledge. "So, you mean to say that Banner has a split personality?" Boom. With a resounding crash, Ruea delivered a powerful punch, sending the rampaging Hulk crashing to the ground. Then nodded, "You could indeed perceive it that way." However, although it was merely an ordinary punch for Ruea, it obliterated half of his villa. As Hulk rose from the debris, he shook his head, showing no signs of injury. Yet, Ruea's blow served to remind him that even in his newfound strength, there were still those capable of subduing him entirely. "Hulk, we are not enemies, are we?" In truth, Ruea was also somewhat bewildered by the emergence of Hulk's persona. It has been explained that it resided deep within Banner's consciousness all along. The emergence of this entity was a consequence of the domestic violence inflicted by his father during his childhood. It was only under the influence of gamma rays that it was ultimately awakened. However, this was of little concern to Ruea. "Hulk, I know you can comprehend my words. Release Dr. Banner." Ruea endeavored to articulate his thoughts succinctly, lest Hulk fail to understand him. "No." Hulk shook his head. At that moment, having calmed down somewhat, his willpower began to wane, directly leading to the resurgence of Banner's consciousness. In an instant, Hulk's eyes reflected two distinct emotions, one of reason and the other of fury. Had they coexisted? Yet, it did not appear to be a fusion. At this juncture, Ruea completely severed the radiation energy output from the Mind Stone. Hulk, being the bearer of gamma power, perhaps possessed the ability to absorb radiation energy from the Mind Stone for this very reason. "Are you Banner or Hulk?" Rogers approached, expressing concern for his colleague, wishing to avert any calamity for Dr. Banner, a remarkably astute scientist. I have returned." As Banner uttered these words, it seemed to require immense effort. However, it appeared he had momentarily subdued the Hulk persona. Yet, upon lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find that his body remained green, and his physique was significantly larger than that of an average person. "Banner, the acquisition of power invariably entails a price." Ruea approached him, stating, "I believe you must attempt to reconcile with Hulk. When you fully integrate with him, you may discover surprises." Given Hulk's ability to absorb the Mind Stone's energy radiation, it is likely that his potential in this world surpasses your expectations. At the very least, he may not be inferior to the legendary World-Breaker Hulk, if he can undergo infinite evolution. Reaching the levels of Green Scar, or even the Destroyer God, may not be outside the realm of possibility. Okay. As Ruea stored the Mind Stone, Stark raised an eyebrow, remarking, "So, I am the only one who is not special?" Always striving for excellence, he now felt a profound sense of helplessness. It appeared that both Banner and Rogers surpassed him in power. Moreover, the newly acquainted Wanda siblings seemed to be stronger than he was. No, they were never weaker than him. Now, having been enhanced by the Mind Stone, they had grown even more formidable. Would the world still require the presence of Iron Man? Stark found himself engulfed in self-doubt once more, and this time, the internal turmoil exceeded anything he had previously experienced. After becoming a celebrated superhero, Stark was unwilling to lose again. To him, it felt as though he was destined to be a guardian of justice, not a mere bystander. He could scarcely fathom the implications if one day the world faced a crisis. As Ruea led a group of companions into battle, he found himself alongside others, quietly praying from a place of safety. In that moment, Stark could not help but reminisce about Pepper, as well as the child who had yet to be born. The thought of the energy core still residing in his laboratory caused him to hesitate. Tony. Ruea appeared to saunter over to his side. At that instant, half of the villa's rooftop lay in ruins. As the gentle breeze swept by, his golden locks swayed slightly. Tony, there are times when, in the face of uncertainty, it is best to follow your heart. Perhaps when you ascend to a new height, you will realize that many of the dilemmas you currently perceive will cease to be formidable challenges. To grow stronger, one must be willing to pay the price. Everyone present, apart from Ruea, attested to this truth, and Stark was no exception.